Chapter 79. Aftermath of the War. When a person regains consciousness from a vague, hazy state, and finds themselves lying in a stranger's arms, whose head is buried in their neck, what reaction should one have? I don't know about others, but in my opinion, a punch would definitely count as a very polite reaction. However, because my inner strength had completely drained, I only heard a muffled groan from the other person. They just shrank their chest and stomach that I had struck, but didn't let go of me, and because of the sudden movement, I felt dizzy again, with the soreness and weakness flooding back all at once. Damn it! I frowned and muttered the curse as I began to struggle. Let go. Your Highness. I froze, not just because I was too weak to have strength, but even more because the voice that once appeared countless times in my mind was now here, perfectly in tune with when, leaving me astonished and unsure how to react. Mo Huoteng? My voice was weak and dry. The arms holding me seemed to stiffen for a moment, then tightened. Sorry, Your Highness. I'm sorry. His voice was muffled, nearly choking. Just a little more. It's all my fault. If I had woken up earlier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait a moment. After the shock, I struggled again, trying to push him away. You're Mo Huoteng? But how did you? Unintentionally silenced, because before I could figure out what was happening, a familiar, magnified face kissed me. This, what on earth is going on? Before I could react, a sweet liquid with the scent of grass leaves had already flowed into my mouth, dissolving directly without even swallowing. My nearly exhausted mental and inner strength seemed to revive almost at once, like a sudden downpour. Realizing this, I closed my eyes and quietly circulated my weak energy to absorb the sweet juice. Although I wasn't sure what the devil fire vine had made me drink, it was definitely not something ordinary. My inner strength and mental energy recovered at an astonishing speed unprecedented before. Not only did the control over my chi improve far beyond previous levels, even the unused magical energy seemed to benefit from being purer. Should this be considered a blessing in disguise or a step forward after breaking down? Whatever it was, increasing my strength was always a good thing. After feeling that about 70 to 80% of my power had returned, I continued to channel the 3 streams of purified energy, letting them circulate a few rounds inside me to adjust, before finally emerging from my meditative state. I didn't notice when the devil fire vine had released me, yet it still gently curled around my feet. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw his crystal green eyes staring straight at me, so very similar to mine yet subtly different, his handsome face full of worry and anxiety. Do you feel much better, Your Highness? I stared at him blankly for a moment, then furrowed my brows in confusion. Your Highness. My silence and troubled expression made him even more worried. Just as he was about to ask something, my only movable left hand gently reached up and touched his face. How strange, why did this face feel increasingly familiar? It seemed like I had seen it somewhere before. Ignoring the devil fire vine's tension, my fingers slowly traced his straight nose and thin but warm lips, trying hard to recall where I had seen him. There was no way I had seen someone this beautiful and yet couldn't remember where. Wait, beautiful. Your Highness, Devil fire vine opened his mouth to speak, but I silenced him before he could say anything, of course. Not in the way he had previously taken advantage of me, but by firmly pinching his cheek. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because your eyes turned green and your hair became silver purple? I said harshly, my face even more unpleasant. Explain yourself. Being able to take human form may be fine, but why did you have to choose the appearance of the young demon king? Don't you know I have a deep blood feud with that guy? Did you deliberately want to make me angry by looking like him? Devil fire vine helplessly pulled my violent hand away from his face, then let out a bitter smile as he watched me grudgingly and childishly grab his hand and gnaw at it in irritation. Your Highness, I can take human form because I successfully evolved. I am now a royal class magical plant. He gently tugged a few times, and when I still didn't let go, he had no choice but to go along and let me bite. As for what the human form looks like, that's not something I can control. But I suppose this is probably one of the after effects of me having absorbed 3 soul fragments of the Dark Lord and advancing beyond my level. After effects? The moment I heard this adjective full of hidden concerns and potential troubles, I immediately released my bite, not caring about showing my temper. You're saying this is just one of them? What else is wrong? Is it serious? There's no need to worry, Your Highness. He hesitated a little, and there was an inexplicable worry in his eyes. The process of my royal fusion advancement went smoothly. It's not about the body, mind, or abilities in the way you might think. It's just what? If it's not the body or mind, could it be? It's just that, from a certain perspective, seeing the light of realization flicker in my eyes, male Firevine's face turned bitter. I've also become another Dark Lord. Speculation is one thing, but hearing the admission with my own ears is truly a different level of shock. I lowered my head with a serious expression. When you fused, did you also inherit the Dark Lord's abilities and memories? Yes. A strange, tense silence fell between us. I stared at my tightly clenched left hand for a while. Then, I looked up and met those green eyes that held a faint despair but more of a calm acceptance of judgment, softening in my heart. Are you still my male Firevine? The originally somewhat vacant green eyes brightened instantly with overwhelming joy, dazzling and beautiful. Once again, I was tightly embraced. Always, Your Highness. He buried his head in my neck. Male Firevine will always be your servant, Your Highness. Always. I stiffly reached out and patted the back of male Firevine, who was holding me tightly yet careful to avoid my wound, and sighed slightly in my heart. I won't deny that just for a moment, I did indeed have the murderous urge to erase Dark Firevine, but no matter what, Dark Firevine is now going to become the reincarnation of the Dark Lord, and I also have to take partial responsibility. After all, if it weren't to save me, he wouldn't have risked his entire soul to force himself to evolve. Now not only has he become a king, but he can also retain his own consciousness. Thinking about it, if it weren't for the memories of the Dark Lord's soul fragments and his survival instincts, Dark Firevine wouldn't have been able to successfully advance so quickly and completely unharmed. Well, at least for now, it seems that Dark Firevine's personality is still being guided by himself. I don't sense any abnormal changes from the fused soul fragments in him, so it should, for the time being, be fine. Let's leave it at that for now. Alright, enough playing. I still have something to ask you. I brushed off the mischievous hands that had been hugging me and trying to sneak into my clothes, and pushed Dark Firevine slightly away. You said you fused 3 Dark Lord soul fragments. Does that mean, besides the one in my body and the one from the diary, you also dealt with the one in the crown? Yes, but to be precise, the ones I truly fused were only the soul fragment in your body and the one from the diary. Dark Firevine obediently let go of me, but his hands remained around my waist. With a happy expression, he spoke about the following with an innocent kind of cruelty in his tone. As for the soul fragment from the crown, since it almost ended up killing you in the end, the first moment I regained consciousness, I devoured it. OOF. Just woke up and already eating randomly. You really never change. I pinched his cheeks again, feeling amused, touched, and a little angry at the same time. I knew it was because my life was in danger, and Dark Firevine, stimulated by the symbiotic contract between us, woke up early to save me. But this little guy really was reckless. He had only just successfully fused the energy of 2 soul fragments and advanced smoothly, and now he immediately swallowed another Dark Lord soul fragment. Isn't he afraid the energy might overload? No wonder people say the timid starve while the brave die full. Always messing around like this. If something ever happens, I won't save you. Idiot. Your Highness, rest assured, I'm no longer the little vine demon I used to be. For a king-class monster, although feeding is no longer necessary, the energy contained in this level of Dark Soul Fragment is merely a supplement for me to cultivate my strength, and it will not cause forced evolution or any negative effects. The flame vine took my hand and held it, smiling as it explained to me, and that soul fragment, actually, much of its power had already been consumed before, and in the end, it was severely injured by that desperate phoenix. I was able to completely devour it only because it let its guard down, thinking the battle was over. So in reality, this soul fragment doesn't even have half the energy that the one in your body originally had. Even if it has less than half the energy, it still caused quite a mess, I said with a bitter laugh, shaking my head. Suddenly, I remembered something. By the way, you mentioned the little firebird. I'm talking about that phoenix. What did you mean by it fighting to the death? Is it okay? The flame vine shook its head. Actually, I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I think it's probably because your aura completely disappeared for a moment, which triggered it to exert even its own life fire, severely injuring the crown soul fragment. It pointed to the side, but it didn't actually use all of its life fire. In the last moment, it preserved a small portion to reincarnate again. Although this means it gave up all the cultivation from its countless rebirths since birth, I can't say it's completely unharmed, but I can be sure it at least preserved its life. I looked in the direction it pointed, and only then realized that the flame vine and I were still in the secret chamber. A giant egg, at least the size of a basketball with fiery red magical patterns, sat quietly near Ginny and Luna, who were still lying on the stone slab. Apparently, the magical array barrier I hastily created earlier was quite effective. At least in this heap of rubble, that area was intact and distinctly clean. The moment I saw them, I instinctively slid off the flame vine and headed toward them, but as soon as my feet touched the floor, a sharp pain shot through my legs, almost making me collapse. My waist tightened, and I returned to the flame vine's arms. "Don't be so impatient, Your Highness. Although I've removed the deadly poison from your body and helped restore almost all your strength, the wounds and fractures on your body are something I cannot heal. I can only stop the bleeding and stabilize you. If you move too much, the injuries will worsen." But before I could finish, my feet were suddenly lifted off the ground. The flame vine was already holding me, lifting me up. "The two young ladies are fine." Mokuoting held me as we bypassed the snake demon's corpse and jumped down the rubble towards the stone slabs. After I devoured the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, the spiritual contract between the two young ladies and the fragment was naturally dissolved, and their souls, of course, returned to their bodies. However, their souls had been too intimately connected with the Dark Lord previously, so they absorbed some traces of darkness. Although this does no harm to their bodies or souls, it will likely take a little time for them to fully accept and adjust to their soul's return, which is why they appear somewhat weak and not yet fully conscious. Yes, I understand. Although I knew Mokuoteng wouldn't lie to me, when we arrived at the stone slabs, I still had him put me down, and I carefully checked their physical condition. Only when I confirmed that everything was as he described, with Ginny and Luna just weak and asleep, nothing seriously wrong, did I finally relax, turning my attention to the phoenix egg beside them. "Are you sure the little phoenix is really okay?" I stared at the phoenix egg, somewhat worried. Abandoning all its power to revert to an egg is very dangerous for a magical creature. Rehatching it can't be simple either, right? There's definitely a risk, but given the situation at the time, that risk was a tiny issue compared to having one's soul scattered. Mokuoteng shrugged. "Of course, unless you want to take in this phoenix yourself, the rehatching issue is really something only its owner should worry about." I glared at Mokuoteng annoyedly. "This phoenix is Professor Dumbledore's cherished pet. I'd have to be crazy to take it in." I couldn't deny that the temptation of owning a phoenix was very alluring. After all, the rarity and value of a phoenix is on par with dragons and unicorns. But considering the relationship between the little phoenix and the wise old headmaster, I would rather give up this tempting greed to avoid attracting his attention, though, since more than 10 years ago, ever since the Dark Lord invaded to kill my family over a trivial prophecy and was defeated and fled, he has paid attention to me. I'm still happy to receive less focus. Moreover, the little phoenix had put itself in this predicament to save me and, in the process, severed its magical contract with Professor Dumbledore to sign a new one with me. I have no interest in engaging in such opportunistic deals. Forget it. Anyway, just like you said, the trouble of rehatching the little phoenix is something its owner has to worry about, so why should I meddle? I might as well treat this as a little payback to the old fox for scheming against me and Professor Snape earlier. Once the little phoenix hatches again, I can just find some materials to brew a potion that enhances its powers as compensation. Since I had already decided to leave the trouble for the old fox to deal with, my thoughts naturally turned to the Horcrux that caused all this chaos. I took off the once radiant, now dull and grayish crystal crown from Ginny's head, my emotions tangled as I held it, turning it over in my hands. Seriously, all because of such a small ornament, the whole school was thrown into panic, and it almost cost the lives of several of my friends and siblings. This Dark Lord, really, he can't be given even the slightest opening, is incredibly tricky. "Do you want to destroy it, Your Highness?" Destroying it is a must, even though there's no soul fragment inside, not to mention all the dangerous dark magic embedded in it. Just explaining all this later to the adults in a way that makes sense would be impossible if I didn't destroy this crown. I calculated my excuses mentally while giving Magi Flamevine a faintly amused glance. "What, are you feeling sorry for the thing you made that's about to be destroyed?" Magi Flamevine shook its head decisively. "Whether it's Tom Riddle or Voldemort, from the Horcrux's point of view, staying inside the vessel is far from comfortable. That's why, since ancient times, all soul fragments have tried so hard to entice surrounding beings to contribute their life force, using every possible method to absorb enough power to break the seal, and then kill the original soul to take its place." Magi Flamevine spoke calmly, yet I couldn't help noticing a glint of cold ruthlessness in its eyes. Moreover, setting aside how it felt and the memories from when it was inside, anything that could obstruct or even harm your highness has no right to remain in this world. That's quite a domineering argument. I sighed softly. Fusing with a soul fragment really does have an effect. Magi Flamevine's nature used to be somewhat ruthless, but not so proud and absolute. But if I had even half of your decisiveness and coldness back then, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Besides, considering your own position, your highness, there are just too many things you have to handle. In fact, if it weren't for your highness's initial choice, I wouldn't even exist now, and perhaps even more regrettable things might have happened, he said seriously. So, your highness, you only need to act according to your heart. Anyway, I am already the king of the shadow plants. Protecting your safety is absolutely not a problem, so you can go ahead and do whatever you want. I will no longer be a burden or make you worry. If you could just absorb a little less of excessively dangerous or strange energy and toxins, I'd be thanking heaven and earth. I shook my head, having long given up hope of changing this gluttonous, extreme magma vine. Bring me a fangs of a snake demon, I'm going to get started. While Magma Vine went to rummage through the stone pile for the snake fangs that who knows where had been blasted off, I took out the diary I had been carrying in my arms. The pumpkin blood vine originally embedded on it had now turned ashen. Apparently my previous injuries had been so severe that I was nearly dead. It was this half-body blood vine that returned all of its life energy to me, giving me the time to survive until Magma Vine woke up to help detox and heal me. I hadn't expected that this half-body, tightly bound to the Dark Lord soul artifact, which I hadn't known how to deal with, would unexpectedly save my life at a critical moment. I really had to marvel at my luck in this world. Truly, the so-called protagonist fate is incredibly resilient. I smugly talked to myself in my heart while also comparing the dark magic inscribed in the diary with the crown I carried. Since there was no longer any piece of the Dark Lord's soul inside, I could safely and boldly release my psychic power to test the memory of what I had copied. So when Magma Vine returned with several snake fangs and a pair of stone orbs, what he saw was me, radiating a faint silvery white light, staring blankly at the two soul artifacts in my hands. Your Highness. Magma Vine's voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing me, but I had already begun gradually retracting my psychic power as I felt his footsteps approaching. Back already? I looked up and, seeing Magma Vine carrying such a pile of fangs, was momentarily dumbfounded, failing to notice his brief moment of daze. Why did you bring so many? One snake fang is enough. I know, but Your Highness, haven't you always wanted snake demons to serve as alchemy and potion materials? That's why I tidied them up for you as well, said Magma Vine with a smile, crouching beside me and handing me one of the snake fangs that looked almost like a crescent-shaped dagger. It's a pity that advanced spatial magic can only be comprehended and mastered by royal-grade magical creatures. Otherwise, I could have just taken that corpse directly. I almost rolled my eyes. You haven't even consolidated your king-grade cultivation yet, and you're thinking about this? Most lesser spirits might spend hundreds of years cultivating without fully awakening their consciousness, yet you, in less than a year since gaining initial awareness, have become a king. You've already struck unbelievably lucky. Until you've mastered your king-grade skills to the point they become instinct, I won't allow you to think about evolution. Although it was just casual talk, thanks to the special magical connection of the symbiotic pact with Magma Vine, I could easily sense the faint longing in his heart, which made my tone a bit more serious. Whether it's martial techniques or magic, the path of cultivation in all things is fundamentally the same. A solid foundation is the most important thing. Having dreams and goals is good, but the path must be walked step by step, meals must be eaten bite by bite, and rushing forward is absolutely forbidden. Back then, Tom Riddle pursued only power and authority, forgetting that mindset and fundamentals were equally important, and that's why he went astray and became a Dark Lord. Now that the Tom Riddle I know has merged with my Magma Vine and been reborn, I definitely can't allow him to follow that mad old path again. I don't mind if Magma Vine walks the path of murderous alchemy, but there's a difference between killing an evil cultivator bearing the sin of life and erasing innocent lives, which are two entirely different directions. But it's still too early to discuss these things. Before having him reconsider the path he wants to take in cultivation, the most important thing now is to let him familiarize himself with the basics and master cultivation of the mind. Since I could sense Magma Vine's thirst for power, he could naturally feel my genuine concern beneath the seemingly stern tone. Whether he truly understood my deeper meaning or not, at least he knew that my demands would ultimately be for his own good. Understood, Your Highness. So, the snake demon's corpse. Anyway, it's quite cool here, and the monsters' corpses won't decompose so quickly. We'll come back to clean up after a while, I thought, realizing there was even a separate compartment in this secret room holding a bunch of sealed Blood Clan members. I was even more determined to come back for a proper exploration once this ordeal was over, before going home for the semester break. Who knows, there might be other surprises waiting for me. I took the snake fang and said, "Put all that stuff in your hands away first, and at the same time, get some containers to collect fresh snake blood. If you want to drink some first, that's fine too, but don't overdo it and end up putting yourself to sleep. Got it?" By the end, I was practically yelling the moment this little rascal, Mofoluo, heard that I allowed him to drink the snake demon's poisonous blood. He was so happy he ran faster than anything. I shook my head with a slight smile, placing the diary and the crown on the ground. After briefly inspecting the snake demon fang in my hand and glancing at the two soul artifacts, I hesitated for only a moment before channeling my internal energy and drove the fang straight through the withered, decaying pumpkin vine, deeply piercing the diary. Just as I expected. At the moment the pumpkin vine was pierced, some kind of connection was completely severed, and simultaneously, my chest jolted. The metallic sweet taste surged up, I coughed into the air and spat out a mouthful of purplish black tainted blood, yet felt an incredible sense of relief. At the same time, the diary oozed a large amount of black ink, and the crown split cleanly in half. My luck was really extraordinary. The connection between the diary and crown was deeper than I had previously guessed. With this, my explanation became more convincing. Even the sly old fox couldn't hope to find any major flaws, right? Of course, my vomiting blood couldn't help but alert Mofoluo. Even though he had a mischievous streak, his powers had just awakened and transformed into the magical tattoo's physical form on me, so how could he not notice I was hurt? But just as he returned to my side, two footsteps, familiar to me, floated over from the entrance of the secret room. With me gently shaking my head to indicate I was okay, Mofoluo could only transform back into a silver-purple mist with reluctant worry and rush back onto me. And then, of course, I first threw the crown, now broken in two, back to Ginny and Luna, then lay on the floor, pretending to be half-conscious and weak. Actually, just after spitting the blood, my face was already pale enough, so no effort was needed. In short, what followed was a major test of my acting skills, balancing between truth and deception. Coincidentally, I had just collapsed and pretended to be seriously injured, and Ginny and Luna happened to wake up leisurely, but to be honest, I suspect they woke up even more. Professor Sprout's scream is really not an ordinary high decibel, it is simply on par with Fat Lady and Sorting Hats. It's so strong. I frowned and thought painfully, and out of the corner of my squinting eye, I saw two girls sitting up in fright, staring blankly and in horror at the ruins and the headless snake corpse not far away, and I really wanted to sigh. I know that normal women, the first reaction when encountering snakes and insects is usually screaming. More than 10 years ago, as a female member who screamed at the sight of flying cockroaches, really, I can fully understand the kind of disgust that is not all fear but disgust, so it is necessary to scream to vent. But Professor Sprout, you are also a well-informed and powerful witch after all, and any potted plants in the number 13 experimental greenhouse where the strangers stopped in the school are even uglier than the appearance of this headless snake demon. What the hell are you calling? Helpless, helpless. Just after the fierce battle, I have to prepare to face a group of adults, including the old fox, which is enough for me to have a headache. But the first person to find the secret room is the Screaming Queen. How can the old fox come to help me? At least one of them has advanced skills such as tossing the eardrums. I hung my face uncomfortably and tried to get up from the ground weakly. However, my movement of getting up not only made Professor Sprout scream sharper and louder when he noticed, but even Ginny and Luna followed the trend of screaming. The two girls saw me covered in blood and embarrassment, and their eyes immediately turned red after taking a breath. Not to mention, Luna, who was closest to me, was even about to pounce on me. "Mr. Harry Dash, don't come here." When I spoke again, I realized that my voice had become hoarse again. My low stop made Luna pause and gave me enough time to move backwards. Just accidentally crushed my foot injury when avoiding Luna, which made my face pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Not to mention, the slightly chaotic breathing also affected the internal injuries of the magic that had just broken the half-body contract of the blood vine, and a fishy smell spread out in my mouth again. "Don't touch me, I am covered in snake blood, poisonous dash." Harry. Ginny also climbed over, and before I could finish speaking, she started coughing up blood again. Like Luna, she wanted to get close to me, but seeing my body covered in deadly poison left her equally helpless, tears streaming down her face. "Harry." Luna whimpered. She drew her foldable wand from behind her ear and flicked it. Without a spell, a huge blue water sphere appeared above my head and poured down. This nearly a basin-sized amount of water obviously had some healing effect, vaguely easing the tension caused by magical backlash on my internal injuries, at least stopping the itch in my throat that made me want to cough. Seeing her healing water sphere seemed to make the paleness in my face lessen a bit, and Luna, without thinking, summoned another one. But just as she had given me 2 water spheres and tried to summon a third, Professor Sprout appeared behind her and stopped her. Enough, stop wasting your magic. The basilisk venom isn't something a little water therapy can counter. But, before Luna could finish, a shadow directly loomed over me. Just as I stopped coughing and looked up, I saw a cloak completely cover me, and then felt my body lift as I was picked up. Sprout, a cold, magnetic voice with a familiar scent of potions left no doubt about who was holding me. Handle this here. Handle it. But, under the cloak, I could see nothing, but from Professor Sprout's unfinished exclamation and helpless tone, I could easily guess that Professor Snape had immediately turned around, leaving behind his long, decisive strides. The warmth through the cloak and the slightly hurried yet steady heartbeat made a strange ache spread in my eyes. I'm fine, Professor, I whispered, reaching out from under the cloak to grab his robe sleeve. Really, the magical fire vine has absorbed the poison in my body. I'm only like this because of the magical backlash. Shut up. The voice was flat and devoid of inflection, but even without looking out from under the cloak, I could completely feel the suppressed rage radiating from him. If you don't understand what it means to be quiet, I won't mind making this word your companion forever right now. I shrank my neck and stayed silent. Professor Snape was definitely serious. My instinct told me that if I made another sound now, he would immediately use his most powerful sound heralding curse to silence me for life. Clearly, he really was furious this time. But then again, it's understandable. First, there was that huge uproar with the letter of thanks in the hall, then before I could even face the consequences, I got entangled in Neville being petrified and ended up hospitalized from exhaustion. As if that wasn't enough, I went missing from the hospital ward as soon as I regained consciousness and was found in the Chamber of Secrets, covered in poisonous blood from head to toe. If it were me, not even considering the troublesome parts, just realizing that the child I tried every means to protect ended up in such a half-human, half-ghost state right under my watch would make me lose my mind. And on top of that, it's Professor Snape, whose temper was bad enough as it was. The fact that he didn't crush me on the spot to vent his anger already shows some progress in his self-discipline. Knowing my own physical state, I realized I absolutely could not withstand Snape's wrath right now, so I had no choice but to obediently lean against him, letting him carry me to the hospital ward. After thinking it over, that was also the only place with enough medicine and equipment to properly clean me. After all, the toxins in basilisk venom aren't something that regular water or a healing magic water sphere could easily remove. While having the magical fire vine meant I was safe from poisoning, very few people around me had the immunity to all poisons. Choosing to remain quietly still, surrounded by the scent of medicinal herbs under the warmth of the cloak, I quickly felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. I let out a silent sigh, closed my eyes, and silently activated my inner strength to start healing myself. A moment ago you were ignoring your injuries and pretending to be weak, and in such a short time you've changed your mind. Your Highness, you are so biased. The displeased mind message from the magical fire vine appeared in my head. Is Snape really that important to you? Enough to risk revealing your true power? He is my teacher, and one of the closest family members I have in this world. The way the devil's fire vine spoke, with jealousy as if a child's toy had been taken away, made the corners of my mouth lift slightly. Luckily, the cloak covered it. Otherwise, if Professor Snape noticed, it would have been a disaster. But speaking of which, he left in such a hurry that he probably doesn't even have the time to pay attention to me. If you get upset just because of this little thing, you'll be even more unhappy in a few months when my godfather returns. You should know my godfather is a wanted criminal, and there will be plenty of opportunities later for my cards to be revealed. That's different. Snape is a Death Eater. He is on the side of darkness, I know. I exhaled quietly. I know what you're worried about with Voldemort's memories inside you. I can honestly tell you that I am even more aware than you of his choices and stance. But no matter what happens in the future, I want you to remember, Devil's Fire Vine, just like he would protect me at any cost no matter his identity, he is the only person in this world I wouldn't hesitate to entrust my life to. Understood, Your Highness. Devil's Fire Vine responded obediently, yet I could still sense his reluctance. Though we haven't spent much time together, I already roughly sensed that the greatest change in Devil's Fire Vine since awakening is his even stronger desire to protect me. Moreover, probably as an effect of the symbiotic contract, the murderous hatred Black Lord feels to his core surprisingly transformed after merging with Devil's Fire Vine into a violent impulse. The first reaction is to eliminate anything he perceives as threatening. For example, when Professor Snape picked me up just now, although it lasted only a brief instant before disappearing, I genuinely felt the tattoo on my body nearly unleash infernal fire. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I reveal a bit more of my strength. This is the opportunity. I must make sure Devil's Fire Vine completely understands just how important Professor Snape is to me. Otherwise, there's no guarantee he won't do something to Snape when I'm not paying attention. Dealing with Voldemort's deadly schemes while also handling Professor Dumbledore's suspicions is already enough to drain me. If I also had to be wary of my most trusted symbiotic partner, I'd be on the verge of a mental breakdown. By the way, since you've already become a king and also have a human form, it wouldn't do to keep calling you Demon Firevine all the time. Half wanting to soothe his displeasure, I changed the subject. Do you have a name you particularly want? No. After a pause, Demon Firevine sent a calm message to my mind. As long as it's not one of the old names, anything is fine. The past is the past. Since you've been reborn, of course you don't need your old name. I thought for a moment. How about Xua? The powerful fire deity from the Tulhu mythos. I think this name suits you well, now that you command all the dark flames. As long as your highness likes it. Yeah, best that I like it. If I hadn't given you a grand or meaningful name and just called you something petty, who knows how you'd make trouble for me. I felt the tattoos beneath my skin subtly reach out, wrapping around my back, and I knew that Demon Firevine, well, Xua now, was saying he didn't care, but actually liked it quite a bit, otherwise he wouldn't have shown those involuntary little movements of happiness. I smiled and quietly yawned, settling my mind to focus on continuing to heal my inner injuries. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself soaking in a wooden tub filled with tea-colored warm water, and I couldn't help but sigh. I had long resigned myself to the habit of falling asleep easily on Professor Snape's territory or near him, but the persistent inability to change it still gave me a feeling of helplessness. Damn it. Why the hell were the places on that guy that I had to visit always filled with the scent of medicine or herbs? My defenses against those two kinds of smells were always weak. Xua, I shifted my body, sinking fully into the concoction. How long have I been asleep? Less than half an hour, Your Highness. The tattoos on his body moved slowly. Mr. Snape carried you to the infirmary ward. When the head nurse saw your condition, her face darkened. She brought you to this room, filled this tub with medicinal water to detox you, and then went out to check on the two young ladies. Not even half an hour? Well, considering Luna and Ginny had been missing for so long, even though I was sure they were physically fine, they still needed to be checked by professionals for the adults to feel at ease. Also, they needed to take some calming potions to soothe their shock. Since the injuries on my right shoulder and left calf were still being supported by vines and herbal leaves, climbing out of the bath and putting on the hospital robe, if it weren't for Xua's help, I really wouldn't know how long it would have taken. But even like this, after I finished dressing, I heard some arguing and hurried footsteps coming from just outside the door. Curious, I didn't even check out the room's other magical medical equipment besides the bathtub. Instead, I clutched at the walls and some cabinets and slowly made my way toward the only door in the room. Just as I touched the doorknob, the door suddenly swung open, and the person walking in almost knocked me flying. It's the disadvantage of being small. Not only are we inconspicuous, even a brush against someone can easily send us flying. Though my reflexes instinctively prevented a tumble, I momentarily forgot about my left leg injury and put a little too much effort while dodging. Intense pain shot through my foot, turning my face pale, and I slid helplessly to the floor. "Harry," exclaimed Madame Pomfrey. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. How did you come out here by yourself? The poison on your body, it's mostly been neutralized." "I only got out of the tub after confirming it was completely cleaned off," I said, sweat forming from the shooting pain in my foot. "I'm sorry, madam, for worrying you. I've heard that apology from you dozens of times. Do you ever remember to learn your lesson and stop acting recklessly afterward?" Madame Pomfrey scolded, helping me up from the floor. "Can you still walk?" I circulated my inner energy to ease the pain. "I can." Before I could finish, a sudden force at my waist lifted me into the air. Instinctively, I grabbed the black robe in front of me to steady myself, and was somewhat surprised to meet a pair of obsidian eyes clearly restraining their anger. "Take him over there first, Severus." I want to check his foot and shoulder, Madame Pomfrey said, pointing to an empty emergency bed outside the door. Harry, loosen the vines securing you. I need to assess the wounds before I can prepare potions. Hearing this, I couldn't help but stiffen and instinctively shrank into Snape's black robe, stammering, there's really no need for all that trouble, madam. I've already taken care of it myself. It's just a fracture. Just a fracture. Madame Pomfrey narrowed her eyes slightly. Her tone, following Professor Snape, carried a dangerous edge. And do you think my nose is just for decoration? The vines under your skin clearly smell like hemostatic herbs. Now you're the patient and I'm the nurse. Are you going to cooperate obediently, or are you going to let me handle this myself? I didn't dare cause any trouble. I helplessly sank my face, seriously wishing I could just pretend to faint. After Professor Snape placed me on the bed Madame Pomfrey had specified, he did not leave. In fact, it seemed technically difficult for him to go anywhere. Once Madame Pomfrey drew the bed curtain, she immediately came over and opened my hospital robe, glaring dangerously at my right shoulder. Her gaze was so threatening that my left hand, which wasn't injured, unconsciously grabbed Snape's robe sleeve without me even realizing it. Either way, I was stuck, so knowing I couldn't win against Madame Pomfrey's persistence, I resigned myself and obediently removed the vines from my shoulder. Then, unsurprisingly, I heard a sharp intake of breath. Harry Potter. Calm down. Calm down, madam, please calm down. I had known she would freak out, which was why I didn't want Madame Pomfrey to find out, but even though I was mentally prepared, the sheer volume of Madame Pomfrey's lungs still made me shiver. It's really not that bad, it just looks a bit scary. It's actually extremely scary and very serious. Do you think you're some thick-skinned, tough, dragon-like creature? If this hole were a few centimeters deeper, it could pierce your lung. Not to mention, the aorta is nearby. The fact you didn't bleed to death is pure luck. Madame Pomfrey angrily drew her wand and waved it, sliding her cart full of medical instruments and medicines into the curtained compartment. She quickly took out a measuring cup and placed it on a small tripod, then added a bunch of powders and potions that made me shiver just looking at them. So I've already used the dark herb pioneer poison to stop the bleeding, so the wound will look more terrifying, but in fact it's really not a big deal. That, can you not add so much absinthe? It's very smelly when mixed with fluoro water dash. I just want to stink you to death. I see if you dare to fight with the snake demon in the future. I watched Mrs. Pomfrey deliberately add 2 more spoonfuls of absinthe, and then used her wand to summon a small blue fireball and put it under the tripod to heat the measuring cup, and the feet stretch out for me. It was as if I liked to fight with snake demons. Obviously, that kind of creature is something that most people will never encounter in their lifetime. If it weren't for the fact that there was a place in the school and still wanted to be controlled to cause trouble and kidnap schoolgirls, do you think I would really want to go to that 1,000-year-old snake demon to fight? I don't dare to say it, especially when I see Mrs. Pomfrey's hideous face after seeing my foot injury. I would rather fight the snake demon again. What's going on? I didn't think a hole in my shoulder was beautiful enough, so I made a pair of holes directly on my feet. This is an accident. I explained in a low voice that I had no confidence. I was chasing the snake demon with my eyes closed, and I didn't notice that someone was secretly releasing water arrows. Accident? If you don't go to the snake demon to fight head-to-head and leave this matter to the teachers to deal with, how can there be so many accidents on you now? I looked heavily at the blue-purple liquid that was originally quite visible to people in the measuring cup that had been filled with ingredients, but now it began to move towards a thick substance, and Mrs. Pomfrey completely ignored my pitiful gaze, took out the ointment and bandage and began to help me with medicine, and at the same time, she did not let go of my ears and began to bombard me with terrible fatigue, doing things so recklessly. Can a 1,000-year-old snake demon be a second-year kid handle it? 2 puncture wounds plus fractures, as well as these abrasions and cuts, and even magic backlash. Merlin, what else did you do besides fighting with the snake demon? None of your skin or internal organs are intact at all. After helping me properly immobilize my fracture, she naturally started checking my body, and of course, her wand didn't miss the minor injuries caused by stray magical projectiles from what could be called an intense clash of fire and ice spells, as well as the small wounds from explosive hits sending sand and stones flying. By the time Madame Pomfrey was done with her examination, the contents of the measuring cup had already turned into a thick, earthy green paste. Is that an ointment for external use? I almost despaired as I watched Madame Pomfrey put away her wand, scoop 3 ladles from the measuring cup, and fling them into a goblet. I swear it was definitely flung. Good heavens, that thing even had large chunks and a sticky texture. Madame Pomfrey didn't even bother to glance at me and directly handed the cup of what I wouldn't even call a potion to Professor Snape, who was standing by my bed. "Make him drink it, don't leave a drop." After shoving the cup into Snape's hands, Madame Pomfrey immediately turned and left, pushing her medical cart away. "Keep a strict watch on him until I return with the prepared hospital wing, Severus. He must not leave that bed, or you'll answer to me." Professor Snape glowered darkly at the goblet that had been forcibly shoved into his hands, then glared dangerously at the real culprit who had gotten him threatened alongside Madame Pomfrey, me. But I, equally glaring at the cup, pale and resisting, didn't notice. My mind was entirely focused on how to discreetly get rid of the thing. Unfortunately, before I could come up with an appropriate plan, that pathetic-looking and poorly-smelling mixture was already under my nose. 1 week. Someone who hadn't spoken since I woke up, radiating nothing but an ominous aura, finally spoke, only to make things even worse. Though said without preamble, I absolutely couldn't mistake what Professor Snape meant by 1 week. That was the length of time I was forbidden from accessing the Slytherin underbelly library, and if I didn't obediently drink that cursed thing, the restriction would certainly be extended, not leaving me even an inch of leeway. They are all guys who know exactly how to press my pain points. I took the cup with a pale, martyr-like face, my eyes full of grievance and indignation. No one in Slytherin is a good person. Before I gulped it down while holding my breath, I wanted to say it directly, regardless of whether I would lose points for it. In the escape room, I was attacked with magic and a basilisk, but here, these two were tormenting me with something that completely overturns the aesthetics of potions, looking like mud and smelling even worse than a troll, and on top of that, they forbade me from going to the library to read, even though they clearly knew that aside from internal injuries and fractures from resisting magic, the rest of me was mostly fine. They still treated me like this as a patient. Justice in the world is really unfair. That's the same principle as Gryffindor's arrogance and recklessness, Professor Snape said coldly, not stopping me from continuously coughing and summoning tomatoes out of disgust. "If there's something to discuss, go see Poppy or Dumbledore. Get her consent first before coming to see this boy." I coughed lightly and raised my head, only then noticing that Professor Dumbledore had appeared in the slightly open corner of the curtain, looking at me with a warm smile. "It's not me you should be looking for now, Harry," he said softly, pulling the curtain aside a little, "and I believe Poppy won't refuse to let Harry know how much his friends care about and appreciate him." Besides Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Ron and the twins, just like me, were sitting on the adjacent infirmary beds. Ginny stood beside Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and even Luna was being tightly hugged by a stranger with blonde hair. That must be her father, right? Before I could even swallow the tomato in my mouth or react any other way, Mrs. Weasley, her eyes wet with tears, rushed over and hugged me. Although she didn't touch the injury on my right shoulder, her strength almost suffocated me. "You saved her, you saved Ginny, and Luna, I thought I'd never see you again." Mrs. Weasley's warm tears fell directly on the back of my neck, and I reached out my left hand to hug her back. "You won't stop seeing them. Ginny and Luna are my most important little sisters. I won't let anything happen to them," I said gently, "and there won't be any more basilisks coming after them. We are all safe now." Mrs. Weasley choked back a sob, and I helplessly felt that not only was the flood around my neck getting worse, but the hug was also tightening even more. I really am not cut out for comforting people. No matter what, if it weren't for you risking your life to save Luna and Ginny, we probably would have lost them forever. Mr. Lovegood held his daughter, who was silently crying like Ginny and avoiding looking at me, and looked at me with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Potter. Thank you for bringing them back safely. This miracle, this kindness, I don't even know how to express it, truly. It really is a miracle," Professor Flitwick said, blowing his nose forcefully on a handkerchief. "We were almost in despair. How on earth did you do it?" Mrs. Weasley finally let go of me, and not just her, all eyes were expectantly on me. "I believe we all share the same question." Professor Dumbledore looked at Professor Snape. "We just let Harry clear up some doubts for us, Severus, as long as his mind allows it. I think Harry also wants to let his friends rest easy, especially since they all helped him rescue the two young ladies." I looked up at Professor Snape beside me. His face was so stormy it was almost murderous, and I didn't know what possessed me, but I inexplicably reached out to grab his sleeve. I said, shrinking a little into the pillow pile behind me as Snape's murderous glare shifted onto me, weakly adding, "I just wanted to ask, Fawkes, I mean the phoenix egg, and the diary and the crown, the sword, and the sorting hat, did you manage to bring everything back from the Chamber of Secrets?" "Yes, Pomona also brought them back when she was taking Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood back." Professor Dumbledore gestured toward the small table cabinet not far from the twins' beds. If it weren't for the three househeads worrying about their students' safety, and the need for other students and teachers to be informed that the school's lockdown has been lifted, I think she would really want to know how you found the Chamber of Secrets and brought the two girls back safely, especially after battling a basilisk at least 20 meters long. Aside from Professor Snape and Luna and her companions, anyone who hadn't seen the basilisk corpse in the Chamber of Secrets gasped in shock. Professor Flitwick nearly fainted. TW 20 meters. Ron stammered in horror, looking at me as if hoping I would deny it. But the basilisk shouldn't be that big. Hermione's book. The books only record the basilisks that were found. None of them lived as long as the one hidden in the school's chamber. Over 1,000 years, and for its size, it's actually still malnourished. I had intended to lighten the mood, but seeing everyone's expressions and the fathers instinctively hugging their daughters tighter, I realized my words had no effect. But now that legendary creature is truly dead and will no longer pose any threat, so you don't need to be that nervous. That's not the point, okay? Fred, looking at his mother who had started tearing up out of concern, gave me a helpless glance. You really are. I don't even know how to describe you. Then save your breath for resting. You're not like me, you don't have a body that recovers this quickly. I gave the twins a somewhat roguish, weak smile and sighed lightly. But honestly, if it weren't for you, Fred and George, and Ron, Neville, and Hermione giving me so many clues, it really wouldn't have been so easy for me to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets by myself. Chapter 80. I don't know why Professor Snape allowed me to keep tugging on his robes, but during the process of confiding everything from the information I had been investigating before the twins and Ron brought back news that Hermione had been petrified, up to the things they did to prove Hagrid's innocence and to confirm clues by venturing into the Forbidden Forest, I could feel that there was someone willing to stay by my side without prying too much, which made me, who still selectively buried many secrets, feel a lot more at ease psychologically, even though this person, who asked nothing at all, was in a state of extreme suppressed anger. This is very good, Professor McGonagall said, holding her Scottish tweed shawl to her chest, panting lightly as if about to faint. So, you impersonated prefects to access the library's restricted section, found the name Tom Riddle, attacked classmates and damaged Slytherin's property, obtaining statements from Mr. Malfoy and others related to this incident, and even went into the Forbidden Forest to confirm Hagrid's innocence with the giant spider. You've committed at least over 100 school rule violations. I must say, you truly have such blatant disregard for the rules, and you almost became food for a giant spider. But Harry, how on earth did you piece it all together and know that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' bathroom on the second floor? Because of the timing. Professor Dumbledore mentioned to me that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened years ago and also told me that Voldemort is the last living descendant of Sorlaser Slytherin. I ignored the shudder that went through everyone when they heard the Dark Lord's name and continued to explain calmly. When I was attacked around Halloween, it was already clear to me that Voldemort was behind it. By roughly calculating his age, it's not hard to see that 50 years ago was when he was still a student at the school. On top of that, there had been a student death, Hagrid was expelled, and Tom Riddle received a Special Achievement Award, all during that period. The timing of these clues points to 50 years ago. Then Fred and the others personally confirmed with the giant spider that the unfortunate student died in the girls' bathroom. And at the Christmas school dance, when I danced with Moaning Myrtle, she once blurted out to me that she hadn't had that much fun in the 50 years since she died. So if there are already so many coincidences, why can't I assume that the girls' bathroom on the second floor is where the chamber's entrance is? Moreover, Mrs. Norris was also petrified there, removing the 50-year time gap. A place witnessing 2 attack incidents because of the same legend is a little hard to call mere coincidence. From the mixture of amazement and admiration in everyone's eyes, I knew that the so-called truth I had pieced together from numerous tiny clues was, up to this point, flawless and reasonable. It was just that for a 12-year-old like me to be able to integrate and analyze all these seemingly unrelated and easily overlooked small details to such an extent felt a bit overwhelming. So there was a long moment of silence. And then, since they had spent more time with me, they probably had already developed some understanding of how my mind works. The twins and Ron were clearly the first to regain their composure, especially George, who had been absent since our visit to the Forbidden Forest, was even more eager than his brother to know what happened next. What happened after you returned to the castle from Hagrid's house? How did you end up fighting the basilisk alone? I paused. Later, when I came to the hospital wing with you all, I didn't see Madame Pomfrey. so I asked in the office here where she had gone, and only then did I learn that she had nervously rushed off to find the teachers shortly before we arrived at the hospital wing. I found it strange at the time, and then I heard a lot of footsteps coming this way, and my instinct was to hide you all first to see what was really happening. The rest of the story is a bit complicated, because I didn't want everyone to be too harsh on Ginny and Luna. I had avoided mentioning how the crown tempted them before, so I only explained eventually making my way out of the underground maze to the main hall of the chamber, finding Luna, then Riddle appearing, how he threatened me with Ginny to hand over my wand, and later how Fawkes appeared with the sorting hat and so on. So that's how we ended up fighting. Fawkes' fire magic is really powerful, so it was mainly restraining Riddle's attacks for me. The basilisk scales were very tough and strong, and it has deadly eyes that can kill, so I chose to close my eyes and let it chase me. It seems that maybe it was embarrassed to see me keep running, because the sorting hat, which had been covering my vision, suddenly spat out a sword to me. Spat. Ron looked confused at my description and asked, "Yes, spat." I nodded to show I wasn't wrong. Just thinking about the force with which the hilt hit my forehead, I could almost feel the dizziness again. At that moment, I was wearing it while hiding from the basilisk search, when my head suddenly got knocked, and I nearly passed out. By the time the headache eased a bit, I realized the hat had fallen off, and a sword had appeared from inside the hat, just like that one on the table. I glanced at the sword on the table, stained with dried black blood, but even with the sword, I still couldn't do much damage to the basilisk. Its scales were just too thick, and no matter how hard I tried, I could barely scratch it, which only seemed to make it angrier. Then, probably after fighting for too long, Riddle really got angry and started working together with the basilisk against me and Fawkes. Even though Fawkes tried to help me, I had already been exhausted from being chased by the basilisk. I got a bit slow and couldn't dodge Riddle's sneak attack. Once my foot got injured, I couldn't run. The basilisk didn't let me go either and lunged to bite me. That's how I got the injuries on my foot and shoulder. I said it was simple, but clearly, the listeners didn't think it was that easy, especially after Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the basilisk was 20 meters long. Even just speculating about the intensity of the situation at that time was terrifying, not to mention adults with more experience. The attack of a phoenix in serious combat is definitely as powerful as a dragon. Even when I was facing Riddle and had to deal with the basilisk chase, despite my wind-like agility, the danger was absolutely horrifying. The venom of a basilisk fang is more potent than snake venom and acts faster, Professor Snape asked quietly. How did you neutralize the poison on yourself? I looked up at Professor Snape. Although still gloomy, compared to just now when he was suppressing raging anger, the fluctuations in his magic had barely stabilized. With Devil's Snare, I said softly. The tattoo under my clothes began to shift, the magical pattern spreading from my chest outward, crawling up to my hands and face before stopping. Earlier this year, I found an ancient magical creature contract in the library. Out of curiosity, I used my affinity with plants to form a contract with Devil's Snare. At Christmas, when I accidentally ingested a potion, the Devil's Snare absorbed most of the potion's effects to save me. I thought it had died, and in my sadness, I asked Madame Pomfrey to merge its last remaining tendrils into a tattoo on my body so it could continue to accompany me in another form. I lowered my head to hide the heartache of losing it back then and continued calmly. But I didn't realize that the contract I made was not an ordinary magical creature contract, it was also a symbiotic contract. And because the Devil's Snare is a plant, not an animal, this symbiotic contract had already undergone a certain degree of mutation. So the Devil's Snare actually hadn't died, it had just entered a very deep evolutionary dormancy. A faint purple light emanated from the magical patterns, and soon, the patterns under my skin surfaced, transforming into real tendrils. When I was bitten by the snake demon, I felt dizzy in addition to the pain. I knew I was poisoned, and I almost thought I was really done this time. It was at this time that the tattoo moved on its own and became what it is now. But at that time, I didn't realize that the demon fire vine had woken up and was helping me absorb snake venom, and my only thought was to pull a cushion even if I died. So I stabbed the snake demon directly into the mouth of the snake demon, losing all the magic power in one go, and the snake demon's head was blown off by me directly. And, I frowned, I don't remember the next thing, a little blurry. I had no strength when the snake demon fell, my mind was very dizzy, I might have fainted for a while. I heard Fawkes and Riddle continue to attack, but it was vague, but I didn't know what was going on. By the time my mind cleared up a bit and I regained some strength, I was lying in the magic circle that I had improvised to protect Ginny and Luna, and Fawkes had turned into an egg. I don't know how this happened, but Riddle, who was sitting not far from us, looked weak but not bad, and came towards me as soon as he saw me wake up. When I tried to get up, the diary that had been hidden on my body fell out at this time, and then I thought of the great poison on the snake demon's tooth, and it happened that when the snake demon's head was blown off, its teeth were still on my shoulder, so I pulled it out and stabbed it into the diary. The room was quiet for a while. Gone? Professor Snape asked. You mean he just disappeared? Because you destroyed a diary. I nodded slightly, and then felt the flow of magic factors around me start to stir again. Then Professor Snape said, the dark is so light that anyone can feel the danger inside. Please explain, Mr. Potter, why do you have a diary that is directly related to the Dark Lord's phantom? I uneasily loosened Professor Snape's sleeve and tucked into the pillow behind me. I carefully chose the wording. The question about that diary is actually a bit complicated to explain. Then just get to the main points. Without even raising my head, I could feel just how terrifying Professor Snape's gaze was right now. Or is it that saintly Potter has the courage to face the basilisk, yet lacks the courage to confront his own mistakes? I didn't make a mistake. I hastily tried to defend myself, but when I met those obsidian eyes, all my righteous pride wilted instantly. I lowered my head miserably. I just studied some illusion magic on my own and then found a book with dark magic to practice mental training. From the corner of my eye, I could see that nearly every adult's expression had changed. Explain yourself clearly. Professor McGonagall's face was extremely grim. She knew I had always been smart, also knew I often got involved in strange experiments with the twins, and she was well aware I already had the ability to design complex magical circles and magical items, but she didn't expect that I had been studying mental illusion magic and even audaciously used dark magical objects as aids on myself. What were you using illusion magic to train? To train my mind, my own mind. I looked at my hand lying on the blanket and spoke softly. After being attacked by Voldemort's apparition on Halloween, I realized not only that my body was prone to backlash because I had practiced too eagerly, but also that my mental capacity couldn't keep up with my abilities. My mind was too weak because I couldn't face my own past. Yes, it wasn't that I didn't care, but I subconsciously avoided thinking or listening, thinking that way I wouldn't feel pain. But in reality, I was wrong. It was precisely because of my cowardice that Voldemort could so easily invade my mind and try to take over my body. At that time, I was really scared. My vision blurred a little, but I kept speaking, admitting my past cowardice. I felt so sad, extremely sad. Not only because my body was struggling with the uncontrollable power inside it, but more painfully and frighteningly, I knew clearly that if I failed and died, my body could be controlled to do terrible things. I was afraid of death. But it wasn't until then that I realized that compared to death, what I feared more was my body being used to harm the people I care about. So then I woke up, and after I was discharged from the hospital, I didn't continue to rush to improve my strength. I remembered what my grandfather had always told me before, that it is not enough to pursue strength alone, only a strong enough mind can dominate and control truly powerful power, and only then can we keep what is important to us. I want to become stronger, really strong. I don't want to lose any of my relatives and friends. I don't want to just hide behind and watch others fall for me but can't do anything. I don't want to. Enough. Mrs. Weasley cried out, rushed over and hugged me. Enough, don't say more. Harry, with the superficial glory of the boy who survived, but in fact it is a name exchange for my parents' lives. I don't want it. My voice was still very calm, but in Mrs. Weasley's crying, it seemed extremely bitter and empty. I gently pushed away her arms and reached out to wipe the tears from her face. I want the power to protect myself and the power to protect my important people. So I have to be stronger, not only physically, but also mentally. Only in this way can I harness the true power, and I will no longer give anyone the opportunity to invade my mind to try to control me and hurt those around me. So I started studying illusion magic. Since illusion magic can guide people's most vulnerable or deepest desires in their hearts, why can't they be used to exercise their minds in addition to attacking? My weakness lies in the fact that I dare not face my past and relatives, so the most thorough way to solve this weakness is to truly face it and fully accept this fact. I turned to look at the diary on the table and cabinet that still had snake fangs stuck in it, and that diary was the only thing I could find at that time that had an aura of dark magic that I could borrow to cast psychic illusion magic on myself. I got that diary during the summer vacation. During the summer we went to Flourish and Blots to buy books, and I ran into Mr. Malfoy, who was taking out an old book from Ginny's cauldron. While sarcastic about Mr. Weasley, I noticed that the diary slipped out of his sleeve and fell into the cauldron. What? Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and their sons all let out a sigh, and even Ginny covered her mouth and swallowed quietly. You mean to say that diary was secretly given to Ginny by Lucius Malfoy? Why didn't you tell us? That guy is nothing but trouble. It probably had a special purpose, I know. Especially since he used such a hidden method to sneak it into Ginny's cauldron. I immediately found it suspicious, so I secretly took the diary out to see what exactly he intended to do. But no matter how I read the diary, apart from a faint trace of dark magic, I couldn't find anything else. Plus, I suspected that the house elf who came to my aunt's house over the summer to warn me that the school would be in danger was connected to the Malfoys. My instinct told me this diary wasn't ordinary, and I originally wanted to investigate further, but then Hermione got me to teach her ancient runes, and I ended up throwing the diary into my suitcase and completely forgetting about it. By the time I remembered, it was already after the Halloween incident. So, Professor Dumbledore said gently, you used memory illusion magic. I turned to look at the elder. Behind his half-moon glasses, his eyes were filled with understanding kindness, but also deep concern. Yes. I nodded. Using the method of dreaming while sleeping at night, I recalled my past and re-experienced those. It was supposed to be smooth, and apart from feeling a bit low energy during the day, I didn't encounter other problems. Until something happened to Hermione, I learned of Tom Riddle's existence. Because that diary once belonged to Voldemort, when he was still at school and still used the name Tom Riddle. Professor Dumbledore sighed, and while everyone else displayed shock, he looked at me seriously. Do you realize that your immature memory illusion magic almost put you in danger of having your soul consumed by Voldemort once again? And it happened without any of us knowing. I know, it was my negligence. I lowered my head. So when I realized that Riddle was very likely Voldemort, I immediately wanted to terminate this illusion magic. But when I tried to sever this connection, something went wrong. I couldn't unilaterally cut it off. So I had no choice but to use the magic of embedding the herbaceous vine from my core to temporarily seal this diary. Smart magic. What you did indeed block the part of the diary that belonged to Voldemort's consciousness from affecting your mind and spirit, and eroding you, but at the same time, it also bound half of your own magic to the diary. Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard and squinted slightly. And you still didn't hand the diary over afterward. Because you said the chamber would only be reopened if someone was lured by Voldemort. I looked at Professor Dumbledore again. I know that if I handed over the diary, the teachers would surely be able to undo the connection between me and it, so I wouldn't be affected by dark magic anymore. But I also knew it was an opportunity. Voldemort wasn't the only one connected to this diary. I was too. Even if it was temporarily sealed, as long as I carried it, I could still sense when someone connected to Voldemort was nearby. So, Mr. Potter, the so-called self-proclaimed savior, just went around every day carrying the Dark Lord's diary. I didn't even need to turn my head to know who said that. That's the nicer way to put it. Of course, I don't mind if you say I'm a coward afraid of dying, so I had to carry the diary that already hung over half of my life to keep it safe, lest some overly curious little Gryffindor accidentally wander into my dormitory, stumble upon this strange book wrapped in vines, poke around, and cause me to bleed. I deliberately murmured at a slightly lowered volume, low enough for only those paying attention to hear, pouting and lowering my head. Call me willful if you like. Anyway, just hearing Professor Snape call my surname in that cold, sarcastic tone makes an inexplicable anger surge straight to my chest. Before, it was because he still saw me as a stand-in for my father, and for my mother's sake, I tolerated it as if it were just background noise, but now I know this guy is clearly just being difficult, deliberately taking out his attitude toward my father on me. How could I possibly keep putting up with it? I don't expect to change the inherently twisted nature of Slytherins, but at least, calling someone by their actual name shouldn't be that hard, right? After all, I'm already his apprentice, yet up until now, the only time he's ever shouted my name was that one time he lost control in the hospital wing. What a disappointment for me. So, since someone insists on clinging to that twisted, terrible personality no matter that I've already been through so much and come back from it, don't blame me for throwing a tantrum and crossing the line. After all, there are plenty of adults present to back me up, and next door, there's even the founder's level lady, so my life is absolutely safe. I didn't notice how stubbornly I had turned my head in defiance, which caught Professor Dumbledore's eyes and prompted that sorrowful smile from his blue eyes. Before Professor Snape exploded, he continued asking, due to a magical mishap, it is indeed possible that a diary could sense the original spellcaster, though such sensing should be very weak, especially since all the information I currently have clearly indicates that Voldemort is still hiding deep within the Albanian forest, and in his current weakened state, the fact that he could manipulate Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood to open the chamber and attack students is already highly improbable. When did you notice that something was wrong with the two young ladies? That is what I call dropping a bomb. You said what? Mr. Lovegood and Ron were completely dumbfounded, and Mrs. Weasley, like her husband, was full of terror. Manipulate. But how could they? Could this really be true? Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had already weakly sat down on the nearby bed. For them, who were barely prepared for this series of news, it was not exactly a story their hearts could handle lightly. However, Professor Dumbledore ignored the chaos it had caused among his staff and the two families and seemed unwilling to offer any explanation for his so-called clear source of information. Instead, he gently yet persistently looked back at me with a frustrated gaze caused by his bluntness. Everyone must take responsibility for their own actions, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said softly. Unintentional mistakes can be forgiven, but that is not an excuse for protection. They also need to understand where they went wrong and learn to be more cautious. I of course understood what Professor Dumbledore meant, although I did not expect to completely hide the fact from the headmaster. At the very least, it wouldn't hurt for Luna and the others to face less scrutiny from their families and teachers, right? But this old fox was so straightforward that all my previous efforts to come up with excuses were completely wasted. If he wants, Voldemort can deceive anyone he wishes, I said reluctantly, my frustration surfacing. Even the best precautions are useless. Indeed, he said. Professor Dumbledore touched his beard and sighed, his eyes carrying a hint of nostalgic sentiment. When he was still a child, before Voldemort abandoned the identity of Tom Riddle, he was a very handsome, charming, polite, and talented young man. Everyone who knew him found it hard not to like him. Even after he became the Dark Wizard feared by all, and even now, in his state of ruin and hiding, he still possesses a charm that people can't help but follow him blindly. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it's truly hard to believe he still has so many fanatical supporters. So I'm not surprised that Voldemort's followers would do anything to help him regain his strength. If my guess is correct, that diary, which belonged to the Dark Lord in his youth, was probably intended to open the Slytherin chamber hidden within the school for 1,000 years, a place whose true location no one ever knew, and restore his power by absorbing innocent blood. But this attempt to cause trouble with the diary was unexpectedly stopped by Harry before it even began. However, saying it was stopped isn't entirely accurate. I think that when Harry got hold of that diary and started investigating the issues himself, it had already caught the attention of the Voldemort apparition within it. After all, not every 12-year-old child knows so many ways to detect dark magic. Why not just say that my curiosity and taking matters into my own hands didn't make Voldemort give up, but instead made him change his approach and target me? I exhaled and smirked, feeling a bit weak as my body sank into the pile of pillows. I really should have just let the devil's snare burn that diary back then. The things Voldemort made with his own hands aren't so easy to destroy. And I think, even if you, Harry, had handed it over to any adult and explained the situation at the time, it wouldn't necessarily have been possible to figure out what it was. Professor Dumbledore sighed lightly. Of course, I am not questioning your professionalism or that of your colleagues, Arthur. It's just that Voldemort, Tom Riddle is a genius, in every sense. Even I could not distinguish Voldemort's schemes and his creations without having prior knowledge. In any case, you did manage, before all this, to prevent Miss Weasley from getting caught up in a terrible plot that we could only speculate about, but never be sure of, Harry, though, in the process, you also exposed yourself to Voldemort's notice. Your intelligence, sharpness, and unique gifted abilities are all things that surely captured Voldemort's full attention. Otherwise, the Hogwarts founder relics that once came under Voldemort's control wouldn't have been stirred into resonance and attempted to approach you, the keeper of the diary. Relics of the founders of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall murmured repeatedly. Could it be, Albus, you mean, that all of this, the whole thing, but how could that be possible? That's just a legend, that whoever possesses the relics of the four founders becomes the true master of Hogwarts and gains the school's real secrets. No one has ever succeeded. The Chamber of Secrets was also a legend, Minerva, yet 50 years ago Tom Riddle proved that the chamber existed. If he could find the chamber, why couldn't he find a founder's relic? Professor Dumbledore said, though indeed, he did not succeed. It isn't surprising that Tom Riddle, a Slytherin descendant, possessed Slytherin's relic, but finding the other 3 lost founder relics is no easy feat. Even though it's incredibly difficult, at least from what we see now, the Ravenclaw diadem not only was found by Tom Riddle but, like that diary, was indeed altered by him. The Ravenclaw diadem. Professor Flitwick made a sound as if someone were choking him. Is that the treasure of wisdom bestowed upon humanity by the goddess of wisdom, the diadem of Princess Rowena? But it has been lost 4 centuries, vanished along with Princess Ravenclaw. How could it still appear at the school? It was me. Luna, who had been quietly shedding tears in her father's arms, choked on her words and whispered, "It was me who found it, who opened the chamber, but I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know." Luna. Mr. Lovegood cried in shock, letting go of his sobbing daughter as he desperately grabbed her shoulders. "No, it's not. You're so clever. How could it be?" "No, that's not it." Ginny suddenly cried out, staggering to Luna and hugging her. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have listened to you. If I hadn't been so greedy for its power, I should have thrown away that diadem. I'm sorry. Ginny." Mr. Weasley, just like Mr. Lovegood, was helplessly watching as the 2 little girls cried their eyes out. Things had escalated to this level, and no matter how hard it was to accept, they had to believe that the 2 girls had indeed caused this near-catastrophic blunder. It took the adults some time to calm Ginny and Luna down. Under gentle guidance, the 2 girls finally choked out the reasons behind how they were influenced by the Ravenclaw diadem. Luna's family had always come from Ravenclaw, and she had grown up familiar with the legends of her house under her father's influence. Luna's distinctive and unconventional behavior made it difficult for her to make close friends, so she tended to be solitary in her own house and became more acquainted with thoughtful objects and ghosts. Because of this, she quickly gained the friendship of the house ghost and learned that the Grey Lady was actually the Ravenclaw princess. However, even after gaining the Grey Lady's trust, Luna didn't particularly dig deeper into anything. She was a gentle girl who understood pain, and she was smart enough to know that every lingering ghost carried their own hidden sorrows. And Ginny, who was closest to Luna, naturally learned the true identity of the Grey Lady as well, but unlike Luna, she felt a subtle longing for the Ravenclaw diadem. According to legend, anyone who wore it would become smarter. The diadem, much beloved by Princess Rowena, the 2 girls hadn't intentionally inquired about it, but somehow, a seed of desire for the object had been planted in their hearts. And after learning about the peculiar nature of the Room of Requirement, combined with the barely perceptible pull from the Horcrux awakened by a nearby diary, the 2 girls, in circumstances no one understood and even they themselves thought were mere coincidence, discovered the Ravenclaw diadem. Although she has not become knowledgeable, the feeling of being clear-minded and quick-witted after wearing the crown, and being extremely good at learning her homework makes both girls like this treasure very much, and ignores the situation where she feels particularly sleepy after removing the crown. More precisely, Luna is somewhat aware of it, but there is no other strange physical discomfort, so she doesn't mind it very much. But when this situation became more and more obvious, and sometimes even wearing a crown, she would find herself in an unfamiliar corridor in the next second of a slight trance, but she had no memory at all. Luna began to feel a little uneasy. Luna discussed her doubts with Ginny, but Ginny, who was completely fascinated by the Ravenclaw crown and began to gain confidence and vanity in his studies, couldn't listen at all, and instead comforted him by saying that the relics of the founder of Ravenclaw would not be a bad thing, and Luna was reassured not to think wildly. Although Luna was a little better with the comfort of her good friends, the faint worries in her heart still made her secretly decide not to rely on the crown so much. But this decision was made a little late, especially since she had no memory all day at Halloween, and then the next morning when she heard that Mrs. Norris and I had an accident, Luna's uneasiness flew up again, and she even asked Ginny to help her get rid of the crown. I just didn't expect that after she made this proposal, she was attacked by Ginny. The powerful Oblivion curse modified Luna's memory, causing her to completely forget about it. Luna is not the only one who unknowingly controls the crown. Of course, due to her young age and limited ability to borrow the crown, Ginny would refill Luna's mind forgetfulness spell every once in a while, and more often went in and out with Luna. Anyway, it's normal for an 11-year-old girl to like to stick with her best friend, and Luna's words and deeds were originally quite strange in everyone's eyes. A series of incidents in the school happened one after another, until now. After listening to the girls' choked and broken confessions, all the adults present didn't know what to say, let alone Ron and his brothers. Having their own sister cause such a huge problem, even if she was innocently controlled, they could not wholly escape some responsibility. After all, if she hadn't been greedy and taken something that didn't belong to her in the first place, none of the subsequent issues would have happened. Everyone couldn't help but look at Professor Dumbledore. Innocence and wisdom are humanity's most precious treasures. No Ravenclaw could resist the opportunity to gain knowledge, and very few Gryffindors could resist the allure of pure beauty. I believe that after these events, Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood have already understood how dangerous uncontrollable desire can be and have learned to speak and act with caution. I believe that even any adult wizard, when facing Voldemort's schemes, would not have outcomes better than these two young ladies. For all of us, and especially for them, this has been a difficult and dangerous trial, and they should no longer be blamed. Therefore, I think that now, with everything clarified and no one having truly suffered irreparable regret, what these two young ladies need most is to have a cup of warm hot cocoa or milk and get a good night's sleep. Professor Dumbledore then said to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, "So could you two kindly take Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood, along with their families, back to their respective houses first? This night has been far too long for everyone, and they surely want to be with their children and get some proper rest." Originally, no one was expected to oppose Professor Dumbledore's suggestion, but the door to the hospital wing was slammed open in the next moment. Lucius Malfoy appeared at the doorway, startling everyone, and he immediately wore a scowl as he took in the scene. Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Weasley was the one with the darkest face among everyone. No wonder, there had already been plenty of long-standing grudges, and he had just learned the full story of how his daughter had narrowly escaped death due to some trouble. And now, one of the main culprits was standing right in front of him. The fury from old and new grudges surged in his heart. The reason he didn't immediately draw his wand and blast the guy wasn't because of strong self-control or good upbringing, but because he was still holding Ginny, and his wife was beside him restraining him. "What are you doing here?" "The same question I return to you, Arthur Weasley." Mr. Malfoy walked in with a calm, measured pace, followed by Dobby, who was bending low in subservience behind him. "As the chair of the school board, it is only proper for me to check on the students who were attacked by the creature from the Chamber of Secrets. But what are you and Dumbledore doing here? Didn't the ministry give you overtime pay, so you came to act as Dumbledore's bodyguard on the side? And you as well, Professor Dumbledore. I remember I just handed you the directive a few hours ago to suspend your headmaster duties. So why are you still at the school?" Before Professor Dumbledore could speak, Professor McGonagall stepped forward. "I asked Albus to stay." Her tone was formal, but from the way Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses to hide it, I could sense that her anger was no less than Mr. Weasley's. "There was another monster attack early this morning, and 3 students went missing at the time. As acting headmaster, I have the right to request assistance from a powerful wizard. As for Mr. Weasley and the others, they are the parents of the missing children, so it is not unreasonable for them to be here at school concerned about the situation. Is there any problem with that, Mr. Malfoy?" "Another attack? That's really unfortunate." Mr. Malfoy looked shocked, though if it weren't for his fairly calm breathing and clear knowledge of the situation, I would have been tempted to applaud his acting. "It seems, then, that Hogwarts may indeed need to close for a while until this matter is resolved and the culprit caught. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Thank you for your kindness, Lucius, but this matter has already been completely resolved." Before Professor Dumbledore spoke first, smiling, and before Mr. Lovegood, Professor Flitwick with a face full of "how can someone be so deceitful," and the fiery-tempered Weasley family went completely crazy, he said, "The 3 students who went missing in the early hours have just now been found safe, and we have already confirmed who was responsible for the series of attacks that began last semester. We have also dealt with the monster that attacked the students, so no one at the school will be attacked again. Everyone present here can vouch for that." Mr. Malfoy's breath caught. "All solved?" he asked, his face turning a bit pale. Beneath his concerned expression, his eyes flickered slightly. "Who was the culprit?" "The same one who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, Lucius," Professor Dumbledore said calmly, casting his gaze at the destroyed diary and crown on the nearby table. 50 years ago, Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, personally opened the chamber. And 50 years later, he opened the chamber once again, this time using that diary to awaken the dark magical objects he had altered and hidden around the school, manipulating innocent children to attack their classmates. Mr. Malfoy's face grew increasingly blank, as if he had put on a mask. Behind him, the house elf was covertly pointing at the diary with one hand, gesturing toward his master and desperately winking at me, while the other hand pounded its own head, making its actions extremely strange and warped. You must understand, this was an extremely secretive and perfect plan. Professor Dumbledore turned to look deeply at Mr. Malfoy, speaking slowly and calmly, an exceptionally detailed and brilliant scheme. If it weren't for Harry, Mr. Malfoy's gaze immediately shot at me with deadly sharpness, and the help of his friends Neville and Hermione, as well as the seamless cooperation of the Weasley brothers to uncover the secrets of the diary and the crown, Miss Ginny Weasley and Miss Luna Lovegood would have had to bear the full blame for this series of attacks, and no one could prove that the two young ladies were under the influence of dark magic, completely powerless to resist. Thinking about it carefully, Professor Dumbledore continued, "What will happen next? The Weasleys are among the most prominent pureblood families in our wizarding world, and although the Lovegoods do not hold any hereditary titles, they are also a long-established pureblood family. Just think, the children of two pureblood families actually attacked a Muggle-born classmate at school. How much of a stir would that cause in our world? Especially since one is the wise and peace-loving Lovegood and the other is the Weasley family, devoted to protecting Muggles. What an impact that could have." Harry and his friends were incredibly fortunate to uncover the secrets of the diary and the crown and stop it all. Indeed. Mr. Malfoy's stormy silver-grey eyes finally left my gaze and turned to Professor Dumbledore. "It really was very fortunate." I nodded lightly to Dobby, watching the house elf hide in the corner and start tugging at his ears, a faintly mischievous smile curling at the corner of my mouth. "So, Mr. Malfoy, do you know how Ginny got her hands on the diary?" I asked calmly, unsurprised to receive Mr. Malfoy's cold stare. How on earth would I know how that idiot girl got her hands on something like that? Mr. Malfoy's somewhat abrupt tone only deepened the smile on my face. "Don't get so worked up, Mr. Malfoy. I wasn't hinting at anything, so why be so tense?" I squinted slightly, my radiant smile contrasting sharply with the coldness in my eyes. "I was merely thinking that since you are so concerned about the safety of us students, surely you would also want to know the true source of the diary, right? I'm just kindly trying to solve the mystery for you. You see, I watched it with my own eyes at Flourish and Blots. There was a person with exceptional skill who, with a completely legitimate reason, reached into Ginny's large cauldron and made the diary slip into her robe sleeve. If I hadn't developed good eyesight practicing Quidditch catching the golden snitch, I might not have seen that move, which I greatly admired. Handling it that way is really the mark of a good pickpocket." Watching Mr. Malfoy's mask of expressionlessness crack, my fingers curling in restrained urges to draw my wand, I finally felt a bit of relief from all the frustration I'd been holding in about the Chamber of Secrets incident this semester, combined with the exhaustion of finishing a fight with Voldemort and immediately having to face a group of adults questioning me. With your little bit of composure, you actually think you can mimic Professor Snape's icy stare to intimidate me? Go back and practice for another 10 years or so. So that's it." Mr. Malfoy also raised a falsely polite smile. "Then Mr. Potter, you must be aware of exactly who did such a terrible thing. But besides you, who or what can actually verify your claim?" "There's no evidence for now," Mr. Weasley said coldly. After handing Ginny over to his wife, he stepped toward Mr. Malfoy. "The diary and the crown are already destroyed. From the remaining traces of dark magic, we can't figure out much for now. But I can tell you this, Lucius Malfoy, don't let me hear about or know of anything related to dark magic, or even the Dark Lord, coming from your hands. Otherwise, I really wouldn't mind working overtime just to compete with the Eras for the chance to arrest you." A flash ran through Mr. Malfoy's eyes, and their immense magical power suddenly erupted from both him and Mr. Weasley, surging throughout the hospital wing. I instinctively tried to release my own mental strength to counter it. But before I could, another wave of magic had already come from my side, clearly encasing me in protection. Momentarily stunned, I turned to look at Professor Snape beside me. He was glaring at Mr. Weasley with a black face. However, just as the other adults instinctively began to open a magical protective barrier around us kids, and before anyone had time to stop the confrontation between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, a white figure dashed out from the neighboring hospital room. Who's recklessly blasting magical pressure at me in the hospital ward?" Lady Pomfrey stormed in, her face full of anger. Although the two opposing sources of magical energy disappeared simultaneously upon her arrival, Lady Pomfrey, having already seen Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, still guessed what was going on. She immediately strode toward them. "Lucius Malfoy, Arthur Weasley, it's you two again. It's been years, and the rule that the magical levels in the hospital ward must remain stable still hasn't entered your thick skulls. Again?" Lady Pomfrey's words made the corner of my mouth twitch. It seems that these two are really in the habit of clashing with magical pressure, but what was even more exasperating and confusing for Ron and the twins was that we then saw Mr. Malfoy make an excuse about needing to meet with the school governors, immediately tap Dobby on the head with his wand, and stride away, while Mr. Weasley hurriedly urged Professor McGonagall, saying he had to quickly take his wife and daughter back to Gryffindor to rest. As expected, Lady Pomfrey is really impressive. As Professor Flitwick also took Luna and her father back to their house to rest, and Lady Pomfrey returned to the ward muttering to herself while continuing with unfinished medical enchantments, I couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of admiration. Ignoring the resigned and low-energy glances cast my way from others in the ward, my eyes fell on a damaged diary sitting on the table. But it's such a pity. Mr. Malfoy really left too quickly. I didn't even get a chance to report to him. Report? Ron was momentarily stunned, looking at the diary just like I did, clearly trying to figure out what I meant. Yes, I said casually, my mind lamenting that my body was currently so weak I could barely move, otherwise I could have gone after him like in the memory and freed a certain house elf. After all the trouble they caused us, not making Mr. Malfoy pay even a little is such a bargain for him. Especially since Dobby has helped me before. If I could help him break free from the Malfoy family, it would surely cause Mr. Malfoy a tiny bit of inconvenience. Too bad. Before I could finish speaking, Professor Snape picked me up from the sickbed and carried me toward the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey was preparing. Gryffindor loses 10 points for disrespecting an elder. I widened my eyes. Elder. Lucius was also one of Poppy's students. Damn it. So in terms of seniority, Lucius Malfoy is like my master's senior. Why do I not feel surprised at all? Also, the restricted area's forbidden entry time is extended to 1 month. What? I couldn't help groaning. No way. I still haven't finished the essay you assigned me. My dying struggle of unfinished protest completely faded into thin air the moment I was carried into the infirmary and came into Madame Pomfrey's sight, because all that followed, just dealing with the head nurse's re-examination and treatment, almost completely drained the little remaining spirit and strength I had. The Chamber of Secrets. End. Chapter 81. Xua, Harry's Fire Vine. 13th birthday. After taking care of the routine house chores Aunt Petunia gave me, I didn't disturb my uncle and his family who were still watching TV in the living room, and quietly returned to my small room on the 2nd floor. During the 2-month summer vacation, of course I had to return to the Dursleys' house. This year's stay was much better compared to last year when they literally treated me like a criminal and locked me up on the spot. I guess they didn't want to create a fuss again by imprisoning me and then dealing with the so-called freak in their words, which would take a lot of effort to explain the strange situation to the neighbors, so they didn't lock me up in my room again. Still, even so, none of the Dursleys gave me a kind look. They stuffed all my school luggage and broom into the cupboard under the stairs that I used to live in and locked it there, not to mention forbidding me from stepping outside the garden, and handed all the house chores to me, making me, once again, the unpaid servant under house arrest in this household. However, this kind of thing really is just a matter of getting used to. At least they have some sense, knowing they can't completely cut off my communication with my friends unless they want to invite trouble from other weirdos, and because I keep in touch with my friends, they dare not really starve me or carry out other forms of abuse. So even though I'm still busy with endless housework during the day, once it's past 10 at night, the Dursleys don't dare stop me from going back to my room to rest. So every night after 10 until Aunt Petunia wakes up at 6 in the morning to make breakfast, it counts as my free time. Locking my luggage in the cupboard is nothing more than a self-comfort for the Dursleys. On my first midnight back in this house, I didn't even need to summon the plants for help. I just used a piece of wire to unlock it and, while my aunt and uncle were asleep, smuggled everything back into my little room, so I never had to worry about not being able to do my homework or design new jewelry styles and new scented skincare formulas for my mail-order shop. But even so, it doesn't mean that my homework and product work at the Dursleys is completely undisturbed. So boring, I'm so bored. Xua was lying on my single bed, hugging my only pillow and rolling around a few times on it. Seeing that I was still sitting at my desk continuing to draw my designs and ignoring him, he stretched out on the bed in a posture neither elegant nor at all befitting his refined image and howled like a ghost. I remained indifferent. Anyway, after I got back from school, I had used several new magical arrays I had learned to set up the plants in the room. Both the soundproofing and other concealment effects are basic yet surprisingly effective. Even if Kua used magic here, I'm not worried about the Gislays finding out or receiving another warning letter from the ministry, especially over such a trivial fuss. I noted on my sketches several types of gemstones that could trigger different functions of the magic arrays and jotted down some production notes, continuing to ignore Kua. Your Highness. Seeing that throwing a tantrum and acting stubborn was useless, Kua changed tactics and resorted to a pitiful strategy. He slid off the bed and came behind me, wrapping his arms around my shoulders, rubbing directly against the top of my head, his voice pitifully, "Your Highness, cut it out. I told you I'd send this to the twins by the end of the month. Tomorrow's the last day, don't make me miss the deadline." I tapped his head with a ruler, the one that was causing trouble by rubbing against me and making it impossible to properly calculate the metal ratios, and continued writing, "If you're bored, learn from Hedwig and go find entertainment on your own. I'm not stopping you." No, ignoring my tapping on his head, Kua continued his ridiculously childish act of affection. "I want to protect your Highness. Come on, I'm even safer here than in Hogwarts, or even in the forest. With the protective family bloodline spells from my parents, nowhere in the world was more harmless to me than the Dursleys' house. Of course, this harmlessness assumes we're not considering potential emotional trauma. If you're really that bored, go do some proper work. Is everything in the Slytherin chamber set up? And those bloody creatures?" The Chamber of Secrets incident, which had troubled me so much throughout my second year, finally came to a complete end in mid-February. Over the next 4 months until the end of the term, I finally had a normal and peaceful, by wizarding standards, school life. But that didn't mean I forgot about my original plan of secretly visiting the chamber again. It's just that after the incident, Ron and the others and I had become quite famous. People's eyes were on us everywhere we went, so I had no choice but to assign the task to Kua, the magical vine who could freely switch between plant and human forms. And the results didn't disappoint me. Besides the corpse of that snake demon full of treasures and the 60 or 70 halls sealing off the vampires that I happened to discover, Kua even found 12 more similar places, each filled with frozen seeds, medicinal herbs, as well as precious gemstone minerals and scrolls. God knows, when Kua came back to report to me, and I realized that the storage bag I gave him, which could hold enough to fill an entire school hall, wasn't even enough, I almost fainted. Just think, all the inheritance my parents left me, still lying moldy in Gringotts, combined can't even fill this one storage bag. And in the end, those hidden rooms actually forced me to make 2 more for Kua to carry things. I finally understood why there are so many tomb robbers in this world. Dead people's money really is easy to make. As long as you're lucky enough to dig up one, you wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for 10 lifetimes. But storage bags also have their drawbacks. They can't hold living creatures. The frozen seeds aren't much of a problem. I just mobilized the other plants to smuggle them out and keep them safe temporarily. Anyway, even if some of those frozen seeds are so precious that consuming them can improve the magical plant's cultivation, not a single plant that I summoned to help would dare to steal them. For one, they are all the possessions of me, a child of Gaia, and there's also a Nauking dark fire vine watching. Even if they weren't afraid of angering me, the usually easygoing and modest prince, the Dark Vine King, capable of using hellfire, has no mercy whatsoever. Something entrusted to the prince missing? Better to settle it yourself and suffer less. The seed problem is easy to solve, but those sealed vampires are a different story. Flipping through some of the ancient scrolls from the hidden rooms, I was lucky enough to find partial records of these sealed vampires and realized that the vampires sealed away were not the ancient race I had thought. They are, more precisely, all direct hybrids of the ancient elves and vampires, with one parent being a vampire and the other an elf. After learning about their origins from the ancient scrolls, I almost fainted. In the historical memories of Gaia that I inherited, every record showed that these two races were mortal enemies without end. Yet now, these sealed creatures indeed have enormous bat-like wings, and there is also their elven features. This was confirmed by Kua for me. If they are mortal enemies, then how are there so many fruits of love between the two races? Could it be that the love story of Romeo and Juliet was already so common in Merlin's era that it was worthless? But after checking more fragments of those ancient scrolls, I realized I had been overthinking it. In reality, these hybrids didn't come from passionate, loving parents at all. Given the hostile relationship between the two races, encounters would only end in either killing or capturing for slavery, and they were children born from those enslaved, lives jointly abandoned and unrecognized by both races. In that era, once a woman became pregnant, she was seen as being blessed by the gods with life. Even unwanted children had to be born and then either abandoned or killed, otherwise it was considered disrespectful to the gods, so abortion as a concept practically didn't exist. The ones sealed in those large crystals were hybrids born within the elven race. Elves were comparatively gentler. Even lives they didn't favor were only sealed. If a hybrid was born to the vampire race, chances are they would have been killed directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed this kind of eternal sleep seal, let alone have Soleil's Slytherin find them and add them to his collection. It's just that these creatures, which simultaneously possess both the ancient bloodlines of elves and vampires, once Soleil's Slytherin discovered them, why weren't their seals broken and they allowed to continue sleeping? This question has really confused me, and there's no answer in the ancient scrolls either. So I let Gringotts try to unseal one of the crystals first. After the seal was lifted, the creature inside rapidly aged upon waking, then turned to bones and ash without leaving any trace of soul. Finally, I understood the answer. This eternal sleep seal merely slowed the growth rate of the creatures in the crystals. Once the seal is broken, all the time accumulated in the crystal overwhelms the creature's body at once. In other words, even though several thousand years have passed, and even if these two species naturally had the ability to live forever unless seriously cursed or fatally injured, they could not withstand thousands of years of rapid growth all at once. No wonder Soleil's Slytherin kept them sealed without opening the seal. From my perspective, these sealed creatures are practically no different from being dead, even if there is still some life in them. 80% of the reason Soleil's Slytherin didn't deal with them was probably to let his descendants continue his research and unseal these hybrids for their own use. After all, hybrids of ancient vampires and elves. Both species have remarkable power individually, so creatures inheriting both bloodlines wouldn't be much weaker. Unfortunately, not only for these sealed creatures, even for the other treasures Slytherin left in the chamber, none of his descendants were capable of finding them, and if they did find them, they never explored properly, focusing instead on bonding with the basilisk to kill Muggle students. As a result, it benefited an outsider like me. However, even so, I have neither the interest nor the time to study how to free these hybrids. I don't believe that there was no research on breaking the seals of so many sleeping crystals before Soleil's Slytherin obtained them, nor do I believe that only Soleil's Slytherin possessed such sealed crystals. Moreover, if even one of the founders of Hogwarts couldn't figure out anything, and to this day there's no news anyone has succeeded, how long would it take me to research this? You have to understand, my magical power is currently mostly sealed by the divine contract, which has forced me to halt many of my private research studies. Even some planned rescue missions have become completely useless. So what I need most right now is time. Time to redraw plans and prepare to deal with the Dark Lord. I can barely take care of the people around me, so how could I possibly pay attention to these ancient abandoned ones? That's why whether people call me cold-blooded or not, since I can't help them, letting them continue to sleep in the crystals is suffering anyway, so I might as well just send them off. So I let Gringotts summon the hellfire and burn these crystals directly. After all, either way their souls would be scattered, and being burned all at once by hellfire is at least less painful than being slowly ground to death by time. Who knew that as soon as I gave the order to burn them, the eternal sleep seals of those huge crystals actually mutated? Sure, the crystals were successfully burned, and the creatures were burned too, but except for their wings being burned off, not even a single hair was harmed, and they all shrank from the appearance of 30 or 40-year-olds to 6 or 7 years old. I don't even know how to describe such a mutation. I've already set up a new safe in Gringotts for you and put everything in there, Xua said while playing with my hair. As for those little blood elves, I directly bought a large old house in a Muggle town 100 miles away from Hogsmeade and also hired some women from the town to temporarily look after those 72 children. And within a day or two, others will formally take over their care, so I don't need to intervene at all. Blood elves. Hearing Xua say this and thinking about their parents, though quite fitting, I still feel a bit conflicted. Blood elves, blood elves. I didn't exactly travel into World of Warcraft, so why in this 1990s wizarding world am I still hearing this term, and from the mouth of the Dark Lord's reincarnation no less? Even worse, why do I feel like even if a completely new and never-before-seen race called Draenei appears in the future, I wouldn't be too surprised? Is it that my adaptability is too strong, or that this world is changing too fast? Even if it's about stabilizing this space and creating a new future, this kind of hidden variable is just too. Your Highness. Huh? Still thinking wildly and not fully recovering, when I heard the call reflexively looking up, Xua's enlarged face was already leaning up, and the sweet juice familiar with the taste of grass leaves had already crossed into my mouth from his lips. This kid is here again. Before he could resist, the internal force in his body began to flow on its own, absorbing this liquid containing inexplicable energy, and fell into a meditation-like state. Ever since I was seriously injured in the Chamber of Secrets and Xua woke up from his slumber of transforming into a king of the magic fire vine, this kid has fed me this sweet juice-like thing every day in the name of treating internal injuries. Just drink it, but this kid uses this method every time, even my injuries are healed, and he continues after Mrs. Pomfrey discharges me from the hospital. He even ignored my orders not to humanize him at school, and secretly let me drink it while I was sleeping, so that I woke up from a meditative state every morning. Even if I read it several times, it was a wind in my ears, especially after returning to Dursley's house. He became even more aggravated, saying that he refused to turn back into a vine and insisted on staying in my room in human form, even if he didn't care about laying the floor at night. Feeding me this inexplicable water has also increased from once a day to the same as 3 meals, although the weakest of the 3 forces in my body has grown a little because of this. Xua's behavior of almost forcing me to win the lottery still makes me very angry. Just as every time I wake up from meditation for the past 5 months, what I see when I open my eyes is Xua's smile that is clearly caring but makes me want to continue. And in fact, I really swung my fist. It's a pity that this kid has a very high learning ability. Except for the time when he was not discharged from the hospital at the beginning, Xua now clearly has a lot of experience in how to dodge or remove my unforeseen attacks. For example, now, Xua just tilted his head slightly to make my right fist empty, and by the way, he took advantage of the situation to hug me and fall onto the bed. Happy birthday, Your Highness. Birthday. Just as I was about to stop kicking people, I subconsciously turned my head to look at the old alarm clock on the low cabinet next to me. The time on it did show that it was past 12:30. I met Xua's glass-like cold and crystal green eyes, but at this time there was a faint warmth. Thank you. Xua's face lit up with an even bigger smile. I'm the first one. What? First at what? Nothing, Your Highness, your personality is just so cute. Seeing my bewildered expression, Xua let out a light laugh and nuzzled against my neck. But your constitution is not cute at all. I gave you so much ginny water, and yet it still didn't make much improvement. Suppressing the urge to hit him for calling me cute, I pushed the silver-purple head by my neck away. You've been giving me ginny water all this time? The kind of spring water from the realm of Gaia. Yes. Xua shifted to lie on his side beside me, yet still held me. Fortunately, even though I'd grown a few centimeters in the past 2 years since entering school, I was still rather small, and Xua had the long yet slim physique of a wiry build, so the two of us lying on this single bed didn't feel cramped. Ginny water is a small drop of life water condensed from all our magical plants, carefully gathered every day. Because this spring water contains the purest wood-type vitality, only Your Highness, who is naturally able to communicate and absorb our power, can take in its energy. Other beings simply cannot drink it, and must not drink it. Because the wood-type power is too pure, drinking it would actually disrupt the balance of life energy in other beings and be harmful. Xua nodded lightly. I was puzzled. Then why, before, when I asked you, did you refuse to tell me about ginny water, yet now you're proactively revealing it? And in my memory, ginny water can only coagulate in the realm of Gaia, right? Ginny water accumulates in the realm of Gaia because the children of Gaia through the generations have typically lived there, so of course the magical plants naturally send their power there. Also, only the realm of Gaia has the capacity to store such pure wood-type power for the children of Gaia. But Your Highness, you are different from previous children of Gaia. You do not reside in the realm of Gaia, and based on your wishes, you will rarely have the chance to go there in the future. Moreover, I, who have formed a symbiotic pact with you, am already the king of dark-type plants and have the capability to bear such pure energy. That's why everyone sends their power to me. As for why I didn't tell you this before, Your Highness, you really don't like taking medicine at all, do you? Nonsense. Who would casually enjoy eating that kind of thing? But now that you have formally inherited the power and memories of the child of Gaia, you still have to drink chiba water every day. Xua noticed the displeasure on my face and smiled faintly. Chiba water is not just a potion to repair bodily functions and restore strength when you are injured. The ancient memories inherited by the child of Gaia are immense. Apart from true deities, such lengthy histories are too much for any creature to bear. Without the energy provided by chiba water, previous children of Gaia soon exhausted their life force due to the power of those ancient memories, and you would be no exception. Damn it. I knew nothing good comes free. To inherit all those millennia of memories and still have this side effect, Damn you, Creator God, I really will not let you off. So, you mean the previous children of Gaia had to live in the realm of Gaia because of this? I asked gloomily, and seeing Xua nod, I felt even more depressed. What the hell, besides running around the library, I almost ended up being confined by magical creatures as a child. This is too much. Don't worry, Your Highness, you have me now, right? So you won't be restricted to the realm of Gaia. Xua comforted me while smoothing my hair. However, your body is still very concerning. There is a kind of power within you that always consumes the energy of Chiba water, and since your body recovered from the injuries in the secret chamber last time, this power has been consuming more and more of Chiba water's energy, which is why your body still hasn't grown. To inherit such a vast historical memory, you obviously need a strong enough body. The Chiba water should provide you with enough energy to grow to the age capable of inheriting these memories, but you still look the same as before, which is very worrisome. I twitched at the corner of my eye. So that's why you increased me from drinking Chiba water once a day to 3 times a day. Yes, Unexpectedly, one swift kick successfully sent Xua off the bed. Seeing him in pain finally eased some of my frustration. Idiot. Do you think I wouldn't know my own body? Since there's no reaction, of course it means that my body can already withstand 1,000 years of memories. You took it upon yourself to make me drink so much Chiba water, and mysteriously boosted my inner strength. Do you even realize how exhausting it is to meditate every night just to harmonize the 3 kinds of power? If it weren't for my recent huge leap in spiritual cultivation, the speed at which I've been adjusting and harmonizing these 3 powers over the past 5 months would have certainly driven my old self crazy. You're not allowed to randomly make me drink Chiba water again, got it? One of the powers within me is devouring external energy to grow stronger. Those Chiba waters of yours? Don't even think they helped me, they were all fed to it. But don't worry, my spiritual power and magic should generally be enough to handle Gaia's memory power, otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far without trouble. Really? I said it's true, so stop doubting. I shot a glare at Xua, who was climbing back onto the bed. If I didn't know that this guy was simply worried about my body, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. By the way, you mentioned that someone will officially take over taking care of those little blood elves in the next couple of days. Who did you find? Of course, someone absolutely loyal to Your Highness, trustworthy, and capable. Xua smiled, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It's a bit troublesome, but entirely worth it. Your Highness will definitely be very satisfied with him. A sense of foreboding passed through my mind. I was just about to ask exactly who Xua had picked, when the flapping of wings at the window and a sudden influx of owls forced me to temporarily drop the question. I first untied the letters and packages tied to the owls' feet so they could return and finish their deliveries. Then, the birthday gifts from friends and the notifications for the new school term made me completely forget to continue asking. Thankfully, I forgot to ask. If it had been my once-a-year birthday and I had found out that Xua went to such lengths to find someone to take care of the little blood elves, I would have spent all day brooding, and might have even sent him off to the South Pole to keep penguins company. Chapter 82. Snuffles catch a cold. The first meeting. Clang. Kicking open the Dursleys' front door, I ignored the door panel that was barely held up by a single screw and the axle, as well as the series of panicked shouts and screams behind me. With a sullen expression, I stepped onto the street, lit only by the streetlights. As my initial brisk pace gradually slowed, the anger in my chest began to subside. Although I had prepared myself mentally and had intended to use a conflict with Aunt Marge as an excuse to go to Diagon Alley for the rest of the summer, if she hadn't not only despised Dad but also dared to insult Mom, ignoring Aunt Petunia's pale face, I originally had only planned to act out a rebellious runaway scenario, not to turn her into a balloon. But now, I stopped and squinted upward at the vague black dot in the starry sky. Without any guilt, I decided to let the Ministry's accidental correction wizards take care of that foul-mouthed woman. Taking a deep breath and temporarily putting Aunt Marge out of my mind, I realized that I had already walked to a small park 3 streets away. Shaking my head, I started walking again and, upon entering the park, headed straight for the swings. Really, the environment does affect people. Spending time with the lions, my self-discipline hasn't weakened, but it hasn't improved much either. I tried to act sulky and talk back, but in the end I still let my temper flare. My state of mind really still leaves much to be desired. I sat on the swing, gently swaying. In the empty park, the creaking of the metal chain sounded unusually loud, but at that moment, it seemed Aunt Petunia wanted to say something. A flash went through my mind before my anger-responsive magic inflated Aunt Marge, that usually long, thin, and strict face fleetingly showed pale anger and confusion. I couldn't help but sigh softly. That family, especially Aunt Petunia, I really don't know what to do to make things easier for them. Each and every time, my restraint only causes them to take my consideration for granted. When I resist, the fear in their eyes makes me upset. Why? Even though I merely have an extra kind of power, just that alone splits us into two different worlds. Clearly, it's still possible to feel that kind of blood bond. The low bushes behind me suddenly trembled slightly without any wind. I snapped back to reality, jumped off the swing, and turned around. I furrowed my brows and looked in the direction of the bushes. If it weren't for my martial instincts assuring me that I hadn't misread anything just now, I would never have noticed the completely imperceptible reaction. I narrowed my eyes and released a small amount of spiritual energy. When I got a response from the bushes, I was momentarily stunned, then clenched my fists tightly, almost having to use all the strength in my body to barely suppress the excitement within me. "Your Highness? What happened?" Xua's telepathic voice came through nervously. "Are you all right? Your mind seems so chaotic, the plants have sensed it." "I'm fine." It was only then that I realized I had unconsciously released too much spiritual energy. The plants around here were probably startled by the sudden surge of complex joy and guilt I felt. "I'm fine, I just suddenly realized my godfather is nearby and lost control for a moment." "Sorry, godfather?" Xua seemed taken aback. "Is he the one you mentioned before, the wanted man who was falsely accused?" "Yes," I replied to Xua while slowly walking toward the thicket. "Please apologize to everyone for me, Xua. I really lost my composure just now, scared everyone." "That's all right, everyone will understand," Xua said. "Now, Your Highness, please be careful. It might take me some time to get over there. Too many people, those wizards." Millimeter. It seemed that in the end, Xua was probably complaining about the inefficient and incompetent wizards from the Dursley family who had come to help rescue Aunt Maggie, and how they were affecting his efforts to smuggle my luggage out, or something like that. But right now, I had no interest in listening to those trivial matters. I carefully and anxiously approached the low bushes, my hands slightly trembling, gently parting the somewhat dense shrubbery. Then, I met a pair of somewhat cloudy grey-golden beastly eyes. A very large black dog. If it stood on its hind legs, it would be at least twice as tall as I am now. But such a large dog was covered in matted fur, caked with mud and bits of who knows what, chewing gum or trash. The fact that it was dirty from head to toe wasn't the worst part. Its emaciated limbs showed severe malnutrition, which made my stomach feel as if it were filled with lead. My nose tingled as I knelt in front of the big dog. "Here," I said, cupping a handful of small, summoned cherry tomatoes, cautiously offering them to the dog whose eyes flickered with a faint, unreadable surprise. "I don't have any other food right now, is this okay?" The hollow beastly eyes lingered on my face for a moment before it leaned in, sniffed my hand, and bit off a few tomatoes. "Don't cry," I forced myself to repeat in my mind. "Don't cry, don't let it notice, now is not the time." Before I have the power to clear its name, I can't. With enormous effort, I barely managed to control my emotions, keeping my expression and eyes from revealing too much while the black dog nibbled on the tomatoes. Before it finished, I summoned more tomatoes, freeing my right hand to carefully reach towards its back and gently stroke it. The black dog seemed to tense, but I didn't notice its mind was still in a state of suppressed excitement. I ran my hand over its rough, matted fur a few times. "There's a faucet up ahead," I whispered while stroking the black dog. "After you're done eating, shall we go and clean you up? You're supposed to be very beautiful." Then I heard an abnormal gulping sound, and the black dog suddenly began to cough. Are you okay?" I hurriedly patted it to help relieve its discomfort. "You don't have to eat so fast. I have plenty of tiny tomatoes and other fruits. No one's taking them from you, so eat slowly." If I weren't so nervous, I'm sure I could have seen the emptiness in its grey-gold eyes gradually lighten, giving way to somewhat human-like emotions, like the exasperation and amusement it showed now. "Don't want it anymore?" I asked the black dog, who had lost interest in the tomatoes after coughing. "Really not? Do you want something else then? An apple? Strawberry?" The black dog sneezed, squinted its eyes, and turned its head to nudge my hand on its back. "All right. It seems that fruit isn't very appealing food for the godfather. Once he's full, he won't touch it." I stood up and said, "Then, let's go get you cleaned up." "No refusing. You look way too awful right now. You're actually supposed to be very beautiful." Because the street lights in the small park were still a bit dim, I didn't notice that the black dog limped slightly on his hind legs after I spoke, his eyes showing even more helplessness. In my 2 lifetimes, I've never had the experience of raising a dog, let alone giving one a bath, though I don't know if washing other dogs would be difficult. I do know that cleaning this pseudo-large dog in front of me would definitely be a huge job. It's not that he's unruly and running or hiding, it's just that his fur is full of tangles, and countless pieces of sticky dirt are stuck all over him. I had no choice but to remove all the dirt from his body first, then use my plant abilities to grow tree branches from nearby trees shaped like cones, and slowly, bit by bit, comb out his tangled fur. While I focused carefully on combing the black dog, his grey gold beast eyes were deeply fixed on me. If I looked up, I would definitely see the complete human complexity in those eyes, a burning, intense mix of pity and guilt, but I didn't dare. Even though I could feel him staring at me the whole time, I could only pretend not to notice and concentrate on the combing in my hands. I was afraid that if I looked into those eyes, I might recklessly acknowledge Sirius. But now is absolutely not the time, at least, until I expose that mouse and can truly prove Sirius innocent. I cannot acknowledge him, nor do I have the right to. 12 long years of imprisonment, 12 long years of stigma, all because I was a child. Even using metempsychosis as an excuse to claim I remembered everything from my childhood, no one would believe me. Even if I knew the truth and had the ability to protect him now, I still couldn't restore his innocence, couldn't allow him to breathe freely in the light. I owe him too much. Apart from the sound of water still trickling from the faucet, the black dog and I were completely focused, one on getting cleaned, the other dazedly staring. So when footsteps appeared, seemingly approaching us, we detected them almost immediately. It's fine. I quickly reached out and hugged the black dog, which instinctively wanted to run away. Don't be nervous, I recognized this voice, it's my friend. The black dog was stunned by my sudden hug, and before it could react, the owner of the footsteps appeared in my sight, dragging luggage. Ktua. I greeted Ktua while holding the black dog. Because of its large size, it looked a bit like I was clinging to it. Why are you so late? Having a hard time shaking off those wizards. Who told you to make such a big fuss? Ktua walked over to me with a helpless look, glancing at the black dog that was still on high alert. Almost everyone in the neighborhood heard your relative scream and even saw your aunt flying in the sky. Serves her right. That way of insulting my parents, I'm being generous for not turning her into a pig. I snorted. Since she acts so high and mighty, I don't mind letting her really feel how fresh the air is up there. The black dog sneezed, and the corner of Ktua's mouth showed a faint, restrained smile. Ktua covered its mouth and coughed lightly. Those wizards will modify her memory after putting her down, so she won't remember anything. Doesn't matter, at least I feel a bit relieved. I pouted, letting go of the black dog's embrace and continued to smooth its fur with a small wooden comb. Have the wizards from the accident correction place already put her down? The person has been put down, but the neighbor's memories haven't been adjusted yet, so there aren't many people who can come find you for now. Ktua asked, what are you planning to do next? You're not really thinking of sleeping on the street until school starts, are you? Do I look like the kind of fool who would impulsively run away from home and hurt myself without any plan? I gave Ktua a sidelong glance. First, I'll go to London, then book a room at the Leaky Cauldron to spend the rest of this half-month of summer break. The food there is pretty good too. Of course, I need to ask Hedwig to let Neville and the others know I'm safe first. By the way, where's Hedwig? Why haven't I seen her? I have just sent it to Miss Granger and the others, in your handwriting and name. Ktua said, continuing to play with the black dog with wide eyes and glaring at him. Now that you have decided, it's almost time for us to go, Your Highness. The wizards will probably find them soon if you don't want them to find them first. That's right. Give me my luggage first. I let go of the black dog and stood up, turned around and began to open the suitcase that Ktua had pushed me, turned over a towel, pulled out a grey cloak and a silver mask, and threw it to Ktua. Remember to put them on, I don't want to cause any trouble because of your troubled face. The black dog sneezed again, while Ktua's Sven froze directly on his face. Your Highness, Ktua said helplessly, holding the cloak and mask I had thrown at him. Men cannot be described as disasters. It's good when the meaning is reached, why bother too much? I took a towel and started drying the black dog. Well, it looks much better after it's clean. It's really a very beautiful big dog. I held the big head of the black dog and looked at it, but when I heard my words, its head suddenly tilted, and Ktua, who was wearing a cloak behind me, let out an inaudible sullen laugh. But I didn't care about their strangeness. I was busy digging out a lion's head silver pendant with a black crystal clamped in my luggage and summoning a small vine that was soft enough. As if I hadn't noticed the surprised look of the black dog, I urged the little vine to wrap around the pendant and weave a plain collar that was not very conspicuous. After finishing, I pulled to make sure that the elasticity and comfort should not be uncomfortable for the black dog. I squatted down with the collar and wrapped it around its neck. Your constitution is very weak right now, and you're prone to getting sick. The energy inside this black crystal can slowly help nourish your body. After putting a collar on the black dog, I smoothed the fur on its neck again to adjust the collar so it would cover completely. Would you be willing to stay with my friend Tua for a while so he can take care of you? I still have school, and I already have Hedwig, so I can't bring you to school, but Tua recently bought a house not too far from the school. Since I'm in 3rd year now, I can start going to Hogsmeade on weekends, and Tua will definitely be happy to bring you there so we can meet, okay? The black dog didn't react, but Tua, who was listening nearby, objected first. Your Highness, you know I hardly have a chance to live in that house, and there's also Tua. I looked at him. The point is, I like Snuffles, and I want it to have a stable home, no longer wandering. And now you're telling me you plan to just leave those 72 children you've got a nanny for to fend for themselves. But you obviously don't want to take care of them either, Tua muttered. Seeing my eyebrows raise slightly in a dangerous hint, he immediately switched to a sincere tone. Of course, following your will, I'll make sure to take care of those children. So, you want to call it Snuffles? Why, is there a problem? No, Tua glanced at the black dog, which seemed to be enjoying my gentle scratching on its neck. I just thought your Highness might choose a more pleasant-sounding name. Anyway, a name is just a label, as long as you know who it's for. I forced a smile. Actually, I didn't plan on calling you Tua at first. Want to know the first name I thought of for you back then? Tua's expression stiffened again, and he casually put on his mask. Your Highness, are you setting off now? Yes, let's go. Ignoring his attempt to change the subject, I stood up, took my plain black school cloak from the suitcase, and put it on. Call the night bus. That car should be able to take us directly to the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 83. The Night Bus Journey. Apart from the absolutely heart-stopping driving style and the seats that have no safety measures at all for the so-called mechanics, the service and interior environment of the night bus are actually quite good. Of course, if it weren't for the lack of upper-deck seating and the sound and smell of some passenger vomiting somewhere, I believe this journey would have been even more satisfying. However, regarding this minor regret, after Tua released a kind of vine servant that moved around my bed, creating a little magic circle to block out sound and smell, it completely ceased to be a problem. Yes, there's no doubt, it really is a bed rather than a seat, since it serves wizards and, for short distances, one could just use flue powder or dissipate, so people would only take the night bus for longer trips. Therefore, the bus provides all passengers with beds. Of course, this bus uses spatial magic, otherwise 50 beds couldn't possibly fit in. After paying 6 galleons and 14 nuts, the two of us and our dog finally secured a quiet bed near the back of the bus with no other passengers nearby. Absolutely insane. Within 5 minutes of boarding, there were 2 instances where Tua almost got thrown off the bus due to its reckless speed and drifting, which made him so angry that he, like me, sprouted vines to secure himself to the bed. How on earth does that guy drive? With such reckless driving, how can he even get passengers? Aren't we the passengers he picked up, though? Besides, I don't see what's wrong with driving like that. It's pretty thrilling, isn't it? I hugged Snuffles and leaned back against the head of the bed, watching Tua's flustered and slightly pale face with some amusement. Don't tell me you're afraid of this kind of speed. The reincarnation of the once mighty Dark Lord of the Wizard clan, now the Dark King of the plant world, could actually get motion sick. For Merlin's and Gaia's sake, this is really... Stop joking. I'd still like to know what in this world could scare me. Tua put on a stern face. I just hate this way of traveling. Snuffles sneezed, drawing an annoyed glance from Tua. I smiled faintly without saying anything and turned my gaze to the window. With the night bus kind of bizarre driving, speeding in a way that could frighten anyone to death or stopping in a way that could throw people off, there's really no point in appreciating the scenery along the way. Moreover, it was nighttime, and except for the occasional flashes of light, whether from street lamps, car lights, or house lights, outside was pitch black, so I was just staring out the window, lost in thought. I was about to enter my 3rd year, and starting this year, things would only get more complicated, not to mention the things I had already planned to do. Many of them required me to personally visit Nocturne Alley to procure, which was also why I planned to run away from home. The Weasley family had won the lottery and went to Egypt, bringing Neville and his grandmother along as well, so this was my chance to find an excuse to skip home without them dragging me back. The items I needed from Nocturne Alley certainly couldn't all be found in one day, so I needed to stay a few extra days at the Leaky Cauldron to have opportunities to sneak into that place at night. Even so, I wasn't confident I could find everything I needed. The only batch I could be reasonably sure of in terms of both quality and quantity was the one I had commissioned from old Borgin. Hopefully he wouldn't disappoint me, otherwise. Your Highness, Xua called out softly, a mix of confusion and worry that snapped me back to reality. I looked back at him, worried about a ministry punishment order. I shook my head gently. No, I turned back to stare out the window. The ministry is in chaos right now. They don't have the leisure to punish me for breaking the law that forbids underage wizards from using magic outside of school. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to use Aunt Marge as a practice balloon. True, with such a huge breach at Azkaban, just catching the escaped prisoner alone must be giving them a major headache. And I heard that the purpose of the escapee's jailbreak is to come after you, meaning the ministry would be even less likely to punish you for using magic outside of school. On the contrary, they would have to focus on protecting you. Xua nodded seriously and suddenly realized, then, does that mean when we get to London later, ministry officials will probably come looking for you? Or do you think I asked you to wear a mask for no reason? I gently stroked Snuffle's slightly stiff back fur, my gaze warning him. This kid was clearly deliberately making things so clear in front of the Godfather. I'm already worried about how to explain your identity if we can't avoid the ministry officials, and how to deal with the professor's anger. Professor? Xua was momentarily stunned, then realized, are you referring to Mr. Snape? Swish! Snuffles, who had been obediently lying on my lap, suddenly raised his head. Snuffles! I felt a bead of sweat in my heart. Seeing Snuffles' reflexive sharp gaze triggered by hearing Professor Snape's name, I had to feign confusion on the outside. What's wrong? His grey-golden animal eyes returned to a pure clarity after meeting my concerned gaze, as if the fleeting shock and disgust earlier had been an illusion. He pressed his head against my shoulder and began nuzzling, and I flinched slightly from the gentle prick of his fur behind my ear. Hee, that's so ticklish. I laughed softly and hugged Snuffles' head, secretly sending a severe warning to Xua. It's not time yet, don't play too much and cause trouble, or you'll be the first one I deal with. Hearing my ominous threat, Xua shivered lightly and finally dispelled the faint mischievous light in his eyes, covering his mouth and coughing. Actually, I think your Highness is worrying too much. Both of the things you mentioned are quite manageable. Manageable? I continued to hug Snuffles, stroking his back, raising an eyebrow at Xua. I don't think either of these problems are easy to manage. That's right. Given the current situation, my running away from home would certainly prompt the Ministry of Magic to launch a full-scale search. If I can hide until after the school year starts, it would be better. At least once I'm at school, with Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore standing in front, I'd still have some confidence that I could survive the foreseeable barrage of cutting remarks, dreadful labor service, and endless punishment writing. But if they find me before then, given my status as an apprentice heir, I would definitely be sent to Professor Snape's house. Then never mind being able to buy the magical supplies I need, simply making it back to Hogwarts alive would be a serious problem. So, in order to get back the treasures I haven't bought yet from Nocturne Alley, and more importantly, to escape the wrath of that enraged giant bat, I really have to hide until the first day of school. Ministry officials, for the sake of ensuring my lovely fox fur won't be skinned into a scarf, please make a sacrifice for me once and let me be. After all, don't you get overtime pay anyway? Your Highness would think so because there is one thing you don't know yet. Xua smiled gently, a certain cold satisfaction flickering in his eyes. If you had been paying attention to the Daily Prophet these past few days, you would know that Professor Snape is extremely busy right now and has no time to concern himself with your issues. I was momentarily stunned, then released Snuffles and sat up. What do you mean by that? The expression I instantly flashed made Snuffles freeze, and even when it slid back to my feet, it continued gazing at me silently. But I had no inclination to care about its reaction now. Xua's words and his earlier look set off alarms in my mind. Very busy, and even made it into the papers. Xua knows my limits very well, so I wasn't worried he would do anything to harm Professor Snape, but I also knew that not causing harm doesn't mean he wouldn't create trouble and headaches. Moreover, I already knew that because Professor Snape is a Death Eater, Xua has always been extremely displeased with him. What did you do? I asked seriously. The Ministry of Magic, which had enjoyed more than a decade of relative ease, was now entering a period of emergency, and many of my plans were facing massive changes and adjustments. I couldn't afford to overlook the slightest detail. And yet this kid chose exactly this moment to cause trouble, even chaos big enough to make the newspapers. Explain yourself. Why is the professor so busy? Don't you realize how sensitive your identity is? And you were roaming around outside causing trouble. I didn't cause trouble. My eyes narrowed dangerously, and Xua immediately switched to a more cautious tone. I mean, when I'm outside, I've never let anyone see me, so no one would know. Also, I wasn't originally targeting Mr. Snape when I did that thing. I was doing it for His Highness and those children, so. I frowned even more deeply. Explain clearly. What does this have to do with those children? What exactly did you do? Then, as Xua explained, not only did Snuffles the Patronus widen his eyes in disbelief, I was stunned for quite a while as well, almost zoning out all the way to London. It turned out that not only did I find taking care of children troublesome, but Xua, who only wanted to stay by my side as my guardian, was also unwilling to have a bunch of little troublemakers occupy his time and energy. So, after receiving my orders that he had to find a safe and hidden place to settle these little blood elves, Xua had no choice but to start thinking hard, trying to come up with a way that would allow these children to be properly cared for without hindering his ability to stay by my side. Finding a safe and hidden place wasn't difficult, but just to be safe, Xua chose somewhere relatively close to Hogwarts, so that if I needed to check on them while at school, it would be more convenient for him to go back and forth. But while finding a place to live was solved, taking care of their daily needs was a huge problem. After all, 72 children aged only 7 or 8 weren't exactly easy to handle. So, Xua turned his thoughts to the house elves, who were the best at taking care of people and who loved serving others the most. However, getting a house elf is not that simple. This ancient and humble creature will always only appear in old buildings. Their lives are less about being tied to old wizarding families and more accurately bound by the slave oath attached to the house itself. So it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are a species that is extremely attached to home. They spend almost their entire lives wanting to stay in one house and serve only one family. Therefore, obtaining a house elf is not easy. Even if the house Xua bought is old and large enough for him to bind a captured house elf with a spell, the loyalty of that forcibly captured elf would still be questionable. Even the orphans of the world's 2 great races, the status of a young blood elf is still too esteemed and sensitive for wizards in the current world. If discovered, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. So even if these young blood elves now appear no different from ordinary humans, spending time with them inevitably reveals strange traits, such as a reverse day-night schedule, extremely agile movements, eating only fruit but insisting on drinking fresh blood, and so on. Therefore, the elf chosen must be willing. Any act of insincerity or secrecy that exposes the existence of these young blood elves would cause a major disaster. Based on these considerations, Xua chose Dobby as the candidate to take care of the young blood elves. From Dobby's performance last year, his respect and loyalty to me were beyond doubt. He even dared to go against my wishes and insist on sending me to live with the centaurs, demonstrating that he has a stronger will, determination, and strength than the typical timid house elf. So it was only natural that Xua decided to have Dobby help take care of the young blood elves. As a result, Dobby's master, the Malfoy family, ended up in a tough spot. To break the contract of a house elf, it's not only through the master giving clothes. Since a house elf is bound to a house, if the house is forcibly and completely destroyed, the elf's contract will also be terminated. So of course, Xua didn't have the opportunity or time to devise a plan for Mr. Malfoy to voluntarily give Dobby clothes. So he straightforwardly chose the second option. So, what you're telling me now is... My voice trembled. You destroyed the Malfoy house. Yes. Xua looked at me carefully and quickly added, but I was very careful. Although the demon fire burned the house completely clean, it definitely didn't harm a single human or creature living in the manor. That was a muffled groan as Xua was knocked down by my fast and fierce uppercut. You idiot. What on earth were you thinking? To risk a house elf, you actually set fire to someone's house. Do you think you're a robber? You're capable of this kind of thing. But Xua rubbed his chin, gritted his teeth, and sat up. If I didn't burn the house to break the contract, there's no way I could hire Dobby. Excuses, I shouted in anger, hitting his head hard with my hand. Luckily, our bed was at the least conspicuous end of the carriage, and the little magic circle that blocked both smell and sound meant no one noticed our commotion, so I could safely scold and hit him. Not to mention elsewhere, there are hundreds of house elves in Hogwarts alone. If you ask nicely, I don't believe you couldn't hire even one. Of course I could hire them, but hearing him made me even angrier, and naturally I struck harder, seeing that I didn't want to hear any explanations and couldn't dodge my fists. Tua had no choice but to grab my wrist and pull me into his arms, locking me there. Does your highness want a house elf as a servant? I paused at his words. Another servant? Indeed, as long as you give your name, any house elf in Hogwarts would be very willing to go take care of those children. But your highness, every house elf is bound by a contract to a house from birth, and for a house elf, not having a contract with a housemaster is extremely shameful. They would rather die than be without one, that is to say, no matter which house elf I invite, they will insist on being bound to the house where those children live. Tua sighed lightly. Your highness, don't forget, although the house where the children live was bought in my name, I am your symbiotic guardian, and everything about me belongs to you. If any house elf were to bind a contract with that house, then, don't say it. I pulled my hand back with an expression of headache, pressing my nose bridge hard. Okay, I understand what you mean, but even if Dobby's personality always longs for freedom and is willing to help take care of the children without signing a contract, you still shouldn't have burned down the Malfoy Manor. No matter how bad the relationship, he's still my classmate. Besides, their family has significant influence both openly and in the shadows. Causing such a scene, aren't you obviously asking them to put a hefty bounty on you? The premise is that they have to find out who did it. Seeing that I still looked upset, Tua gently stroked my head comfortingly. Your highness, don't dwell on it. Whatever the Malfoy family has done, even if I burned down all the houses under their name, it wouldn't be a big deal. Think about what they planned last year. Even though that Dark Lord's diary didn't end up in Miss Weasley's hands, it indirectly tempted Miss Weasley and Miss Lovegood into doing so many terrible things and almost cost you your life. Even just destroying one of the Malfoy family's estates is very moderate. You should know, the Queen of the Mermaid tribe at the bottom of Hogwarts Lake was so furious about what the Malfoys did that she nearly set out personally to kill the Malfoy family. Kill? What does that mean? Why is the Mermaid Queen involved? My head really hurt. Why are so many ripples from the Chamber of Secrets incident, which should have long been over, surfacing again? Did you know that Miss Lovegood has mermaid blood, your highness? I heard it from the aquatic plants in the lake. It seems that Miss Lovegood's grandmother is the daughter of the Mermaid Queen who lives at the bottom of the Hogwarts Lake, Tua said. But you don't need to worry. With the persuasion of other mermaids and centaurs, the Queen has given up the idea of revenge. However, now all the water-dwelling creatures have been informed that the wizard Malfoy will never gain the friendship of the mermaids. I really didn't know what to say. Whether in fresh or deep waters, the mermaids have always been the eternal rulers of their realm. To be publicly denied the friendship of mermaids, doesn't that clearly mean that anywhere there's water, even the gentle magical creatures in the water would react with rejection? Fortunately, human wizards have never been interested in the underwater world, so I guess this curse from the mermaids wouldn't affect the Malfoys much. Even if it did, there's nothing I could do. Who told me that the Mermaid Queen seems very protective of her own, going so far as to use such an ancient, troublesome curse that has appeared over the past century? How much? I took several deep breaths to ease the pounding headache and said coldly. Tua was taken aback. What? Don't play dumb with me, I thought. Did he really think I didn't know his nature? The Malfoy family's private collection. I don't believe that you only set fire to their house. Tell me clearly, how much did you take? Tua began to look around nervously. Well, actually, Tua, I don't know. He shrank his neck and hurriedly confessed before I could get angry again. Really, I just know that the things found between the underground and the walls didn't fill the empty spatial bag you gave me, and I put all of them into the new bank vault you opened. I couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and frustration. Very good, extremely good. This guy not only acted like a bandit, but also dragged me down with him. You big fool. You actually put the stolen goods in my vault? Do you want the whole world to know that I'm suspected of burning down the Malfoy house? They won't find out. I'm using the name Snow White for the new vault dash. That's even worse. There are a ton of witches outside who know that my mail-order shop label is just a piece of white snow. If the name Snow White is suspected, they'll trace it and investigate. The chances of the mail-order shop being exposed will definitely increase. How is what you're doing any different from exposing my identity? I was so angry that I kicked Tua into the corner of the bed. Once we get to London, go and get the Malfoy family stuff out of Gringotts immediately. I don't care what method you use, just make sure to take all of it, leave not a single item behind. Also, I want a detailed inventory of everything in the vault. You list it all for me, item by item, no help from anyone else, you do it yourself. I want to see this detailed list before Christmas, understood? You want me to count it all by myself? Xua wailed, no way. Counting all that alone, even if I don't eat or sleep, I won't finish until next year. Then you just better not eat or sleep and count it until next year. Saying this harshly, I held on to Snuffles, who was in a daze the whole time, and pulled over a thin blanket to cover him as we lay down. You're only getting into trouble and robbing for me because you're bored and full. Since you don't want to take care of those kids, you'd better obediently manage the accounts. Chapter 84. Hogsmeade. Vacationing at the Leaky Cauldron. Sleeping until you wake up naturally, counting money until your hands cramp. This, roughly, sums up the life Xua and I led after arriving in London and moving into the Leaky Cauldron. Of course, the one counting money until his hands cramped was Xua. I had assigned him the monumental task of bookkeeping, forcing him to spend every day in the vault performing tedious and monotonous inventory checks, so much so that he was close to tears, but that was his own fault. Who told him to fill up on food and go start fires and rob things? If I didn't give him a memorable lesson to remember that nothing around me and Professor Snape is to be touched, he'd inevitably make an even bigger mess in the future. As for getting enough sleep and feeling comfortable, of course, that would be me. Without the pile of endless chores at the Gearslays, with all my school assignments completed, and the affairs of the mail-order shop gradually handed over to the twins a few months ago, I was now only responsible for sketch design and adjusting cosmetic formulas. I had already finished what I had promised the twins, so I should have been free and easy, but not really. After treating Aunt Marge like a balloon and sending her floating away, then storming off to London, I had just stepped off the night bus in front of the Leaky Cauldron when I immediately ran into Minister of Magic Fudge standing at the door. Since I had already known on the bus that something had happened at the Malfoy house, and knowing Professor Snape's relationship with that family meant he would definitely help handle some aftermath and wouldn't be able to attend to me for a while, I decided to abandon my original plans and let Fudge find me without trying to hide. After all, as long as I could stay at the Leaky Cauldron, even if Fudge had everyone in Diagon Alley keeping an eye on me, once I returned to my room, a little simple makeup, disguise, and voice adjustment could avoid detection and let me go wherever I wanted. So why bother hiding only to make everyone worry when school started and add more anger to certain people? Fudge's attitude also conveniently ensured that I could stay at the Leaky Cauldron. To him, the important thing was that I stayed safe under his watch while a homicidal maniac fugitive had his sights on me outside, and while a powerful, mysterious dark wizard capable of destroying the entire Malfoy estate without leaving any trace was roaming around. Anything else, like my using magic outside school to turn my aunt into a balloon, was naturally dismissed by him without much concern. Of course, the presence of Xua around me naturally attracted Fudge's attention for a while. But I merely turned two key points into excuses. When I was little, I befriended an Eastern grandfather and his family. Since we hadn't contacted each other for a long time, he sent his family to find me, and Professor Dumbledore knows about that Eastern family. If you have any questions, ask him. This way, I shifted the responsibility to Professor Dumbledore. After all, that old fox already knows about my memories from a previous life. As for which era or dimension they came from, he doesn't necessarily know, but having said that, even if he suspected Xua's true identity, he'd recognize that Xua is already my acknowledged companion. So not only would he not expose us to Fudge, but he would also help cover the lie. After all, a 13-year-old boy harboring the soul of 40 years, Professor Dumbledore, being aware of this, naturally can't and wouldn't treat me with the same attitude he uses with normal children. And after the series of events last semester, he knows my stance and limits very well. As long as aggressive actions don't affect those few I care about, I am still a reasonable ally who won't waver in opposing Voldemort. However, while I successfully finessed Fudge, dealing with Professor Snape was not so simple. He was extremely displeased that I was so childish as to turn my relatives into balloons and run away from home during such a sensitive time, causing everyone to panic over their safety. In short, the two lengthy pieces of parchment Snape wrote boiled down to this: the ministry sent about a dozen owls in one night, snooping and causing a commotion, which made him furious. The consequences were very severe, but since he is temporarily taking in the Malfoy family and has no time to deal with me, he instructed me to behave and stay at the Leaky Cauldron to read 3 medical potion and spell books he sent. I am also required to submit a reading report and a compound potion paper for each book by the start of term, and he will notify me of the labor service assignment once school begins. If it weren't for the fact that I knew I was clearly in the wrong and that my runaway from home stunt had caused a lot of people to scramble, I would have really wanted to reply to Professor Snape to remind him that things that happen during vacation really shouldn't be dwelled upon after school starts. However, after looking at these 2 sheets more closely, with their numerous scratches that had been repaired and patched up, I still decided not to make life difficult for myself by testing Professor Snape's patience. God only knows, if I really did, he might completely lose his composure and send me a furious letter. I certainly don't want everyone in the bar and Diagon Alley to know that the boy who lived is skipping home to stay at the Leaky Cauldron and has even gotten his teacher all annoyed for who knows what. So ever since I started staying at the Leaky Cauldron, during the day I would, accompanied by Snuffles, go for a round to the magical plant shop and the apothecary after breakfast, to see if there were any new goods and also secretly greet some of my little plant friends. Then I'd head to Flourish and Blots to look for any interesting new books, or materials that could help with the extra papers Professor Snape assigns. These 3 places in Diagon Alley alone usually take up my whole morning. Returning to the inn for lunch, I would then grab my backpack full of books and stationery and go to the outdoor ice cream shop, order a hazelnut chocolate sundae or a fully flavored bin float milkshake, and spend the afternoon here while also making progress on part of my combined potion paper. And come evening, it naturally became the time for conducting some secret activities. Masks, cloaks, and voice-changing leaves, combined with a faint scent of ghostly roses and a subtle aura of spiritual energy, were enough to completely transform my demeanor with just a simple costume. I still remember the very first night before deciding to go to Nocturne Alley, when Snuffles personally witnessed me transform from a delicate young boy into the mysterious girl Snow White using just a few small props. The look of shock in its eyes had me secretly stifling a laugh. Actually, it wasn't just that. After spending a few days together, to outsiders, I appeared as a polite, wise, and gentle boy. But in private, when discussing with Cthulhu issues like educating the little blood elves, designing magical defenses for our residents, or planning how to handle unexpected treasures in the secret chamber, my mature reasoning and decisive leadership were on full display. It always made Snuffles occasionally forget that it was still just a big dog and often get stuck in a dazed state. If Cthulhu and I hadn't tacitly pretended not to notice or subtly guided it, Snuffles' overly human-like behavior would have spilled so many secrets by now. So, acting is exhausting, but no matter how tiring it is, it can't compare to having to help cover it up while pretending to be naturally clueless without leaving a trace. I think if the wizarding world had something like the Oscars, I could probably take home several trophies. But shock aside, once Snuffles heard my conversation with Cthulhu and realized I was going to Nocturne Alley, it naturally acted like it was determined to follow me to the end. The problem was, people had already seen it come and go with me during the day. If I took it along to Nocturne Alley, anyone could easily suspect a close relationship between me and Snow White. That would defeat the whole purpose of disguising my identity. So, in the end, I left Snuffles in the inn's guest room and quietly slipped away from the Leaky Cauldron with Cthulhu to make my first nighttime visit to Nocturne Alley. Because it was already past midnight when we arrived at the Leaky Cauldron in London, no one saw Cthulhu and me together except the Minister of Magic and the pub owner. Moreover, during the day, he was always sent by me to Gringotts to handle accounts early or deal with protective measures for the House of the Little House Elves, so almost no one knew that my guest room had more than just me as a guest. Naturally, I wasn't worried that if something happened and someone found Cthulhu in Nocturne Alley, they would suspect any connection with me, though to be on the safer side, before we left, I dyed his conspicuous silver-purple short hair black and had him wear the same silver mask as mine. Your Highness, behind us. After collecting the items we had ordered last year from Borgin's shop, and finishing some new exchange deals, Cthulhu and I stepped out of the store. Not long after, we noticed a few unfamiliar presences locking onto us from behind. Yes, I know. When I came here during the day last year, I had already noticed that people's malevolent intent here was particularly strong. But back then, those targeting me were all cowardly, half-hearted types who ended up just watching me walk back to Diagon Alley without making a move. This time, however, it was nighttime. Under the cover of darkness, the sense of malice was not only more intense, but there were also more restless agitators. Let them follow, we'll shake them off on the way back, but if someone's reckless, just leave a bit of a warning. Thus, on the night of our first visit to Nocturne Alley, when we returned to our room at the Leaky Cauldron, we not only had a good haul but also enjoyed our after-dinner exercise thoroughly and smoothly. After that, every 1 or 2 nights spent shopping, though it always ended with dealing with thugs who misbehaved, my procurement process ran quite smoothly. And Snuffles, from the first night we went to Nocturne Alley, had returned unusually quiet, staying awake late at night to secretly observe Tua and me thoughtfully. Later, when we returned home, we would find him lying on his back, sprawled across Tua's bed with a pillow soaked in drool in an exaggerated sleeping pose. Seeing these changes, I found them not only amusing but also brought a subtle, warm sense of comfort. I know that even Azkaban can't hold the Godfather, so how could a tiny bar room possibly contain Snuffles? When Tua and I went to Nocturne Alley, he was sneaking along too, getting a few lashes from Tua's skillful infernal whip. Hurts more than just the flesh, it can make your soul ache as well. And those who thought they were clever enough to attack me, besides having their joints dislocated by me, would at the very least pay the price of 3 broken ribs if it weren't for him having tracked me several times. Confused but still aware that I could defend myself and had a capable bodyguard with me, he wouldn't have gone from initial concern to actually waiting at the door. In the past few days, after coming back from buying things in Nocturne Alley, I always see Tua, veins bulging on his forehead, chasing Snuffles around the room with a wet pillow, and I can't help but laugh heartlessly on the side. 2 weeks passed like this, holding our little secrets, with some chaos but not lacking in joy. It's less than 10 days until school starts. As summer entered its final countdown, my nighttime trips to Nocturne Alley also came to an end. After all, I've already gotten everything I needed and could buy. The few remaining materials can only wait for Borgin, that old guy, to notify me. Even if I went back, I might not get anything worthwhile. At most, it would just give them more human sandbags to warm up on. Speaking of which, I can't understand why those thugs never learn. They know perfectly well that Tua and I are hard nuts they can't sink their teeth into, yet wave after wave keeps coming, sending the old ones and, since they can't win with them, even the little girls. It's using us to train my subordinates. While I was thinking to myself, Tua explained to me, being able to gain a foothold in Nocturne Alley is all about speaking by strength, and although fighting and killing there may not happen every day, there will always be a few incidents in a month, not to mention those who are injured or missing. If you don't give a heavy hand, your highness will temporarily lose their ability to act, and of course the leaders of those gangsters will be bolder. Even if they can't be robbed, they can learn more melee attacks from us. You must know that not everyone who lives there can afford or get a magic wand, and fusing magic into their fists and feet is the basic ability to make a living here. Only from actual combat can this ability to mix some fame and territory in the same place can be improved. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the life situation of the wizards in Nocturne Alley to be so complicated, and I didn't expect that I would inadvertently become the training object of those gangsters. But blend magic into your fighting skills? I didn't think I could do this, and it seemed to be similar to the way I used my internal force. But when I fought with those gangsters before, I didn't feel any difference from the muggles' attacks, except for the strength and speed. Tua fell silent. That's because your highness, as soon as you entered those people, you immediately knocked them down and removed their limbs and joints, and they didn't have any chance to show them at all. He looked at me helplessly. Besides, with your highness's current strength, as long as you use your strange energy called internal force, the speed and strength cannot be calculated by human common sense. All right, I know my inner strength has indeed improved to a level that ordinary people can hardly understand, but I only happened to collapse the stone hut they were hiding in with a single punch the night before last when dealing with a few thugs trying to attack remotely. Anyone could do that if you hit the support point. It's the same as easily taking down a building. Besides, I just forgot to warn you to step aside before I destroyed the house and accidentally buried you with it. Anyway, your main body is still on me as a tattoo, so even if I pressed, I couldn't have killed you. As for holding a grudge until now and even using a mountain monster to measure me, really petty. Anyway, the transaction mission at Nocturne Alley can be considered successfully completed. With the new semester approaching, I should focus and seriously complete the reading reports and essays Professor Snape assigned, and get my school supplies ready. Moreover, the Weasley and Longbottom families are back from Egypt, and Hermione also wrote that she wants to spend the last week of summer at the Leaky Cauldron with me, which means the 4 of us will finally reunite after going home separately for the holidays. Clearing the fog of fate, living with muggles. Holding my list of school supplies, Tua helped me pick out the textbooks I needed from the stack of books I bought this summer and asked confusedly, I can understand you taking magical creature care as an elective since Hagrid is the new teacher for that course. But Your Highness, since you've already lived with Muggles for so long, do you really need to study Muggle studies? Also, Centaur divination knowledge is far more accurate than humans, and if you were truly interested in deeper research, the Centaur clan would be happy to teach you. Why choose the wizard's purely luck-based divination method? No matter what kind of knowledge it is, if it can develop into a subject and be passed down, it means it has value and significance. Even drinking milk every day is somewhat useful. With my sleeves and robe hems shortened a bit, I happily added many new clothes and robes with adjusted sizes, and now I was busily folding and organizing them into my suitcase. Moreover, the same thing can be viewed from different perspectives. Even among humans, wizards and muggles see things differently. That is why I choose these subjects. But you've even taken electives in fortune-telling and ancient runes. Your schedule is really full. Xua frowned. You also have club activities, and even your own private research projects. Such a school schedule must keep you so busy that it affects your sleep, right? It's not that bad. Besides, regarding the issue of a full schedule, since the school accepted my elective requests, they naturally have a way to help manage it. In fact, that's precisely why, like Hermione, I chose all the new courses. Time manipulator, I've been waiting for that thing for a long time. Who's here? The knock on the door made me a bit confused. Even if it's the cleaning staff, they should come in the morning, right? It's already afternoon now. Xua glanced at the door and smiled. It seems, Your Highness, that your friends have arrived earlier than the scheduled time. I was momentarily stunned, then quickly jumped out of bed and ran to open the door. Harry. As soon as I opened the door, a figure leaped at me. Surprise. Hermione. I stepped back 2 paces, then steadying myself, hugged the brown-haired girl jumping onto me. Why did you come early? My parents had something to do in London at the last minute, so they sent me here a day earlier. Hermione smiled as she released me and planted a kiss on my cheek. What, aren't you happy to see me a little early? Of course I am. Didn't you say it was a surprise? Surprise means shock first, then joy. I happily kissed her cheek back. Ah, Ron, Neville, you came too. I heard you were staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Since we passed by on the way back anyway, I asked my grandmother to take the other luggage home first, so we just stayed over. Ron did the same. Fred and George were going to do the same as us, but those 2 locked Percy in the pyramid in Egypt, making everyone search for him, so Mum and Dad temporarily grounded them. Ron rubbed his nose and, together with Neville, gave me a big bear hug. Tonight, we're going to trouble you to house the 3 of us temporarily. Our parents are coming tomorrow. It's just you 2, Hermione said, laughingly scolding them. I had already booked a room next door ages ago. Who wants to squeeze in with a whole group of smelly boys? Yes, Ron rolled his eyes. We are the stinky boys who sweat in the sun to help Miss Bookworm carry books and carry shopping bags. Of course I don't dare to ask you to squeeze a room with us. Ron. Okay, we just met. Don't be so anxious and start arguing. I smiled and pulled the 2 enemies into the room one by one. Don't stand at the door, come and sit first. But it's a bit messy, I'm sorting out semester supplies and luggage. Isn't it? Why are you always the same as Hermione? She just bought semester supplies. Ron complained, and suddenly saw that there were other people in the room and was stunned. Do you have guests? It's my friend, Xua White. Just call him Xua. And that's the dog I picked up near Dursley's house. And now I'm asking Xua to take care of it for me, called Snuffles. I closed the door when Neville came in and introduced them. They are my friends, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom. Hi. Obviously there were strangers, and the 3 of them were much more restrained. Nice to meet you. Good day. Xua has seen the 3 lords. Xua got up from the sofa and bowed to Ron and the 3 of them. It is an honor to officially meet the 3 lords. Not only Ron and the other 3 were dumbfounded, but even Snuffles lying on my bed was dumbfounded. Xua. I couldn't help but wipe my face. This kid was playing again. You give me a little serious. I'm very serious. His voice was extremely innocent, but I dare say that his face under his mask must be smiling. Your Highness, since your friend has arrived, I will not disturb your gathering. I'll go prepare some things and go back to the igloo tonight. You Kier. I was stunned for a moment before I realized he was referring to the place where the little blood elves lived, isn't it? Even the name of the house was chosen there. It's almost all set up. The only thing left is that you, the host, haven't stepped in to see it yet. Xua chuckled lightly and walked toward the door. Well then, I'll come get Snuffles after dinner. Farewell for now. Harry tilde. As soon as Tua left and closed the door, Ron and the others floated over to me like ghostly fire, their gazes dark and tangled. Can you guys stop giving me such scary looks? I didn't say I wouldn't explain anything. I took a few steps back, sweating a little, and turned to fetch the teapot and cups. I'm making fruit tea. What flavor do you guys want? Apple is fine. Hermione made the choice for everyone and sat down on the sofa where Tua had been, unusually not glancing even once at the several stacks of books piled on the adjacent seat. When did you meet that Tua White? Why didn't you ever mention him before? Yeah, and his wording and behavior. Ron shook his head and, along with Neville, sat by the bed Tua had been sleeping in these past few days. It's almost more elegantly exaggerated than Luna. Could they be related? With my back to them, I didn't notice Neville periodically glancing at the now-closed bedroom door, looking thoughtful. Luna and Tua definitely have no blood relation, I can assure you. I divided the tea into cups while speaking. I've mentioned before that the grandfather who taught me Muggle martial arts and medical skills has the surname Bai. You did say that, Hermione nodded, taking the apple tea I handed her. You also said that the surname translated into English is White. Wait, could it be? He's a relative of your amazing grandfather. Ron's eyes widened, his tone somewhat excited, having heard quite a bit about my grandfather from me, and being very aware of my martial arts and medical skills. Ron held a certain admiration for the grandfather I always cherished and respected. So, it didn't surprise me that he would show such an expression thinking Tua was related to my grandfather. That's the story for outsiders. Unfortunately, I had to pour cold water on them. I handed the apple tea to Ron and Neville, then sat down beside Snuffles with the 2 cups, placing one in front of it. At least, that's what I told Fudge. Apart from you guys, even if Professor Dumbledore asked me, I would say the same thing. Ron first opened his mouth and then closed it, exchanging a glance with Hermione before turning back to look at me. If you want to know Tua's real identity, you must promise that once you leave this room, you won't mention it to anyone else. I said very seriously, which was rare for me. It's not that I don't trust you, but Tua's identity is too unbelievable. I don't want him to attract outside attention, be hunted, or even get killed, not out of concern for his life, but because I don't want an idiot who risks everything for profit to die at his hands. Hermione's delicate eyes widened as she looked at me. Is it really that serious? Yes. I sipped the apple tea I was holding. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances again, and in unison said, "We promise." I nodded and looked at Neville, who had been silent all along. "I promise too." Neville agreed, then gave a bitter smile. I had no choice anyway since, like you, I also signed that contract. A contract? Ron asked suspiciously, looking at us both in confusion, just like Hermione did. I found it last year in the Room of Requirement. It's the symbiosis contract created by the founders of the 4 houses to protect their guardians. I explained briefly, continuing to look at Neville. Did Villain Hand just tell you about it? Yeah, my Villain Hand evolved into a magical beast not long after the summer began, and our telepathy has strengthened a lot. She just told me that she sensed the aura of a plant king from Tua. Neville nodded. So, Tua really is your magical fire vine? Yes. What? I had just admitted it, and Ron was the first to shout in shock. Even his movement made half a cup of apple tea spill. Tua is a mandrake. How is that possible? Hermione also looked shocked. It's true. I waved my left hand, and a vine appeared out of thin air, curling around the kettle on the table not far away, and brought it over to Ron, refilling his tea. Tua is indeed a mandrake. Remember last year, during the Chamber of Secrets incident, after we dealt with the basilisk, I mentioned that Tua awakened from its evolution. However, it was a cross-tier evolution, skipping the adolescent spirit beast phase directly to become the king of dark-type plants, which naturally also gave it the ability to take human form. Wait, Hermione held her forehead, trying hard to process and understand. Let me reorganize my thoughts first. You're saying that because Mandrake signed a symbiotic contract with you, it's now human due to its evolution. Exactly. But it's a plant. Hermione clearly still couldn't grasp it. Like Ron, who had sat back down on the bed, she seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown from shock. I mean, even magical plants. I've never heard of plants being able to turn into humans. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's impossible. I smiled a bit helplessly and glanced at Neville, who was equally astonished but seemed significantly more accepting, probably because he too had signed a symbiotic contract with a plant, had communicated and spent a long time with it, so it wasn't as hard for him to accept. Gently stroking Snuffles' fur beside me, who was also in a dazed state, I couldn't help but reflect on my own approach and how much the display of plant talents might have affected those around me. Perhaps it was a bit too extraordinary. It seemed that after only half a month of interaction, my godfather had already been startled several times by the people and things around me, although he still didn't know about the little blood elf matter. Once he moved into the snow house with Kua, this secret probably wouldn't stay hidden for long either. Sigh, I just hope the godfather's heart can handle it, though I'm probably overthinking it. Basically, anyone who can stay in Azkaban for 12 years without going mad must have a very strong mental constitution. Otherwise, with everything Tua and I have done recently, he must have seen it all. After the initial shock, he probably wouldn't continue living well and even actively looking for ways to provoke Tua. But then again, why does the godfather enjoy teasing Tua and testing the limits of his patience so much? With these little thoughts and doubts in my mind, I explained again to Ron and the others about the anomalies of the symbiotic contract and, after last year's Chamber of Secrets incident, how I researched and speculated on the reasons behind the contract's changes due to the Firevine's evolution. I went over all the details with them one more time. Of course, I still didn't tell them that Tua had merged with a piece of Voldemort's soul. After all, the idea of a plant turning into a human is already a huge leap for their understanding. Even in Western legends, the high-intelligence beings capable of human form are all animals. The Eastern idea that essentially anything can cultivate into a demon given the right conditions doesn't seem to have made its way into the wizarding world. But thinking about how the Eastern system of magical cultivation differs from the Western one, and how little the two interact, it no longer seems so hard for me to understand. After a fair amount of effort, I finally finished explaining, and I had 2 cups of apple tea while doing so. It seemed that they had finally accepted Kua's identity with a bit more calm, though they still found it unbelievable. At least they weren't as shocked as before. But if you hadn't told us, I think no one would have suspected he wasn't human. Ron took the last sip of his tea and said with some emotion, "He clearly looks completely normal." Of course, just that his behavior is like he ran straight out of ancient times. It's really. He's just intentionally messing with you. Don't mind him, I said with a wry smile. Even though he appears 6 or 7 years older than us now that he's human, Tua has only had full intelligence for a little over a year. He's still very childish, with a temper that's stubborn and playful. The way he acted just now was because he saw how you reacted to Luna before and thought it was fun, so he suddenly did that. You don't need to take it to heart. Hermione listened to what I said and couldn't help but sigh lightly. It looks like an adult wizard around 20, but in reality, it's a magma vine just over a year old. I really don't know how to describe how I feel right now, but I can somewhat understand why you'd want us not to tell anyone about its identity. Hermione sipped her tea and shook her head gently. A plant that can turn into a human, if this news got out, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. If it's just curiosity, it might be okay, but many ill-intentioned wizards would certainly set their sights on Tua, and even you might end up in danger. I know, that's why I asked you all to keep it a secret, I said helplessly. The attention and trouble that fame alone brings are already more than enough. I really don't want to become even more famous because of some random nonsense. And more importantly, I don't want Tua to be discriminated against just because it isn't human. You know, the prejudice among us wizards regarding bloodlines is still strong, let alone how most people view magical creatures. Every life deserves the same respect, and wizards have also experienced persecution from muggles in the past, so we should theoretically understand the pain of discrimination better. Yet, I shook my head, really not knowing how to continue. These differences in perception and prejudices aren't something that can be fixed overnight, Neville said reassuringly. At least in our time, we live in a relatively open-minded era, and in fact, more and more wizards are becoming aware of this. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't have established the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, right? Perhaps. I helplessly tugged at the corners of my mouth, not wanting to remind Neville that, in my view, that Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures really isn't much different from the Muggle Artifact Misuse Division. It's clearly just a tool used by ministry officials in power to sideline political opponents who are ignored or disliked. Otherwise, when it comes to departmental organization, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures wouldn't have been placed under the care of Magical Creatures Office. They are obviously discriminating against sentient magical beings. No wonder centaurs and merpeople completely ignore the officials or notifications from the centaur liaison office or the merpeople liaison office within that department. Out of pride as ancient beings, if not 4 generations of the children of Gaia who were pacifists and tried to persuade the centaurs and merpeople, they would have long since banded together to storm into these offices of the ministry. Only those idiots with eyes on top of their heads but barely any brain power still think they've actually retreated out of fear of wizards, so ignorant. Not wanting to get stuck on such a heavy topic that may never be resolved, I switched the subject. By the way, Hermione, did Ron just say you've already bought all your term supplies? Were you here this morning? Yes, but I knocked on your door this morning, and you weren't there. I asked the bartender, and he told me you usually leave very early in the morning and spend most of the day in Diagon Alley, Hermione said. So I went to Diagon Alley first to buy things and see if I could run into you. Instead of finding you, I ran into those 2 first. Hey, I mean, Neville and I braved the blazing sun to help you buy things and carry that terrifyingly tall stack of books. How can you say it like you're disappointed? Ron pouted. Honestly, even if you do like Harry better, your favoritism is way too obvious. I'm not. Hermione's cheeks turned red. You idiot, Ron, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? You. Seeing these 2 about to dive into another argument, Neville and I shook our heads in unison, and seeing each other's gestures made us silently laugh. So, you went to Diagon Alley this morning too? Neville asked softly, choosing, like me, to temporarily ignore that pair of enemies. After all, like I said before, those 2 are like matches. Once they burn out, they go out by themselves, and from the past 2 years' experience, he also knows that getting caught up in their artillery-style communication would only end with barely any skin left intact, so he had long since learned to do what I do and watch from the sidelines. We almost went through every shop, but didn't see you anywhere. We must have missed each other. Diagon Alley is especially crowded the past couple of days. With the school year approaching, many parents were bringing their children to buy school supplies. In the past couple of days, I've already run into quite a few older and younger students I know. Neville nodded in understanding, then seemed to remember something. Oh right, we ran into Luna and her father this morning too. She wanted us to say hi to you if we saw you. She also intended to come find you, but it seems you didn't have the chance to meet. She looked a bit disappointed when she went home. Hearing news and greetings from Luna made my heart soften, but I didn't dare show too much warmth on my face. Although Neville seemed serious as he relayed the message, the faint hint of teasing ambiguity in his eyes was unmistakable. This kid, following me around and hanging out with the twins, had also learned to watch a scene and play tricks, especially since discovering that I could remain indifferent to all sorts of rumors yet would only get upset when false stories involved a few close people, especially anything to do with romance. He often teased me about this, even grandly calling it correcting my conservative, old-fashioned thinking. Heaven knows what's conservative or old-fashioned about my thoughts. I simply had no intentions of finding a partner and didn't want the reputations of a few of my important sisters to be harmed. Is that wrong? Who taught Neville all this nonsense anyway? I really miss the innocent, naive little Neville from first year. I'll write to her to keep in touch. By the way, was Egypt fun? Other than sending me a letter and a gift on my birthday, I haven't heard much from you. I changed the topic. It must be hot there, right? I see you and Ron have both gotten quite tanned. Oh, Egypt is indeed hot, but it's just the high temperature. Because it's very dry, it's not too uncomfortable. And you know Bill works in Egypt. This time he even took some time off to show us around quite a few places. Neville began chatting with me about the fun stories from their Egypt trip, and Ron, who had argued with Hermione quite a bit, joined in. The 2 of them filled in details for each other, making the stories even more vivid. Especially when they talked about the mischievous incident where the twins locked Percy in the pyramid and he had a near-miss experience in the cursed mummy chamber. Their playful reenactments made me laugh so hard that I nearly collapsed onto Snuffles. Hermione was also blushing from laughing, yet couldn't help complaining a bit about the twins' recklessness, but her tone and demeanor at the moment lacked enough authority. That's wonderful. Traveling sure brings many interesting experiences. I half lay on Snuffles, rubbing its glossy black fur, which had become soft and full thanks to all the good food and sleep lately. It felt really nice. This was exactly the feeling I remembered from the dog pillow I had as a child. Going on a trip not only refreshes your mind but also broadens your horizons. It's truly a wonderful thing. Sensing the envy in my tone, Ron smiled and saw the regret hidden in my words. You really should have gone with us, Harry. Mom and Bill mentioned you along the way. They were quite disappointed that you refused to go to Egypt. Yeah, but the Gislays wouldn't agree, I sighed softly. They wouldn't even sign the permission form allowing me to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. What? The three of them exclaimed in unison. No way. Ron looked at me in disbelief. Why would they refuse? Hogsmeade is the only wizarding village in all of Britain without any Muggle residents. It also has many famous shops and legendary architecture. I know, I sighed, but the Gislays never understood it, and never wanted to. Plus, after I let Aunt Marge fly off, they didn't want me to show up before next summer, so I came straight here to stay and didn't see them at all. So you really turned your aunt into a balloon? Hermione raised an eyebrow at me. I thought that was just some rumor. Please, my dad's colleague told him, and that's how we found out. There's no way it's false. Ron replied irritably, but then gave me a thumbs up. But well done. A minor using magic outside school, letting your own aunt fly away from home, and not receiving any warnings or penalties from the Ministry of Magic. You're definitely the first in history. Ron. Hermione couldn't help but raise her voice. This is not some glorious achievement to be proud of. Exactly. Neville nodded in agreement, shivering slightly. At least I can't even imagine what would happen if I turned any of my relatives into a balloon. My grandmother would probably kill me. Well, of course. I also can't imagine what would happen to me if I did something like this, but I can at least be sure that before the ministry sent anyone to arrest me, they'd probably have to dig my body out of my mom's flowerbed first. Ron waved his hand. But if we did this, it would be terrible. Harry, though, he wouldn't face that. He's Harry Potter, one of the few earls in Britain and the future only marquise. The ministry wouldn't punish him for something so minor. Nonsense. Hermione frowned, showing her worry and confusion. No matter how famous Harry's reputation is, the ministry wouldn't just ignore investigations or punishments. Otherwise, how could they claim to be fair and just in enforcing the law? You have to understand, Harry turning his aunt into a balloon and letting so many Muggles see it counts as a pretty serious Muggle harm case. But this news was completely suppressed by the ministry. The Daily Prophet didn't report it at all. That means the ministry doesn't want Harry to face any punishment. Don't you think that's very strange? Isn't that a good thing? Neville asked blankly, which earned him a glare from Hermione. This isn't a matter of good or bad. Last year, Harry was warned by the Ministry of Magic for using magic to smash a plate of cakes at his aunt's house just because a house elf ran there, and now this year he's turned his aunt into a balloon and no one bat an eye. Such a huge contrast is too weird. Don't you guys ever think for a second that something's not right here? Ron and Neville exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Isn't it always your job to do the hard work of analyzing things?" Hermione's face looked almost suffocated with anger. As for me, I buried my face in Snuffles' neck, chuckling foolishly. My schadenfreude at watching the drama was immediately met with repercussions. Harry. Hermione angrily flung a pillow from the sofa, and although it was reflexively swatted away by Snuffles, it was enough for me to clearly see that little bunny princess was flying off the handle. Do you think I'm worrying about anyone else right now? Ha ha, those two idiots have been completely spoiled by you and have zero sense of danger, and you're still laughing. Sorry, I know, Hermione, I'm not making fun of you. I quickly sat up straight. My face had switched to a serious expression, but the laughter in my eyes refused to fade. But I have to protest, carrying the heavy charge of corrupting those two is more than I can bear. Besides, do you really think Ron and Neville haven't noticed anything? Hermione was taken aback and, frowning in suspicion, looked at Ron and Neville. Ron awkwardly rubbed his nose. How did you know Neville and I noticed something? I gave him a look that basically said, "Why are you asking such nonsense?" and deliberately enunciated, "The way you and Neville communicate with your eyes is way too obvious." Ron and Neville both looked horrified at my words. Hermione's cheeks twitched, and her shoulders shook as she abruptly turned her head. "Idiot! What nonsense are you talking about?" Ron, without hesitation, threw a pillow at me. "Go learn proper grammar and phrasing. What kind of ridiculous description is that? Anyway, as long as the message got across, it's fine. Why worry so much about the details?" I dodged Ron's pillow attack by sidestepping. "Besides, you and Neville were totally flirting just now." "Oh, Neville, why are you ambushing me too? Who told you to make things up, asking for a beating?" And just like that, a pillow fight inexplicably broke out. Not only the three of us guys, but soon Hermione and Snuffles got dragged into it as well. Screaming, laughing, and barking filled the room as we chased, jumped, and bounced around until the pillows tore and feathers flew everywhere. It wasn't until we were panting from all the commotion that we collapsed on the floor laughing. But after all the fun and laughter, it was my turn to cry. Oh no, I groaned when I saw the room in chaos, and then spotted my half-packed semester supplies under a covering of feathers. My luggage, how am I supposed to get this sorted today with this mess? Serves you right. Hermione's face was flushed from the earlier play, and she was lying on the floor catching her breath just like us. When she heard my wailing, she snickered. Who asked you to start this pillow fight? It wasn't me who hit first. I sulked, lying atop Snuffle's back while it gently wagged its tail and tapped at my feet to comfort me. Still, hearing the muffled giggles from Ron and Neville lying next to me behind my back, I couldn't resist kicking both of them once. Don't think you two can stay out of this. Seeing them clutching their sore butts finally lifted my mood a little. Don't forget, you're staying here tonight too. If this place isn't cleaned up, you won't be sleeping tonight either. That's not fair. Exactly, and we can't use magic right now. If you can't use magic, then of course you have to do it yourself. I resignedly got up. You guys aren't helpless, do I really need to say it? Then what's with you letting the plants help? Ron and Neville looked at me disdainfully as I had called the vines to help shake the feathers off my new robe while they went to the low cabinet to make some tea. How dare you call that doing it yourself? I'm simply putting everyone's talents to good use and making the most of resources, I replied confidently and unapologetically, carrying a freshly brewed fruit tea over to Hermione, who had just gotten up, sat on my bed, and laughed until she fell over after hearing my explanation. Besides, do you think summoning plants requires no mental effort? Of course, that also counts as doing it myself. You just keep bragging. Chapter 85. Joking aside, Ron and Neville still helped by starting to clean up the feathers in the room. Hermione also helped, and together with me, we packed the clothes, books, and supplies into the luggage I had modified with spatial magic. Hermione was absolutely envious that I could fit more than 3 carts worth of stuff into a single suitcase. Besides wanting me to modify the same kind of ultra-large capacity suitcase for her, she insisted that I must teach her the magic. As a result, once I agreed to teach Hermione, Ron and Neville were also looking at me with expectant eyes, so I had no choice but to agree to modify their suitcases too. It went without saying that this happened after we returned to school. So, did you guys actually notice something wrong? After I had packed nearly everything, I handed Hermione a few books about spatial magic along with my personal notes. She immediately started flipping through them eagerly but then recalled our conversation before the playful moment. Ron and Neville were clearly with me this morning. Harry, did you already discuss this with them beforehand? No way, I wouldn't discuss such things with you in a letter. I was holding the tarot cards and meditation cards, thinking about which I should use for the divination class's second semester card research report. In the end, I put both of them into the luggage. I also want to know what you guys discovered, Ron. Well, Ron said awkwardly as he held the broom he'd borrowed from the bartender downstairs, trying hard to sweep the feathers on the floor into a pile. We just noticed someone following us while we were out shopping with Hermione this morning. Someone following us. I raised an eyebrow at them, and Hermione, astonished, put down her book. Yes, it was stalking. This morning after we entered Diagon Alley, I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I thought it was just my imagination, but Neville told me that his wicked hand also sends 2 wizards following us. Ron nodded, continuing to sweep, so Neville and I, secretly disgusted, deliberately went to a few more shops in Diagon Alley, and finally figured out what the wizards following us looked like. I didn't recognize either of them, but Neville knew that one of them was an Auror. He's a colleague of my dad from when he was still an Auror. I saw him a few times when I was little, so I kind of remember him, Neville briefly explained as we looked at him. Hermione glared at them, both surprised and angry. Then why didn't you tell me about this earlier? She demanded. And you were way too reckless, knowing that strangers were following you and not finding an adult to help, but instead investigating it yourselves. What if something had happened? Come on, there were so many people in Diagon Alley this morning. As long as we didn't intentionally go somewhere remote, what could happen? Ron rolled his eyes, clearly thinking Hermione was overreacting. Besides, we only just realized that those 2 were us, and we bumped into you in the bookstore and immediately got roped into carrying all the books. How could we possibly have had the energy to tell you anything? Neville has his wicked hand to help. It's not surprising that he noticed someone following us. I asked before Hermione could explode in red-faced anger. But Ron, since when did your instincts get so sharp? You know Aurors undergo special training, and even many adults can't easily detect if they are deliberately following someone. Unexpectedly, asking this caused Ron to suddenly burst out with an incredibly pitiful look. How dare you ask? This is all your fault. Ron stopped sweeping, glaring at me with a face full of indignation. It's one thing that you taught Fred and George martial arts, but why did you also agree to let them train others? Do you realize that when those two went to Egypt, they showed off their skills to Bill, and Bill was so impressed that he started learning the martial arts too? And then they said they couldn't find anyone with a similar level to spar with, so they dragged me along to learn as well, only to use me as a punching bag. Every morning, before dawn, I get kicked out of bed by those three maniacs to fight with them, and my body is still covered with bruises. I mean, Neville, don't laugh. I haven't even mentioned you yet. You're the least loyal of all. Not only did you not speak up for me, you even listened to Fred and George's nonsense and used the villain palm on me and Bill. And they claimed that the training was supposed to be normal practice. It was basically murder. What a sudden and heavy tearful accusation. But given the twins' personalities, I'm honestly not surprised they actually ended up causing this kind of trouble. I looked at Neville, who was trying to stifle a smile yet looked slightly guilty and conflicted. Your mastery of the villain palm, could it be that it advanced so quickly because you practiced as their sparring partner? Under Ron's furious gaze, Neville didn't even dare nod, and could only sweep the floor with a red-faced, sullen effort. Well, at this point, not only me, but Hermione couldn't help laughing out loud either. Oh, come on Ron, it's not such a bad thing. At least your senses are now more sensitive like Harry and the twins, right? Even an Auror could notice it. But obviously Ron still wasn't letting it go. But that also means that whenever Fred and George are in a bad mood, they can drag me out anytime under the pretense of sparring. He finally swept all the feathers into a corner, dropped the broom carelessly, and flopped back onto another bed. I refused to learn from Harry in the first place because I didn't want to be their punching bag. I realized that back when the twins were being taught martial arts, Ron's eyes had shown a mix of desire and stubborn refusal to learn. Makes sense now. How about this? Next time I practice in the morning, I'll call you along and you can be my sparring partner. Stick with it for a year, and I promise your skills will surpass Fred and George. No, I'd rather let the two of them be used as punching bags than fight you. Ron firmly and resolutely refused. It's not like I haven't seen what happens after they fight you. They end up completely immobilized. If those two are lethal weapons in motion, you are a nightmare. I'd have to be out of my mind to fight you. That's not that exaggerated. I touched my nose and mumbled, I clearly hold back when I strike. You do hold back, but it just so happens that it can make someone's whole body sore for 3 days and nights. Ron didn't hold back on teasing me. All right, anyway, you've already learned it. And this kind of physical skill can't be forgotten. Ron, stop complaining. Hermione smiled, easing the tension as she patted my shoulders reassuringly, while I looked glum. But speaking of which, why would an Auror secretly follow you too? Did you do something? No way. We didn't steal or rob anything. Besides, apart from those two Aurors, there are several others like them inside and near the leaky cauldron. Ron scoffed lightly as he sat up, pointing at Neville who had come to his side. If you don't believe me, ask Neville. His Marauder's map has reported everything in detail. As Hermione frowned and glanced over, Neville immediately nodded obediently. It's true, and the Marauder's map said that although those people don't appear every day, it feels like they are taking shifts, which is why they are stationed here. Shift duty. Hermione furrowed her brows even tighter. She turned to look at me. Since the Marauder's map could detect them, you should have known too, right, Harry? I closed the suitcase I had been organizing and flopped down onto Snuffles beside me. Those Aurors are here to watch me. I think they were sent by Fudge. I absent-mindedly stroked the black crystal on Snuffles' neck and said lightly, as for the two Aurors today, it was probably because they knew you were my friends, so they kept an eye on you too. After all, ever since I moved into the leaky cauldron, there have always been at least 4 or 5 Aurors following me whenever I go out. Although they already had a vague sense of suspicion, when they heard my confirmation, Ron and the others still showed expressions of surprise and gravity. But why is that? Neville frowned. Even if turning your aunt into a balloon is indeed serious, does it have to be such a huge operation? Didn't the Ministry of Magic decide not to pursue this matter? No, this method is almost like surveillance, Hermione pondered. And they even deployed so many Aurors in shifts, but this doesn't make sense. Harry did nothing except let his aunt fly away, and recently with Sirius Black escaping from Azkaban and the Malfoy Manor being burned down by dark wizards causing a stir all over Britain, even Muggle News subtly reported them as dangerous prisoners escaping and unknown arsonists. The Minister of Magic wouldn't likely send so many Aurors to watch over a minor at a time like this, unless the Ministry believes that those two criminals are connected to you. Ron made a shockingly bold assumption, which made the other two frown deeply. Ron, Neville's face turned pale. This isn't a joke. It's definitely not a joke, I sighed lightly, lazily rubbing against Snuffles. Whether by intuition or something else, Ron's reasoning sometimes really hits the mark. Even Hermione's expression changed now. Harry, what do you mean? Well, I calmly dropped the bombshell. It seems that the Ministry believes Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban in order to come and kill me. Their faces, blasted by the curse of disbelief, reflected nothing more than that. However, after all, they have been my companions since first year, learning and adventuring with me. Moreover, almost every incident that appears around me has something to do with the Dark Lord. Even if they are reluctant to get used to it, their mental resilience has already been highly honed. After all, if they've recklessly faced even the most feared Dark Lord many times, then other dark wizards can't possibly be any worse, right? All right, since you can remain so calm, you probably already have your own thoughts and plans, right? Explain, Harry. Hermione rubbed her temples, and at the same time said to Ron, who floated over to the low cabinet and was about to pour the tea straight into his mouth, "Don't drink it all, Ron, Neville and I need a cup too." Ron muttered a few words nobody could understand, and finally took a cup. Sirius Black, born into one of the oldest pureblood noble families. The Black family was a highly influential family in both the political and educational spheres of the wizarding world, with many powerful and outstanding members and followers. Sirius Black was the first heir of this wealthy and powerful family at the time. Snuffles' breathing was a bit shallow and rapid under me. I stroked its neck and calmly recounted everything I had learned about my godfather over the 2 years since I officially entered the wizarding world. Ron and the others did not interrupt me, because they knew I wouldn't speak nonsense about such a serious topic. Even though they had already known part of these well-known facts, they still listened quietly, and at the same time, calmed the somewhat weak heartbeat caused by the rather shocking news from earlier. Like most noble families, the Blacks place great importance on bloodlines. Since their family consistently produced some exceptionally talented individuals, this also made them almost all proud, arrogant, and stubborn. Therefore, they look down on half-bloods, and their attitude toward Muggle-born wizards, or even Muggles, goes without saying. To put it more directly, aside from bloodlines, the family's beliefs and attitudes are almost completely opposite those of your family, Ron. Anyone who went to Hogwarts would end up in Slytherin. Sounds like a Malfoy family copy, Ron muttered, taking a large sip of tea before walking back with the teapot to sit down. Malfoy's mother, before she got married, was a Black, Sirius Black's cousin, I said lightly, which made Ron, who was still drinking, spurt the tea out in a fit of coughing. I previously looked up some historical documents in the school library. Wizard pureblood aristocratic families usually intermarried with each other. Hermione nodded in understanding, glanced at Neville, who was helping Ron catch his breath by patting his back, then got up and took the teapot to pour a cup of tea for all three of them. But in modern times, there are fewer and fewer pureblood wizard families, so nowadays it's rather normal that there are some family ties among wizard aristocrats. That's true, I agreed. Whether in the past or present, the older a wizard aristocratic family is, the more prideful they are and the more they emphasize the so-called bloodline. You can see this in the Black family, who married only pureblood wizards. But because of this, although the Black family was prominent and powerful, like most pureblood aristocrats, they faced the problem of limited heirs. The longtime head of the Black family was highly respected, but his sons weren't quite up to the mark. So the family's hopes were all placed on Sirius Black. Unfortunately, although the Blacks valued their heirs, their heir wasn't a proper Black. Perhaps it was because Sirius Black was too clever. Anyway, he was not only independent-minded but also overtly rebellious, and he disliked the boring family rules and the discrimination against non-purebloods. So when he entered Hogwarts, instead of going to Slytherin like his ancestors and all his relatives, the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Neville, along with Ron and Hermione, widened their eyes. He was in Gryffindor. So you can probably imagine how shocking it was. The heir of the Black family, always following Slytherin beliefs and valuing strength, pure-blooded Sirius Black, ended up in Gryffindor, which always promoted freedom and equality. This was a huge slap to the proud, powerful, pure-blood Blacks and caused quite a stir in the wizard aristocratic circle at the time. I paid no attention to the three of them being surprised and continued lying on Snuffles, but my gaze drifted toward the window, looking at the sky dotted with clouds as I continued. But even if the Black family was shocked and opposed it, once the school made its determination, it couldn't be changed. As a result, Sirius Black was stripped of his family inheritance rights, and the new heir of the Black family became his brother Regulus Black, a wizard not as outstanding as Sirius Black but quite intelligent and later truly loyal to the family. Being stripped of his status as the family heir effectively meant that Sirius Black was disowned by the family. Almost no one in the family took him in, except for one uncle traveling abroad, though later that uncle was also kicked out of the family. But before that uncle found out and adopted him, Sirius Black had been boarding at the Potter household, yes, my family. Sirius Black wasn't just my dad's classmate, he was one of his best friends. The three of them went silent. You're sure? Hermione's voice was somewhat weak. I knew she, along with Ron and Neville, had already connected this to the reason Sirius went to prison. But how do you know? It's not just you who snuck into the trophy room and the student records to look up information. From the moment I learned that my parents had attended Hogwarts, the very first thing I did when I entered the school was to investigate their past. Of course, most of my investigation focused on Voldemort and his followers. I got up from Snuffle's back, looking at the three of them who were completely speechless with astonishment. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew. The four of them were the best of friends during school. Whether it was academics or club activities, the four of them were always prominent figures in Gryffindor, even in all of Hogwarts. Based on what I found in the archive, plus some trivial details I picked up from Hagrid over the past 2 years, I can roughly deduce that their friendship was definitely the kind where they would study together and get into trouble together, a true band of inseparable friends, just like us. But if they really were such good friends, and Sirius Black hated his family so much, Neville asked quietly, frowning, then how did he end up siding with that person and even kill 13 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew? That's also what I want to know, and have been thinking about. I got up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The summer evening breeze still carried some warmth, drifting in along with the sounds of people on the street. I leaned against the windowsill, my gaze landing on a passerby sitting on a public bench on the sidewalk, reading a newspaper. From all the old newspapers and reports I could find, everyone thought Sirius Black had gone mad. He betrayed Professor Dumbledore's trust, he betrayed his friends, he was Voldemort's spy, unable to accept the Dark Lord's defeat, he killed his own best friends and even blew up a whole street, murdering 13 Muggles. But is that really the truth? If he really had gone insane, and it was truly out of anger at Voldemort's failure, then why that night did he not kill me, but instead hand me over to Hagrid? What? It wasn't just Ron and the others who jumped in shock, even Snuffles straightened up abruptly, turning to look at me. Fortunately, Ron and the others were focused on me at that moment. Hand you over to Hagrid. Ron stammered, you mean that night? Yes. I continued looking out the window, sighing even deeper inside. Fudge really went all out, not just Diagon Alley, but even Muggle streets had people watching me. Didn't you already know that I have memories of the night my family was attacked? Since I still remember what the people who killed my parents looked like, of course I also remember who carried me away from the ruins, who brought me to the Dursleys. It's just that part of the memory is a bit fuzzy, because I was so tired at the time and fell asleep later. The room was silent for a while. Harry, Hermione asked softly, are you sure? You didn't get it wrong. I trust my memory, Hermione. Since I found out I was a wizard, I've known that the green light I dream of every night isn't a fantasy, it's real. I turned back to look at their three pale faces. I remember, back then, Hagrid had just dug me out of the ruined house when Sirius Black appeared. He even told Hagrid he would take care of me and wanted to take me away. But Hagrid insisted on handing me over to Professor Dumbledore first, so he gave Hagrid his flying motorcycle and left on his own. Tell me, if he really was Voldemort's follower, truly enraged and insane because Voldemort failed, why didn't he attack me then? If he had the power and guts to blow up a street, killing 13 Muggles and a wizard, why didn't he just go after Hagrid, who had no wand, and me, just a baby, and why even give Hagrid the motorcycle so we could leave quickly? Maybe, Neville said timidly, he couldn't bring himself to harm a child. And then a few hours later, he kills 14 people in one go and then lets the Aurors arrest him without resistance. Hermione instinctively retorted, rubbing her forehead as she sank down, my God. Harry, do you know if what you investigated, plus your memories, are really correct? There could be a huge problem here. What's the big deal? Ron frowned. The fact is, he blew up an entire street just to kill people. The Ministry confirmed his wand when they arrested him. That was dark magic he used. Everyone knows that. That's right. The official inspection records at the time were public, so there's nothing to doubt there. I crossed my arms and said lightly, But apart from the fact that he didn't kill me back then, why did Sirius Black immediately go confront Peter Pettigrew, even killing him? And why didn't Sirius Black run after killing someone, but instead surrendered obediently? Also, if he didn't go after Harry back then, why did he escape from Azkaban today, after more than a decade, to try to kill Harry? Hermione also raised what she thought were unreasonable doubts. You have to understand, our wizard prisons are completely watched over by Dementors. Any wizard there only grows weaker over time, and their mind becomes increasingly scattered. Wait, Ron raised his hand to interrupt. Do you know what you're saying right now? This sounds exactly like you're defending Sirius Black. What are you two thinking? Especially you, Harry, that's a lunatic trying to kill you. The Ministry thought he was a lunatic trying to kill me. I shrugged and corrected him. Harry, all right, he's a madman if you insist on saying so, fine, but in my eyes, there's never much difference between a genius and a lunatic. I shrugged, but don't forget, Ron, the madman we're talking about now is the first wizard in history to escape by his own power from the custody of hundreds of Dementors. Listen carefully, hundreds of Dementors. Having grown up in the wizarding world, you should understand better than Hermione and me just how terrifying those half-dead creatures, barely even called living beings, can be. Judging solely from what the books describe, I wouldn't have the slightest confidence facing something like that, yet Sirius Black did it. Staying in that place, he not only remained fully conscious over more than a decade but even had the ability to avoid the Dementor guards and tracking. Do you know what that means? It means his obsession with killing you surpasses everything. Ron blurted out, now completely unrestrained in his frustration. Exactly, you're right, of course I know what Dementors are. Those are horrifying creatures that devour all hope and happiness from a person. Dad once went to Azkaban to interrogate a prisoner, and he was carried back home by his colleagues in less than 3 hours. I saw with my own eyes how bad he was at the time, and I know firsthand just how awful his impression of Azkaban and those monster warden creatures was, so I understand even more how terrifying Sirius Black is for escaping from there. He's not like that greasy old bat Snape, who just penalizes people and gives detentions. He's a bona fide killing maniac. But we've also misunderstood before. Professor Snape wanted to kill Harry. A weak, hesitant explanation drifted in, not only interrupting the heated debate Ron and I were having, but also making both of us turn back simultaneously to look at Neville, who had spoken. Isn't that the case? I mean, Neville paused in fright, startled by my raised eyebrows and Ron's somewhat fierce eyes, but continued calmly. When we were in first grade, only Harry suspected that Quirrell was that man's subordinate. Last year, when I was in the second grade, only Harry was on guard against Lockhart from beginning to end, and he didn't even go to Lockhart's class, and it turned out that he almost hurt you and Fred with a memory spell later. I mean, compared to most of us, Harry often saw people and things that were closer to the truth. Isn't that right? Neville's last voice was not sure, because Ron's face was indeed a little frighteningly smelly. Hermione reached out and patted Neville's arm to comfort him to sit down, then turned to look at Ron. I agree with Neville, Ron. In fact, Harry is indeed better than you and me in facing things and looking at people. Like last year, I did think Lockhart was pretty good, but he turned out to be a stupid liar who only used memory spells to usurp other people's credits. And Professor Snape, who made us all hate him for his meanness and unreasonable difficulties, and we thought he wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone to kill Harry in first grade. But what about the result? Everyone could see that Professor Snape really hated us Gryffindor from the bottom of his heart, and he was even stricter with Harry. But every time something happened to Harry, he was the one who was most worried about Harry among all the teachers, and he was the first to act, and even accepted Harry as an apprentice because of Harry's super talent in potions. Frame. The sound of the cup breaking interrupted Hermione, and we turned our heads just in time to see the big black dog fall out of bed. Snuffles. I hurried over, summoned the vines to remove the teacup fragments, and squatted down next to Snuffles. Are you okay? Are you hurt? The grey gold beast pupils flashed away with a mixture of shock and panic, and it whined softly, its head resting on my shoulder. Anyway, I think the question Harry raised does make some sense. Of course, given the current situation, these doubts don't really mean much, Hermione said as she watched me plop down by the bed, holding Snuffles, and continued, after all, we know too little, and these events happened over 10 years ago. If we want to clarify the doubts, the only way is probably to find Sirius Black himself, but that would require the Aurors to catch him first. No, if the Aurors catch him, he's done for. I hugged Snuffles around the neck and said gently, back when they caught Sirius Black, they didn't give him any chance for a trial or to defend himself, they just threw him into Azkaban. and now that he's escaped, I'd bet that with the way the Ministry of Magic operates, if they catch Sirius Black, they'd go straight for the Dementor's kiss, again giving him no chance to defend himself. If that happened, those unreasonable doubts would really disappear without a trace. You mean he went to prison without a trial back then? Hermione's eyes widened. How could that happen? No matter how serious the crime, anyone arrested should have a hearing, whether under Muggle or Wizard law. You're talking about peaceful times like ours. My dad said that back when that person was at the height of their power, the ministry officials were already nearly driven mad just handling attack incidents, let alone having time for trial meetings. At that time, Burroughs even had the right to directly kill dark wizards without bearing any legal consequences. Ron ruffled his hair and sat back with a bit of resignation. Well, anyway, it's not the first time you've recklessly run into danger all the time, so it's not too surprising if you really decide to go after Black yourself. So what exactly are you planning? Even if we analyze that things back then might have gone wrong, it's still just our speculation and doesn't really prove anything. And even if we want to verify it, after all this time there's almost no clue left. Are you really intending to go catch Black and then force him to confess? How is that possible? Even if I wanted to do that, there's an aura following me wherever I go outside, and I would bet that even if I go back to Hogwarts, Fudge would definitely send people to guard the school. At this point, it's safe to say that the entire world has been informed by the Ministry of Magic that Sirius Black wants to kill me. Given my current situation, with such close surveillance and protection, having any sort of private investigation is incredibly difficult, and even before taking any action, it's extremely hard to shake off those tailing me. So finding Sirius Black is simply impractical and could very easily result in the Ministry catching him before I even have the chance. So you're saying, Neville asked, we should first go through old newspapers and Ministry notices from years ago to see if there are any new clues. That's the only option for now, otherwise there's nothing else we can do. There's no way the three of us could design a plan to catch him in place of Harry. Not to mention, the Ministry seems to have us under protection and surveillance just because we are closer to Harry, and the key point is that we are nowhere near Harry's level of intelligence and skill. Just encountering a dark wizard and being able to guarantee your own safety is already difficult. Let's not forget that the suspicions about Sirius Black are still only our own deductions. He could very well be just a mercurial madman. If that's the case, someone who managed to escape from Azkaban is extremely dangerous for us, and if the three of us faced him along with Harry, even if by some luck we survived, we would definitely be severely injured. Hermione sighed lightly. By the way, Harry, didn't you say your father had 3 good friends? Then, perhaps Remus Lupin might know something that could help us solve some puzzles or provide clues. Have you tried contacting him? Talking about this, I couldn't help but sigh. Ever since I entered school and learned that Remus Lupin existed, I've been trying to find his whereabouts, but I just couldn't find him. I have to say, my werewolf uncle is really good at wandering. Over the years, even with my mental power strong enough to make the plants help me gather information, I could only confirm that he wasn't in the UK. But I guess maybe there will be news about him soon. After all, the whole Sirius Black escape caused such a stir, and if Remus Lupin was really close to my father back in the day, he wouldn't remain quiet when something this big happened. Yeah, maybe he'll personally go after Sirius Black too. Ron shook his head and got up. But let's not talk about that for now. I'm already hungry. Do you want me to bring some food up from downstairs for you? It's better to go down and eat together anyway, it's not long until dinner. I also let Snuffles go and stood up, signaling it to follow. You really like Snuffles, huh? Going out of the room to go downstairs for a meal, Hermione watched the interaction between me and Snuffles, and also noticed the collar I had hidden under its neck fur. You even made it a little accessory collar similar to the ones we wear. You're becoming more and more extravagant. Don't tell me you did the same for Hedwig too. This is just a black crystal with some aura, mostly just for nourishing energy. It's not nearly as valuable as you think, completely incomparable to the protective charms you guys wear. I laughed and brushed it off, not mentioning that I had already spiritually inscribed a hidden ancient formation inside the crystal that could sense the wearer's life force. Paired with the vine chain woven from plants, this collar would immediately activate if it sensed a life-threatening drop in the wearer's energy, teleporting it to a preset safe location. But you're right, Hedwig has one too. You're going to spoil them sooner or later. Hermione whispered, her voice quickly drowned out by the noise inside the downstairs tavern. I was happy enough to pretend I didn't hear her. Snuffles and Hedwig, one is the embodiment of my godfather, the other is my friend. Providing protection as much as one can seems only natural to me, and if you ask me, the one who truly spoils their pet endlessly isn't even known yet. Chapter 86. Elrond, Hermione's Snowy Owl. Crookshanks, Hermione's cat. Remus Lupin, Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, 3rd year. Peter Pettigrew, Little Peter Wormtail. On the train, the new professor. Regarding the trajectory of fate in this world, it's not the first time I, a mere butterfly flapping my wings, have veered off course only to circle back. So on the morning after the four of us met, even though Hermione had already picked a snowy owl named Elrond, just like Hedwig, at the Owl Mall, she still ended up buying the flat-faced cat Crookshanks at the Wizarding Pet Shop, and I didn't feel too surprised about it. Besides, there was Ron making a fuss nearby, so any chance I had to reflect on it was drowned out by their quarrel. It's bad enough that you brought that cat home, but the school only allows students to keep one pet. Why on earth did you choose it instead of an owl? Ron ground his teeth and glared at the large, flat-faced cat comfortably lying on its owner's lap, purring contentedly to announce to the world that it was feeling just fine. Do you even realize it almost killed Scabbers back at the pet shop, and you still want to take it to school? Yes, Scabbers, that pseudo-rat that had burrowed in Ron's bed in the dormitory for 2 whole years, making me suppress murderous urges almost to the point of injury every night, had gotten completely sick after going to Egypt with Ron. Originally round like a ball, he had become skinny to the point of being mere skin and bones, and he was starting to lose hair and looked listless. So after arriving at Diagon Alley, Ron's first priority was to bring him to the Wizarding Pet Shop for a checkup. And because Scabbers' symptoms were really strange and rather severe, the female shopkeeper suggested that it would be best to leave him overnight so she could properly observe his condition and allow them to take him back the next day. After finding out why Ron and Neville came to see me with Hermione without bringing Scabbers, I couldn't help but sigh at my own oversight, carefully calculating so many steps, yet forgetting that although that rat's true form is a wizard, having maintained its rat form for so many years, it had long formed a special friendship with real rats. It wasn't exactly a secret that I stayed at the Leaky Cauldron with Snuffles for half a week. I could prevent anyone from recognizing Snuffles as an animagus, but I couldn't hide Snuffles' true identity from Scabbers, who already knew. After being informed by the rats living in Diagon Alley, who had caught wind of things, it was naturally terrified, especially since it was already worried upon hearing that Sirius Black had escaped from prison. To avoid running into my godfather, of course, it had no choice but to feign illness and avoid this dangerous long overdue meeting. As for why Scabbers didn't just run away, of course, it simply didn't have the ability. Ever since my mental powers and talent for controlling plants grew stronger, I had, unintentionally but deliberately, made that rat eat candy I had laced a long time ago, the kind of ingredient that is non-toxic and harmless but contains parasitic spores infused with my faint mental energy. As long as those spores are inside its body, unless it can manage to get to a place completely devoid of plants, it's incredibly easy for me to track its movements, or even use it to send messages, having nearby plants secretly trip it up, so whenever it tries to sneak away on purpose, something nearby always somehow ends up falling onto its escape route, trapping it, making it get caught, and bringing it back to where it belongs as Ron's pet. However, Scabbers' attempt to escape after arriving at Diagon Alley temporarily eased after Snuffles was taken back to the Snow Hut by Xua that night, just after sending Xua and Snuffles off via the back alley of the Leaky Cauldron on the night bus. I returned to the room and immediately heard from the plants that they had been keeping an eye on Scabbers for me. While I muttered about that vigilant little rat, I was also secretly shocked, never expected that the way and speed of information exchange among rats wasn't much different from that of plants. It seems that from now on, I need to be extra careful in how I handle animals and insects while planning actions. Don't be silly, Ron. Elrond can come and go to my house to deliver letters for me and usually lives in Xua's snow hut not far from school, but Crookshanks can't travel such long distances frequently. Of course, it has to stay with me, Hermione said absent-mindedly while petting Crookshanks' back and looking at the 24 rules of basic spatial magic *. Besides, Hogwarts isn't the only place where a student has a cat. For the past 2 years, your Scabbers has been perfectly safe, hasn't it? Not a single cat swallowed him, right? Crookshanks is smart, it's just playing with Scabbers. It swallowed everything but the tail. And you call that playing with it? Ron exclaimed, unable to accept it. When I dug Scabbers out of that cat's mouth, he was not only covered in saliva but completely stunned. Oh, all right, I know Crookshanks got a little carried away, but it had no ill intention at all. This was just a small accident. Hermione scratched under Crookshanks' chin. Isn't that right, pretty little one? Crookshanks tilted its neck higher so its owner could scratch more easily, squinting its eyes and meowing happily, purring even louder. The sight of one person and one cat so leisurely and happily together, completely ignoring Scabbers lying nearby, just washed but still unconscious, and his owner, who was nearly about to turn purple with anger over all the protests. This is truly the example of someone who genuinely dotes on their own pet. After finishing lunch, Neville and I sat under a corner table at the bar, biting our ice pops to stifle laughter while playing wizard's chess, pretending not to hear the quarrel between this pair of rivals next to us. After all, we had already learned to stay out of it whenever Hermione and Ron argued, so as not to get caught in the aftermath unnecessarily. Moreover, when it comes to one's own pets, most people usually lose all sense of reason. This point was something Neville and I felt first-hand back in first year when Hagrid secretly raised that dragon, and now it was just being reconfirmed. The Weasley family and Neville's grandmother arrived somewhat late, just as Neville and I were tearing each other apart over the chessboard, but thankfully they showed up before Hermione and Ron's argument reached a full-blown explosion, temporarily diverting their attention. While Mr. Weasley was busy checking in and assigning rooms to the others, the four of us were pulled over by Mrs. Weasley and Neville's grandmother for a chat. Most of the conversation, of course, focused on me. After a round of polite inquiries and learning about my past few days at the Leaky Cauldron, they finally let us go to greet the twins and Ginny, and together we headed to Diagon Alley to pick up some school supplies. From then until the days before the start of school, us underage little wizards would mostly just hang out, shop, and chat. Fortunately, the reading reflect irons Snape assigned me were already finished, leaving only a short final section for the advanced potion-making essay, which I completed in just 2 nights, finally allowing me to relax and play with everyone. However, right after the first day's dinner, I told the twins I needed some time to work on a report, so I couldn't chat with them for long that night. When they heard that I still had work left with only a few days until school started, they all looked utterly incredulous. Then the twins, in an exaggerated display, ran over to hug me and, moved, said I finally understood the true beauty of being a student, saving your homework until the last moment. Unsurprisingly, the next second, Mrs. Weasley grabbed my ear and dragged me aside for a little re-education. Later, when I explained that what I was writing was not homework but a punishment report assigned by Professor Snape, everyone, except Hermione, who reacted normally, looked conflicted, as did the few others who were also enduring Snape-style harsh education. Really, everyone already knew I was Snape's apprentice, didn't they? When an apprentice messes up, it's only natural for the teacher to punish them. Besides, being assigned to read and write a report within a time limit was hardly harmful to me, just a bit tiring but educational. I had no complaints. Why were they still upset? Why the sigh? Sitting in the Weasley family car on the way to the train station, Ron quietly asked me, noticing my small sigh while looking out the window. I turned to him and shook my head with a smile. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel like summer went by so fast, and school is about to start, I said calmly. Also, I didn't expect the ministry to be so kind, willing to generously lend us a car and help drive us to the station. Though I couldn't see Mr. Weasley, who was driving, I noticed Mrs. Weasley in the passenger seat quickly glance at her husband. Understanding the look, I said nothing more. Meanwhile, the twins in the back seat exchanged knowing glances. Yeah, it's really lucky someone helped, otherwise, with so many of us and so much luggage, trying to fit it all into this car would have been a real problem, Fred said in agreement. Dad, is that wizard who came to help one of your colleagues? Yes, but not from the same department, Mr. Weasley replied, his tone a bit lighter. My department occasionally collaborates with Kingsley when arranging surprise inspections. He really is a helpful, good guy. Oh, but why have we never seen you invite Uncle Kingsley over for dinner? George asked. Dad, haven't you always been so hospitable? Arthur has, of course, invited him over for meals, but you were all at school then, so you didn't see it, Mrs. Weasley chimed in. By the way, you too, not becoming prefects is one thing, but remember, while at school this year, behave, all right? The Forbidden Forest isn't our backyard where you can wander around freely. If I ever find out you sneaked in, or even took Ginny and Ron with you, making Harry run around looking for you, we won't. Mom, last year was an accident. You nagged us all summer. Our car overflowed with the warm nagging of the Weasley family. Through the mental connection of our magical minds and with a little help from a mischief maker, I could also sense Neville in the back, looking helpless and pitiful. Grandma Longbottom was also busy with her relentless scolding, lecturing her grandson for losing his train ticket again. Over the past couple of years, thanks to the subtle influence and occasional assistance from Ron, Hermione, and myself, Neville's academic performance and practical skills had improved to be on par with anyone else's. This made him much more confident and resilient compared to the timid, tearful boy we first met. However, despite all that, his habit of being forgetful hadn't changed much. Losing things remained a daily occurrence. Ron had even once said that the chance of not seeing Neville frantically searching for things was as low as me going an entire day without chocolates. Of course, we won't mention here how that particular someone ended up losing all his after-meal sweets for a whole week because of his careless words, but the bottom line is that some people's forgetfulness is indeed innate, something that can't simply be fixed by trying harder. With so many people comes a lot of things. Our group arrived at the bustling, noisy station filled with people coming and going. Even though we were dressed quite plainly, the birdcage and cat carrier hanging from our luggage inevitably drew quite a few curious glances. The cat was fine, but it's not every day you see someone carrying an owl around. And not to boast, but my Hedwig, under the daily care of specially formulated medicine, had pristine snow-white feathers that looked ethereal. Plus, she was so well behaved and quiet in the cage, with eyes that were lively and alert, making her irresistibly adorable. In such a situation, it was truly not easy to get into platform 9 3/4 without alerting Muggles, but fortunately, this small matter wasn't a problem for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. With their guidance and cover, the children in our group successfully avoided Muggle attention and passed through the barrier to the platform. "What did Dad want to talk to you about?" Before getting on the train, Mr. Weasley asked Ron to help get my luggage on board first. While everyone else was still handling luggage or heeding last-minute instructions from the two ladies, he took me to a secluded pillar and said a few words. It wasn't until time was almost up that Mr. Weasley let me on the train. After saying goodbye to Grandma Longbottom and Mrs. Weasley, I had just stepped onto the stairs when I ran into Ron and the other two waiting for me in the corridor. "It's too crowded here, not a good place to talk," I said softly, waving goodbye to the adults outside through the glass of the train door with Neville. "We'll talk back in the compartment." "Right," Hermione and Ron waved too, but there was a strange glowing happiness on her face. "Back in the compartment, and there's a little surprise there." "A little surprise?" I raised an eyebrow at Ron and Neville, but they said nothing. When the train started moving and slid out of the platform, they guided me towards the very last compartment, the same spot I had sat in during my previous trips to Hogwarts. All the other compartments were full, so this is why we chose this one, Hermione said, opening the door. But unexpectedly, someone was already sitting inside. Hearing Hermione say this, although I already had an idea, when I saw that lean, pale man in a patch cloak leaning against the train window, asleep, I couldn't help but feel a faint sense of joy inside. "He must be our new professor," I said softly as I stepped into the compartment. Lockhart ended up a fool and hospitalized due to the backfire of the memory jinx, leaving the defense against the dark arts position vacant. He should be the new professor the headmaster found for us. Hermione said the same thing, Neville whispered to me, taking a seat opposite the man once we entered the compartment. Because besides students and the staff traveling with them, only school-related faculty members can board this train, but it's the first time I've seen a teacher take the train with students. Usually, teachers have their own means of getting to Hogwarts. Probably because taking the train is easier and cheaper, I said bluntly. Although Ron and the others could tell I was merely stating a fact without any innuendo, seeing the man's appearance and hearing my straightforward words caused Ron and Hermione, who sat down with me, to pause slightly. Even Neville's mouth twitched, but in general, they also knew my mood would be either very bad or very good at times like this, since it was mostly only then that I would start using unfiltered and impulsive words when speaking. But I didn't pay attention to their expressions. My wand slid out of my right sleeve, and I softly muttered a few obscure incantations. Gentle blue light emanated from the tip of my wand, swirling outward briefly before vanishing. I then looked at the three of them across the seat. "It just lowers the sound of our conversation, not a soundproofing spell," I said as I put away my wand. "He looks quite tired, and when we chat later, we might accidentally wake him up." Hermione blinked. "I thought you'd be eager to start talking to him." "That depends on the situation. It's not something extremely urgent," I said with a smile. But then I turned to the still sleeping man beside me, and my expression darkened again. Not just his complexion, but there seemed to be a lot of issues with his body. "You already know who he is." Hearing the back and forth between Hermione and me, Neville blurted out, "Remus J. Lupin." Just a few words are engraved on his luggage. I glanced at the corner where our luggage was placed. The only black, worn-out suitcase I hadn't seen before was right there with our luggage. It seems Professor Dumbledore trusts Mr. Lupin a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited him to be our defense against the dark arts teacher at a time like this. Your eyes are really sharp, Ron said with a glance, and the way you put it is exactly like Hermione. Hermione and I exchanged a smile. She then asked, "So, Mr. Weasley came to you to talk about Sirius Black?" I nodded and looked at their expressions. "You already know. Last night, Ron and Percy argued again. He was so angry he didn't want to sleep in the same room as Percy, so he came to see me." Neville's lips curved into a strange smile. Apparently, Ron accidentally knocked over a teacup, which spilled onto Percy's wallet, wetting the photo of Senior Clearwater inside. Percy got very angry and yelled. He was completely overreacting, and it wasn't all my fault. If that photo was so important, he should have kept it with his wallet instead of just leaving it on the tea cabinet. Besides, I did apologize, yet he kept yelling. Ron's face fell as he mentioned it. Anyway, when I went to Neville last night, I accidentally overheard Mom and Dad downstairs discussing with Kingsley whether to tell you about the plan to go after Sirius Black. Since there weren't many people downstairs at the time and I didn't want Mom and Dad to notice me, I could only overhear bits and pieces. Not much. I see. I leaned back into the soft chair and relaxed my body. So, I guess they probably argued last night too. Pretty much. Mom and Kingsley didn't agree with you being told, but Dad thought you're smart. If they didn't explain it to you clearly, you'd figure it out yourself and end up plunging headfirst into danger. Looking at the other two actually nodding along with Ron, I was speechless for a moment. I had only faced the Dark Lord and his followers twice over 2 consecutive years, yet they immediately categorized me as an impulsive, reckless kid who relies purely on luck. I admit that sometimes when my temper flares, I get a bit carried away, but most of the time I am quite calm. I have no interest in causing trouble. You know that, right? It's always trouble that comes looking for me, I said with a sullen glance. Since accepting the reality of surviving in this world, I've fully come to terms with this supposed main character fate, but hearing myself described that way still made me want to argue. I hate trouble too, but running away when it finds me doesn't solve anything. Take the Sirius Black incident, for example. The Ministry people were the ones saying he escaped to come after me. Because of that, I spent the entire summer under the watch of a bunch of us. Do you think that was fun? Although rationally I had already decided not to hide until the end of the vacation and to obediently be watched until school started, I still felt annoyed. Of course, I wasn't taking it out on anyone, and my tone, while frustrated, was still calm and not hostile. Yet the three of them could understand my displeasure. Anyone would feel the same way. No matter the reason, having someone watching every move you make inevitably makes anyone angry. "Oh, all right, Harry, we understand, but we still worry," Hermione said, her tone somewhat soothing. "Anyway, at least the adults have decided they won't keep anything from us anymore, right? Before, they didn't even tell us that. But now Mr. Weasley is telling us this, which is probably his way of hoping we'll be more careful ourselves. After all, Rose can't come into the school, right? So if there's any guarding, it has to be around the castle." "No, apart from that, there's another reason," I interjected. "When Mr. Weasley was at the platform just now, he asked me to promise that no matter what I heard at school, I shouldn't actively try to search for Sirius Black's whereabouts." The three of them were momentarily stunned. "My dad really said that?" I nodded. Watching the three of them become somewhat heavy-hearted and thoughtful because of what I said, I knew my hint had taken effect. Among the doubts we previously discussed, I had never mentioned that Sirius was actually my godfather because I hadn't yet discovered that information. Hagrid isn't secretive, but even though he knew about these matters, he never told me anything about Sirius. The things I had previously drawn out from Ron and the others were gleaned when Hagrid had a few drunken moments sneaking drinks in his hut. It seems that honest, simple man is the same type as Ron, particularly detesting traitors and not even wanting to mention them. However, even if Hagrid doesn't say anything, the news that Sirius is my godfather will sooner or later leak out from among the students or the teachers. After all, my dad was a prominent figure in their generation, and the three friends around him certainly weren't ordinary people. Sirius wasn't just my dad's friend, he was also the best man at my parents' wedding, my godfather, and even the keeper of secrets of our household. Among my dad's classmates, who are my current classmates' parents, and the teachers, these things are hardly a secret. Sooner or later, someone will tell their child. At the very least, the Malfoys will definitely know, and they might even use it as an excuse to encourage me to seek revenge on Sirius. "Harry," Hermione said, her expression having shifted multiple times due to deep thought, finally looking pale with worry. You promised Mr. Weasley, right? You really wouldn't let impulse lead you to find him, would you? I looked deeply at Hermione. This girl, her intelligence in thinking has already reached my level, or even surpassed me in carefulness. No, I didn't promise him, Hermione. You know the things we discussed earlier that I was suspicious about. Mr. Weasley's actions for my request only further confirm my suspicions, so all the more, I must find out the truth. But that's too dangerous. Please, Harry, you know those are just guesses. Hermione's tone grew more and more urgent. And think carefully, Hagrid is so loyal to Professor Dumbledore. If your memory is correct, Hagrid must have told Dumbledore all this. Given that, Professor Dumbledore couldn't possibly have not suspected anything. But he didn't help Sirius Black. Not help, or couldn't help. Somewhat surprised, but mostly feeling a warm sense of relief, I calmed myself and spoke softly. Professor Dumbledore indeed has great prestige, and his status does influence many people the way a flag of moral guidance inspires people because they admire his achievements and abilities. But there are many things he still can't truly decide himself. The Ministry of Magic is the one that actually holds the authority to make decisions, especially in that situation back then. As long as the majority of the evidence pointed at Sirius Black, under the massive pressure of public opinion, even any unresolved doubts would be completely ignored. It simply couldn't change the outcome, and we can't deny that at the time, compared to the matter of Sirius Black, handling the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat and rebuilding the wizarding world was far more important. As the primary leader against Voldemort, Professor Dumbledore had no way to avoid these burdens, so how could he possibly have extra energy to reinvestigate those doubts? Moreover, the old fox knew from the very beginning that Voldemort wasn't dead. That broken prophecy had already led Voldemort to mark me personally, which means I had become the true hope of defeating the Dark Lord. So, before the Dark Lord could rise again, the old fox still had to deploy and arrange too many things concerning me. Of course, I couldn't say those final words, but just based on what I had said before, it was enough to make Hermione and the other two pause and reconsider with a changed expression. Although at the age of just 13, it might seem a bit too early to guide them to think about the darker sides of politics and public opinion, given their mental resilience and the fact that in the future they would have to face Voldemort and the Death Eaters with me, it was absolutely unavoidable for them, especially since, barring any unforeseen events, from next year onwards, the so-called public opinion and political interference in Hogwarts will only become more evident. After more than a decade of recovery, the higher-ups at the Ministry of Magic had long healed their wounds and forgotten the pain, caring only about power. Thinking that Voldemort truly wouldn't return, they naturally wouldn't be willing to let Professor Dumbledore, a person whose reputation and prestige were higher than theirs, oversee everything. Politics and business are the same, there are only interests, no friends. That's why the Ministry insisted on having Dementors guard Azkaban, and this year, they will likely let them guard the school as well. So, Neville asked timidly, Harry, you suspected that Sirius Black was innocent when he was arrested, and it was related to what happened in your family. Although usually Hermione is the quickest thinker and fastest to understand among us, that doesn't mean Ron and Neville aren't smart. More accurately, in this regard they are a bit like me. If someone else can do the thinking work, they wouldn't bother spending extra patience on it. Moreover, being such close friends, they obviously know my temper, and are aware that I only truly get angry and act almost recklessly when it comes to matters involving family and close friends, and my parents, of course, are my most obvious and greatest weakness. He's my dad's best friend. When something happened to my family, he was among the first to arrive, alongside Hagrid, I said softly, and besides, the Ministry was convinced he was going to kill me. Mr. Weasley even told me not to seek him out, no matter what I heard, so when you put all of these things together, can you really expect me not to suspect that he has something to do with my parents' deaths? Ron hesitated to speak, and Hermione and Neville also looked like they wanted to say something but held back. I knew what they meant, they probably wanted to advise me but couldn't find the words. They understood my boundaries better than anyone. Once I decided to do something, not even 10 dragons could stop me. It's fine, you don't need to worry too much. As I said before, I suspect that Sirius Black's capture was not straightforward. Plus, it's too strange that he didn't kill me back then, but now says he escaped from prison to come after me. So before uncovering the truth, I'm not going to recklessly go looking for him myself. I said calmly, trying to reassure them. The one who really killed my parents was Voldemort, and the one I've been accumulating strength to fight is him and his followers. To me now, whether Sirius Black is connected to my parents' death is important, but more importantly, I need to confirm whose side he's on. I will never let any dark wizard go, especially those who truly follow Voldemort. When the time is right, I will personally send them to hell. A faint murderous aura emanated from my words and my presence. Hermione and the others had no doubt that I was serious, even though I usually joked around and let them play tricks on me without caring much. They had also seen the work I did quietly behind the scenes and knew that while I allowed them to fool around, I was also preparing myself. In truth, I had been storing strength and was ready to step into darkness at any time. This path, which I had no choice in since birth, must be walked, and although Ron and the others may not have fully understood it at first, having accompanied me until now, they seemed to have no intention of stepping back. Ron ran his hand anxiously through his hair and took a deep breath. All right, well, it's been a long time anyway, and I've more or less gotten used to this nerve-wracking life. But I still have one question. You have to answer me honestly, Harry. He pursed his lips and looked at me seriously. Regarding Sirius Black, what do you really think? Why exactly do you insist on doubting the Ministry of Magic's judgment and believe that this murderer who escaped from Azkaban isn't coming after you? I looked at the other two, whose small faces also carried the same puzzled expression, and without saying anything, I stood up and walked toward the corner where my suitcase was placed. This photo album was a get-well gift from Hagrid when I was hospitalized at the end of my first-year term. Back at my seat, I handed the album, full of pictures documenting my parents' youthful student days, their lively wedding, and even the few photos of them holding the newborn me, to Ron and the others. Inside, it's all photos of my parents. Hagrid wrote to everyone who knew them, and collected this to give to me. I spoke softly, my gaze following theirs as they flipped through the album, looking at each lively wizard photo. I don't know what the thoughts are running through your minds as you look at these photos. But I do know that in these photos, whether it's my parents or the people around them, they all look very happy, truly joyful, and they genuinely love each other. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew appear in these photos the most. Even at their wedding, Sirius Black was their best man, playing around with everyone. Even just through these photos, I can see in his eyes that he sincerely wished them well and truly loved my parents. A person's eyes can always reveal a lot of information. Whether it's evil or good, even if the so-called occlumency really can hide someone's many schemes and plots, there is one kind of feeling that no magic can ever conceal. That is protection, a protection born from love, completely genuine. I can see it. I can see Aunt Petunia's protection of me even if she isn't fully aware of it, even if she thinks she despises my mother and despises me, and is only taking me in for appearances. In reality, there is always a part of her heart that loves my mother and loves me, otherwise, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have entrusted me to her, and the blood protection magic left by my mother wouldn't have been so complete and strong that all of Voldemort's remnants couldn't find her house, let alone touch my body. And Professor Snape too, he hated my father. His deep loathing of my father often made me wonder if, even if my father hadn't died trying to protect my mother and me, he might one day have fallen by Professor Snape's hand. That's why from the very beginning, Professor Snape disliked me so much. I looked exactly like my dad. But no matter what, Professor Snape chose to protect me because there is someone in his heart, the most important person, whom he would protect at all costs, and he wanted me to live. That's why Professor Snape was able to put aside his hatred for me, accept my existence, and teach me the knowledge that could help me protect myself. So, you should understand why I insist on doubting the Ministry of Magic's judgment. I looked at Ron and the others, speaking firmly. I don't believe that someone with such a genuine protective heart, who always looked at my parents with such warmth, could be the murderer responsible for their deaths. I don't believe that the man who didn't take me away that night, even hugged me before turning away and leaving, would decide more than a decade later to break out of prison just to try to kill me. That's the real reason why, even if all the evidence points to Sirius Black being a traitor, I cannot stop suspecting the truth. It's been over 10 years, and the protective curse my mother left on me against Voldemort and his followers was so powerful that even Quirrell turned to dust when he touched me. So back then, that same Sirius Black, who once held me, if he had truly gone mad after Voldemort's defeat, why could he have touched me without any harm? Ron lowered his head. The photo album at his feet had been flipped to the pages of his parents' wedding. One photo showed Sirius laughing while running from the angry groom covered in cake frosting, occasionally turning back to blow a kiss to the bride, who was laughing so hard Remus had to hold her. You believe him? I believe in people who have the same gaze as you do, Ron, I said calmly, so I have to find out the truth. The compartment was quiet for a moment. Then, I suppose we have no other choice, right? Hermione let out a sigh, and when she lifted her head from the photo album, she wore a smile without hesitation. After we get back to school, let's find some time to go to the student records room and the old newspaper room again, and go through your parents' student records and the information around the time before and after your family's accident. We might even find some clues, she said, and gave a gentle nod to Remus, who was still asleep leaning against the windowsill. And Professor Lupin, I think he would be willing to talk to us. Looking at their three little faces staring at me expectantly, I returned a warm smile. At that moment, our compartment door was lightly knocked on before sliding open, and a witch pushing a cart full of sweets and food came in to ask if we wanted to buy lunch. Hermione, failing to wake Remus, then joined me and Ron at the doorway to get something to eat. But just as we finished buying lunch and were about to return to the compartment, a swift yellow blur, moving as fast as a cannonball, collided with Ron while I was still a bit stunned. It excitedly jumped up and down on his chest, exactly the spot where the fake rat had been sleeping on Ron. The result was predictable, although Ron immediately grabbed the yellow cannonball, Crookshanks, off him. Scabbers had already been frightened, leapt out, and disappeared without a trace. Naturally, this led to Ron once again angrily arguing with Hermione. Only when Neville used the excuse of needing to find Trevor to pull Ron away temporarily to chase after the fake rat did the other people peeking out from the corridor retreat. I'm sorry, Hermione. Ginny approached Hermione with her beloved cat in her arms, Hermione still fuming, and apologized quietly. Crookshanks kept demanding to leave our compartment after waking up, so Luna and I brought him to find you. I didn't expect. It's okay, it's not your fault, it's just that Ron is making such a fuss. Hermione's expression was still a bit unpleasant, but she didn't have the habit of taking out her anger on others. Besides, before getting into the car, she had asked Ginny to temporarily take care of the sleeping Crookshanks and had also said to be notified if Crookshanks woke up so she could go get him. She gently stroked Crookshanks, who was now obediently sitting in her lap again, while inviting Luna and Ginny. You guys haven't had lunch yet, right? Want to eat together? Let's do it together. I smiled at the two girls who were hesitatingly looking at me, and at the same time directed the vine slipping out of my sleeve to help open the compartment door. My hands were full with food for four, including what Ron and the others had left, but there are other people in our compartment. I hope you don't mind. Other people. Luna came to my side to help take some food and followed me into the compartment. Mr. Remus Lupin. I raised an eyebrow curiously at her. You know him? Luna gently shook her head. The suitcase. I smiled. This girl truly showed the Ravenclaw traits, as attentive as Hermione. Actually, we should call him Professor. If I'm not mistaken, he should be our new defense against the dark arts teacher. New teacher. The last to enter, Ginny, helped close the door and curiously looked at Remus, who was still leaning on the windowsill with his eyes closed. She slightly frowned and muttered quietly, I hope he's a little better than last year's teacher. Merlin knows, last year in dark arts, apart from learning that adding mermaid-blessed pearl powder to shampoo could make hair shinier, what else did we even learn? Now, it wasn't just me, even Hermione, holding Crookshanks and back in her seat, couldn't help but burst out laughing, calming her anger. Oh, well, at least you learned some pretty practical beauty tips, right? Her cheeks had a faint blush as she pulled Ginny to sit beside her. Don't worry, our dark arts teacher this year will definitely be capable, we just don't know his personality yet. Luna and I placed the food in the space between Remus and me, and then I took the maple pie I had given her and sat down beside Ginny. Does Miss Hermione mean that she already knows Professor Lupin? Not really, but Harry does. Hermione winked at me, right? Just knows him, not really acquainted. Seeing the questioning looks from the two girls, I explained while handing Hermione and Ginny some cauldron cakes, and picked up a tuna sandwich for myself, unwrapping it. Professor Lupin was a classmate of my dad's, but this is the first time I've met him today. Besides, he's been sleeping since we got on the train and hasn't even said hello. I see. Since he's a friend of Mr. Harry's father, he must be impressive. Luna's clear eyes stayed on Remus as she tilted her head slightly. Then, should we wake him up for lunch? He looks like he needs something to eat. I tried just now, but I couldn't wake him. But I guess it should be fine. If he wants something to eat when he wakes up, he can probably still get it from the conductor at the front of the train. Hermione broke off a piece of her own cake for Crookshanks on her lap, and asked Ginny nearby, Crookshanks didn't cause any trouble for you just now, did he? Is he really still asleep? I gave a thoughtful glance at Remus, who was still leaning against the windowsill without moving, and quietly took a bite of my sandwich. Well, after having had his trust betrayed years ago, it probably takes time to process hearing what I just said, so not reacting is normal. Though I had to admit, this guy is really good at pretending to sleep. His breathing is slow and steady. If I hadn't felt a slight shift in his breath when I was talking to Ron and the others, I would have thought he was dead asleep. Could it be that Remus has quite a bit of experience eavesdropping while pretending to sleep? I was just biting on my sandwich and daydreaming while listening to three girls chatting together, though I wasn't part of their conversation. After last year's escape room incident, Ginny and Luna's personalities had clearly become more lively, and the way they carried themselves seemed less awkward and more poised. The biggest change was probably Ginny, although sometimes the way she looked at me still carried a trace of dreamy days, compared to before, when she would speak only a few words to me and blush at the slightest thing, or even get so shy that she'd run away out of sight. She was now much cuter, able to stay in the same room and chat normally with me. It seems time is truly the best remedy for fading infatuation and heartbreak. After just a summer, both Hermione and Ginny had experienced a major transformation from girls into graceful young ladies. I couldn't help but marvel that no matter the era, women are indeed the earliest bloomers. Moreover, the topic of their conversation inexplicably turned to love potions, completely forgetting that there was a grown boy like me sitting directly across from them, as they discussed which senior at school was the most capable, handsome, attentive, and gentlemanly, reaffirming my previous sentiments. The pastoral scenery outside the window rushed past as the train sped along, and before I realized it, the once fine and sunny weather had turned grey and misty, even with a slight drizzle. Having already eaten my fill, I sipped on orange juice, rarely interjecting a word of commentary into the girls' conversation, and found myself considering whether I should go look for Ron and Neville, who still hadn't returned. I had almost finished the candy I bought, except for the chocolates, and I was still not fully satisfied, thinking I might as well nab some for them too. Where on earth could those two have gone hunting for pets? They were still nowhere in sight. Clunk! The train noticeably jolted and began to slow down. Hermione and the others stopped talking, exchanging a puzzled glance. What's happening? Ginny looked out the window. We're not at school yet. Why is the train stopping? I tossed my empty juice bottle casually into the corner trash bag, and my wand slipped out of my sleeve. Mr. Harry? She noticed the sudden chill in my expression and looked at my defensive movements with some unease. I'll go find Ron and the others and ask what's going on, I said calmly, standing up. Stay here and don't run around. Be careful. I'll be back soon. I'll go with you. Hermione didn't finish her sentence before someone grabbed my wrist, stopping me from stepping forward. I turned my head and met a pair of clear, tea-colored eyes that carried a world-weary depth. When there are grown-ups around, you should try to trust their abilities more. With a deep and gentle voice, Remus applied some strength. Just as I was surprised by the force that didn't match his slim build, he pulled me back into my seat. Being strong and independent is great, but sometimes relying on others isn't a bad thing. Your dad told me that once, and now I pass it on to you. Dad? I froze for a moment, still not fully processing it, when the lights in the compartment went out with the stopping of the train, plunging everything into darkness. Professor Lupin, I started to speak, but a large hand was already patting my head reassuringly, and a beam of light appeared at the same time. Everyone stay quiet in your seats and don't move. He held up his wand with a lighting spell, though his pale and wan face was visible. An unexpected determination shone through. He rose and moved toward the compartment door. I'll go check. Before Remus could finish, a chilling and ominous presence suddenly filled the entire compartment. My breath caught, and a stiff, frozen sensation as if I had plunged into an ice bucket enveloped my body. My wand slipped from my hand and hit the floor, the sound magnified endlessly in my ears, yet somehow as if it were far, far away. The darkness and the light before my eyes, Hermione's horrified little face, the shouts and cries, all twisted together like a whirlpool, so cold, so painful. Why, the seal on my memories. I slid weakly from my seat, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 87. Dementor. The wounds of the past. A healer's compassionate hand is for healing. When facing enemies, if you don't want to die, put that aside. What is this? It hurts? Crying yourself to death won't bring her back. If you're really unwilling to accept it, then get stronger, strong enough to master these skills and abilities, strong enough to become my successor. Remember how she died, remember the consequences of misplaced mercy. Not everyone you care about can protect themselves like you can. even with the wisdom and strength to manipulate situations and provide shelter, eliminating the root of the problem is still necessary. Whose memory is this? I'm sorry, Zioxu. I can't leave her unattended. It's my fault. I failed you. No, that's not it. It's my fault. Zioxu, don't go. Please, he loves you. It's my fault. The one who should leave is me. Is that me? Are these my memories? It's him. He's here. Quickly take Harry away. Go. No, don't. James, run. I'll hold him off. Who are these people? Are these my memories too? But why? Get lost. You stupid little girl, hand him over. No, please, I beg you, have mercy, he's just a child, let me take his place, let me take his place, I beg you. No. I said get lost. Avada. No. After the brilliant green light, there was an empty, dark sky. The stars were always there. So why, when I reach out, I can't grasp anything? There's nothing. Who am I exactly? Harry. Harry. I blinked, and when my vision focused, I saw Madame Pomfrey's worried face. Harry, can you hear me? She gently asked as she wiped my face with a cloth. Do you recognize me? I tried to open my mouth, but found I couldn't make a single sound. I think we should let him drink a little of this first, madam, a familiar, calm voice said. Still half conscious, I vaguely saw a cup being handed to Madame Pomfrey. Hot cocoa isn't as effective as dark chocolate, but at least it should help him maintain his body temperature for now. Let's hope so. In my experience, out of all the people who've encountered Dementors, none of them were in a worse state than this child. From what you're saying, the Dementor had barely approached him and he already lost consciousness. It must have been some truly awful past. Madame Pomfrey sighed and shook her head. Help me get him up, Remus. I think he can only manage to drink a little right now. The warm drink, sweet with a hint of bitterness, slid down my throat under Madame Pomfrey's careful feeding. The warmth quickly spread through my stomach, not only soothing my throat but making my mind feel slightly clearer. Thank you. After sipping half a cup of hot cocoa, I weakly spoke as Madame Pomfrey prepared to help me lie back down. My voice was so hoarse I barely recognized it myself. Harry. My voice caused Madame Pomfrey to pause in her actions, her tone relieved and joyous. You're awake. It seems I actually just woke up, huh? Despite the confusion, I nodded slightly, though almost immediately, a wave of dizziness washed over me, forcing me to frown and close my eyes. Don't move yet, you're in terrible shape right now, Remus. When I opened my eyes and instinctively tried to say something, Madame Pomfrey had already shoved a piece of dark chocolate, thick with cocoa, into my mouth. Eat the chocolate before speaking. This is far more useful for you right now than any stamina potion. Madame Pomfrey broke the large piece of chocolate into smaller bits to feed me, while continuing to chatter. I really don't understand what those old fools in the council are thinking, and the headmaster too. How could they allow such a frightening and dangerous thing into the school? The students didn't even arrive at school before something happened. I believe Professor Dumbledore must have protested seriously in advance. Madam, it's just that the Ministry of Magic is being very rigid this time. After all, everyone still wants a bit more security. You should understand that although Hogwarts has always been safe in the past, looking at the records from the past 2 years, there are still quite a few blind spots in the school that can be exploited. Remus calmly reminded Madame Pomfrey. Also, madam, I think Harry should be able to eat on his own by now. Maybe you could let him finish the remaining chocolate himself. Madame Pomfrey glanced at me, now a bit rosier in complexion, though my cheeks were puffed up from being forcibly fed chocolate, and pursed her lips. Oh, very well. Also, I'll prepare some warming and dreamless potions. Harry will definitely need them tonight. Remus, please make sure he finishes all that chocolate. If his temperature hasn't returned to normal later, get some more from the drawer for him. After receiving Remus's promise, Madame Pomfrey placed the remaining chocolate on the sheet at my feet and then hurriedly left the infirmary with slightly more peace of mind. When she turned to leave, I shot Remus a grateful glance. God knows why this grandmotherly matron treats the unconscious and the awake so differently. I almost choked on chocolate just now because of her. Catching my thankful look, Remus chuckled lightly and sat on the edge of my bed. Meanwhile, I continued trying my best to chew and chew, trying to quickly swallow all the chocolate in my mouth. Madame Pomfrey was right. My body was indeed freezing, even my inner strength was pitifully weak. Only by eating more chocolate could I drive away the chill and restore my lost vitality. In fact, those Dementors were not the half-dead creatures I imagined from the books. What they devour is not just happiness or souls. In reality, they are the terminators of both living and dead beings. They consume everything positive and beautiful with their force of emptiness and resentment, leaving only void and anger, until they assimilate it into their own kind. If you ask me, Dementors are not living creatures at all, nor are they undead. They are essentially fully materialized manifestations of inner demons with no desires other than to assimilate and devour goodness. It's truly horrifying beyond words. Though I'm not some righteous person bent on exterminating evil, even the most clueless should know that something like this can't be allowed to exist, right? So why does no one eliminate them, and why do some actually think they can control these monsters, even using them as prison guards? No wonder those imprisoned in Azkaban end up either insane or weakened to death. The human body simply cannot withstand such overwhelming negative energy, and naturally, the only outcome is death, followed by rebirth as a new Dementor. But why do all the books that introduce Dementors fail to mention this, instead classifying them as semi-undead creatures? Because of this, I underestimated the true influence of Dementors, thinking that simply being ready with the Patronus charm would keep me safe, only to have the inner demons in my subconscious, which hadn't been completely eradicated, attracted to the Dementor and stir up rebel lion, breaking through the memories I had suppressed with my mental self-hypnosis, leaving my soul lost and wandering in the consciousness sea of my past and present lives. If it weren't for the fact that, when inheriting the memories of Gay as child, I already had similar experiences drifting in the flow of time, which allowed me to barely maintain my true spiritual self, the 2 reincarnations I've lived might have ended up fracturing my personality due to this encounter with the Dementor. What a nightmare. It really proves that you cannot completely trust books. Knowledge comes from practice, and this time, I experienced it with my very life. Dementors, as manifestations of inner demons, might be countered by just a Patronus charm for Western wizards, but for someone like me, who cultivates body through martial arts, mind through magic, and spirit through meditation, the influence of such inner demons is definitely far more than 1x3 times simple. Combined with my experiences in 2 previous lives, it's safe to say this time I practically walked right up to the gates of death. Looks like this year I still cannot escape learning to resist Dementors, not by learning the Patronus charm, but by learning to adapt to the intrusion of inner demons, maintaining control over my true spirit without succumbing to unconsciousness, and having reserve strength to counterattack in such conditions. The only problem is that this makes my plan time even tighter, but fortunately, at the end of last semester, I already planned to use a time turner to take all the same courses as Hermione, otherwise right now I'd be frantically anxious and depressed to death. Chapter 88. A tripartite meeting? What are you thinking about? Wen's voice brought me back from my faraway days. Only then did I realize that I had already finished the chocolate in my mouth and was unconsciously biting the remaining chocolate pieces. Looking at Remus, who was watching me with simple concern, I put down the candy and spoke honestly. I was thinking about why Dementors affect me so much. I asked, my voice still hoarse, but much clearer and smoother than before. Ginny and Luna, are they okay? Remus looked at me intently. Why are you asking about those 2 young ladies? Because among my friends, they are the only ones who have suffered unpleasant effects from dark magic, and not long ago. I said softly, they should be fine, right? Miss Weasley is fine. At that time, she was just shaking a lot. Miss Lovegood, like you, also passed out, but she regained consciousness before the train started moving toward the school again. Madame Pomfrey examined both of them not long ago and confirmed that everything was fine, so they weren't kept for observation. Remus replied, actually, your condition was the worst. Although you did wake up, you showed no awareness or responses, like a wooden doll. Madame Pomfrey believes that your soul and mind were severely stimulated, and you temporarily shut down to protect yourself, which is why she arranged this recovery ward with a restorative spell for you. I see, but it's good that everything is fine. So, the start of term feast has ended. It just ended not long ago. Remus asked, do you want to eat something else? I shook my head, and then paused, feeling a bit dizzy. No, the chocolate is enough for me, but can I have some more of that hot cocoa from earlier? Remus got up to pour a cup of hot cocoa from the low tea cabinet and then returned to sit by my bed. I busied myself, slowly nibbling on chocolate and sipping the hot cocoa occasionally, letting my gradually recovering inner strength help repair my body. Remus, seemingly neither talkative nor one to make small talk, remained quiet. For a while, the room was filled only with the silence of my quiet eating and Remus watching me with a gaze full of memories. You really look like Lily. Gulp. I nearly choked on the chocolate, quickly gulped down some hot cocoa, coughed lightly, and looked at Remus suspiciously. Everyone says I look like Dad. I asked, puzzled, why would you say that? Of course, anyone who knows James would naturally say that upon first seeing you. Apart from your eyes, you are a complete copy of James. In Remus's smile, there was a trace of melancholy, but also a warm sense of nostalgia. But anyone who gets to know you can easily feel your true essence. What stands out the most in you is Lily's purely determined and resilient nature. I fell silent for a moment. Did Mom give others that impression? My memory of her is that she was always patient and gentle when taking care of me, and quite smart and capable when putting my dad in his place. Lily, she was the smartest and most insightful which I've ever met, and also the most opinionated. In fact, with her keen intelligence and eagerness to learn, I was at one point very curious how she didn't go to Ravenclaw. I've heard you're also very interested in reading and doing experiments, is that true? I nodded, without doubting his source. Remus's smile deepened a little. Lily was the same back then, not only in charms, but in magical creature studies and defense against the dark arts. She was a complete genius. If she hadn't been married off to James right after graduation, Lily might have become the youngest chief curse breaker in the history of Gringotts. Chief curse breaker, the job that faces bizarre and high-risk curses every day, negotiates with various intelligent species while sometimes having to protect the traded items, and occasionally travels to other countries' wizarding bank branches for support, just as thrilling as Bill Weasley's job. Mom, so beneath your gentle and graceful exterior, you were actually so passionate about challenges and adventure. I even thought those occasional little bursts of losing control were just silly actions provoked by Dad. Turns out, that's not it. No wonder you married Dad, no wonder you were sorted into Gryffindor. Now it all makes sense. Although it sounds a little surprising at first glance, when I think of my mother's straightforward and upright personality that is not afraid of power when she was young, it actually seems that it is not so difficult to understand that she would be interested in the profession of a spell solver. I don't want to be immersed in the field of medicine for a long time, reincarnated into this world and carrying so many things, and with my personality, I might be a spellbreaker for a few years after I have achieved a little success in magic. After all, this profession is also one of the few that has less involvement with politics and has a higher degree of freedom of ability. However, in that era when Voldemort was rampant, being a spellbreaker also became one of the professions that would face more dangers. With his father's lover-oriented personality, he would never let his mother go out on adventures. No wonder he would marry his mother home and hide it in the Phoenix Society so quickly. First, to put an end to those flies and mosquitoes who always covet my mother's beauty. Secondly, to have an excuse to persuade my mother to give up this profession as a husband to protect her. And thirdly, to let my mother's talents be maximized in the Phoenix Society. It is simply a matter of killing one stone. However, although my surprise was a fleeting moment of relief, Remus still saw my brief surprise. Don't you know that Lily's previous goal was to be a spell solver? He looked at me thoughtfully. I thought that since Severus had made you his apprentice, he should have told you a lot about Lily. I was stunned for a moment. I have never heard Sir mention it, regardless of the father or the mother's business. I said calmly, I know about my parents' past from others. You call him Sir. Now he was stunned for a while and replaced it with Remus. But only in private. What's wrong with that? Last semester, it took me ages negotiating just to get Professor Snape to call me by my first name, though, come to think of it, I actually had to go to Madame Pomfrey complaining while injured, throwing a bit of a tantrum to get her to let me call him Severus in front of others, and only then did I barely get Snape to agree to call me by my own name. Yet I still can only call him Sir, and even then, only in private, which feels extremely frustrating. But what can I say? The Valentine's Day incident had even made Professor Snape seriously suspect that I was already an animagus, and I didn't want him to catch any proof before he admitted being the mysterious benefactor who'd been giving me Christmas gifts for 2 years. So naturally, I had to hold back and not push too hard. He's my teacher. Calling him Sir is perfectly normal, right? Yes, that's true. Remus' eyes flickered with some fleeting thought, too quick for me to analyze, and he quickly changed the subject. Do you want some more chocolate? I glanced at the candy wrappers on the bed, which had almost been eaten without me noticing, and shook my head lightly. I think I've had plenty. This is enough. Thank. At that moment, the wooden door of the infirmary slid open quietly. The soft sound made both Remus and me turn our heads, and the person appearing at the doorway made my stomach sink again. I didn't have time to notice Remus' expression when Professor Snape appeared at the door, but I did notice the instant shock and stiffness on Snape's face upon seeing someone else in the infirmary besides me, soon replaced by pure, unmasked hatred even deeper and more raw than the night I first arrived at the school 2 years ago. I could feel my stomach sink even further. Good evening, Severus. Remus looked at the tray in Snape's hand. Are you delivering Madame Pomfrey's medicine for Harry? I personally think we're not close enough to call each other by our first names, Lupin. Professor Snape walked into the infirmary with a scowl. What are you doing here instead of in your office tidying up that mess you brought? Mrs. Pomfrey wants to know the details of Harry's passing out on the train today, as well as some of his physical condition after that, so that she can help Harry adjust some more appropriate treatment programs, so she asked me some questions. As if completely ignoring Professor Snape's harsh voice, Remus maintained his usual gentleness when talking to me, unaffected, and I also wanted to take a few more glances at my old friend's child, so I didn't refuse Mrs. Pomfrey to ask me to watch Harry finish the chocolate for a while, and chatted with Harry for a while. Professor Snape bypassed Remus and came to the other side of my bed, placing the tray on the nightstand so big that even the medicine bottles and empty cups on the tray jumped. Since it's okay, then you can leave now. Professor Snape unceremoniously issued an eviction order. The dreamless potion will make people sleep unconscious for 6 hours. Or do you plan to continue to keep the appearance of your old friend who has slept with you for 7 years asleep? I twitched my cheek. Was it the old girl in her previous life who was originally thrown into Yava, instilling corrupt thoughts, and suddenly flying back to cause trouble, or what? How do I think your adjectives are really imaginative? I suddenly understood Ron's feelings when they were thundered by my words. It's really late, I should go back and sort out tomorrow's textbooks. Compared to Professor Snape's dark-faced speech, Remus still responded with an unchanged and kind demeanor, and he stood up and said, "Well, Harry, please take care of me, Severus." Snap. At times like this, I will regret that my ears are so good at what to do, and I actually hear the sound of cracks in the cup with my own ears. I looked at Remus with half admiration and half worry and nervousness, and the latter just gave me a gentle smile that I interpreted as "don't worry," and reached out and rubbed my hair. Take a good rest and strive to be discharged from the hospital early. It's not a good thing to be absent for too long just after school starts. Remus said, "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Professor Lupin," I said a little dryly. Looking at the back of Shishiran leaving, it was hard for me not to feel that the people around my late father, whether they were hostile or companions, were indeed fuel-efficient lamps. I hadn't even had time to continue admiring him before a cup of purple potion steaming white was shoved under my nose. Professor Snape glared at me with an extremely ugly expression, as if he wished he could burn 2 holes right through me with his eyes. "Drink it and then lie down to sleep, no questions allowed." Professor Snape ground his teeth and spoke before I could say a word after taking the cup. "If you dare speak one more word, I promise not even Poppy and Dumbledore together could save you." I puckered my lips and said nothing. After all, given the current situation with Remus and Professor Snape, it seemed that things weren't developing into the worst-case scenario I had predicted. I was fairly satisfied with that. From what I had slightly learned about them in the past, I obviously wasn't curious enough to pry. I held my breath and downed the slightly harsh potion in one gulp, obediently lying down and slipping under the covers. I quietly half-closed my eyes, watching Professor Snape, who, after I finished the potion, took the empty cup and turned to leave, softly speaking. "Good night, sir." Professor Snape paused mid-step, and then the door quietly slid shut again. No response, but that was somewhat expected. Besides, it was only a non-response, not a lack of reaction. I stifled a yawn and, under the covers, revealed my first small smile since the incident. School had started off a little badly, but at least it wasn't entirely unlucky, at least the dreadful ending I feared, of someone being taken care of with a heap of ancient potions until nothing was left, hadn't happened, right? Before allowing myself to sink fully into the effects of the potion and fall asleep, I held on to that small stroke of luck. Chapter 89. Hospital Stay Interlude. Staying in Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing for 3 days naturally meant missing a few lessons of the new semester. The days in the hospital were really boring, especially since my room, filled with advanced magical arrays, was off-limits to visitors. Other than counting fingers in idle daydreams, there was really nothing for other wizards to do. However, my boredom was slightly relieved on the second day of hospitalization. Another patient had appeared in the hospital wing, keeping Madame Pomfrey extremely busy, because Malfoy had been scratched on the arm by a hippogriff during Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. Oh, and then there was this. I should have been lying in bed, but instead, bored and with no book to read, I found myself sitting on the windowsill, looking at the scenery and listening to the plants outside gossip. I sensed a small commotion outside the ward. After eavesdropping a bit to understand what had happened, I finally remembered the stir caused this year by Hagrid's buckbeak. Aside from major events and important information, I either didn't pay attention to the rest of the future or had almost completely forgotten it. I really don't care much about anything except the people I care about. Speaking of which, what exactly did Malfoy intend, using his injury to get revenge, or just not wanting to experience Madame Pomfrey's scar removal skills afterward? After Madame Pomfrey tended to Malfoy and he returned to the office, I leaned against the door and gazed at the pale boy on the bed across from me, who had fallen asleep after taking a blood tonic, finding it somewhat amusing. "Your Highness, where are you trying to go again?" Just then, I felt the space behind me twist, and suddenly I was lifted off my feet, held midair. Retracting the elbow I had almost thrown out, I held onto the shoulder of the suddenly appearing Tua to steady myself and met his reproachful look. "I'm not going anywhere. I just heard that someone got hurt and, out of moral duty, I came to check." I didn't even bother asking how he could appear and disappear at Hogwarts. Letting him close the door and carry me back to the bed, I added, "Madame Pomfrey has placed a protection charm on this ward. If I step out, even one toe would immediately give me away, completely stripping me of freedom. Anyway, that's beside the point. Why did you come? Was there a problem at the Snow House?" "Nothing's wrong. Your Highness has been out of contact for 2 days, and I was genuinely worried, so I came to check." Tua put me back on the bed and sighed lightly. "You really don't make things easy for anyone. It hasn't even been long, and yet you got injured again. Why did you refuse to let me come on the train?" "Dementors can't affect me at all. Both of us are aligned with dark magic, one just a dark leader, the other already a dark lord. Of course, I know Dementors are nothing to Tua. The problem is, it's still not the time to fully reveal Tua's power. Moreover, one should face their own battles. If I were to shrink back or rely on outside help, it would be extremely difficult to progress further. This is precisely the way of a warrior, training both mind and spirit. I misjudged the actual situation with the Dementors, so naturally I have to bear the consequences myself. Besides, at that time, having you come out, apart from causing trouble and revealing your abilities, I really didn't know how much help you could be. Anyway, I'm fine, so don't let such a small matter get to you." I yawned and lazily leaned on the pillow that Tua had fluffed for me. "By the way, how's Sirius? Is he settling in well at the Snow House?" Tua pursed his lips. "He should be okay. Since you instructed us not to reveal Mr. Black's identity proactively, I've just let him roam around the house on his own, spending time in whichever room he likes. The little blood elves seem to like him too and often play with him all day." When mentioning those 72 little elves, Tua immediately looked exasperated. "Also, the little blood elves are extremely energetic. Following your instructions, I've arranged for them to learn the skills left by the elves and the vampires. But even with that, they still have extra energy to tinker with the security mechanisms of the Snow House, calling it a challenge. Should your Highness assign them more homework and learning goals? Those little devils are way too clever. Dobby is practically defeated by them." Hearing Tua complain about the mischief of the little blood elves, I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "All right, I know it's been a bit tough for you. Since the children learn fast, you and Dobby can speed up the teaching process as well. You don't have to rigidly stick to the learning plan I gave them, as long as they master general knowledge of Muggle and Wizard worlds and thoroughly learn the ancestral traditions, that's enough. As for other parts, we can deal with them after they have learned it well. After all, one should remember their roots. Although they are orphans of 2 lineages, blood ties cannot change. When you teach them the history of their ancestors, there's no need to hide this fact, but also don't forget to emphasize that what matters is discerning and preserving the essence of what ancestors left behind, rather than being stuck on resentment and rejecting it. Once they have learned their inherited culture thoroughly, if they want to explore deeply, they can always come to me to learn techniques from other races." "Understood. There's also something else, Your Highness," Tua asked. "It seems Mr. Black has noticed that the little blood elves aren't human. Your meaning is, if he wants to know, there's no need to stop him from checking. I would let Sirius stay at the Snow House. I never intended to hide anything from him anyway. He is just like his father, loyal to the Order of the Phoenix, loyal to Professor Dumbledore, yet still knows how to keep a few personal secrets and hidden tricks. The fact that they are illegal animagi was never reported, and that's just how it is. I'm not worried that if Sirius is later readmitted to the Order, he would spill everything about me. After all, I am his godchild, and I don't believe that Dumbledore's inaction over the past 10 years would leave no mark on him. Always having to hide like a dog must have been frustrating. Sirius isn't the type to sit still. Before I can pull out all his innocent evidence and arrange it properly, it's good for him to have something to occupy his mind. But the snow house isn't far from Hogwarts, and I'm a bit worried that if he gets restless and randomly goes hunting Pettigrew and gets discovered, that would be truly disastrous. You have to remember there are at least hundreds of Dementors around the school now, and the Ministry wouldn't mind receiving Sirius Corps. So, should we set up a small protective charm to keep Mr. Black in the snow house? Until you have everything arranged. That would just arouse unnecessary suspicion and caution in Sirius. Besides, with his abilities, he could break through even a high-level protective enchantment. I shook my head. I also needed Snuffles to drop by occasionally, to give that fake rat a little stimulation so it would show some flaws, giving me a reason to act. Moreover, the black crystal I gave Snuffles isn't fake. As long as it doesn't encounter a killing curse attack, its system of automatically vanishing, reappearing, and transferring the wearer in times of danger works perfectly. Notify the plants to keep an eye on Sirius movements, and alert me when he leaves the snow house, so I have peace of mind. Oh, and one more thing, last time I had you deal with the items you took from the Malfoy estate, how did that go? Xua's expression suddenly stiffened. Actually, there are still a few things left unsold. Xua quickly explained when he saw me raise an eyebrow, because those few items are quite useful, but it's hard to find buyers who will pay, so it's alright. If it doesn't sell, that's fine. I waved my hand to show that I didn't mind. I plan to have a little contact with the Malfoy family, and those things can just be used as small favors. It's just slightly unscrupulous, taking their stuff secretly and then giving it back as a seemingly legitimate gift. Contact, Your Highness means. From the news I've read, I can tell that the burning of the Malfoy Manor, aside from causing them some temporary financial loss, didn't really have much other impact. I tapped my fingers on the bedsheet as I spoke. Previously, I wasn't very familiar with the wizarding world, and I didn't have anyone I could fully trust to act on my behalf, so whenever I wanted to do something, I was always quite restrained. But now I have you. You have enough ability to represent me, so I think some ideas are worth trying. Xua thought for a moment, then immediately understood my meaning. Your Highness intends to use contact with the Malfoy family to subtly obtain more in-depth information related to dark wizards. That's right, but that's just one of the benefits. The Malfoy family is an old noble lineage, and naturally, their network is extensive. If we can really maintain a long-term relationship, when the half-blood elves grow up, it would be easier for them to integrate into wizard society. Since I had already adopted them, I had to take responsibility. I didn't have the time or energy to personally look after those children, but at least I needed to give them the ability and opportunity to live on. However, as a pure-blood noble family, the Malfoys are extremely proud. The burning of their manor this time was reckless, but it also created an excuse to make contact with them. Of course, the person making the contact must also be from at least a pure-blood family, otherwise, it would be hard to form a relationship with them. Your Highness means, using White's name? I became interested in Western culture, so I sent some children to learn about the Eastern Hermit family. Anyway, China is so big, as long as you say this, who can find out if it is true or false? I smiled faintly, and last year Snow White had already met Lucius Malfoy and gave him a family gold coin as a token. As long as you take that coin and a few bottles of ghost roses to visit the Malfoy family, as long as you are not too zealous and enthusiastic, he will not be too suspicious and refuse. Xua nodded understandingly. However, this is not a simple errand. Lucius Malfoy and his wife are deep, and it is not easy to gain their trust. So it's up to you to go. How can you say that you are the former master of Lucius Malfoy, who knows better than you about the scale of his ability and careful thinking with his wife? Anyway, this kind of thing is not in a hurry, and I expect that you will have at least 2 years before Voldemort comes back, so you can make them trust you. I waved my hand and said, well, that's it. I think someone should have been investigating the fact that the Malfoy family psi collection was on the black market, so be careful not to leave your tail. Remember to release the rumors that Orientals have bought it for the part that has not yet been released, so as to increase the credibility. I think I should be able to be discharged from the hospital in 2 days, and I will send you the Malfoy family token, some essence potions, and bone renewal balm, so please contact the Malfoy family in my name. Xua agreed, and then looked at me with some suspicion. Balm for bone and muscle growth. Your Highness, you are not preparing for that little guy outside, are you? I smiled without denying it. The mermaid's eternal curse is enough for the Malfoy family to suffer, and besides, the Weasley family is staring at them, so they have to be forgiven and forgiven. After dealing with some trivial matters, Xua finally vanished before Madame Pomfrey came for the routine checkup. After this little episode, I continued with my injury recovery life, which basically amounted to chatting gossip with the plants and doing nothing else. It wasn't until the following day, after a whole morning of thorough checks, that Madame Pomfrey reluctantly let me leave, the timing just perfect for me to report to Professor McGonagall and make it right in time for lunch. Chapter 90, Trelawney, Divination, Lunch Conversation. Harry, just as I was coming down the stairs to the Great Hall, I ran into Hermione, who was coming from another direction with a few Ravenclaw students. She quickly said goodbye to them and then hurried over to me. "You're finally out of the hospital," she said with a faint, happy smile, concerned. "Your health is okay now, right? You scared us when you fainted like that." "I'm fine now. I'm really sorry for worrying you guys. I didn't expect the Dementor to affect me that much," I said apologetically as we walked toward the hall together. "Why are you with Parvati's sister? Where are Ron and Neville?" "She's also a student in ancient runes, just like me. We just finished our first class of the semester," Hermione said, giving me a mysterious wink. "Didn't you choose the same class as me this year? Hasn't Professor McGonagall called you yet?" "Oh, I see. I was called this morning right after being released and just talked to Professor McGonagall," I said, nodding to show I understood, with a slightly mischievous smile. "Was it fun?" "It's not for fun at all." Hermione shot me a look, trying hard to look serious. "It's for learning, for learning." "Harry, you really..." "Hermione, Harry." Before I could finish turning around at the sound of my name, Ron had already looped his arm around my neck and leaned on my shoulder. "You're finally out. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let us visit you. Are you okay now?" "Apart from being starving to death, everything's great," I said with a smile, and greeted Neville beside me. "Hi, Neville." "Hello, Harry." Neville smiled back at me, though it was obvious he was forcing himself. "Congratulations on your discharge." "Thanks. I also feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. You have no idea how exhausting our herbology lesson this morning was, digging up and repotting a bunch of biting willow saplings." Before I could ask him what was wrong, Ron, who was already yelling about being hungry even louder than me, hurried in, half dragging himself into the hall. "By the way, Hermione, how did you do that? Just a second ago you were behind us, and somehow in just a corner turn, you're walking with Harry. Have you already learned how to apparate?" "Don't be silly, Ron. Even if I were a genius and had really learned apparition, there's no way we could use it here at Hogwarts." But while they bickered back and forth on the way, we were dragged behind the Gryffindor table. I felt somewhat flattered to find myself the center of attention, not just from classmates, but also many older students showing their concern. After politely responding to all the greetings, I ate to about 80% full, and only then noticed Neville was distracted. "You're almost cutting your steak into crumbs, Neville," I reminded him. "Did something happen? Why are you so absent-minded?" Hearing my question, Ron and the others also noticed Neville's unusual behavior. "No way, Neville." Hermione slightly raised her eyebrows. "Are you still worried about what happened in divination class the day before yesterday? Professor McGonagall said it was just a joke." "Come on, that was no joke." Ron glared at Hermione. "A succubus spying on us, that's basically the same as being possessed by a dog ghost." "A joke in divination class? A succubus spying?" My confusion didn't last long. Ron's explanation quickly clarified the situation for me. It turned out that our always half-asleep professor, Professor Trelawney, had, as usual, performed a death prediction for the new third-year divination students, and our death student for this year had the honor of being Neville, who drew the short straw. Could this be considered a butterfly effect? Because I didn't attend the first class, the future that was originally predicted to have me haunted by a dog spirit now became Neville, who was foretold to have his soul drained by a succubus, though, to be fair, Professor Trelawney's eyesight is certainly quite sharp. Neville's dummy plant was only just beginning to demonize and hadn't even evolved into a humanoid form, yet it was already considered a succubus. If the dummy plant knew it was only just starting to transform but already received such high recognition, how would it feel? I pondered playfully while sipping the last gulp of pumpkin juice, listening to Ron's explanation. "So you're saying that just because Professor Trelawney divined for Neville that his soul would be taken by a succubus, everyone thinks he's doomed?" I raised an eyebrow and asked. Hermione almost immediately retorted, "Don't lump me in with that. From beginning to end, I never thought it was credible," she said irritably. "Professor McGonagall even told us in class later that every year Professor Trelawney predicts a student's death, and those students are still alive and well today. But almost everything Professor Trelawney says in class comes true," Neville said somewhat darkly. She wanted me to do tea leaf readings with a pink cup because she preferred blue and didn't want me to break those, and sure enough, I accidentally broke a cup. And my grandmother, Professor Trelawney, specifically asked about her, thinking she might be in danger, and this morning my uncle wrote to me that grandma's knee rheumatism flared up again. Those are just coincidences. Hermione's tone was already somewhat impatient. Everyone knows you get flustered when you're nervous. Maybe Professor Trelawney just heard about it somewhere and was deliberately reminding you. And as for her asking about your grandmother, maybe they know each other. Besides, your grandmother is quite old, she must have little ailments from time to time, right? Has her rheumatism really never hurt before this? Neville was left speechless, while Ron couldn't help but snort. Anyway, no matter what, you just don't believe it. Ron looked at Hermione with a half-smile. Just because Professor Trelawney said that this subject can't really be helped by any book. Hermione's temple was already twitching. So can you tell me, exactly where in a divination textbook does it say that the tea leaves in Neville's cup must indicate a succubus? But there's no proof that it doesn't, right? Besides, that teacup was personally read by Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall also said that Trelawney does the same thing with third-year students every year. And it started again. Ignoring the two little enemies who had started bonding again, I turned directly to Neville, who had become the spark for his two friends arguing because of his own anxiety, tried to say something but failed, and was obviously still worried about Trelawney's prophecy. I reached out and patted his shoulder in consolation. Since you care so much, I'll try divining for you too, I said to Neville, who looked surprised at my words. How about trying fumigation divination for a test reading? Fumigation divination? I smiled, fetched an empty plate, and also brought over the tall empty glass in front of me. With my left hand, I traced 13 circles around the rim of the glass, while a strand of hair I took from Neville's shoulder, along with several small leaves, fell into the glass. Bang! There have always been quite a few students who practice little magic tricks while eating, so our little sparkling corner didn't disturb too many people. However, Ron and Hermione, who were in the middle of an argument, didn't notice my actions. Since it's rare for them to see me using magic during mealtime and they didn't quite understand my intentions yet, their quarrel temporarily paused, and they watched what I was doing together. I ignored their questioning looks, lifted the goblet, closed my eyes, and lightly tapped it on my forehead before carefully pouring the charred, curled tea leaves from the cup onto an empty plate in a clockwise direction. After emptying all the leftover leaves, I set down the cup, and with a calm, solemn expression, turned to Neville, who was nervously watching me, and spoke. Divination fee. The lightness of these few words not only froze Neville for a moment, but even Ron and Hermione widened their eyes. Divination fee? Equivalent exchange. That's the rule. I smiled and extended my right hand to Neville. 1 reading, 5 buttercreams. Thank you. Even though my expression and tone were completely serious, the last part somehow sounded absurdly amusing. Neville was momentarily speechless, and finally, with a helpless smile, fished around in his pockets and managed to gather enough sweets, placing them in the palm of my outstretched hand. I didn't decline, unwrapped one of the toffees and stuffed it into my mouth, then pocketed the remaining candies. Within 5 minutes, someone will return the item Neville lost this morning. 5 minutes? Item lost. While the person being divined hadn't yet reacted, it was Ron and Hermione, who had already guessed that I was reading the tea leaves, who exchanged dubious whispers. Harry, don't you think being this decisive is a bit too much? Hermione's tone was completely distrustful. Professor Trelawney's predictions are already exaggerated enough. Ron turned straight to Neville and asked, "What did you lose this morning?" Neville's face was full of hesitant confusion. "I didn't lose anything. I mean, I don't think I did, right?" Neville recalled uncertainly. "I couldn't find my pencil case this morning, but later a first-year student returned it to me in the common room. I don't know." "Hello, Harry." A fairly energetic and gentle voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw Diggory walking from the hall toward our dining table. "Hi, Cedric." I responded with a smile. "Long time no see. How was your summer?" "Not too bad, but what about you? I heard you were in the hospital for the past few days." As he came to my side, he nodded and greeted a few of my friends, then reached out to ruffle my hair. "What trouble did you get into this time? What was that all about? Why did everyone consider me some kind of troublemaker?" "I didn't cause any trouble, it was an accident." I glumly pushed his hand away, which had made my hair even messier, and stopped touching my head all the time. "I'm not a child anymore, don't stunt my growth." Believing in those old countryside superstitions for kids, what does that make you if not a kid? Diggory chuckled casually, changing his ruffle to a pat, but wisely withdrew his hand when he saw my eyes squinting, signaling danger. By the way, Longbottom, is this yours? Diggory handed Neville, who looked surprised, the herbology textbook he had been carrying. Professor Sprout just found it while tidying up Greenhouse 3. I happened to pass by after class and got caught, and she asked me to bring it here when I came to the hall to eat, so I could return it to you. What's the matter? Diggory noticed that besides a somewhat dazed Neville, Ron and Hermione were glaring at him with utterly shocked expressions. Is there a problem? Cedric, I think Roger is looking for you. I pointed toward Davies, who was waving at us from the Ravenclaw table, as a reminder. Oh, we have some transfiguration homework that we agreed to discuss over lunch today. I almost forgot. Diggory gestured that he would head over immediately, then patted my head. We can chat when we have time. Take care of yourself, don't end up having to forfeit a match again. I've never actually faced you formally in the Quidditch House Cup match, and Roger feels the same. It's a pity. No wonder Diggory said that. I had missed the final match for 2 consecutive years already, not to mention the first year, and last year I had been poisoned by a snake and suffered backlash from dark magic, plus Kua's awakening and inheriting the memories of Gaia's child, all sorts of chaotic situations requiring my body, soul, and mind to rest and recuperate. So until the end of the term, I basically stayed in the hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's strict watch. Quidditch matches? Even managing to attend the final exams and the feast was already an achievement. Don't worry, we'll definitely have a chance this year. I waved my hand and smiled confidently. Cedric, you and Roger better not cry if we end up winning the Quidditch House Cup. Diggory chuckled and then gave my head a couple of stronger, firm pats. You arrogant brat, he said with a grin. I'll be watching, don't let us down this time. Once Diggory had left, almost immediately after our Hufflepuff senior walked away, Ron and the other 2 cast a complex look filled with shock, disbelief, and admiration that swept over me. Harry, you actually did it. Hermione was the most shocked. Although she had just started learning divination, Professor Trelawney's teaching methods and the textbooks certainly clashed with her rational, scientific approach. Yet here I was, producing a rather precise divination result, and knowing my personality, she understood very well that I wouldn't just randomly do magic or skills I hadn't truly mastered. You saw it too, Ron, I smiled. Hermione still doesn't quite believe it, does she? Then let's do it again. This time, I'll do a reading for you. Then I didn't wait for them to react, so I took an empty plate and put it in front of me, and concocted it again. How? Ron saw that after I poured out the leaves, he stared at the plate without saying a word, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I blinked and looked at Hermione. Hermione. You. What? After all, she is only a 13-year-old girl. Even if she is a witch, she is easily influenced by such mysterious things as divination for the future. She asked a little apprehensively. Your backpack strap, I pointed to the bag she had left beside me. It's torn. If you continue to use it in the afternoon, it will break. Hermione was stunned for a moment, and immediately grabbed her bag to check, and then after being confirmed, he was dumbfounded. Seeing Hermione's reaction, I knew that I was right again without asking. Ron and Neville looked at me with admiration. Why, do you think I'm very accurate and powerful? Ron and Neville responded with nods like pounding garlic. But, I'm cheating. I continued to laugh at Mimi. I just noticed that Hermione's backpack shoulder strap was a little off. Oh tilde, what a cute reaction tilde tilde. Looking at the 3 little faces that were stunned by my words, I thought happily. Harry. The first to come back to her senses was naturally Hermione, who was already the most sensible. But before she could break out with questioning, she was interrupted by me raising my hand. This is divination, Hermione. I smiled and explained lightly, since it is divination, it is to use certain props to present the hexagram and then interpret it. To a certain extent, this kind of thing originally relied on the resources around the diviner to understand and speculate, and roughly arrived at the corresponding most likely result, just most likely, not definitely. Do you understand what I mean? Ron and Neville were still thinking about my words, but Hermione had already raised her eyebrows. So, divination magic is not practical or reliable at all. Right. Whether you believe it or not, divination symbols are just a form of representation. When someone tries to interpret them, their effect and subtle guidance begin to take hold, depending on how the individual perceives them, I said calmly. Of course, I also can't deny that divination is indeed the most illusory branch of magic. Not only is there no clear method for in-depth study, but even after providing the most basic sequence for beginners, one can only speculate based on personal experience and imagination. To put it in Muggle terms, this field is indeed quite unscientific and unsystematic. Hermione nodded and immediately gave Ron and Neville a slightly triumphant, challenging look. See, I told you Professor Trelawney's divinations aren't reliable, but I think her divination calculations are still somewhat based on certain grounds, I interjected. After all, Professor Trelawney is one of the greatest modern seers, the great-great-granddaughter of the prophet Cassandra Trelawney. She still possesses a certain degree of prophetic ability. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have appointed her as the instructor for this subject. But Professor McGonagall said, I believe what Professor McGonagall said reflects her personal perception of divination as a subject, and I also think anyone who values rigor and the pursuit of knowledge would agree with her perspective. But I believe that since divination has been passed down through the ages, it must have its significance and necessity. One should know that there are still many mysterious and unknown enigmas in this world, and only by approaching them with objectivity and tolerance can we understand and learn more. Moreover, in my view, divination is just an introduction to prophecy, so naturally, it may appear exaggerated and superficial by comparison. Divination is just an introduction to prophecy. This time not only Hermione, but also Ron and Neville looked confused. Aren't they the same thing? I shook my head gently. In my view, these two cannot be said to be completely different, nor can they be considered the same. Although both involve speculating about the future, divination is still, to a large extent, very prone to change and can lead to different outcomes. After all, the human heart is the most unpredictable variable in this world. To truly discern the future, even those who can see through the most fates have sometimes misinterpreted the signs. Moreover, a genuine prophet is extremely rare, even in their entire lifetime. A prophet may only be able to make a single prediction. Only one prediction in a lifetime. Ron looked at me in disbelief. Can you even call that a prophet? If, at the cost of their own safety or their lifespan, someone makes a prophecy powerful enough to alter the course of events, or even the direction of the whole world, wouldn't that deserve the title of prophet, even if it's just one? I answered with a counter-question. I've said all that because I want you to understand how incredibly difficult it is to truly see the future, and how rare a real prophecy is. The formation of a prophecy relies on three essential factors: powerful magic, the resonance between the diviner and the one being divined, and the sacrifices each can make. Any small additional factor can affect the clarity and accuracy of the prophecy. In short, genuine future predictions are extremely scarce. I casually took a sip from Ron's pumpkin juice to replenish some fluids. I didn't expect that, having just been discharged from the hospital and as someone who hasn't even formally taken a course in divination yet, I would start exchanging self-study ideas with my best friend. Hopefully Professor Trelawney doesn't have too many spies in this school. I really don't want any of my random remarks exaggerated and fed to her, though I don't actually care that much. I understand. Hermione let out a light sigh and spoke in a concluding tone. In any case, whether it's divination or prophecy, the most important thing is to focus on what you think you should do. Even if you know in advance that something is bad, it's just a matter of avoiding misfortune, right? That's what you mean, Harry. I smiled at Hermione. Although she didn't catch every detail, she at least came very close to my point. Looking back at Neville, he still seemed to be pondering, but the initial anxiety and fear had completely disappeared. Well, Neville, I said to him, actually, the divination we just did is only one possible interpretation. Do you want to hear calculations about something else? For example, Professor Trelawney's death omen for you. Neville paused for a moment and then gave a strange expression. I'd rather not. I think I've had enough of other people commenting on when and how I'll die. Besides, he pouted, a little divination exercise from a textbook costs me 5 of my sweets. If it's something bigger, even giving you all my pocket money for the whole year probably wouldn't be enough, right? We exchanged a glance and all 4 of us laughed together. Chapter 91. As unsettled as ever, potions class. Basically, having gone on so many adventures with me since first year, Ron and the others were already just like me, well-known students at school and used to being the topic of conversation. So when it came to Professor Trelawney giving a death omen, once he had thought it through, Neville no longer cared much about what others thought of him, but his newly carefree mood only lasted a short lunch break, less than 2 hours. Because this afternoon, our lesson was Neville's least favorite, potions. Professor Snape, the sole teacher of potions, was notoriously harsh and biased, which had long made the carefree Gryffindor stumble through this especially complicated and precise subject, walking on eggshells, and for some reason, this year, Snape's trickiness in class was even worse than in previous years. Naturally, this meant that Neville, already so awed by Professor Snape that he hardly dared to breathe, and constantly getting into mishaps, was plunged once again into another round of heart and mind-tormenting trials. The restorative potion, also known as the age-reducing draught, is considered one of the simpler potions to brew among intermediate-level concoctions. For me, who only last semester had just made the spirit-enhancing potion as a return gift, this kind of reverse operation potion was of course even easier to handle, though just because I could manage it easily doesn't mean that other students were brewing it without trouble. Regardless of others, Ron, who always borrowed my notes and occasionally helped me out while brewing, was already considered above average in potion-making skills for his age. Even so, while making the restorative potion, small mistakes like adding ingredients too early still occurred. As for Neville, well, his situation was even worse. Basically, it was only thanks to the potion being relatively gentle and having Ron by his side to keep an eye out and offer reminders that our class avoided any major cauldron mishaps or explosions during the lesson. But even so, when Professor Snape's robe swirled as he walked around the classroom and deliberately inspected the Gryffindor tables to pick out a few students' potion mistakes, he then stood by Neville's cauldron, remaining completely silent for at least a full minute. The magical tension around him grew oppressive and twisted. Anyone could tell Neville was about to get into serious trouble. Orange dot. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Snape ladled a portion of the potion from Neville's cauldron, raising the ladle high. What should have been a vivid green potion now slowly flowed back in a reddish-orange hue. Orange, Longbottom dot. Although his voice was soft and low, no one doubted the danger in his words. Professor Snape hung the ladle back on the cauldron's handle, his eyes, hollow and dark like a shadowed corridor, fixed on Neville, whose body trembled like a leaf in the wind, pallid to the point of fainting. The expression on Snape's face was so dark and sinister that calling him a malevolent spirit would not have been an exaggeration. I remember, before I announced that we would begin brewing the ingredients, I had already reminded everyone that they only needed to put in 1 sea cucumber pancreas. Step 14 on the blackboard. I even made a special point to highlight that only 2 drops of leech juice should be added. He crossed his arms over his robe. Now tell me, Mr. Neville Longbottom, after I've treated all of you as if you were complete, first-year idiots who have never touched potion making, guiding you step by step through brewing the potion, how is it that you still managed to turn what should have been a green rejuvenation draught into a poison strong enough to fell even a scarab beetle? What exactly should I do to make your pea-sized brain, which is more clueless than a mountain troll's, actually remember the most basic potion-making procedures and precautions? Neville was no longer just pale and trembling. Moisture was clearly glistening in the corners of his downcast eyes. Beside him, Ron, though bravely glaring back at Professor Snape, had thin beads of sweat forming on his forehead, showing that in the face of an angry adult wizard, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Professor, Hermione, who shared their table, raised her hand, trying earnestly to speak up for Neville. Please, could you give Neville a bit more time? His rejuvenation draft isn't completely ruined. I can help him adjust the color back. Potions are indeed a kind of art, but that doesn't mean they are like painting, where simply getting the color right gives the final product meaning or purpose. In a way, Hermione did help Neville by taking the brunt of the attack, but unfortunately, she underestimated the cold ruthlessness of the school's 3 biggest bosses, and so she heroically became another casualty under his sharp tongue. Also, I know every teacher in this school is well aware of how intelligent and knowledgeable Miss Granger is, but I did not ask you to show off that encyclopedic little brain of yours at a time like this. Gryffindor loses 5 points because of your showiness. Hermione, her face flushed with excitement and tears welling at the corners of her eyes, clutched Ron's robe behind the cauldron, her choked whispering of words like patience and don't lose more points trying to stop Ron from running into the spell. Professor Snape ignored their little gestures, his wand sliding out of his sleeve, pointing toward the corner of the classroom. A muddy green shadow quickly flew onto Snape's desk. Trevor! Neville exclaimed, and I glanced at the amphibian seemingly confined to the corner of the desk by the invisible cage with twitching eyes. What was going on? Didn't that toad usually love playing hide-and-seek with its owner? Why was it unusually wandering all the way to the dungeon today? How touching, a loyal toad following its owner. Professor Snape said gently, while not a single Slytherin student failed to snicker. But after this afternoon, we will see whether this toad still has a chance to show its loyalty. I'll give you another chance, Longbottom. At the end of this class, we will try giving your pet a few drops of this potion. Yes, don't doubt it, it's the one you brewed. He looked directly at Neville's pupils, enlarged by fear. We will feed it a few drops of the potion you made and see what happens. Hopefully, This will motivate you somewhat in focusing on and striving in your potion studies. Longbottom, of course, if you believe your toad has a higher resistance to poison than a scarab beetle, I won't object if you submit this pot as your first potion assignment grade since the start of term. Ignoring Neville's despair, almost frozen on the spot, Professor Snape took a few steps, then turned back to look at Hermione. By the way, to ensure Longbottom thinks independently with quiet focus and enthusiasm, I think it's necessary to separate your dream team a little. He ordered coldly to Hermione, Granger, take your things to the front lab table. Miss Parkinson and Miss Greengrass will be delighted to have you. What kind of independence of thought and proactive calm is this supposed to ensure? Even the lifeline has been taken away, it's clearly meant to ruin him. I frowned at Neville's pale, haggard face and, standing before the cauldron with a sense of bleakness like a candle in the wind, I watched Hermione leave apologetically to switch places, and I let out a soft sigh. What? Worried about that idiot? A lazy, sarcastic tone came from beside me. You haven't even finished your own potion, and yet you have the leisure time for that, Potter. I gave Malfoy a cold glance but said nothing. I picked up my own potion ingredients that I had just organized and silently began making my own rejuvenation draft without answering him. That's right, today in potions class I was sitting next to Malfoy instead of Hermione, of course. The reason I was sitting next to this young master certainly wasn't some nauseating idea that he'd overcome house prejudice and I acknowledged him as a fellow heir and worthy competitor. It was simply because Malfoy had come to class injured and used that as a reason to request Professor Snape's help. So I ended up, without any ulterior motives, serving as young Master Malfoy's assistant in potions class, until all his rejuvenation draft ingredients were prepared and on track, and only the boiling and stirring remained, which he could handle himself. Only then could I begin cutting my own potion ingredients. However, I don't know if it was because I had been indifferent to everything he said during class, but Malfoy's tone and choice of words when speaking to me became sharper and sharper, so I said I might not dislike him, but I certainly can't like this spoiled young master. Look at his attitude. He obviously knows he lacks skill but still likes to put on airs in front of me, just to get on my nerves. If it weren't for the fact that he's Professor Snape's protege, I would have smacked him already. Besides the Gislays, anyone in my life arrogant enough to be brash in front of me without ability inevitably gets secretly dealt with by me. Looks like Longbottom's toad is doomed this time. Malfoy saw that I was still quietly minding my own business, fully sticking to my wooden doll approach in potions class, doing the work without responding to Slytherin Senior's provocation. The young master, standing by his cauldron and tending the heat, was not to be outdone. He continued speaking loudly enough for the nearby Little Snake and Little Lion to hear. That useless idiot, every time he brews a potion, it's a miracle if he doesn't blow himself and everyone else up. If it weren't for Granger, that mudblood, whispering answers in his ear during potions class. Smack! The jade rod I was grinding the ingredients with snapped in half in my hands, and the top piece, by sheer bad luck, flew past Malfoy's ear, cutting through 2 strands of his hair before embedding itself into the wall. The low snickers from the Slytherins and the gritted teeth sounds from the Gryffindors vanished instantly. Everyone stared at me in shock. I'm sorry. I lowered my head under Professor Snape's iron-cold glare, my tone genuinely innocent and remorseful. I didn't control the force when grinding the ingredients. My hand slipped. I'm really sorry. Liar. The whole class had twisted, contorted expressions on their faces. The Gryffindors were struggling to stifle their laughter, while the Slytherins were angry but dared not speak out. I am the only Gryffindor student in Hogwarts history who has openly walked in and out of the Slytherin dormitory for a full 2 years without being troubled by any mechanism, whether it was the school's defenses or human pranks, which has long been common knowledge, and any hurdles the Slytherin students attempted to set for me, either ended up trapping themselves or backfiring, to the point that the senior Slytherin students gave up their secret intentions to bully me, which was also an open secret in the school. Although I have never actively provoked any student or set traps for pranks, this alone is enough to reveal my abilities, and as one of the representatives of my house team, topping the year rankings alongside Hermione for 2 consecutive years further demonstrated that both my skills and intellect are exceptional. On top of that, last year in potions class I accidentally smashed a ruby strip jelly, and now I accidentally pinned the broken ruby jelly pieces to the wall. The thickness of snake scales is limited, and a small snake clearly cannot withstand the claw of an unknown creature disguised in the strong skin of a lion. Silence is golden, better to play it safe. To avoid one day suddenly having some strange object flying at your head without warning, it's better not to provoke a certain unknown creature, whose danger level is uncertain but certainly high. Gryffindor loses 20 points. Professor Snape, his face darkened, walked to the wall and tapped it twice with his wand. Half of the jelly strip immediately flew out of the wall and fell into the trash bin in the corner. He ground his teeth and glared at me, growling, "This is not the first time, Mr. Potter, plus 10 feet for the step-by-step analysis report on the brewing order of immature and aging potions, as well as your work duties. I hope this will remind you not to damage school property in my class." So it's just not in your class that we're forbidden to break things? Slightly stunned, I quickly lowered my head even more and said, "I'm really sorry, Professor, I'll be careful." I only looked up again after Professor Snape snorted coldly and turned back to the lectern, just in time to meet Hermione's gaze from the next desk over. I playfully winked at her, only to quickly clean up the remnants of the ruined potion under her eyes that seemed to say, "Don't get us in trouble again, or I'll deal with you later," a mix of annoyance and amusement. Once that was done, I continued to focus on my practical lesson of brewing the rejuvenation potion. As for the strange, rare expressions of agreement among the other little lions and snakes, the numerous bizarre looks, ranging from Malfoy's pale, furious, yet complex and deeply unreadable gaze, well, having been famous for so long, I've gotten used to just spectacularly ignoring any gaze that intuitively seems non-threatening. Chapter 92. Differences of Opinion. In the end, Trevor still drank what its owner had brewed. Fortunately, that pot of potion, which finally turned green but remained incredibly thin just 5 minutes before class ended, didn't actually harm it. More correctly, it successfully reverted it back to a tadpole. But this result left all the little snakes who had been waiting to watch a delightful show quite disappointed, and it did not please Professor Snape either. "Gryffindor loses 5 points, Professor Snape said coldly, causing the little lions who had been cheering for Neville's success to immediately lower their voices. "I told you to do it independently, Longbottom." "He did do it himself," Ron said indignantly. "None of us helped him at all. Don't think that no one knows about your little secret communications, Weasley." "And Gryffindor loses another 5 points for your disrespectful tone toward a teacher," Professor Snape said, his emotionless, hollow black eyes staring at me. "Now, class is dismissed. Potter, you stay." The little snakes felt much calmer after their head of house penalized Gryffindor, leaving the classroom with mocking looks at the little lions. After Ron, who had helped Hermione and Neville cover their mouths in joint protest, followed the still resentful Gryffindor students out, I tidied up my notes and school supplies on the experiment table, slung on my backpack, and walked over to the lectern. "No explanation?" I looked at his black silhouette, still organizing his teaching materials, and shrugged indifferently. "Which one are you asking about?" Even though I knew what he meant, I still played dumb and asked back, was the reason for the property damage still something related to Neville? Professor Snape turned around and glared at me. While shoving a bunch of rolled-up parchments into my hands, he carried a bunch of glass jars. Just looking at their color, one could tell they were student project products, toward the classroom door. "So it was you who messed with Longbottom's potion ingredients." It wasn't exactly chaotic, but it still took some effort to stop the few unstable rolls of parchment from falling. Hugging the stack, which included all the students' summer homework reports along with mine, I followed Professor Snape. I just wanted him to know what materials could help fix it, the rest was his own doing. I didn't want to cheat by using Legilimency to help him, but I couldn't just stand by and watch the toad get poisoned by its own owner, could I? Though I knew Professor Snape wouldn't actually poison Trevor, Neville would definitely feel guilty enough to cry before the potion wore off. Walking on Snape's left side, just a step behind, I quietly defended my friend. "Neville's potion-making skills aren't actually that bad, he's just too nervous in your class, sir." "Are you criticizing my teaching methods?" "Of course not, sir," I said immediately. "It's just that not every student can adapt so quickly to such a strict learning environment like I do. Actually, if you give Neville a little more time, he can catch up and do quite well." Professor Snape gave a slight nod to the group of Slytherin students who greeted him as they passed, and said, "I told you, you are far too lenient with your friends." "How is this considered indulgence? Compared to the future, I remember, under my guidance, Ron and the other two have already avoided a lot of detours in their training in both ability and mental resilience. Their magical strength has improved by far more than just a little. Among underage wizards, they are already outstanding. Even if some dark wizards confronted them, it would give the attackers a headache. At just 13, they already possess such exceptional abilities. I even believe that even if my parents and their few genius friends were the same age as us, they might not necessarily be better than us. Yet, despite this, Professor Snape still has many criticisms of both me and Ron and the others, especially when he's nitpicking their flaws. His severity is no less than when he instructs me in potions. To be honest, even though my relationship with Professor Snape has improved a lot, I still don't understand what his standards are for evaluating our abilities. Surely he's not using his own level as the benchmark, is he? I've thought this more than once, and every time I speculate, I still feel the same chill. You have to understand, Professor Snape's skills are at the boss level. Even if Ron and the others trained relentlessly, reaching 80% of his level before adulthood, and that's not even counting real combat experience, would be incredible, though that can only be achieved through life-risking practice. Keep in mind, we're only 13. Unlike me in my previous life, they haven't had the luxury of carefree childhood and youth. Forcing them too much would strip away the playfulness children are supposed to have, increasing the chances of limiting their character later on. I've seen plenty of examples of pushing too hard in my previous life. That's also one of the reasons why I always let them play around on me and occasionally join in their craziness. Whether it's Hermione, Neville, Luna, or Ron, all of them are the same. Letting them run wild and play freely doesn't really limit their potential. Besides, who says that playing around can't also improve strength? Not to mention during the usual chasing, running, jumping, and tumbling games, everyone's magical attack and defense skills increased, especially when playing around in the room of requirement. The competitiveness of a few of them sparked flying spells, not even counting that. Just the fact that my speed and proficiency in brewing stamina-restoring potions and preparing ointments for minor wounds and bruises increased crazily already shows how strong their play skills had become. The Weasley twins learned magical circle engraving and alchemy techniques from me, which certainly allows them to do much more than just making magical trinkets and prank products to earn a little money. Now, even when Fred and George send me new products to try, I have to be extremely careful. Although so far, even if I actually get it wrong, I can still handle it. The Weasley twins' talent in generalizing alchemy and magical arrays is so strong that I have to admit I am far from their level. At this rate, in at most 2 years, I might actually be the one asking the twins for advice on alchemical academic insights. Though I thought about it that way, I had no intention of speaking up to argue with Professor Snape. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, led by Professor Dumbledore, all knew that Voldemort was still alive, and ever since I returned to the wizarding world to continue my studies, all of the schemes from the Dark Lord and his followers have gradually surfaced from the shadows, whether for revenge or to regain power. The Dark Wizards who had been lying low for more than a decade had regained some strength and could no longer suppress their desire to destroy me. Being a double agent, he certainly understands more than anyone the intensity of the undercurrents in both fact irons. As for my abilities, Professor Snape probably only understands about 60%, but he certainly knows my weaknesses very well. Relatives and friends are definitely my greatest vulnerabilities, and those I care about happen to almost all be hot-blooded, impulsive Gryffindors. Even when they act recklessly, I wouldn't stop them. In fact, I'd even get involved with them. So at this seemingly peaceful yet actually tense and sensitive time, I'm clearly the primary target of the Dark Wizard's actions. No wonder Professor Snape is so extremely demanding about the improvements in my and Ron's abilities. Slytherin's style concern is truly a very indirect kind of subtlety. If I were in a different place, and hadn't already grasped some key clues about the future, I would probably be even more anxious and perhaps more strict than Professor Snape, but even so, I'm far from being carefree. The more I know, the more I have to prepare. If it weren't for having Tua as an extra helper now, my pressure might be even heavier. The flutter of butterfly wings has already started, and I just don't know which way the wind will blow this year. Walking behind Professor Snape, I paid no attention to the Slytherin student who glanced at me a few extra times as we passed. My thoughts gradually wandered further and further as I walked down the dungeon corridor, until I nearly bumped into someone ahead and snapped back to reality, hastily steadying myself and the pile of summer homework in my hands. A few vines instinctively leapt out from my sleeves to help, successfully preventing the homework from scattering across the floor. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and look up, wanting to see which careless person had deliberately blocked my way, only to meet the cold, emotionless stare of Professor Snape. I shrank my neck back, realizing belatedly that we had already arrived at his office door. "I'll go in first and put my things down." I gave an innocent, feigned smile and slipped through the gap beside Professor Snape as his eyes narrowed, managing to get ahead and sneak into the office as the wooden door slid open. This is deadly. Has my guard around Professor Snape really dropped to the point where I can just zone out like this? Carrying my stack of homework, I placed everything neatly on the desk, feeling a little heavy-hearted as I realized I hadn't noticed the gaze lingering on me from behind, both displeased and contemplative. Put your potions thesis and reflection report on the desk, then go organize the ingredients on the table in the corner. Snape didn't give me much time to reflect. Standing in front of my desk, he immediately instructed, "Your labor service, process those ingredients before dinner. The key points for special handling are on a note on the desk, manage it yourself." Following the direction he indicated, I noticed there really was an extra experimental table in the corner. I took out my extra summer assignment from my backpack and placed it on the desk, and without asking further, quietly went over to organize the ingredients. But it seemed like this labor service was merely an excuse. Even if I hadn't done anything, I would still be called over to organize these materials. Arriving at the experimental table, I took a quick glance and saw that most of the ingredients were quite high grade and rare, making me feel a bit helpless. Although I didn't want to admit it, looking across all of Hogwarts, it seemed I was the only student capable of handling so many advanced potion ingredients proficiently while preserving their properties. Combined with the pre-prepared instructions, it was hard not to think that Professor Snape had planned this long in advance. While the opportunity to learn and practice organizing different potion ingredients and techniques was admittedly not something I minded, being constantly summoned under the guise of grade deductions and labor service, even knowing this was an indirect internship opportunity, still felt pretty frustrating. "What's going on between you and Draco?" I was reciting the key points on the note in my head, and without much thought, I replied, "Nothing, it's the same as before. He doesn't like me, and I can't be bothered with him. You almost killed him in my class, and that still just can't be bothered. I'm not interested in going to the Ministry of Magic or Azkaban to have tea," I answered casually. "The scales of a coal lizard need to be soaked in boundless water. The baby teeth of a sea lion must have their nerves removed before being filled with laurel juice and sealed in wax. Why do these ingredients and methods seem increasingly familiar the more I look at them?" I frowned slightly, recalling, if Malfoy hadn't used that word for Hermione, who would bother with that childish brat? "Draco is the same age as you. That's why I said he's immature. Even Ron already knows that criticizing a lady in private is quite unkind. But Malfoy, knowing Hermione is my friend, still deliberately called her that in front of me. I was being very polite by only snapping a few of his hairs. I snorted lightly. Grushka scorpion sacs, Rob blood lotus leaves, both of these are fire-type poisons. Could it be a poison recipe? No, that doesn't fit either. You shouldn't need beetle shells and golden beetle antennae. They can suppress and restrain toxicity. Wait, suppress and restrain. Fire element counteracts insidious poison. Could it be wolfsbane potion? When I realized it, I couldn't help mumbling softly, then examined the ingredients on the table again. Sure enough, apart from 6 types of peel-based ingredients that must be ground and added while brewing, everything else was here. "How do you know the recipe?" It was then that I noticed Professor Snape's voice was actually quite close. Looking up, sure enough, the Slytherin head of house, looking displeased, was standing by the lab table with arms crossed, scrutinizing me. "Professor Dumbledore lent me a copy of Advanced Potion Making last year to pass the time. This recipe is one included in that book," I replied confidently. As for why the old fox had given me a restricted book that should be available only to at least 5th years as a casual read, if Professor Snape had any issues, that was on them. "Is there a problem, sir?" I have to say, even without using magical intimidation, Professor Snape's obsidian eyes, so profound it felt like they could see through everything, could create a considerable amount of psychological pressure when fixed intently on someone. Of course, this presupposes that one is idly engaging in a staring contest with him. And since I still had over 30 types of potion ingredients to finish before dinner and didn't want to risk going over time and having to sneak out to the kitchen to ask the house elves to make me a midnight snack, I gave up on trying to get a response after 10 seconds of eye contact and started handling the materials on the laboratory table. "Stay away from him." "What?" I looked up in confusion and turned my gaze back to the sullen-faced Professor Snape. "Lupin." His voice was restrained, but I could still hear the grit of hatred in it. "Stay away from him, Harry." I have to admit I was a bit surprised. I knew Professor Snape's relationship with a few of my father's friends was terrible, so bad that he wouldn't ever mention them and might even lose control just hearing their names, but I didn't expect him to directly ask me something like this. I had thought that Professor Snape would understand that just because I never asked him about my parents' past feelings doesn't mean I'm not curious, and I had long known that they didn't get along well. Even if Snape believed rumors might say bad things about him, he should have known I wouldn't take them to heart. Not to mention other houses, just from the curses and insults of Gryffindor students, I easily hear at least 300 a day, yet in 2 years, I haven't changed my attitude or thoughts because of them, right? Why? Since I couldn't figure it out, I asked directly, is it because he's my dad's friend, or because he's a werewolf? Professor Snape immediately grew very stern. Who told you Lupin is a werewolf? I figured it out myself. Of course, I couldn't say I had known all along, so I just described what I had read in books about identifying werewolves. Anyway, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook also mentions it. We were in the same compartment on the train to Hogwarts. I noticed he wasn't feeling well and kept sleeping, so I glanced at him a bit more and realized that his ears and fingers were slightly different from a normal person's. Professor Snape's expression remained as cold and severe as ever. Now that you know he is a werewolf, you should keep your distance from him even more. Even if he is a werewolf, Professor Dumbledore still invited him to teach us Defense Against the Dark Arts. Doesn't that mean he is trustworthy? And isn't that Wolfsbane potion something you were supposed to prepare for him? Doesn't that mean he's safe? Your definition of safe is looser than all the Gryffindor idiots combined. Professor Snape said irritably, the headmaster's judgment is not absolutely fair, and the older he gets, the more his vision blurs. Haven't your past 2 years with the Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons taught you that already? I believe that if it weren't for the rumors about Voldemort being rejected for a job in his youth causing outrage, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have been forced to pick at least an acceptable candidate from a pile of lousy applicants to be our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I said seriously, but I think this year is different. I know Professor Lupin used to be an excellent student, and a few days ago on the train, I heard from Pomfrey that he handled the sudden appearance of Dementors very well and assisted afterwards. I believe that means we students can expect him to teach us something useful, and he is a friend my father trusts. Potter has never trusted the right people, otherwise, he wouldn't have let that fellow. The voice cut off. I'm sorry, sir, I cannot agree with you. As long as Professor Lupin is a capable and good teacher, I don't believe his identity is a reason to avoid him. I lowered my eyes, not looking at Professor Snape's twisted expression, and continued with my work. Moreover, I said calmly, both directly and implying, I trust the friends my father trusts, just as I trust the people my mother trusts. Chapter 93. The First Hogsmeade Weekend. Harry, did you argue with Professor Snape? On Sundays without any classes, I still kept my habit of waking up early. After finishing my boxing practice, I returned to the dorm to change clothes, and only then did I leisurely stroll to the Great Hall. Since today was the first Hogsmeade weekend of the semester, and it was also our first time, as third-year students, being allowed to go shopping outside the castle during the school year in the only wizarding village in all of Britain, basically all the students, except 4 first and second years who were not yet old enough to go out, and half of the upper year students who were already tired of visiting Hogsmeade and still cozying up in their beds, were up early and headed to the Great Hall. Especially the third years, who, while excitedly discussing their plans for the day during breakfast, each dressed impressively, or rather, they dressed up carefully. It wasn't as extravagant as attending a ball, but everyone seemed determined to wear their most handsome, stylish, or most beautiful and cute casual clothes. Even though we were just going out for fun, why did it feel like some collective dating event? Upon entering the Great Hall, I immediately noticed that the female students, who usually only wore school uniforms and maybe a bit of mascara and lipstick, were once again wearing light makeup like they did on Valentine's Day last semester, each looking fresher and more beautiful than the last. The male students had gel and streaks in their hair, competing to see who looked the coolest. I looked down at my plain white long robe with silver trim, the one I usually wore on weekends aside from my uniform, and instinctively scratched my always messy hair. I thought to myself again, wondering whether I was just too old-fashioned and conservative, or if kids these days really were maturing too early. But compared to these occasional bursts of old-fashioned grumpiness, breakfast was far more appealing to my empty stomach after morning training. So I almost immediately pushed those stray thoughts aside, smiled, greeted some of the classmates and upper years I was more familiar with, and sat down at the corner reserved for me by Ron and the others, quickly serving myself a pile of fried eggs, ham, sausages, and sandwiches. However, just as I was about 80% full and pushed my plate toward Hedwig, who comes flying every morning to share breakfast with me, so she could more easily pick up the remaining sausages. I sipped some honeyed milk and flipped through today's Daily Prophet Hermione suddenly popped up with a question that made me freeze, almost causing me to spill my cup. Quarreling, I hurriedly put it back on the table and looked at Hermione in surprise, checking with her, "Are you asking if the professor and Professor Snape, had a argument?" Not only did Hermione nod, but even Ron and Neville had cautious yet gossip-filled expressions on their faces. "Why would you think that?" I asked in confusion. He's always deducting points directly. How could I possibly have argued with him? "Because yesterday, all the fifth-year students in the whole school got knocked out in potions class," Neville explained to me somewhat uneasily. Apparently, Snape wanted to gauge everyone's level before the fifth-year end-of-term OWLS, so he suddenly set up a little test. The students had to make the potion they drew by lot on the spot and drink it, and in the end, not a single one passed. Even Fred and George passed out on the spot, and when they woke up, they were vomiting everywhere, and they are still in the hospital wing now. Ron had a weird, conflicted look, as if he was torn between schadenfreude and concern, a little devil and little angel tug-of-war. "Didn't you notice that last night, none of the fifth-year students came to dinner? Not a single one has shown up even now." "Last night? I had been busy all day yesterday studying the principles of the time turner, completely focused on that thing, even taking notes about my experiences while eating. How could I have paid attention to something like that? I didn't notice. Fred and George are okay, right? It's not their first time swallowing something they made themselves. What could happen to them? I bet that by this afternoon, they'll be back to their lively selves." Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. "So, what exactly is going on between you and the old bat?" I fell silent for a moment. So Ron knew that the twins had a brilliant history of using themselves as guinea pigs, which is why he was so confident in his brother's recovery ability, or maybe resistance to potions? Whatever, it's basically the same. No wonder Ron looked so relaxed yet gossip-hungry. "I'm just wondering, what does Professor Snape's sudden fifth-year test have to do with me?" I asked in puzzlement. "Why would you make such a strange connection?" Ron and the other two exchanged a look that I couldn't understand at all, but it was extremely bizarre. "Professor Snape has been in a bad mood since we finished our potions class on Thursday afternoon," Hermione said in a pointed tone, "and the next Friday he gave a class to the first and second graders, and almost all the girls were frightened to tears by his temper. Then yesterday the old bat gave the fifth graders a mock quiz, and as a result, few beds in the hospital side were empty last night." Ron continued, "Although the 7th grade potions class ends on Tuesday, I heard that Snape also prepared a similar quiz for the students in the N.E.W.T.S. class. So what? I still don't understand what this series of situations has to do with me." "Harry," Neville sighed. Not only him, but Hermione and Ron also showed helpless expressions. "Professor Snape is in a bad mood after punishing you for labor service." Me. I was stunned, seeing the three of them actually nodding. I felt like I couldn't laugh or cry. How could it have anything to do with me? Professor Snape was in a bad mood from the first day of school. I shook my head, picked up the goblet and took a sip of milk. "Didn't you find out that the person who really upset him was Professor Lupin? Snape has never liked any defense against the dark arts teacher, everyone knows that. But what made him worse was after we went to class. Ron said, 'We haven't heard of old bats poisoning people in class.' He didn't poison people, okay? At most, let students drink the potion they made." I subconsciously defended, but when I said it, I got 3 pairs of smiling eyes. "I'm serious. Strictly speaking, have you forgotten that Trevor was the first one to almost be poisoned? Professor Snape was indeed in a bad mood long ago. Now the feeling of helplessness has become me. Why do you think it has something to do with me? We can't blame ourselves for thinking so." Ron shrugged, his tone was kind sarcasm. "From the first grade to now, how many times have we been deducted points not because of you? And every time you get seriously injured and hospitalized, it's not just Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also suffer especially badly in points." Hermione pressed her lips together, and I couldn't quite tell if she was holding back a laugh or feeling indignant. "Like at the end of first year, and last term, second." I quickly lunged forward to cover her mouth. "How did you find out?" I whispered into Hermione's ear. "I hadn't told anyone about the Valentine's event in February." Hermione blinked and lightly tapped my hand that was covering her mouth. A woman's intuition. After I let go of her with a dark glare, I heard Hermione smile and give an answer that almost made me spit blood. "Damn. Since when did you, a practical and logical theorist, become an intuitive type?" And you, a 13-year-old yellow-haired girl, calling yourself a woman. You don't even have a boyfriend yet. Well, I also want to see that little fox. Hermione blew words into my ear with a smile that instantly extinguished my anger before I could explode. If you still want the secret to remain a secret, fine, you win. I didn't believe Hermione didn't know the letter was a real projection, and I also couldn't summon a small black fox immediately, so I had to use a stalling tactic. I need time. Before Christmas. Okay. Was this taking advantage of the situation or pushing too far? I gritted my teeth, feeling a kind of helpless frustration. For the first time, I doubted if I really had been too indulgent with the three of them, just like Professor Snape said. The loud clearing of a throat caught both mine and Hermione's attention. Turning toward the sound, Ron and Neville were looking at us with smirking expressions. I say, you too, Ron reminded, with a tone that had a hint of amusement. We're in the hall right now. So what? Before I could react, the intermittent whistles and suggestive glances around us made me freeze. Oh no, just got too excited momentarily and forgot we weren't in our own common room or the room of requirement. Coincidentally, the position Hermione and I were in right now was a bit. Quick hands and feet. Hermione, Katie's teasing came over. We've already turned our gold hunter tilde. The more ambiguous eyes around me made me black lines. Sister Katie, when did I mess with you? As for taking the opportunity to fall rocks and punish me like this. It's not that you don't know that we often make trouble like this in the social hall. Based on past experience, I have the awareness to repair the shy little lioness afterwards. It's just that unexpectedly, Hermione didn't back away this time, but generously wrapped her arms around my neck and continued to lean half on me. Needless to say, a cute boy like Harry should of course turn home early and take a good look. Hermione proudly raised her pink little face towards Katie, and reached out and pinched my cheek with a smile. Right, Harry. Call sister to listen. Not only the black line, but also the waterfall sweat. This girl actually learned Angelina said. It's just that Hermione, you and I are the same age. Although it is true that I am a few months older, you are embarrassed to take advantage of me in public like this? And it is actually described as cute. The stiff pinching pain on my cheeks, coupled with the threat of shadows behind my smiling eyes, all warned me to cooperate with the little lioness. Those who know the current affairs are handsome, and I will bear with them in order not to leak the details of the Valentine's Day incident. Hermione's sister. I gritted my teeth and secretly decided that one day I would let Hermione know that I was a metempsychosisser. A few more times, a few more years, I see if she will dare to let me call you sister. I was so depressed that Hermione straightened her belly and turned into a bun face, which made the little lioness who could catch my pigtails very satisfied, and she was in a good mood to poke my face and play, but Ron and Neville next to them laughed unfaithfully and unceremoniously, spreading out on the table and rubbing their stomachs, making friends carelessly. I didn't show mercy when I was upset, and gave each of them a kick directly under the table, which immediately made Ron and Neville smile and grit their teeth. I have to say, seeing the four of us interact and play so naturally and harmoniously, even if there had been misunderstandings before due to not being familiar with how we get along, they pretty much vanished. The looks directed at me and Hermione had lost their teasing ambiguity and were now much more friendly and admiring. But at this moment, I was busy dealing with Ron and Neville's unwilling retaliation and Hermione, who had a playful streak and joined in the mischief. So I didn't have any thoughts left to notice the glances, good or bad, other students were sending toward our corner, let alone those few looks even from the teachers' seats. I had already eaten most of my breakfast, and after some playful chaos, the morning felt especially brief. When Professor McGonagall came to announce that students going to Hogsmeade should gather at the castle gates, I simply waved goodbye to Ron and the others, 3 at a time, without walking with them. Instead, I continued sitting in my seat, finishing the sausage with Hedwig, and only then, after picking her up, strolled leisurely out of the hall. Actually, I can't say I had no regrets about not being able to go to Hogsmeade with everyone else. After all, it's a fairly famous wizarding village, and I really wanted to experience it openly. Yes, openly. Back in first year, after acquiring the invisibility cloak, I had sneaked out under the cover of night to explore it. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, I even went there a few times in disguise as Clua to buy clothes and food to temporarily accommodate the house elves, so Hogsmeade is not completely unfamiliar to me, but the rushed errands done in secrecy are worlds apart from the feeling of casually wandering the village with friends. So, even though I had already rationally accepted that this year I couldn't hope to get permission from either the Gislays or Professor Snape for a trip, I still couldn't help feeling a small bit of anticipation for a proper visit. That small sense of regret, which I hadn't shown, completely disappeared just moments ago when Ron and the others playfully teased me and promised to bring back chocolate from Honeydukes for me. No matter what, those acts of care, unspoken yet tangible in their actions, felt sweeter in my heart than any candy. I don't feel like studying or doing experiments this morning, Hedwig. Feeling cheerful, I said while walking and stroking the snowy owl in my arms. How about we go see the scenery and have some fun on the way? Hedwig affectionately nibbled my finger, making a cooing sound. I smiled and took a pill out of my pocket to feed it, then headed toward the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower at Hogwarts is the tallest building in the entire school. Unfortunately, aside from astronomy class, the only other time I came up was late at night to send off a hatchling dragon. Even in the dim night, the view was not bad, but compared to the vast panorama under the clear daylight now, capturing the entire castle and the lake embraced by the mountains, the gentle, noble serenity of the night and the solemn, majestic grandeur of this moment are definitely two entirely different kinds of magnificence. So beautiful. I found myself at a loss for words to describe the emotion in my heart at this moment. Standing on the battlements, I held Hedwig and gazed spellbound at the scenery before me. The not-so-strong late summer morning breeze made the edges of my robe and sleeves flutter. It wasn't the first time I had overlooked Hogwarts from a high vantage point. Even riding a broom high above the Quidditch pitch during the day, I often never had the chance to truly take in the entire school in my heart, because I was usually practicing or competing. After being here for 2 years, to finally get a clear, uninterrupted view of the whole school on the third year felt extraordinary. Looking back, such a breathtaking vista even made me want to paint it. But then I thought, I could probably manage some sketches, but turning it into a painted oil work, I simply don't have the ability to fully capture this beauty, so never mind. This is our first home, Hedwig, I said, stroking her. It's really beautiful, isn't it? Hedwig cooed in agreement and stretched her wings. Right, it's so pretty here, it makes you want to fly. Even I felt the urge to summon my broom, let alone an owl whose instinct is to soar the skies. I placed Hedwig on my arm. Go on, I said with a smile, fly a few rounds to warm up first. With its pure white wings fully spread, Hedwig immediately glided out on the wind. I have to say, it really is a thoughtful little treasure. Even though it was happily flying around, it kept itself within my sight and would occasionally swoop back to perform fancy flips past me, making me laugh out loud. Feeling playful myself, I activated my lightness skill, and just like that, 2 white shadows began to rise and fall along the tower battlements. To dare to play and hop around on battlements mere centimeters from nearly 100 feet high, I definitely wouldn't act this way under normal circumstances. After all, although I am confident in my ability not to fall, even if I were unlucky and slipped, I'm sure I'd come away unscathed. That doesn't mean it wouldn't cause a commotion if someone saw. At such a height, even a wizard nearby would be startled. And I have no interest in testing the heart endurance of school teachers and students or looking for points to deduct. However, since this is the perfect time when most upper years are out playing and the lower years are likely still lazing in bed, naturally, there's no need to worry about being seen for now. Hedwig and I played happily. You fly, I chase, our laughter and her hoots carried away by the wind around the astronomy tower. Yet, engrossed in our fun, we didn't notice a small black speck in the sky steadily drifting lower and larger, and when an inexplicable sense of dread flickered in my mind, even though the sun still shone brightly over me, I began to feel a chill rising from deep within my soul, creeping up from my spine. Fluttering down from the battlement back onto the tower platform, I looked up. The faint outline of a grey cloak was becoming increasingly distinct as it drew nearer. Damn it! I just took a day off from research to play with Hedwig, and this is how I end up running into a Dementor. What kind of cursed luck is this? Although I fainted too quickly on the train due to being unprepared and never saw what a Dementor looks like, just from the increasing proximity of the shadowy figure and the ever more intense sense of dread it brings, I would never doubt the identity of the unknown object in the sky. Gritting my teeth and channeling all my inner strength, I used lightness skills to slide toward the only entrance at the top of the astronomy tower, while also whistling to signal Hedwig to leave immediately. However, the grey-caped Dementor in the sky seemed to have sensed my attempt to escape. Its rapid descent might not match my speed, but the overwhelming cold it brought as it approached increased exponentially, causing me to collapse weakly on the ground before I could even reach the doorknob. No, I can't faint. I resisted the blurriness in front of me and the whispers beginning to appear in my ears, gripping the wand in my sleeve, only to coldly realize that not only was my inner strength nearly gone, but even channeling magical power was extremely difficult. Take Harry away. Dad? Please, let me take his place. Mom, no, that's not right, it's an illusion. A metallic sweetness spread in my mouth. I didn't feel the pain of biting my lower lip, but the taste of blood not only brought me brief clarity but also caused a thin silver-white glow to emanate from my body, with the black vine tattoo spreading directly from beneath my clothes. Boundless sky, endless sea, 1,000 illusions transform, 10,000 origins return to the heart. The general interpretation from the first volume of the family's Chinkin technique floated in my mind along with my grandfather's voice. Instinctively, I moved my inner strength to follow the method, feeling a slow yet real clarity in my soul. Not only did it confirm that my previous guess had been correct, but it also eased the cold stiffness in my limbs and restored some strength. Shivering all over, I crawled up from the ground, staggering and stumbling, and slammed against the door panel. Using the inner strength to operate the Chinkin technique was indeed somewhat effective, but for now it only temporarily mitigated the Dementor's psychological influence on me. For my body, already shaken by mental attacks, it could just keep me from collapsing. I gripped the doorknob and tried to open the door, but the cold dampness and trembling in my hands kept my attempts failing. The Dementor had already landed on the battlements. As it floated closer and closer toward me, not only did my body grow colder, but my mind also became harder to focus. I struggled to maintain the flow of my internal energy techniques, barely managing to launch the only thing I could still control now, an inferi-like flame that could seriously harm the soul, at the Dementor to delay its advance. Then, disregarding everything, I used the little remaining strength I had to twist the doorknob and forcefully burst into the tower. Run to where there are people, run as far away from that ghost as possible. Not daring to look back, my body instinctively heeded the only clear command in my mind, using all my strength to run down, or was it fall down? I couldn't remember how many times I had actually fallen, the spiral staircase. So scary, really so scary. On the train, I had fainted directly. Even though I nearly lost myself in the sea of consciousness and lost my core self, the fear upon waking still did not compare to the sensation I felt while barely maintaining my awareness in front of the Dementor. When facing Voldemort, I only had intense anger and sorrow. Even though I had previously teetered at the gates of death a few times and had directly confronted the Creator God in past lives, if I really died, I would feel nothing but regret, not fear. But now, I felt true, genuine fear. Fear at my body gradually freezing and becoming powerless to control, fear at my consciousness becoming increasingly hazy and the helplessness of facing those I could not save, fear at being unable to resist the influence of inner demons, feeling myself sinking deeper and deeper into inescapable despair and helplessness. Bang! I didn't know how long I had been running or where I had ended up. All I knew was that I seemed to have collided with something and fallen again. I tremblingly got up, but before I could move away, a somewhat rough force had already firmly grabbed my left arm. Harry! The warmth in my arm made me freeze, suppressing my instinct to fight back. A slightly anxious, concerned voice called from above me, "What happened? How come you, Remus?" I looked up, trying to focus my vision, only to find that no matter how I looked, everything in front of me remained a blurry haze. Professor Lupin. Yes, it's me. Remus seemed to pause for a moment, quickly realizing that my mental state was nearly delirious. You! Remus hadn't even finished speaking before I had already collapsed into him, holding him tightly. Chapter 94. Trevor blows a toad. Trevor, Neville Longbottom's toad. Honeydukes. Expecto Patronum. Dementor. Reborn with the memories of death, once again coming to be called a metempsychosis. Feeling better. Remus came over with a cup of freshly made hot cocoa. Do you want some more chocolate? Even though it was still somewhat warm for late summer, I was now sitting on the plush carpet beside the roaring fireplace, wrapped in 2 large blankets, yet I still couldn't raise my internal body temperature much. At best, I wasn't shaking like I had just been, quaking as if sifted through a sieve. I put the half-eaten chocolate back into the candy box at my feet, which was filled with more than a dozen pieces, and took the hot cocoa Remus handed me. Thanks, I think this is plenty. All right, if you need more, just tell me. Remus nodded and sat with me by the fire. The headmaster has strictly prohibited ministry dementors from entering the school, and the ministry has agreed. So those creatures should only be outside guarding. How did you run into them? Were you trying to sneak out of school? I wasn't. Though Remus's tone remained gentle, a slight hint of reproach slipped through by the end of his question. I sipped the hot cocoa and began to explain. I ran into a dementor in the astronomy tower, just one. At that time, I was just playing with Hedwig in the tower. I tried my best to explain how I encountered the Dementor. It was actually a bit difficult because, though my mind was quite clear, my thinking and recall were still sluggish, cold and heavy like a block of stone. That's how uncomfortable my head felt. But compared to the leaden, weakened state of my body, it was nothing. After hearing my explanation, Remus frowned even deeper. It seems that Dementors are not just outside the school, they've even secretly surrounded the sky above it. This is completely different from what the ministry promised us. I'll report this to the headmaster and see how he wants to handle it. Remus reached out to check my forehead. Your temperature is still very low. Are you sure you don't want to go to the infirmary? Madame Pomfrey probably has other ways to make you feel a bit better. I've heard that quite a few fifth-year students are still lying in the infirmary, and she's already busy enough. I picked up the leftover chocolate from the candy box and continued to chew. I know my current physical condition. Other than my temperature being temporarily low, there's nothing else wrong, so there's no need to trouble her. It was clear that Remus still wanted to take me to the infirmary. Just now, it was because I insisted on staying that he had to bring me back to the office first to do some emergency treatment. Looking at me now, although I still appear pale and weak, it's a significant improvement compared to before, when I looked almost as lifeless as a corpse, so he didn't press the issue further. Since you're so insistent, we'll leave it at that for now, he added. However, if your temperature hasn't risen at all within half an hour, I'll still take you to Madame Pomfrey. Since you know some Muggle medicine, you should understand how much damage a low body temperature can do to your body. I was taken aback. You know I can do medicine. The headmaster mentioned some of your special circumstances to me. Remus paused, showing the first smile I'd seen from him since we met today. Madame Pomfrey also told me a bit. She speaks highly of your talent in potions and medical magic. I've never seen her get so excited when talking about a student, though half of it is probably because she gets angry that you keep getting hurt. Oh right, Remus is my dad's friend. I nearly forgot that the old fox wouldn't hide too much about me from him. I reached up and rubbed my temples, trying to ease the throbbing so my mind could be clearer. I don't want to keep getting hurt either, but some really annoying troubles just seem to find me on their own. Remus quietly watched me for a moment. You really are carrying some burdens that shouldn't belong to you, and even a bit too early, he said softly. You know, James and his friends, at your age, usually only worried about which safe route to take for nighttime adventures without getting caught. And you? Remus shook his head, not continuing. But I understood what he meant. Having been back in the magical world for just over 2 years, I had already faced Voldemort more than twice, and each time barely clinging to life before being saved. Everyone at the school knew this, so surely, in his eyes, what I faced was far too heavy for even an adult wizard. So, that's why the other day, you didn't let me face the Boggart in your class. I asked calmly. You thought the Boggart would turn into Voldemort in front of me. My blunt question made Remus pause for a moment. Exactly, that's what I thought at the time, he admitted. Voldemort's evil is as deeply rooted and undeniable as his power, and the fact that even now few dare to speak his name is proof enough. You've had to confront him directly several times, each time so close to death. I thought he would be the person you feared most. I lowered my gaze to the mug in my hands. Near the rim by the handle, a small corner was chipped off. I'm not afraid of him, I said quietly. I'm not afraid of Voldemort. I never have been. I'm not trying to act heroic or boast, but the threat of death cannot make me fear anyone. My throat was dry. I spoke in broken bits, but on the train, and just now, I couldn't move my body and my hands. I didn't even have the courage to glance back to see if the Dementor was chasing me. The popping sound of burning charcoal in the fireplace rang particularly loud in the silent office. Staring blankly at the mug of hot chocolate, even with my head down, I could feel Remus's complex gaze on me. Harry. Remus's normally calm voice was even softer now. His hand rested on my shoulder. Listen to me, Harry. Everyone has things that scare them. It's perfectly normal to have fears. It's nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, being able to acknowledge what you are afraid of is, in my view, a form of courage in itself. So you are not weak at all, Harry. Moreover, if what you fear most are Dementors, then I truly believe that no one in this world could be braver than you. But, I shot back, raising my head abruptly. What if I can't even face them? Even so, no one can say they are braver than you, Harry. No one has the right to do so, Remus stated firmly, looking at me seriously. You know what kind of creatures Dementors are, and you know the kind of impact they have on all living beings, right? I pressed my lips together and nodded lightly. Dementors aren't truly living beings, not even undead. I said softly. I don't know why all the books I've seen classify Dementors as something between life and death, but my instincts tell me they are simply manifestations of all negative emotions, shadow creatures of the mind. Shadow creatures of the mind. Indeed, I must admit I can't think of a more fitting description. Remus withdrew his hand from my shoulder and looked at me thoughtfully. So, you should understand that consuming all happy and joyful memories and emotions is not only their way of feeding but also their way of finding pleasure, and triggering the deepest fears and pains within a being in order to absorb dark energy is also a method Dementors use to train and strengthen their own kind. Is that right, Harry? Yes. If that's the case, then you should understand even more clearly that the reason you feel so weak and nearly collapse when you encounter Dementors has nothing to do with so-called courage or cowardice. Remus looked straight at me. The complexity in his eyes showed not only sorrow and reluctance, but also a deep sense of relief and gravity. Any one of your past experiences, if faced by any adult wizard, could not possibly have been handled better than you did. Yet those same experiences are also terrifying enough to become real nightmares, capable of breaking anyone down in front of a Dementor. You have to understand, Harry, considering a Dementor the most terrifying thing indicates your wisdom. Just as you said, Dementors are the very embodiment of all negative forces, so your true inner fear is fear itself. Being able to recognize this shows that the clarity and firmness of your mind far surpass anyone else. I don't think there is anyone in this world who could maintain sanity in the face of such horrors after going through experiences like yours, yet you are able to retain your mind even under the Dementor's influence, and in just a few days you've already proven that you have the strength to resist them. I even suspect that not even Professor Dumbledore could manage that. If it were praise for any other matter, I might genuinely feel encouraged and happy, but when it comes to something like a Dementor, even hearing such words doesn't make me feel any happier, because it's not enough. What? Just knowing the reason, just being able to run away, it's still not enough. I took a deep breath and said to Remus, because Dementors are so terrifying, because their effect on me is so strong, I can no longer tolerate that. In the face of such things, all I can do is run. I paused, then asked, I heard that on the train you used a spell to drive a Dementor away, right? That was the Patronus Charm, a highly advanced defensive magic, and currently the only known spell that can counter Dementors. Remus admitted, frowning slightly. Do you want to learn this spell? Yes. I nodded, answering without hesitation. I hope you can teach me. Remus' frown deepened. However, it is very difficult to cast the Dharma Protector, and it is not a spell that you can master at your age. In fact, there are very few adult sorcerers who can master this spell. Remus said, I don't want to give you the illusion that I have a good handle with Dementor. When I was on the train, my protection spell was actually not even half completed, and there was only one Dementor who ran on the train at that time. But you managed to drive it away. I said, with a pleading tone. You can stay awake and force it away, can't you? That's what I want you to teach me. I needed to be able to maintain enough sobriety and strength to expel Dementor while it appeared. Remus was silent for a moment. I can probably understand your motivation for wanting to learn the Dharma Protector mantra. Indeed, things like Dementor are too dangerous for anyone to completely restrain them. Although they are now only guarding the school under the orders of the Ministry of Magic, who knows if there will be one or two more of them like today, who can't resist the temptation of laughter and happiness and break into the school, and it's nice to be able to face your weaknesses and find ways to overcome them. As your defense against the dark arts professor, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse, but, he said, changing his tone and asking a little cautiously, I heard what you just meant. It seems that you already have a certain level of understanding of the Protector spell. I nodded, took out my wand, recalled how I felt when I got along with Ron and the others, and drew lightly in the air. Expecto Patronum. The silver mist of light erupted from the top of its own wand, condensing into a hazy arc shield in the air that was enough to cover people. Remus's breathing slowed slightly. Okay, he exclaimed, his expression and tone not concealing surprise and delight at all. Very good. I mean, although it is not complete yet, you already understand the key points of casting the protection spell, and you have a good grasp of it. When did you start practicing this magic? It was during the second semester of the first year. I honestly explained simply under Remus's stunned and confused gaze. Hermione and I have read quite a few books, and for some subjects, we've already self-studied up to the 5th year level. Besides the two of us, Ron and Neville have also practiced the Patronus Charm with us in private. But even now, Ron and Neville can only produce a little silver mist, and Hermione and I can only manage to form a shield. Even so, that's already incredible. Remus watched me withdraw my wand as I dispelled the spell, sighing with pleasure, mastering the basics of the patronus charm in the 3rd year. I've never heard of any child achieving that before. Whether in terms of magical strength or control, you four are absolutely geniuses among geniuses. I don't think that counts as genius. So what if we can use it in private? If we can only form a shield and not summon a true patronus, then this spell isn't truly mastered. I gave a self-mocking smile. The key issue is that when dementors appear, I don't even have time to think about the spell. I am immediately overwhelmed by hallucinations, and if I don't faint, the only thing I have the strength to do is run. And that was just one dementor. I know that most of the time they travel in pairs or threes. If another had appeared on the astronomy tower just now, even if my mental discipline could help, I probably would have passed out before I could make it down from the tower. Mental discipline. I've studied Eastern Muggle martial arts, used to maintain the body and for self-defense. I said cautiously, seeing that Remus showed no surprise in his expression, so he probably had already been told a bit, and I continued to explain, because the martial arts I practice, while effective at improving physical weakness, have certain side effects. Besides the fact that if you don't keep practicing, your body could worsen, the most important is that if your mind isn't firm, it's easy to become violent and bloodthirsty with increased ability. The equivalent explanation in magic training is going mad with power, so to avoid this danger, when practicing this martial art, there's also a special auxiliary mental mantra. By reciting it before meditation, one can enter the state more quickly, and while training, one's mindset remains calmer and steadier, preventing reckless overexertion that could lead to going mad with power. Remus nodded in understanding. I'm not familiar with Muggle martial arts and the like, but I get what you mean. So, you're saying that the technique you've been learning seems to help you maintain some level of clarity in front of a dementor. I only just discovered it myself. It really seems to be the case. I pursed my lips. But I only used it accidentally when I was already falling into the hallucinations. In reality, when I silently recite this technique, whether I am able to cast the patronus charm and have it actually work, I really won't know what I'm capable of without a simulated practice battle. So, you want me to help you practice? I nodded, looking at Remus with hopeful eyes. I can try to arrange some time to help you, he said, and as I was about to show my delight, he immediately added, but my health isn't perfect, and with the students' class schedules, the time I could spend practicing with you will probably be at most once a month. You won't be able to practice much, so try not to expect too much, and the patronus charm itself is an extremely advanced magic. The effect dementors have on you is especially strong, which will not only make learning this spell very challenging, but could also make you quite uncomfortable during practice. You need to be prepared for that. I understand. I acknowledged with careful understanding. I already considered this possibility before making the request. Then let me think about how to arrange this, and I'll let you know when I'm ready. Oh, Remus reached out and ruffled my hair, smiling as he asked, you still have Quidditch practice and potions club activities, right? Make sure to write down your club times for me, so I can choose a suitable time for this extra practice. I smiled back, ready to respond, when there was a knock at the office door. Remus was about to get up to answer it, but I jumped up before him, though the after effect hit almost immediately. I stumbled a few steps. Luckily Remus reacted in time and caught my arm, helping me barely regain my balance. Harry, you. There, ignoring the nausea brought on by dizziness, I grabbed Remus's sleeve with one hand, my face pale and tense, and quietly pointed at the small door beside us. Can I go in? Yes, but why? No time to explain for now. Just make sure you don't mention I'm here. The knocking came again, and I hurriedly pulled the blanket around me and stumbled toward the small room's door. Please. This is insane. Why would Professor Snape come looking for Remus? Aren't those two constantly at odds with each other? After receiving the ventilation alert from the little potted plant on the wall outside Defense Against the Dark Arts, I realized who the visitor was. My instinctive reaction was to hide. There was no other choice. I mean, with Professor Snape now having a rival companion as a colleague, plus Neville in Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and the infamous Snape in Drag Bogart incident, it's no wonder his mood isn't exactly cheerful. Unfortunately, the innocent fifth-year students got caught in the crossfire for no reason, and I had no intention of becoming one of their unwitting victims. Moreover, in my current feeble, almost lifeless state, showing up in Remus's office, if Professor Snape were to see me, it would be surprising if the place didn't explode. The school hall was recently renovated and the previous disaster is still fresh in memory. My head was still foggy, and I had neither the focus nor energy to deal with his temper, so as long as I wasn't discovered, at least Remus and I wouldn't have to deal with a chain of exhausting troubles afterward. Come in. I had just hidden in the dark little room, leaning weakly against the door and sliding to the floor, when I heard the sound of the door opening and steady footsteps outside. "Ah, Severus," Remus greeted, accompanied by a rustling sound like tidying up. "Sorry, I haven't finished unpacking, so it's a bit messy. Would you like some tea?" I was just about to make some. "I've told you, we aren't close enough to use first names, Lupin. Keep those lousy leaves for yourself and brew them slowly," Professor Snape said coldly, with a light clink of something hitting the desk. "You'd best drink your potion immediately." "Right, Wolfsbane potion." Now, besides making medicine for Remus and delivering it, Professor Snape probably shouldn't have any other interactions with Remus. How did I forget? "I will, thank you so much." Just as I was frustrated with my own mental lapse, Remus said gently, "But this potion smells really awful. Can I add a little sugar?" The magical energies in the air suddenly twisted and then returned to calm, making the hairs on my neck stand on end. I covered my mouth to swallow the groan that almost slipped out due to discomfort. "You're no longer a 3-year-old child, Lupin." Professor Snape's voice was low and cold as a snake's hiss. "Even if your potion-making skills have always been as hopelessly foolish as Longbottom's, you should know that saccharine reduces the effectiveness of most magical ingredients. It's common sense. Or do you want me to drag that huge cauldron from the dungeon and force it down your throat?" "Oh, of course I know, I was just joking a little." "Severus, you're too serious. As for those potions being so precious, it's safer to keep them with you since you're the expert. I'll come to you when I need them," Remus said cheerfully. "By the way, speaking of giving out potions, those 5th-year students should be able to leave the hospital and attend classes by Monday, right?" "Severus, you seem a bit too strict this time." Madame Pomfrey must have been quite displeased. "I think my teaching methods do not need a potion idiot's commentary," Professor Snape said irritably. "And I said before, we are not familiar. Do not address me by my first name, Professor Lupin." All right. I just thought we've known each other for so many years, and you're still Harry's teacher." Severus, calm down. Even if something here breaks, it's no big deal, but this crystal cup for the potion is still quite valuable, right?" The chaotic magical energies in the air eased again, but still carried a sense of suppression. I meow. What exactly is Remus thinking? Does he really find it fun to provoke Professor Snape like this? Even if he wants to play, can he at least do it when I'm not around? Out of sight, out of mind, and how is my body supposed to handle such chaotic magical aura right now? I really couldn't bear the physical discomfort, so I secretly tore open a piece of chocolate that had been brought in with the blanket, and with a pale face, I began biting into this cocoa-based candy again. "You'd better remember to be cautious, Lupin. I don't know what Dumbledore's exact intentions were in letting you into Hogwarts, but in this castle, you'd better not let me catch you trying to do anything to that boy, or seducing him into doing anything, or else. Severus, he is James and Lily's child. How could you think I would do anything to him?" Remus sighed softly. "After all they did for me as a couple, and then leaving forever before I could ever repay them. How should I know? Missing for over 10 years with no trace, and the person who appeared after Black's breakout wasn't me anyway." Professor Snape snorted coldly, his tone both sarcastic and icy. "But you are right about one thing. The reason you are still here looking after Harry has a lot to do with the fact that you have not yet betrayed Potter's trust, so keep it up, Professor Lupin. I hope your loyalty is genuine, because if not, the wrath from the depths of hell might be more than you can bear." It was quiet outside the door for a while. I cautiously chewed the chocolate soundlessly, frowning as I tried to figure out what Professor Snape meant. I could tell he suspected Remus of having some connection with Sirius, but what did he mean by his last sentence? Could it be that, besides him, others are also worried about me and suspecting Remus? It really tastes awful. Remus complained bitterly. "Thank you for your advice, Severus, although I don't think that will happen. Of course, thanks for the medicine too, though it would be better if the taste could be improved. Dream on." After a heavy cold snort, there were the sounds of heavy footsteps walking away and the door slamming shut. I clutched the blanket and held onto the door frame, slowly pulling myself up. Just as I steadied myself, the small room's door was pulled open. "Harry, are you all right?" "Millimeter, I'm fine." I squinted, adjusting to the sudden change from darkness to light, and obediently let Remus help me out of the small room and return to the fireplace. Good thing Professor Snape didn't actually blow this place up. I don't have the strength to run away right now. Remus chuckled softly. As I sat back down on the carpet, he refilled the mug with hot cocoa and handed it back to me. Severus has always been a measured person, he wouldn't act that impulsively, he said gently, but I have to admit, he's changed quite a bit over the years. The old Severus, aside from Lily and potions, didn't really get emotionally affected by much else. The current him is more like a normal person compared to before, though his temper seems to have grown a bit too. So, that's why Dad always used to join in with you guys when bullying Professor Snape, because Professor Snape only cared about Mom. A flicker of awkwardness, one that he couldn't immediately answer, crossed Remus's face, while I continued to look at him calmly. How did you know? I lifted the mug and took a sip of hot cocoa. You and Dad were both very well-known students back in the day, so not only were your good deeds recorded, but the pranks you played were remembered too, I simply explained, my tone unconsciously carrying a hint of amused nostalgia. After I officially became Professor Snape's apprentice last year, many Gryffindor seniors came to advise me. They even found out about the conflicts between you two through the parents and friends of those seniors, all hoping I wouldn't impulsively choose a mentor just because of potions. I see. Remus didn't press further about my sources, and let out a soft sigh. Enemies, huh? Indeed, our relationship really was terrible back then. We were too young and never thought much of things, always quarreling over matters of pride or such small reasons. As it happened often, the accumulated unhappiness made us find each other unpleasant, even provoking and picking fights. I know that wasn't right, but I was too weak to persuade your father and the others, so I just pretended not to see anything. But only Lily, only she didn't find Jane's actions amusing or feel too intimidated to stop him like I or others did. Lily had a very upright personality, and Severus was her neighbor and friend she had grown up with. Even though they were in different houses, they still cared for each other. So whenever Jane started teasing Severus, she would jump in to stop him, but Lily didn't know that her interference only made James angrier. Because James liked Lily so much, seeing her always laughing and gently comforting Severus but being stern and frowning at James left him feeling unbalanced. As a result, his pranks aimed at Severus became increasingly conspicuous and excessive. To put it plainly, Dad was jealous. I shrugged helplessly and took another sip of chocolate. Love, oh love, you really are the most beautiful yet most sinful thing in the world. That was one of the reasons, Remus said with a wry smile, and back then, we didn't really know how to appropriately show our feelings to the girls we liked. So James thought the best way was to try every possible way to show off in front of Lily, hoping to get her attention. A peacock. I pursed my lips but couldn't help the slight smile at the corner of my mouth. Dad must have been rejected countless times back then. Mom probably admired people who were down to earth, and that flashy showing off didn't appeal to her. Plus deliberately bullying a friend who has been important to her since childhood, Dad's pursuit was certainly full of hardships. After a moment of silence, Remus burst into laughter. Yes, before Lily finally accepted James, those days were indeed a disaster for him. You can't imagine how difficult it was to lift the hexes Lily cast on James when she got fed up with his persistent attention. We even believed that the reason James' grades in charms and defense against the dark arts consistently stayed in the top 5 of the year was due to all the practice opportunities Lily gave him. Remus smiled in agreement. If James could have realized this, or if someone had told him earlier, I think they wouldn't have waited until their 6th year to start really dating. Even if others say it, it's useless. Just look at the problems that the seniors in our school make love aphrodisiacs every year, and you know that love will only make geniuses fools, and it would be fortunate that their IQ didn't become negative. I said while sipping hot cocoa. However, aside from my mother's factor, my father would look at Professor Snape unpleasantly at that time, and it has a lot to do with Professor Snape being a student of Slytherin, right? Slytherin has always given a mostly negative impression. Even though we grew up and left school, saw more people and things, and realized that there are many loyal and kind people from Slytherin. But at that time, we always thought we were on the side of justice. In other words, prejudice kills people, but it's no wonder that the atmosphere within Slytherin, which belongs to the intrigues of high-ranking aristocrats, as well as its specialty in dark magic, all give people an elegant but also sinister impression. In addition, dark magic itself is powerful, but if it is not well controlled, the mind can easily be confused by power. Voldemort is the most direct example. This is one of the main reasons why people from Slytherin are more likely to be tempted and go astray. Powerful ambition and desire are Slytherin's greatest weapons. Master it well, add fame and fortune. If you fail, it is possible to leave a stench for thousands of years. A double-edged sword. I lowered my head and sipped hot cocoa and sighed secretly, not noticing Remus's slightly thoughtful gaze on me. So, with Severus, a teacher, it's a bit of a hassle in Gryffindor, right? Remus asked gently. The friendship between Lily and Severus has always been a hot topic between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I don't know where Severus is, but Lily has been burdened with a lot of incomprehensible stares and doubts, and even when she first entered the first grade, she had almost no friends and was lonely for a while. I looked up in surprise. Is there such a thing? I never thought that Mom had experienced something like that back then. No wonder she never really had close female friends. But now that I think about it, it's quite similar to what Hermione went through in her first year. The difference is the reason why they were both ostracized. Well, I guess I was luckier. People were more tolerant of me. At first, when I joined the Potions Club, Oliver was worried that I might be bullied, and later, when Professor Snape admitted that I was his apprentice, it took everyone a while to accept it. But I never encountered anyone in the house who bullied me because of it, and Ron and the others never shied away from showing their dislike for Professor Snape in my presence. I think people can understand that, right? No matter how biased or grumpy he is, Professor Snape still maintains his identity and duties as a teacher. People only dislike his teaching style, so it hasn't escalated to the point of taking it out on me. Of course, it's possible that some Gryffindor students at the time who had grievances against me were hesitating about giving me a lesson, but they were intimidated when they saw the outcome of Slytherin taking action first. Although this is probably unnecessary to tell Remus, it's better to let him preserve a more upright and open-minded impression of the current Gryffindor students. In that case, you shouldn't have a reason to avoid Severus, right? Remus asked. Why? I feel like you're avoiding him. Even just now. I mean, I know Severus can be strict, but it shouldn't be so scary for you that you need to avoid him, right? I paused. I'm definitely not afraid of him, nor do I intend to avoid him. I smiled helplessly. It's just that I got into some trouble during the summer that really upset Professor Snape. I already have enough on my plate now, and I don't want to test his limits and cause additional trouble. Besides, he doesn't like you, and if he saw me sitting in your office like this, he would be furious. Frankly, I have absolutely no desire to get caught up in your old grievances with him. Just dealing with the hassles of running around under his watch, using my dad's face as leverage, has already made me want to set his precious potion cabinet on fire. That does sound like something James would come up with. Remus glanced at the old clock on the wall. Some of the teaching materials I ordered are being delivered to the Hogsmeade post office today, and I already made arrangements to pick them up. Do you want to continue resting here, or should I take you back to the dormitory first? Then I won't trouble you. I pulled the blanket tighter around myself. Although I still felt a bit cold, the weakness wasn't as severe as before. I think I can walk back to the Gryffindor Tower by myself. Thank you, Professor Lupin. Finish your hot cocoa before you go. Remus patted my head and stood up. It's really no trouble for me. You're always welcome to visit, though it would be even better if you didn't come over looking so frail. I didn't refuse to drink the remaining hot cocoa, then dragged my still weak body away from the fireplace. Before leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, I looked back at Remus as he rummaged through a large, messy stack of parchment on his desk. Professor Lupin, I asked softly, I just wanted to, since you knew my parents so well, can I call you by your first name privately? And if you don't mind, I'd like to know more about my parents' past. Remus paused and gave me a warm smile. Of course, Harry, he said. I trust that James and Lily wouldn't mind me sharing some of the fun little secrets from their school days. I smiled happily in return. Then, I'm really looking forward to it, I said as I stepped out of the office and closed the door behind me. Thank you, Remus. See you later. Chapter 95. Extra, Severus Snape, Part 4. Severus Snape was furious, actually, ever since that little Potter brat entered Hogwarts over the past 2 years. The number of times he'd been angry easily exceeded the total of the previous 10 years by at least 5 times. And the reason he was constantly provoked? Of course, it was all because of the trouble caused by that self-righteous Potter brat. First year, normally, he should have been an idiot prone to making mistakes, yet also an easily intimidated little brat. But in a situation where some sweet-toothed old man regretfully admitted to a minor blunder, little Potter was not the least bit stupid. In fact, he outshone his own delinquent father in depravity, possessing killer abilities with expert muggle potion-making techniques and combat skills, all hidden within that small, fragile, innocent-looking body. What made it even more infuriating was that the sweet-toothed old honeybee, acknowledging his own mistake, came up with a remedy, shoving little Potter into his potion club, claiming it would make it easier for him to guide and look after him. Damn Merlin. He had clearly said he was no longer a nanny. According to experience, any finishing task assigned by the old headmaster is guaranteed to be a disaster-level trouble. Having first-hand knowledge of this, Snape naturally had no desire to take on this hot potato. Even if little Potter was Lily's child, it made no difference. But, damn it, Potter's potions were nothing special, and Lily's potion skills were above average only because of frequent discussions and research with him. Even if the little Potter somehow learned Muggle poisoning techniques, how did he suddenly point out the flaws in current universally accepted potion-making methods and have insight into the nature of potions? The thought that those potion research projects, locked away at the bottom of his laboratory and gathering dust for over 10 years because his research partner had passed away, was so astonishingly similar to the arguments proposed by a child who had been studying potions for less than 2 months, stirred a monumental storm in Snape's heart, one only he could fully comprehend. This also caused him to lose enough composure in the following negotiations, failing once again under the headmaster's cunning hands, and forced him to accept that his potion club had to accommodate the very first little Gryffindor in first year, no less. Even a headmaster who understood Hogwarts operations could never truly grasp the actual teaching dynamics of each class and club. Moreover, the cunning old fox himself had come from Gryffindor, and could hardly comprehend just how arrogant almost all the students in this Slytherin exclusive club were. This was definitely not a place where one could gain recognition purely through reputation or luck. This Poppy guided the Potions Club for many years before it was eventually handed over to her, and the students' potion-making skills have always been top of their year. On top of that, Poppy's quirky habit of tinkering with potion flavors and effects was passed down to these kids, allowing a first-year student, especially one from Gryffindor, to join a club traditionally dominated by Slytherins was definitely a blow to Snape's prideful Slytherin students. Snape never believed that, in such an environment, it could have any positive effect on shaping young Potter's character as Dumbledore hoped. In fact, besides causing more conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and ruining what could have been his one calm and smooth lesson each week, Snape really saw no benefits at all. So, just like Poppy treated him back in the day, Snape restricted young Potter. Apart from odd chores like topping up basic potions and timing them, he wasn't allowed anywhere near the cauldrons. No way. Even as a first year, he was a talented prodigy in potion making, and a Potter to boot. No matter how obedient he appeared to be to everyone, it certainly couldn't change the fact that he carried the devilish Potter blood. The abilities of the students in his own house weren't weak, but anyone who had seen young Potter's potion techniques in class and the speed and accuracy of his answers would realize there wasn't much of a gap between them. Combine that with his skill to discreetly brew potions without anyone noticing. If those impatient students tried to sabotage him, it would almost certainly backfire on them, leaving the seemingly mild-mannered little lion at an advantage. For Poppy, apart from hospital wing affairs, another matter that occupied the head nurse's mind was the Potions Club. If any students were to get poisoned in the club, let alone more than one, Merlin only knew how much she would nag him about it, so under no circumstances could young Potter be brewing potions in the club until at least his 3rd year. Later, when Quirrell mysteriously got poisoned, it only confirmed to Snape that he had made the smart choice. It's a poison that can make the victim think they just have a cold, and then, during the treatment process, taking different remedies will compromise the immune function of various organs. Just when one condition is controlled by medicine, another symptom immediately appears. It's not fatal, but these diseases strike in succession, and the treatment process is absolutely excruciatingly troublesome. Although this chain reaction poison won't act if identified early and detox before treatment, and it doesn't require complicated techniques or rare herbs, the only difficulty is that unless the healer is highly skilled, they won't realize it's poisoning rather than illness. And if you treat each symptom individually as a disease, although detoxification is possible, by the time all the problems are treated, the poisoned person will likely be left with less than half their life. It's truly an extremely sinister and exhausting kind of poison. Severus, I know you admire Harry's potion talent. On the armchair in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore said while nibbling on a cockroach skewer, but you also said that making this poison requires solid and extensive knowledge of medicine and toxins. Harry is only in his 1st year. Do you really think he has this ability? If Snape weren't so accustomed over the years to this old fox occasionally playing dumb and teasing people, and if the lemon camellia honey extract wasn't so delicious, hard to brew, and expensive, he would have already thrown the goblet in his hand at that bothersome old face, but realizing his impulse was growing stronger, he placed the cup back on the low table just in case. You yourself told me Potter also understands medicine. Do you need me to remind you? Snape ground his teeth and hissed, and considering the level of skill he shows in arranging ingredients, looking at the whole of Hogwarts right now, who else but him has that kind of ability? My dear Severus, but I remember that you are our potions professor, of course. I absolutely do not mean to imply that you would poison a colleague. Dumbledore changed his slightly teasing tone before Snape's expression darkened. I know you've been carefully keeping an eye on Quirrell and wouldn't do anything so reckless, but then, do you know how Quirrell was poisoned? Snape's face darkened, and he remained silent for a moment. Still haven't figured it out. His tone clearly betrayed his irritation. Although he had already analyzed the components and effects of the poison and even made an antidote, Snape had to admit that he still had no clue how Quirrell had carried out the poisoning. Oh, even you don't know? Dumbledore let out an annoyingly cheerful chuckle, then took another bite of the cockroach skewer. That is truly rare, I mean, an astonishingly discreet method, isn't it? One that even a potions master can't detect. Dumbledore. Snape interrupted angrily. I didn't come here to hear you praise Potter. I want to know exactly how you plan to deal with this situation. Of course. So, may I assume you've already asked Poppy to keep Quirrell's cause of illness a secret, even from Quirrell himself? She nearly drowned me with her spit for even suggesting it. Snape scowled. That old man knew that if he asked, Poppy would have no objection, yet every time he had to make requests that went against medical principles, he suffered through her relentless, non-stop scolding, clearly intentional. Good. I think Quirrell should realize something's wrong soon, but until then, it might buy us a little more investigation time. Dumbledore still wore his leisurely expression, though a drifting, almost musing tone slipped into his voice. Actually, he must already know my suspicions after cursing Harry's broom during the Quidditch match, so this poisoning incident likely won't affect his normally careful behavior. What worries me more is why Quirrell dared to attack Harry even knowing I was present. He should know very well that doing so would reveal him prematurely. Snape's face suddenly changed. You mean, Dumbledore looked slightly confused at Snape's sudden pause and the way his expression started to twist. What's the matter, Severus? Snape stared at Dumbledore with a dangerous glare. Potter, Snape asked through gritted teeth, has he already discovered the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone? And has he even made a move against Quirrell? Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Oh, Severus, we can't be certain that it was Harry who poisoned Quirrell. Who else could possibly do it besides that boy? Damn it. Don't tell me you have no idea why several upper-year students in my house were hospitalized by mysterious injuries recently. Those blind fools couldn't figure out the situation and set traps or curses for Harry, only to be backfired upon. That boy has always been merciless toward anyone who dares harm him. This time he almost fell to his death. How could he have done nothing? Snape stood up in anger. And Quirrell is no fool. If it weren't for someone completely interfering with his plan to steal the stone, would he risk exposure to try to kill a child in public? Ah, I thought you still didn't like Harry very much, Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard. I didn't expect you'd care so much about him. Care about him? Snape shouted at Dumbledore. What I care about is whether you'll lose your headmaster position and be thrown into Azkaban. You lunatic. Since you knew Harry had already noticed Quirrell's intentions, why didn't you stop him from provoking Quirrell? If the school board found out you deliberately sent a child to face a dark wizard alone, they won't know, Severus. Even if they did, they wouldn't believe it, because we have no proof, Dumbledore said calmly. And do you really think I would let a child face a dark wizard unprepared? And alone? How could he possibly know? Snape glared hatefully at that unscrupulous old man who never played by the rules. Sit down first. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the glass on the small table automatically refilled the tall glass in front of Snape with lemon herbal honey tea. Snape calmed his breathing and sat back down on the sofa. Severus, I know you care about Harry. The magical energy in the air began to twist wildly. Snape silently vowed to himself that if that murderous old lunatic dared to say again that he cared about that brat. But you must understand, Lily's child is even smarter than we think, Dumbledore continued, the overwhelming pressure in the office slightly easing. He has indeed discovered the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, and, like us, has noticed something strange about Quirrell. Even the ghosts have noticed that Quirrell was sometimes struck by potted plants that fell inexplicably from the walls, or tripped over vines that appeared in the corners recently, and every time it made a loud noise, revealing his whereabouts to others or the ghost portraits. That is how I realized that Harry had discovered this matter, because only he has the special ability to control plants. So you just let a child of 11, I am not letting Harry provoke Quirrell, I care about his safety as well, Severus. But I must also admit that Harry's investigative methods and ways of thwarting Quirrell are such that even I cannot immediately detect them. His intelligence and careful stealth mean that even a coming to investigate would not be able to notice those small plant traps he set, so ordinary they are easy to overlook, and childish, yet they always manage to expose Quirrell sneaking around the castle without leaving any magical traces. Furthermore, Harry also knows how to protect himself, as is obvious from the fact that the kids who tried to bully or ambush him ended up backfiring. Regardless of the situation, Harry is always vigilant. I guess that's why Quirrell would take such a huge risk, casting a jinx on Harry's broom in front of hundreds of eyes. Harry's ability to control plants is no secret, and being repeatedly thwarted without being able to harm Harry must have infuriated Quirrell. I think Quirrell will be poisoned this time, and if, as we suspect, it was Harry who did it, then Harry not only proves that he can protect himself, but also possesses remarkable counterattack strength. Ignoring this due to his age would be extremely unwise. So, Snape said, his face darkening and his eyes dangerously narrowing, you want to use him? No, I just think that since Harry has that ability, he deserves to know the truth, Dumbledore said. I believe, as you and I have already noticed, Quirrell doesn't seek the Philosopher's Stone purely out of personal desire. There's a deeper, more sinister hand guiding this plot behind him. Then you still. Harry's mind is actually more mature and stronger than we imagine, Dumbledore said calmly but seriously, looking at Snape. He is so clever that even if we deliberately withhold the truth, he will find his own way to discover the answers, and I believe that with his ability to act in ways that evade even us adults, the danger will only increase. Rather than letting that happen, it's better to let him know the truth within a proper scope. This way, we have more reason and ground to watch over him, don't you think? Snape said nothing, his face stiff and grim, his hands clenched into fists on his lap. If you're still worried, then it's a bit more troublesome, but could you help watch over Harry more closely? Dumbledore picked up his cup and took a sip of lemon chamomile honey tea. If the person behind Quirrell is truly as we suspect, he probably won't suspect you, but, relatively speaking, Harry might become even more in danger. Teaching children is troublesome, looking after children is trouble squared, and if that child's mind is that of a prodigy among geniuses, then trouble is hardly sufficient to describe it. Especially when that trouble comes with the surname Potter. Potter. Severus Snape hated Potter. To be precise, he hated James Potter. Not only because James Potter was the main culprit behind many humiliations in his school days, nor simply because James Potter took away the green flame lily he cherished the most and failed to protect her. Of course, these were indeed reasons that evolved from childish dislike into accumulated resentment that eventually exploded into hatred so intense he wished to erase Potter. But if it were just that simple, Snape wouldn't have been so obsessively resentful towards someone who was already dead. The reason Severus Snape harbored such a deep-seated hatred was because James Potter once saved his life. Even if, in Snape's eyes, this life-saving favor was heavily diluted. Tricked by Sirius Black's cruel prank, Snape had stumbled into the place where the werewolf Remus Lupin hid to transform on a full moon night, nearly being torn to pieces by the small wolf under its beastly control, or worse, nearly becoming a werewolf himself. But since it was only a near miss, it naturally didn't happen. When Potter learned that his best friend had done such a reckless and cruel thing, he immediately ran to Snape, at a time when Snape was already petrified by the sudden appearance of the werewolf, swaggering fiercely while dragging him out through a secret passage, leaving the responding and pursuing small werewolf behind. This is how Snape knew that Potter and Black had been protecting Lupin's secret back then, almost risking their lives, and all because of Black's irresponsible prank. If Potter hadn't come to save him, but it was also to save Black and Lupin. Yes, if Black's prank had succeeded at that time, Snape would have been severely injured, and even Dumbledore couldn't have allowed Lupin to continue his studies at school, and Black, let alone, would have been expelled, with Azkaban as his only destination, and even his family's decree to sever ties wouldn't have been able to save him. So, rather than saying Potter saved Snape, it would be more accurate to say that he was saving his best friends, preventing them from becoming murderers. Snape had always thought this way, but even so, it did not change the fact that, at that time, Potter had indeed risked his life to save him. By Merlin's light, even if at that time he really didn't want to die, he would have rather truly become a Wolfman Lupin's midnight snack than have Potter save his life. Snape hated Potter so much, someone with the love of his parents, a complete family, a pureblood noble lineage, outstanding magical talent, and adored by everyone, yet with such good fortune, he didn't know his own worth, arrogant and spoiled, bullying only those without a background. And the reason Snape became the focus of Potter's attention back then was precisely because he was the only student in Slytherin who dared to resist Potter and his gang. Of course, it was Potter's obvious greedy attempts toward Lily that was the main reason Snape had counted Potter as his enemy from the very beginning. Such a nefarious, spoiled playboy, utterly unworthy of touching that pure and beautiful Lily he himself wouldn't even dare to defile. That is why Snape tried so hard to resist Potter and his gang back then. He knew that Lily, whom he had quietly been protecting, was intelligent, and as long as she could see the reckless and spoiled nature of Potter, he wouldn't have to worry about Potter getting close to her and being accepted. Initially, as he expected, Lily indeed disapproved of Potter's behavior, but over time, the friction between him and Potter became more intense, and even his own actions caused Lily's dislike. The friends around him were all the more unbearable for Lily, because he was Slytherin, a Slytherin chasing power in the darkness, while the one he wanted to protect was the green-flamed Lily in Gryffindor who longed for sunlight and blue skies. So in the end, Snape still couldn't stop Potter from entering Lily's heart, just as inevitably, he ended up owing Potter a life. This was a disgrace Snape would never forget until his death, the bully who only thrived by oppressing the weak, humiliating him. The thief who took away the Lily he treasured like a precious gem, having committed so many unforgivable acts, and yet still saving him with his own life. What is that supposed to mean? What made Snape hate him even more was, if that guy had taken away the Lily he cherished, why didn't he protect her? That bastard James Potter, he swore to bring happiness to Lily, swore to protect her for life, so why did he fail to keep that vow? He had the ability to take Lily from him, the power to escape the Dark Lord's repeated threats, so why in the end could he not even protect Lily and let her live? Why at that time risk his own life to save him? Why not let him die then? To die bearing resentment toward them, at least that way he wouldn't have learned about the prophecy, wouldn't have let the Dark Lord know about it and target Lily. Snape never regretted following Lord Voldemort. Slytherin philosophy, Slytherin nobility and elegance, Slytherin honor and faith, were fully embodied only in that Dark Lord. Voldemort may be cruel and bloodthirsty, but that does not erase his strength and noble ideals. Moreover, for someone without love, what else is there to pursue but power, influence, and immortality? The world is too cruel. Aspiring for the brilliant light is the nature of most people, so they walk in the abyss of darkness, pursuing ultimate power. The night that Slytherin believes in, few can understand its beautiful profundity, and thus the followers of the dark are often misunderstood and shunned. The unfriendliness of those who cannot understand is the original reason why Slytherins must stand above, forced to arm themselves with strength. Therefore, a true Slytherin should have no love. With love comes the heart, subject to exploitation and coercion. Such a heart only produces weakness, and the pursuit of great power requires no weakness. A true Slytherin has no love. When the gaze the world casts upon you is always indifferent, and when you reach out your hand you never get a response, how could one expect a Slytherin to understand so-called warmth? Thus, Slytherins are cold. The followers of the night walking in the abyss need no love, have no friends. Power is the only thing that will truly accompany them for life and never betray. Therefore, Severus Snape was undoubtedly a failed Slytherin. Snape understood the importance of power from a very young age. Without power, he couldn't protect his mother, let alone guard his own belongings. The Muggle who would only beat his mother was hardly worthy of being called a father, so he longed to become strong, because only then could he get what he wanted and protect his beloved mother. Later, he met Lily, a girl with a sweet smile, the only one who wouldn't ridicule him for always wearing ill-fitting clothes, and a little witch with the same kind of power as him, though unaware of it. Before Snape had enough power to change the disadvantageous situation at home, that innocent and kind little Lily quietly entered his heart, becoming his only warmth during those helpless, dark days. The chill of Slytherin needs no warmth, because once touched, it leads to eternal ruin. When he entered Hogwarts, Snape never thought it was a bad thing that he and Lily were in different houses. Putting aside the matter of lineage, the atmosphere of Slytherin was indifferent and cold, unsuitable for the gentle and sweet Lily. Furthermore, selfishly, he didn't want his dark-natured classmates, who shared his essence, to discover Lily's gentle beauty. So even though he had never hidden his desire to enter Slytherin before enrollment, he didn't try to persuade Lily to be in the same house. In Snape's eyes, the well-behaved and intelligent Lily, who loved reading, should be a perfect Ravenclaw. So when that dumb old hat shouted Gryffindor on Lily's head, he was so shocked that he didn't even care about the foolish behavior of Potter, who hadn't even been sorted yet, cheering and clapping. But so what if it was Gryffindor? That old hat was over 1,000 years old. Who could guarantee it wouldn't make a mistake due to failing eyesight? Moreover, Snape valued Lily's innate talents and kind heart. Beyond that, even her lineage was irrelevant to him. So, as long as it was a house Lily found acceptable, it didn't matter which one it was. Moreover, as long as one had enough power, no one in Slytherin would dare to question his friendship with Lily. At that time, he was too naive. The gap between someone delving into the darkness of the night and the lily gradually blooming under the sunlight would only become more obvious. The lily, already accustomed to and enjoying the brilliant sunshine, could no longer see the one walking ever deeper into darkness, nor could she understand why he grew increasingly indifferent to everything around him for the sake of power. Lily couldn't understand why the friend she once confided in about everything would eventually treat others with such ruthlessness and coldness. Slytherin would not justify his actions. Even if Snape was a failed Slytherin, he still had his own pride. The pursuit of great power, a lifelong desire, had long been rooted deep in his soul, and even Lily could not change this conviction. Snape never lost sight of his original purpose in seeking power, which was to protect the people most important to him. So even if misunderstood or unappreciated, as long as he could achieve this goal, he could forsake everything, especially after his mother passed away. The only person he wanted to protect left was Lily, even if, in the end, Lily chose someone else instead of him. I thought we were friends too, so even when all my other friends couldn't understand why I would chat and discuss homework with you, a Slytherin, I still held on to our friendship and believed in you. But why? Why did you become like this? Since I also come from Muggle-born origins, what's the difference between me and the other mudbloods in your mouth? You've changed, Sev. You and your wicked friends. Yes, wicked. I won't apologize for calling them that, because in my eyes, that's the truth. Everyone knows they intend to join the Mystery Men, and so do you. You won't deny it, right? At that time, Lily's pale face carried a coldness he had never seen before, and her emerald green eyes, always bright and warm with sparkling light, became utterly devoid of warmth, filled only with sorrow and disappointment. You didn't deny it. You really do want to join him. Lily smiled faintly. Then, we have nothing more to say. Whether I forgive you or not no longer matters to you. You have chosen your path, and I choose mine. It's that simple. At that moment, Snape knew he could never enter Lily's world again. That slender figure walking away was too resolute, and the reality left him no right to try to hold her back. He came to a deep realization that no matter how much he cherished her, the purely beautiful Lily could never accept someone who had already been engulfed by darkness. Yet, he still couldn't let go. Pursuing great power and protecting Lily had become his sole meaning of existence in this world. So, Snape chose to follow Lord Voldemort. There were already too many of Dumbledore's people openly safeguarding Lily, but in a time when friction between the two factions had intensified to the point that everywhere was filled with fear and uncertainty, with no clear idea of who was a traitor or a spy, her absolute safety could not be guaranteed. He was different. His talent in potions and keen intellect were highly valued by Voldemort, and his loyalty unquestioned. Voldemort had given him considerable power and trust early on. In other words, as long as he wished, he could easily find out if Death Eaters intended any harm toward Lily. So even if Lily could never forgive him, it didn't matter. As long as he could protect her, even if only in the shadows, he would follow whoever could grant him the greatest power and status. If he couldn't give her happiness, then at least his power could still be used to protect her, and that would be enough. But he never expected, no one could have expected, the cruelty of fate, that even the one thing he valued above all, the Lily he would guard above everything else, would be destroyed by his own hands. All because of that foolish prophecy which, in his eyes, wasn't worth taking seriously. Born at the end of July into a family whose parents had thwarted Voldemort's plans 3 times and survived his wrath, the boy possessed a power so great that even the Dark Lord could not comprehend it, the only one capable of crushing Voldemort's ambition and ushering in a new world. One day, by chance, he overheard someone talking about a prophecy concerning Dumbledore, which seemed utterly ridiculous to him. However, since Voldemort had once ordered that everything related to Dumbledore, big or small, be reported truthfully, Snape submitted the information without much thought. He never expected that something seemingly foolish and worthless would be taken so seriously by the wise and rational Voldemort. Nor did he expect that Lily was pregnant at the time, with the baby due at the end of July. Between the Longbottoms, who had also thwarted Voldemort 3 times and whose wife was likewise pregnant, and the Potters, Voldemort chose the latter. The deciding factor was that Lily was Muggle-born. In Voldemort's eyes, if the prophecy were true, a half-blood like little Potter would pose an even greater threat. Thus, Snape felt regret, not for following Voldemort and becoming a Death Eater, but for his own mistake. He had underestimated Voldemort's relentless and obsessive determination to eliminate potential threats, which made him one of the executioners of the Lily he cherished dearly. So, he betrayed Voldemort because he knew his master too well and understood the limits of his own abilities. He might be able to save Lily, but he could never protect her child. And Lily, with her gentle yet strong nature, would never let anyone harm her child, even at the cost of her own life. Putting aside pride and self-respect, Snape went to plead with his master's enemy, Dumbledore. He told everything to the elder who had once been his teacher, enduring Dumbledore's scorn and ridicule, and agreed to become the spy he had once despised, the role he had always looked down upon. But as long as it meant saving Lily, he didn't care. He thought that with Dumbledore's abilities, protecting one or two people would be absolutely no problem. He thought that as long as Dumbledore understood the danger to Lily and her child, Dumbledore would surely hide them safely, he thought. All assumptions collapsed on the day the Dark Lord was defeated and disappeared, alongside his Lily and his world. For over a decade, no one knew, and no one could understand what kind of feelings Snape had carried through that time. When the only love and warmth vanished, the sole thing that sustained him was the boundless hatred for Potter, and, until Voldemort's threat was gone, the protection of the boy whom Lily had saved with her life. The surviving boy, every time he heard those nonsensical praises that blindly attached the glory of defeating the Dark Lord to a child who knew nothing, Snape's heart grew colder. What a ridiculous yet fitting name. Surviving, a life continued only at the cost of the parents' lives. What right did that child have to such fame and honor? Simply because he was the prophesied savior? Slytherin had no love, or did not understand it, or had abandoned it, or had lost it. Whatever the reason, the emotionless nocturnal walker always goes further than anyone else. And when they fail, they suffer more than anyone, especially when the weapon involved is love. For a Slytherin, that was deadly poison. So, Voldemort failing against Lily's power was not an accident. Snape understood her pure goodness better than anyone. Even from afar, the fragrance and warmth she radiated under the sun could bring considerable happiness, yet in the face of threats, the lion-like strength hidden beneath her delicate appearance was no less than any Gryffindor. To protect her child, Lily, whose abilities could be called worthy of a master of enchantment, resolutely completed an ancient protective curse with her life as a sacrifice, a power absolutely unmatched by anyone. He just hated, why did that damn prophecy have to appear? Why did it have to be Lily? Why did that child have to be born at that time? If it weren't for that child, James Potter's child. Yes, James Potter's child. Lily's death took away Snape's heart. The only warmth and light disappeared, replaced by a sudden surge of magical power that he had rarely experienced since adulthood. How ironic. Such pure dark power, which any Slytherin devoted to darkness would pursue their whole life, only appeared after he lost the person he was protecting, increasing his strength to a level capable of challenging Dumbledore. But what did it matter? Without Lily, power meant nothing to him. When Dumbledore informed Snape of Lily's death, he immediately noticed something was wrong, realizing Snape paid no mind to the sudden surge of power within his body and even allowed this dark force to wreak havoc unchecked. The greatest grief is the death of the heart, and even Dumbledore, who had witnessed countless separations by life and death, was moved at this moment. To prevent the flame of Snape's life from being consumed by this rapidly growing power, he warned Snape that the Dark Lord had not truly disappeared. And if the Dark Lord were ever to seize the chance to return, the boy would inevitably face an unprecedented threat to his life. Using this as an excuse, Dumbledore asked Snape to help take care of young Potter. Snape didn't care about the boy at all, even hated him. Not just because the boy was Potter's son, but because the prophecy concerning him had caused Lily to die protecting him. However, one thing Dumbledore said made it impossible for Snape to disagree. He is the child Lily protected with her own life, Severus. Dumbledore's tone was full of age heaviness. Harry is not only James' son, but also Lily's. He is the last trace of them as a couple in this world. However, now that Voldemort is merely in hiding rather than gone, there will inevitably be many dangers surrounding this child. The protective charm left by Lily is indeed strong, and combined with my protective magic, it is enough to keep Harry safe until he goes to school. But once he begins learning magic, over time, the protection on him will gradually weaken. Reality has already shown that even powerful magic and protection cannot withstand the scheming of human hearts. If Voldemort returns, I alone will not be able to continue protecting him, so, even if I am the one asking you, Severus, help me protect Lily's son, will you? At least until he is capable of protecting himself. Snape's growing turbulent magic ultimately failed to consume the fire of his life. Dumbledore successfully used Snape's guilt and longing for Lily to make the safety of little Potter the remaining tether binding him to this world, but that did not mean Snape accepted the existence of little Potter. He was the son of James Potter. Even if he also carried Lily's blood, it did not change the fact that the boy was the heir of the Potter family. Snape would absolutely never protect Potter's son, even if he indeed owed James Potter his life. Moreover, from Snape's perspective, Potter had failed to keep his promise to protect Lily, completely reversing the nature of their debt relationship. The person he truly owed was Lily. Therefore, concerning whom Dumbledore would have little Potter raised by, Snape did not care at all. As long as he could ensure the boy was not threatened by the Dark Lord and could grow up safely, he trusted that Dumbledore, who shared this same understanding, would naturally arrange everything properly. Keeping Harry safe, since this was Lily's final wish, he would cooperate with anyone to achieve it for her. Thus, Snape accepted Dumbledore's defense of him at the Ministry of Magic's public trial, as well as the teaching position Dumbledore arranged for him at Hogwarts, despite his intense loathing of being the professor for a bunch of brainless children, having to teach them the beauty and art of potions while simultaneously ensuring he didn't get so infuriated by their underdeveloped intellects that it shortened his life. Though he no longer cared about his own life, at least he needed to live long enough to ensure Voldemort's downfall. For Lily's child. Yes, because of Lily, so Snape had to constantly remind himself that the boy moving under his very eyes, though bearing Potter's face and surname, was not that arrogant, untrustworthy, doomed to die villainous demon. At least the boy had never bullied any classmates, and even seemed reasonably attentive and polite in class. However, Merlin's damn it. Sneaking out of the dorms late at night, with an uncanny instinct for dangerous secrets and a fearless curiosity, did that brat really have to show the worst traits associated with his surname so thoroughly? Upon learning that young Potter not only knew about the Philosopher's Stone but also had been secretly clashing with Quirrell, Snape's first thought was to grab the boy by the throat and crack open his head to see what on earth was inside. Only, he was just an 11-year-old child, yet bold enough to interfere with an adult wizard's affairs. Even if the brat did have considerable Muggle talent, combined with dexterity and excellent potion skills that could indeed create some troublesome magical traps, going so far as to provoke a dark wizard, it was practically asking for death. Did he even consider that his life was preserved through his mother's desperate sacrifice? Being just a first year at Hogwarts, Snape soon realized young Potter's shocking talent in the first year, just as outstanding as his academic skills, with solid theoretical grasp in all subjects and near-perfect practical execution, especially in herbology and potions. Potter was equally remarkable in causing trouble, to the point that it made Snape grit his teeth. So, Snape had no choice but to accept the advice of a certain sweet-toothed old fox, sacrificing his research time in the dungeons, where he would normally be repairing some incomplete ancient potion recipes, and instead walking around the campus, which mostly always has sunlight and moonlight, to make sure that the boy wouldn't lose his life shortly after returning from the Muggle world to the magical community, just because he shared the same arrogant and conceited flaw as his father. He is Lily's child, even if he has Potter's face, bears Potter's surname, and his knack for causing trouble might even surpass Potter's, he is still Lily's child. Several times, Snape noticed from afar that the boy had triggered one of Quirrell's malicious little traps, yet had resolved it himself before Snape could arrive, even capturing the rare poisonous creatures and placing them into his own prepared potion jars. Snape really wanted to grab the boy and dock Gryffindor 100 points just to see if he would dare to deliberately trigger those traps again. Yes, deliberately. Seeing that brat carrying potion jars for specimen collection and the excited gleam on his face when catching poisonous creatures made it clear the boy had encountered such traps before, and he even treated it as a fun game to collect rare toxins opportunistically. Damn Muggles! Snape had cursed more than once the unknown Muggle who taught young Potter these poisoning techniques to a horrible death. But what enraged him even more was how young Potter used his special talent for controlling plants to dismantle traps, leaving no trace, and efficiently and quickly storing his spoils. It was infuriating. Every time just as Snape approached the boy to scold him, that little brat had already hidden all the trap remnants along with the collected poison somewhere unknown, looking up at him with a completely innocent expression as if nothing had happened, as if Snape was just picking a fight out of boredom. Idiot Gryffindor. A reckless, brainless, and oblivious lion with no sense of danger. In situations like this, Snape several times almost forgot his role as a teacher and was about to take out his wand and blast this little brat, who was even craftier in pretending to be good than his own father. But every time, just when that little troublemaker with Potter's face drove his anger to the maximum, those clear emerald eyes, filled with inexplicable trust, both familiar and strange, would always make him suddenly remember that he was not facing the Potter he had once hated with all his being, and he found himself repeatedly reminding himself mentally, this is Lily's child, he cannot harm him. Instead, there would be a slew of sharp, unreasonable point deductions, and then he would turn on his heel and leave angrily. Snape himself didn't realize that over these years, even though that sweet-toothed old lunatic who had monopolized the headmaster's office for so long always brought him endless troublesome errands and constantly carried out idiotic actions that challenged his limits, no one and nothing had ever been able to provoke his nerves as easily and simply as Harry Potter did. This was something even James Potter in his day rarely managed. Of course, Snape's deep-seated hatred for Potter had long since changed and was no longer the same as before. The main reason he often became irritable and left things half-finished was actually very simple. Under those same green eyes of Lily's, he simply couldn't bear to look at the boy for too long. Because of that hue, both familiar and strange, green. In Snape's life, besides black, green was the first vivid color he had ever encountered, and apart from the night, the only color that had ever left its mark on his heart. Snape would forever remember that little Lily he had observed for so long at the beginning. When he cautiously and nervously approached her, she did not show disgust. Instead, she looked at him with a sweet smile, and those lake green eyes shone with pure friendliness, leaving even a stronger impression on him than her fiery hair. This was the first time that a color other than darkness had imprinted itself on Snape's heart, vivid, yet neither scorching nor cold, gentle, yet lively, a wondrous color. Coincidentally, the Slytherins who worship the power of the night also admire the color green. Deep in the dungeons where the Slytherin dormitory is located, this vibrant hue is abundant both inside and out, and when interspersed with black or silver, it adds a resilient nobility. Calm and steady, evoking a proud sense of belonging. Pure and gentle green like a jade lake, elegant and noble forest green like a night forest. Once, this kind of green was Snape's deepest attachment. Even after Lily left his world, the even deeper darkness could not devour these two similar yet completely different shades of green. Snape thought that no other green in the world could ever leave a trace again. Until he saw that boy's eyes. Not only was there a resemblance in appearance, but sharing the same attention-seeking and trouble-making nature, whether intentional or not, little Potter actually understood the art of pushing Snape's limits better than anyone else, so much so that several times, even bystanders held their breath in fear, thinking the potion's master was about to use poison or a curse to reduce little Potter to nothing, although he still couldn't escape the verbal scolding, shame, demerits, extra reports, and labor duty. Little Potter nonetheless, under everyone's mix of relief, sympathy, schadenfreude, and regretful looks, thrillfully endured the terrifying magical pressure colder than polar glaciers and darker than bottomless chasms. And then, within no more than 3 days of reprieve, he would once again naively cause inexplicable trouble, challenging the potion's master's limits of sanity. Whether it was Gryffindor's little lion or Slytherin's little snake, everyone could see that, for some unknown and strange reason, the potion's professor who also served as the Slytherin head truly despised the golden boy of the lions, and the boy was genuinely trying hard to avoid the professor's anger and harassment. Yet, also due to some peculiar determination and numerous uncanny coincidences, whenever the two appeared in the same place, some situation always arose that unintentionally provoked the potion's professor, an oblivious little lion who couldn't read the room. The older Slytherins might have offered a superficial commentary on the golden boy, but they couldn't explain why their usually composed head so frequently lost control, even though the snakes greatly enjoyed the sight of the little golden lion being mercilessly struck by the head of Slytherin's powerful venom, left in tatters, and incidentally causing the nearby little lions to be caught in the crossfire and strewn across the battlefield. Even a somewhat aware young Potter believed it was his own green eyes, the same as his mother's, that allowed Snape to regain some semblance of reason at the final moments of anger, moments when he would otherwise unleash his wrath over his grievances with Potter's father, thereby preventing any inhumane harm or mistreatment. Apart from Snape, very few saw the deeper teal that extended beyond the clear, lake-like green of young Potter's eyes, identical to his mother's. Snape also knew that his attitude toward Harry Potter was indeed quite harsh. The boy's appearance, almost identical to James Potter, and his rule-defying behavior constantly fueled the anger of Snape, who had already acknowledged the boy as Lily's son. Yet he simply could not control his temper, especially knowing that the boy was more intelligent and knowledgeable than Lily and possessed even greater abilities, while foolishly taking reckless risks without proper self-regard. How could Snape, who had always acted in secret to protect Lily, possibly avoid being exasperated when his protective instincts were now focused on the boy? Lily had never worried him like this before. Lily would never pry into secrets that had nothing to do with her, nor would she, upon discovering hidden traps, recklessly treat them as a game, let alone act on her own without seeking help in dangerous situations. That's why Snape couldn't help but feel a surge of anger whenever he saw the boy. This was all the fault of that Potter, who continued to cause trouble in the bloodline even after death. This Potter was simply born to create problems for him. That's why Snape's attitude toward young Potter was so harsh, especially since Lily's pure and gentle nature was also clearly evident in the boy, constantly reminding him that he was indeed guarding Lily's legacy, making Potter's reckless and dangerous behavior all the more unbearable. However, losing his temper and picking fights was one thing. Snape never considered the boy as a substitute for anyone, neither for Potter, whose appearance resembled the boy most, nor for Lily, whose essence was closest to him. Every impression the boy left on Snape had never been confused with anyone he most hated or loved, even though the boy had those emerald eyes he yearned for day and night and felt indebted to. But they were different. Snape was very clear that even though the boy had the same straightforward purity, the gentleness reflected in Lily's eyes was more a yearning for the goodness of the world, like a lake refracting light, clear and delicate. And that boy, behind the lake green eyes similar to his mother's, there was a vast, obscure, ocean-like depth of green. That was the greatest difference between the boy and his mother, of course, also different from his father. Snape was absolutely certain of this, because that pure Gryffindor fellow Potter's thoughts were even easier to guess than Lily's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been helpless against Lily from a young age. The boy's extra knowledge and talent compared to his classmates was just the tip of the iceberg. In reality, he was clever enough to hide even more, not entirely deliberately, but simply by possessing the same pure goodness as his mother. He naturally attracted and fascinated those around him, leaving no surplus energy to notice, or to deeply discover, the secrets that the boy only allowed recognized individuals to know. Yes, it's a secret, Dumbledore knew as well. Little Potter certainly had some bizarre experiences and secrets, quietly brewing during those 10 or so years he spent growing up in the Muggle world. Under what he thought were careful protections, someone actually taught the prophesied future savior all sorts of messy, chaotic things. It's unbelievable that Dumbledore didn't pay more attention or investigate Little Potter. But clearly, even the most powerful wizard recognized by everyone could gain no more useful information about the mysterious Muggle healer that Little Potter respected the most. Otherwise, upon noticing the boy's special fondness and obsession with potion medicine, Dumbledore wouldn't have forced the boy, who had never begrudged or held any grudge against potion professors despite their harshness, into Snape's rarely attentive potions class. Of course, Snape knew what that old fox Dumbledore was up to. Guiding and observing the boy's character is one thing, but Dumbledore also knew about Snape's avoidance. The true Slytherin may not have enough courage, but is absolutely not a coward who runs away. Yet Snape had to admit, he had always been avoiding the boy's gaze, even when he was furious. Glaring at the boy, he almost never looked directly into his eyes. Eyes so clear, so similar to Lily's. If they were just that, it would be fine, but that green gaze, calm and open, completely free of any impurities, full of trust, was the fundamental reason Snape could never face the boy with peace. He was the executioner who pushed Lily into the hands of death. He was the one who told Voldemort the prophecy, drawing the Dark Lord's target to the boy. He didn't even care about the boy's life, just that Lily would be safe. But this boy, Potter's son, the prophesied savior, the boy he had hated for being born, even thought of giving to Voldemort with his own hands, kept looking at him with that frank, fearless trust, without reservation. Snape couldn't understand why the boy could ignore all the teasing and rejection that would overwhelm any other child his age. Except for comments that insulted his parents, which would make the boy's expression change slightly, most provocations didn't bother him at all. This is certainly not something a minor wizard should know. But the technique is quite good, no damage to nerves, muscles, or bones. How did he manage this? Poppy once asked the frowning Snape with a mix of dissatisfaction and admiration while treating those two unlucky third-year Slytherins from the Potions Club. No matter how much the Slytherin boys provoked or mocked him, the boy showed obvious indifference to their shouts, insults, and exclusions. At most, he would help retaliate when his friends, unable to tolerate it anymore, took the first action. Yet, even when Snape himself had never shown the boy a hint of kindness, why did that boy, despite receiving so many stern punishments from him, harbor no resentment or doubt, and could look at him so straightforwardly while calmly accepting it all? It made no sense at all. But Snape knew that the boy indeed trusted him, even when the long-respected headmaster, with his eyes sparkling with a mix of seriousness, expectation, curiosity, and a hint of mischief, showed Snape the memory of the conversation when little Potter was caught sneaking out of the dormitory at dawn to practice magic. Snape could see that Dumbledore shared the same question. Although he couldn't get an answer from Dumbledore, it didn't prevent him from learning that the little brat even suspected he would waste the rare Veritaserum on a bunch of brainless fools, which enraged him enough to smash a set of expensive antique teaware belonging to the old fox. Thus, even though Snape was deeply troubled by Potter's peculiar combination of gentle trust and a knack for attracting trouble, he could only helplessly watch the boy enter the potions club and watch in fearful anger as the usually obedient and polite boy dismantled the little traps Quirrell had left at night in secret. What Snape didn't realize was that, in the midst of his life mostly filled with despair and the shadow of death, a third shade of green was slowly beginning to leave a subtle trace. Even if Dumbledore sent little Potter to Snape with the intention of observing the future savior more closely, from another perspective, wasn't it also a way to make the potion's master, who had already lost the will to live beyond seeking redemption, develop some attachment to this world? Although looking at the current situation, the chances of a certain strict and harsh potions master being killed by someone from Voldemort's ranks are far smaller than being sent to the hospital, unable to recover, after being casually mauled by a certain reckless little golden lion. Of course, that also depends on the recent frequency of replacing old tea-making tools in the headmaster's office. No matter what, whether it's calm or worry, even though the world is filled with potential dangers, the earth still keeps on turning. While Snape was troubled by little Potter's dual personality, polite and obedient on the surface, yet constantly causing trouble behind the scenes, the days went by, one after another. Outwardly, the little golden lion frequently left the head of Slytherins bloody, miserable, and pitiful, and often implicated countless little lions, eagles, and badgers, who, despite increasingly strong resistance to poison, were still knocked down each time. Yet when Snape watched little Potter, who was punished to perform labor for other professors but always managed to complete it easily, and even secretly looked cheerful when given tasks like repotting plant seedlings, he had to admit that, besides reaching new highs on his temper scale, the little golden lion had indeed accomplished something that neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore ever did. He had given him the taste of helpless defeat. The elder bullied him in his own student days and even stole his crush, and now the younger one not only surpassed the elder in mischief, but also challenged the resilience of his heart and blood vessels. If there really were gods, Snape was absolutely convinced that anyone with the last name Potter was born, by divine instruction, to torment him. Regarding this point, Snape got yet another confirmation during little Potter's second year at Hogwarts. That damn old bee, who only irresponsibly dumps troublesome tasks onto his subordinates, wasn't trying for the first time to figure out a way to shove little Potter beside him, and Snape had already suspected more than once that the old bee's real intention wasn't to have him observe little Potter's character every time he didn't explode. It was just Merlin's blessing. So what kind of observation was that, but to get revenge on him for the accidents that caused Madame Rosmertar's special Lemon Mountain tea honey to be out of stock now and then, and for the repeated changes of the tea set in the headmaster's office. Yet this time, that old bee had really gone too far. He actually had Poppy trick him into signing a magical contract to take the boy as his apprentice. That damn immortal bastard. This completely broke their original agreement not to let the boy know he was being protected. And the boy was still a Death Eater. Yet now he had become the teacher destined to destroy the Dark Lord according to the prophecy. How was he supposed to survive in the circles of dark wizards? But you're no longer Voldemort's subordinate, dear Severus. Dumbledore leisurely yet carefully fed his seemingly uninterested old phoenix. The ministry has accepted your innocence, and Minerva and the others trust you. Trust, my foot. Followers of the dark don't need trust, and Slytherins are even less likely to receive it, considering the harsh, almost reflexive penalties Slytherin students get for mistakes. You can tell how luxurious trust is for Slytherin. Even if the Dark Lord hasn't returned and is still on the run, it doesn't change the fact that I'm a Death Eater. You want Potter to be my apprentice. Do you want me to send him to be killed by the Dark Lord, or do you want me to get killed? Have you eaten so much candy that honey finally clogged your brain? However, even after stomping into the headmaster's office in a furious rage, yelling and spitting, and incidentally using his magic to shatter a red cypress desk, Snape still couldn't figure out whether Dumbledore's brain had actually been replaced with real old honey by bees. He also couldn't force the old, near-blind, irritable man to cancel the modified magical bond contract between teacher and student. After all, Dumbledore just happened to be a witness to the contract. Unless the old man died, neither he nor little Potter could unilaterally sever the bond. This made Snape consider, with unprecedented seriousness, the feasibility of murdering the currently most powerful wizard in the wizarding world, even seeing the boy's rare loss of his usual calm and gentlemanly demeanor, becoming as distraught and conflicted as any other child when he found out the news, did nothing to shake Snape's determination to persuade Mrs. Rosmertar to completely cut off the supply of sweet drinks to a certain sweet-loving old bee. However, little Potter's knack for attracting trouble was genuinely more than just a minor headache. As Snape was still considering how to handle this newly heightened dangerous relationship between him and little Potter, the shadow of the Dark Lord once again moved toward the boy, and this time, far more viciously than before, even attempting to directly consume the boy's soul. "Calm down, Severus." Without the usual image of the somewhat eccentric but kindly grandfather figure in the eyes of the students, Dumbledore now radiated immense momentum and magical power. No one could doubt that his title as the most powerful wizard in the current magical world was well earned, but the reason this powerful wizard now displayed such a formidable presence was solely to shield Professor McGonagall and the 3 students beside him from the overwhelming, murderous dark magic, preventing them from being harmed by the hellfire that had just erupted on little Potter, which could have instead caused Snape's uncontrollable dark power to lash back and injure him severely. "Harry is not dead, the magical fire vine is still protecting him," Dumbledore said sternly, as a warning to Snape, who was holding little Potter and couldn't see his expression clearly, and also to reassure the pale-faced, panicking McGonagall and the 3 terrified, grieving students. "Harry will be fine. Poppy certainly has the ability to get him back, so Severus, please calm down." Of course, Snape knew the boy wasn't dead. He had already realized this when the idiot plant, which was powerless to set fire but still refused to give up trying to attack, approached the boy. However, no breathing, no heartbeat, blood still dripping from the thin body. The boy's unresponsive death-like stillness made Snape feel from the depths of his soul the echo of a world he had once seen collapse, the lingering fear of almost losing it all again. He couldn't control the roaring anger in his chest that wanted to destroy everything, and he didn't want to control it. "You owe me an explanation." With just that, Snape scooped up the boy and strode past everyone, heading straight for the hospital wing, not only because the boy's condition was so critical he needed immediate treatment, but also because he worried that if he stayed there any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist trying to kill Dumbledore on the spot. This wasn't the first time, at this school under the old man's protection, the Dark Lord had repeatedly appeared to harm this child. Damn Dumbledore. Wasn't he supposed to be the most powerful wizard, feared even by Voldemort? Wasn't Hogwarts claimed to be the safest place in the world next to Gringotts? Then why here, in front of him, had this boy not only almost lost his life before, but this time even almost had his soul ripped away? Unable to protect Lily, and even almost unable to protect her son. Damn it, damn it. Snape no longer knew whether the person he should curse the most was Dumbledore or himself, nor did he know how long he had stood in the corridor after the boy was taken by the drastically changing expression of the matron who immediately started first aid and rushed him out of the ward. Snape's remaining fragile reason only realized one thing, something he hadn't noticed, yet had already actually happened, and that he had to face. He could no longer afford to lose this boy, even if the boy was his most hated Potter. When did it start? At first, it was clearly all for Lily, for his beloved Lily, so even when he betrayed his master, he never regretted it. He was unwilling to let Lily's life be sacrificed in vain, and it was also a form of atonement. However, when did it happen that the boy, who once thought nothing in the world mattered, except fulfilling Lily's final wish, suddenly became someone just as important as Lily? Lily was everything to him, his belief, his goal, his longing, his world. From the moment that little girl with fiery long hair looked at him with her clear, pure lake green eyes and smiled sweetly for him, he decided he would protect that smile for a lifetime. A lifetime, when still a child. Such thoughts and vows were naive and vague concepts, so immature and laughable, but Snape was serious. His childhood memories, perhaps filled with too much pain and darkness, were not overly complicated, so the first, and only, purely innocent Lily who entered his life with no malice or ulterior motive settled in his heart, becoming his one and only. Even his instincts as a follower of the dark, which made him submit without resistance to the most powerful Dark Lord, did not in the least shake his commitment to protecting Lily. For Snape, these two aspects did not conflict at all, even though Lily always belonged to the side of light. Actually, this is true for every Slytherin. They value strength and naturally submit or follow the powerful, yet followers of the dark surrender more readily to their desires, obeying only a superior power, and only a dark pride above them commands obedience, but such obedience is only so long as it does not go against their own desires. For a Snape who was not a model Slytherin but absolutely loyal to the dark, this was even more true. The Dark Lord was his master, but only the powerful, dominant Voldemort had the right to make him kneel, willingly surrendering his intelligence and abilities. Protecting Lily, however, was Snape's lifelong conviction, for which he was willing to pay any price, even betraying his master. Nothing could ever replace Lily. When Lily died, she took everything from him along with her, almost everything. If Dumbledore had not stirred in him the guilt for Lily and entrusted the boy's safety to him, the fire of his life would have gone out long ago, collapsing along with his world. Snape believed that his continued existence was only to protect the legacy of Lily, having once failed. If Voldemort returned, his power would surely be darker, bloodier, and even stronger. Therefore, to protect Lily's child, he had to become stronger himself, spending more than 10 years studying the restoration of ancient potions and dark magic, all to solidify and enhance his own strength. He was well aware that the Dark Lord's talent and cunning far surpassed his own, so he had to prepare everything with utmost precision, ready to face the return of the Dark Lord and all the malice directed at the boy. Thus, he never cared about what kind of life the boy led later. Lily's wish was simply for the boy to live safely, and this was the last purpose left to him in the world. It seemed like the simplest wish, yet under the shadow of the Dark Lord, it became the most difficult desire. He had to wholeheartedly build up his strength to be ready for whatever might happen in the future. Moreover, he had not forgotten that the boy was not just Lily's child, but also the blood of the Potters. Protecting Lily's legacy was his atonement. As for considering Potter's feelings, to hell with that. He had no obligation to be a nanny. It was for this reason that, for over 10 years, Snape never inquired about little Potter. So long as the boy was safe and unharmed, everything else was beyond his concern. But when did it begin? The world he thought had already collapsed, the void of darkness, except for his vivid hatred for Potter and endless longing for Lily. When had the boy's quiet shadow quietly merged into a corner, spreading even into a calm, deep green, without him even realizing it? If the Dark Lord hadn't acted right in front of him, if he hadn't seen those memories of the boy, Snape knew that Dumbledore entrusted the boy's safety to him, giving him 10 years at Hogwarts to focus on his own training, not only to deal with the Dark Lord who was hiding and seeking to regain his power, using his sense of debt to Lily. Wasn't it also a way to save himself, who had already lost the will to live? Dumbledore wanted him to live. By now, he had realized the heart of the darkness and was strong enough that no dark wizard except Voldemort could threaten him, and only he would willingly protect the prophesied savior boy, simply because the boy was Lily's child. Dumbledore also wanted him to survive. The old man knew that the reason he was still alive now was only to ensure that, before the boy grew up, there would be no bloodshed threatening him. Beyond that, he no longer had a reason to live. As long as Voldemort's threat disappeared and the boy had the means to protect himself, he would not hesitate to follow in Lily's footsteps. So Dumbledore placed the boy by his side, hoping the boy could replace Lily's significance in his heart, giving him a reason to continue living. Snape understood Dumbledore's purpose, and because of this, he deeply understood why the king would treat Dumbledore with both disdain and caution. In contrast, Voldemort was indeed not as skilled at manipulating hearts, utilizing the bonds between people to achieve goals and even being appreciated for it. Only the brainless, passionate Gryffindors would admire him so much. However, this does not mean that Voldemort's schemes would lose to Dumbledore. It's just that compared to intricate plots, Slytherin's trust in raw power, no matter the schemes or calculations, strength as a foundation is the truth. Just as Snape noticed long ago, the boy's gaze contained not only pure trust but also reverence. Dumbledore noticed the same, and so he tried every reason and excuse to send the boy to his side. Not only to use him to guide and observe the boy, but also perhaps to let the boy change his own single-minded desire for death as a form of atonement. Snape clearly knew, yet he still didn't take Dumbledore's schemes seriously. Lily was irreplaceable to him. Nothing and no one could take her place. He did decide to live a little longer for Lily's child, to fulfill Lily's wish, but that was all. He didn't forget that the boy was Lily's child, nor did he forget the boy's surname, Potter, the man he despised to his core. The boy was also that bastard's son. How could he possibly care about Potter's son's well-being, let alone care about Potter's mood? Snape was well aware of Lily's importance to him and certain of his hatred toward Potter. This gave him the confidence to coldly ignore Dumbledore's schemes. However, he misjudged young Potter's uniqueness. The boy carried a purity similar to Lily's, which constantly frustrated Snape due to the boy's tendency for trouble reminiscent of his father, making him forget the first impression on him during the sorting ceremony. The Slytherin-like composure and pride in the boy Snape had assumed that after the boy joined Gryffindor, just as Lily's serenity had been influenced by the lion's passion to become more upright and lively, that quiet pride would gradually disappear under the influence of active, bright energy, yet he didn't expect that the boy had actually wrapped that solitary, cold pride into a deep, serene hue, presenting himself to others as intelligent, gentle, and amiably clever. Perhaps the boy's friends and other adults noticed something, but only thought it was harmless mischief. The experienced Dumbledore, seeing it, merely worried that the boy's character might go astray and quietly considered ways to guide him. Everyone overlooked the fact that this was a true darkness, born of experience and understanding of darkness, an indelible nocturnal aura. The boy skillfully blended his darkness beneath the playful shadow of brightness. For the sake of his friends, he hid the coldness of the night deep within. Only when truly enraged would the shadows of night's frost enter the attacks launched by his outstretched little claws. Snape should have noticed the boy's outstanding skills in potion-making and anti-poison work, as well as the dark plants he nurtured personally. These should have made him realize that the boy's clarity was not solely on the side of light. That quality of being pure and immaculate, whether in brightness or darkness, should seem contradictory, yet it had achieved incredible harmony and gentleness within the boy. He should have discovered it. But the boy was smart enough to confine his coldness to claws that only appeared when attacking, and in his eyes, the boy's resemblance to Potter only made it too easy for him to be misled and lose his usual composure. The boy trusted him enough that he never hid the boundless, shadowy pride lying beneath those lake green eyes, yet, hatred toward Potter was too deep, and guilt toward Lily too profound. The boy's innocent admiration was so unexpectedly straightforward that Snape had never dared to look him in the eye, let alone understand his thoughts and past, until tonight. A completely unexpected mental attack exposed all the boy's darkness, the parts he had long tried to hide, despite always reserving smiles and care for his companions. When memories of the boy's past, which he had never considered and never cared about, appeared sharply before his eyes, and when the pale and fragile boy cried and stubbornly decided to thrust a silver needle into his chest, Snape's disbelief and shock made him realize just how terribly wrong he had been. His equally bright and pure aura as Lily's made him impossible to ignore, while his recklessness, similar to Potter's, always diverted Snape's attention. Yet it was precisely this intelligence, slyness, and mischievous playfulness that became the boy's most distinctive yet harmless form of protection, quietly extending from the corner near Lily into a stretch of dark green sprouts under the stars and moon. Small and secluded enough to be overlooked, yet already deeply rooted. When facing the blood-red darkness of threats, the boy's fierce, resolute decisiveness caught people completely off guard. Watching the boy, who usually radiated a gentle glow among his companions, fall utterly drained of all aura, Snape could no longer ignore not only the guilt of nearly failing Lily again but also the deep, lingering fear for what he had just begun to notice in those hidden dark green sprouts. The hatred and protection toward the boy were no longer purely about the past grievances with Potter and Lily. The initial concern and resentment had, unknowingly, gradually faded into a simple attachment to the boy. It's just that the way Snape realized this truth was so cruel that it completely prevented him from contemplating the boy's significance in his world. The only certainty was that if Poppy failed to rescue the boy, he would let the so-called most powerful wizard of the century and the strongest fortress serve as a burial for the boy. Several hours later, the majestic Hogwarts still stood intact, nestled among the lake and mountains, welcoming a sunrise that had remained unchanged for 1,000 years. Naturally, a certain old honeybee could continue to dominate the headmaster's office and stockpile sweets without worrying about the possibility of a new headmaster taking office, for the time being, provided the old honeybee could give a sufficiently reasonable explanation, appease the Slytherin head who had bared fangs in fury after witnessing the injured little golden lion, and intimidate the snakes with an unusually ferocious aura while also calming the lions, both big and small, who were terrified and worried about the little golden lion's condition. McGonagall, on the other hand, didn't need much explanation. Any teacher from that time already knew some of the true history behind the past grievances between the Potters and Snape. Little Potter's 3 friends were also easy to coax. Surrounded by the warm aroma of tea and snacks, along with a carelessly revealed faded photo of a sweetly smiling Gryffindor girl pulling along a resigned Slytherin boy for a picture, discovered by the naturally curious lions, McGonagall could then regale the little lions with stories of that youthful era, and the lions would let their imaginations run wild, all without involving the old honeybee at all. It should be noted that Dumbledore promised not to tell anyone the real reason Snape was protecting little Potter, but if someone else guessed something and let it slip, it would have nothing to do with him. the most difficult to deal with was still the potions master, someone who was already hard to lure into the headmaster's office for tea and now barely appeared in public except during teaching hours. If it weren't for Poppy asserting her authority as head nurse and teacher, pointing out the lack of staff for potion preparation and the need for support, someone in this situation, a current head of Slytherin who worships the old honeybee so much that he would sell out his own apprentice without any guilt to oppress a notoriously bad teacher, would probably have buried themselves in the cellar until they turned to dust. Snape was never an impulsive person. In fact, given his naturally cold temperament, if it weren't for matters involving those he truly cared about, he could even be cold and ruthless. So once young Potter's condition stabilized, Snape's urge to strike the sweet-loving, fake insect naturally subsided, returning to its dormant state. In any case, within the ranks fighting against the Dark Lord, only that old honeybee currently has sufficient charisma and leadership to rally and command, and the little golden lion still has to rely on the old honeybee's flawed protection, so killing is not an option for now. Thus, the Slytherin head who successfully converted murderous intent into resentment supposedly added 6 or 7 more types of poison to his private laboratory. Reportedly, the secret passage mechanisms within Slytherin were mysteriously made even more difficult, adding numerous strange little potions, causing even his own young Snape great anxiety just to pass safely. Reportedly, in Hogsmeade, not only have all sweet drinks in every shop been out of stock for at least 3 months, but even all the limited high-end candies have been completely taken, reportedly. Of course, the above reportedly are just unconfirmed rumors circulating on the Portrait Ghost gossip network. In theory, besides the one who listens to the headmaster's portrait chat all day and has recently been suffering from a lack of good drinks, very few would know. Snape had no mood to care about all this messy gossip. As the Slytherin head and the only potions professor in the school, he had far too many official matters to handle. As for personal matters, well, at least since young Potter and his godson had entered the school, this item had appeared on his schedule, and Potter's knack for getting into trouble had since occupied almost all of his attention, even though he now realized the boy's place in his heart was no longer just an extension of a youthful love for a little Lily and the son of an enemy. So, what? Even if his original intention to protect the boy hasn't changed, it can't change the fact that he is a Death Eater, one of the murderers who killed the boy's mother. Even without considering young Potter's astonishing talent in potions and herbology or his famed role in the Dark Lord's defeat, the mere fact of his unrestrained ability to learn and understand all kinds of knowledge would be enough to make him a successor any master would eagerly seek and proudly claim. As a matter of fact, even though Snape had long since lost much will to survive, being naturally extremely sensitive to potions and having immersed himself in this field for so long, he had certainly once thought about finding someone to inherit his research. That's why he did not refuse Lucius Malfoy's proposal and became young Malfoy's godfather. Frankly speaking, for a naturally born Slytherin aristocrat, young Malfoy's talent in potions was indeed remarkable. Combined with Snape's guidance, his knowledge of basic potion making and related theories should be unmatched among children of the same age, yet no one had expected that out of nowhere would appear a Gryffindor boy, proficient in Muggle chemistry and even more sensitive to potions, and moreover, the famous young Potter, the child of the one person Snape both hated and loved his entire life. Such a complicated relationship, even if everyone could ignore it, could young Potter accept it? Accept a teacher who was indirectly responsible for his parents' death, a Death Eater? Previously, even just looking into those clear green eyes had already been a burden, for after realizing the boy's significance to him, Snape had become even less certain of what identity or position he should assume in facing the child, and his resentment toward Dumbledore, who had put him into such an awkward situation, removing him from the shadows and placing the boy beside him, only grew deeper. So, in fact, the head of Slytherin, who was never very good at handling interpersonal relationships and became even more clumsy and awkward when dealing with Lily and Lily's child, didn't really let himself get tangled up to the point of burying himself in the basement, even though, under the strong orders of the school nurse, he did frequently come and go in the hospital wing where young Golden Lion was recovering, helping prepare potions or arranging certain things. However, for young Golden Lion, whose mind was full of thoughts about his own training progress and the issue of the secret chamber, even though this hospitalization experience had more books to read, more high-quality sweets to eat, and medicine that tasted less bizarre and terrifying than before, though still bitter, the restricted number of visitors and the strictly enforced rules not to stay up late during rest time made even someone naturally quiet feel bored, let alone a young Golden Lion, who, with the tacit tolerance of others, had already grown used to being wild. Essentially, the reason he cooperated obediently with the treatment process can already be considered young Potter's limit. Plus, being somewhat unfamiliar with the wizarding world and eager to get out of the hospital, young Potter wouldn't pay attention to those special treatments that, even at St. Mungo's, would be considered VIP. But even without noticing the series of changes during this hospitalization, young Golden Lion, finally recovered and discharged, sensed that something was off with the Slytherin head. Young Golden Lion swore he definitely did not have a special masochistic tendency, but no matter who it is, going from being antagonized or picked on to suddenly being ignored as if invisible is extremely unsettling. Moreover, young Golden Lion had long been accustomed to surviving in environments where venom was sprayed indiscriminately, and the Slytherin head's reports of troubles and assigned work always allowed him, a lover of learning, to gain extra knowledge. Excluding these, young Golden Lion had always admired the Slytherin head, who was both a very knowledgeable potions genius and had secretly protected him last year. Therefore, even though being antagonized felt bad, sudden neglect hurt young Golden Lion even more. So, the once lively but mild-mannered young Golden Lion later became sad, disappointed, and even frustrated to the point of stomping, an entirely understandable reaction from Old B's perspective. So, even the smartest and most precocious children need appropriate attention and communication. After discussing with McGonagall about how to deal with a few unusually clever little lions in her house who had secretly conducted many magical experiments with fruitful results, Dumbledore suddenly sighed and said, "The mischief of children, besides being amusing and novel, is also a way for them to convey to adults that they hope to be cared for and noticed. Yet most adults only scold them, as if they've forgotten that they once felt the same way when they were young. Don't you think so, Minerva? But that only applies to ordinary children, doesn't it?" McGonagall blinked, thinking the headmaster was referring to her famously mischievous pair. Occasional mischief is fine, but for the Weasley twins, they are simply having fun. Albus, you're overthinking it. Perhaps I really am overthinking. After all, I am getting old. Dumbledore chuckled and stroked his beard. But it's undeniable that mischief, anger, or some more intense behaviors can indeed attract attention more easily. Children, after all, always hope that those they care about will notice them. Of course, for the Mr. Weasleys, perhaps creating laughter and entertaining others is closer to their true nature. When learning that little Potter had recklessly been studying ancient magic on his own, the fury in Snape's heart surged, and it was not the first time. Every time encountering such rule-breaking behavior, he wanted to impose a harsh punishment, but people like the old honeybee and others would intervene, and if the punishment was mild, the little Golden Lion barely felt it at all. Like this time, after listening to Dumbledore and McGonagall bickering in the headmaster's office for ages, the conclusion was still just light measures such as community service and a few extra after-school tutoring sessions for the boys. Snape's dark mood didn't deepen, which only meant his patience threshold had once again been tested. A waste of his time. Snape got up and left the headmaster's office when those two, whose combined age nearly reached 250, started talking sentimentally and discussing boring child psychology. Yet even so, before he quickly closed the door behind him and sped away, a few phrases inevitably drifted into his ears. Normally, the old busybody's nonsense never really got through to Snape, but when the Christmas holiday arrived, and he was just about ready with greeting cards for the Malfoys and gifts for his own student, he unexpectedly found, just like last year, that he had somehow prepared an extra empty gift box. Snape was once again certain that if the Dark Lord only inspired fear for a century or two, that old busybody was the true millennium-long scourge, poisoning minds everywhere. Regardless of the curse-filled resentment spikes from the old busybody reaching new heights, a certain Slytherin, still sulking as he convinced himself with weak excuses like the room being too small to hold too many things, casually summoned a school owl to throw the box out of sight, out of mind. After all, it was also his mother's notes. The Slytherin thought gloomily, at least once that brat saw it, he would realize just how profound and dangerous the ancient magic he had been randomly studying was. His fundamentals weren't even solid yet, and that brat had gone ahead and designed all those advanced magical items combining alchemy and charm magic in an addictive frenzy. Back in the day, even Lily wouldn't have dared to mess around like that. But if the brat inherited Lily's brain, why didn't he also inherit her caution and carefulness? Truly exasperating. It was frustrating and helpless. He had always found the boy's mischief troublesome, and with Dumbledore messing up the master-student relationship just 4 kicks, Snape hadn't even thought of a solution yet before the boy came up with the metempsychosis problem. Damn it. He knew he should have just destroyed that old busybody who only knew how to manipulate people. Playing with human hearts all day long, what good has that undying old man ever done? I'm very sorry, Severus. Snape snorted in derision. You said the exact same thing when Lily died, he said stiffly, always just apologizing after the fact. Actually, even if you knew such a result would occur, you'd still do the same thing, so just skip that act. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in the large armchair, looking older and more exhausted than ever. Yes, even knowing it would turn out this way, as long as there is even the slightest chance, one still has to take precautions. Sometimes the choices that a problem presents are just that cruel, yet one still has to make them. Dumbledore murmured gloomily, I thought, after living so long, I could have understood many things. But when it really happens, reason and emotion still cannot be equated. I have poured too much care into that child. Really? Snape's face twisted even further, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Your concern is truly something no ordinary person could bear. That child is right. Some things, once lost and broken, can really never be repaired. Ignoring Snape's backhanded remark, Dumbledore sighed in disappointment. People always only understand the beauty of what they had after it's gone. I really am old, Severus. Something that should be so simple, I have overcomplicated it, and now a child's tears have to remind me of such an obvious truth, at such a cost. The reason Snape had followed Dumbledore back to the headmaster's office was just to get a real explanation about Dumbledore believing there was a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside the boy. Snape knew Dumbledore was definitely still hiding something, but seeing the old man in such a disheartened state, he also knew there was no way to get anything useful out of him right now. So he turned and stopped paying attention to the old man's gloomy lamentations, preparing to leave. Even with an extra 20-some years of memories, for Harry it only means that the things he has lost are more than we think. Just as Snape was about to pull the door closed, Dumbledore's voice floated behind him, so please, do not repeat the same mistake, Severus. I have already done wrong and hurt Harry. Now the only person that child can truly trust and rely on is you. This is why Snape hated Dumbledore so much. That damned old man knew everything. He clearly knew he had caused Lily's death, but he deliberately pushed the boy to his side, letting the boy draw trust from the very person responsible for such a loss. Damn bastard old man. Only a madman could do something this despicable. And he even had the nerve to say he cared about the boy. How can someone be shameless to this extent? No matter how angry and cursed he felt, the fact was that after seeing the true face of the old honeybee, the disappointment and disheartenment directly caused the little golden lion to completely discard any lingering hesitation and politeness, and start shamelessly clinging over when no one else was around. Even if it was just in private, the little golden lion's clingy behavior was enough to remind the snakehead of the despicable memories of some demon brand taffy sticking to little Lily back in the day. Damn blood ties. Every time the snakehead's forehead veins bulged as he tried to pull back his sleeve grabbed by the little golden lion, and even thought of docking a few points to warn the lion house, the sight of those small, satisfied, happy, innocent green eyes would leave him speechless. Sometimes, he would even inexplicably agree to some childish requests made by the little golden lion. Previously miscalculating allowed the bad old man to set things up that caused the boy to get hurt, which made it impossible for him to refuse the boy's closeness. Yet his guilt over Lily made it impossible to accept the boy's closeness either. Then, just when he looked about to leave with a grim face, the boy would quietly look at him with that forced, spirited smile, making him unconsciously promise to come to the hospital ward again to see him. A vicious cycle. This is definitely a vicious cycle. For the first time in his life since he started teaching, the potions professor at Hogwarts, notorious for being severe, harsh, and disgusted by all students, found himself immensely looking forward to the end of the only vacation that would prevent foolish students from disturbing his peace, so that he could end this period of self-loathing. Yes, self-loathing, loathing himself for hiding the truth from the boy, and mingled with the frustration at the boy's such unguarded trust. Snape could never understand where Potter's absolute trust in him came from, especially now that he knew the boy's mature and independent adult way of thinking was due to carrying memories from a pre-birth soul. Snape was even more annoyed at how easily the boy trusted him. He had never bothered to hide his fascination and research into dark magic, and normally, any wizard who considered themselves upright would have a strong bias against those studying dark magic. Even if they weren't outright repulsed, they wouldn't want to get close to them. Yet Potter, while not completely contrarian and even quite cautious, was completely unguarded in his actions toward him. No, not just toward him. Snape thought sullenly. Also toward the Weasley family and the little troublemakers Longbottom and Granger. Once Potter categorized someone as a friend, the boy's mind, which could be considered one of the few genuinely clever brains in Gryffindor, would not only show almost negative emotional intelligence in social interactions but somehow manage to control himself enough not to be complicit in wrongdoing. Guarded? Snape was even confident that if anyone questioned the boy about his naively trusting behavior, Potter might just blankly reply, "What's that? Can you eat it?" or something equally offbeat. Yes, offbeat, even silly and lazy. This is exactly why, even though Snape already knew Potter's soul had been fully adult for quite some time, he still couldn't truly treat him like an adult. At the same time, it also helped Snape understand why the companions around Potter always treated the boy like a little brother, just with this casual, stubborn, and childish nature. Who would believe the boy had lived through nearly 30 years of life experience? Especially when he threw a tantrum, his stubbornness that would shake everything around him until someone appeased him was relentless, and honestly, anyone who encountered it would inevitably surrender. Actually, if Snape had bothered to think back a little, he would have remembered that Lily once brought home, in the middle of the night, exhausted, a small, floppy, seemingly harmless but surprisingly lungful magical creature, whose shrill cries could rival a banshee's. Even despite soundproofing spells, its terrifying noises would faintly leak outside until the morning when the fever medicine wore off. This showed that even though that little magical creature had grown into a small boy, the innate stubbornness and willfulness hadn't changed at all. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. But even if he didn't remember, it didn't matter, because when the winter break finally ended and the new term had just begun, Snape once again realized how troublesome it was when a child threw a tantrum. Really, he should have been harsher, cutting off the supply of honey wine to the old bee for a whole year. On the 14th of February, the potions professor, summoned by the headmaster to attend breakfast in the dining hall, sat with his usual dark expression in a corner of the table, reluctantly casting a small protective spell around himself to avoid constantly cleaning the colorful confetti that kept drifting down from the ceiling onto his plate or clothes. Valentine's Day, a holiday meant for couples, held no sentimental value for Snape, except that each year on this day he had to prepare antidotes for all the failed love potions and patrol some hidden corners at night to catch students in disarray, making mischief with their budding romances. Other than that, he had no special feelings about this day. However, this year, Dumbledore, for reasons unknown, actually wanted to celebrate this holiday. No, more accurately, it was the brainless Lockhart who suggested celebrating it, and Dumbledore not only didn't oppose it but left the entire decorating task to the brainless Peacock. As a result, the originally solemn Great Hall was transformed into a pink and red spectacle, a cloying visual assault that completely ruined one's appetite. The only somewhat comforting thing was that, besides himself, Snape's other colleagues also bore looks of unbearable patience, of course, except for the two brainless instigators. However, for the Slytherin househead, who was used to gloomy dungeons and could occasionally tolerate some sunlight, this environment catering to girlish romantic vibes was quite a disgusting annoyance. The damn old bumblebee, he absolutely wouldn't have attended if it weren't for the pressure under Poppy's name. What was even more infuriating was that Poppy, who had once been known as a Slytherin witch, later gave up the position of head of St. Mungo's, willingly settled at this school as a nurse, and even dragged him along to be an unpaid employee for that old bumblebee. What the hell could that old bumblebee possibly have that made her so devoted? If only he had known back then how much Poppy admired Dumbledore, he would never have agreed to become her apprentice. Slytherins rarely regret the decisions they made, but this wasn't the first time Snape had felt remorse over his youthful ignorance. He rubbed his temple and took a sip from his goblet of mint tea, finally feeling some relief from the headache. A migraine acting up again? Noticing Snape's movements beside her, Poppy looked at him with mild disapproval. "You stayed up late again last night, didn't you? You know very well that every year, during these few days, there are especially many students wandering at night." Snape replied in the same low, emotionless tone, "If you would allow me to excuse myself first, I think I could prepare a cup of invigorating potion for myself before class begins. Whether you can leave or not isn't up to me." Poppy glanced at the headmaster at the main table, who was quietly chewing his toast, observing the students with a gentle yet subtly amused expression. "Indeed, it's not your decision, but who could refuse if you asked? In this school, everyone except the students knows that damn old bumblebee could mess with a whole group of people but wouldn't dare touch you." Several teachers nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes helplessly at this, but Poppy remained completely oblivious. She gave Snape, whose expression had darkened further, a slightly comforting look and said, "Come on, it's just breakfast, and look, even Harry is enduring it too." Snape looked in the direction of the Gryffindor table when he heard this, and just caught a glimpse of little Potter's terrified and sluggish appearance staring at the pile of gift bags in front of him after being inexplicably surrounded by a group of owls. However, before Snape had a chance to make any comments, Lockhart, that brainless idiot, had already gotten up and started speaking, and then Dan pulled him in, teaching those imps who could mix even the simplest boil water into a powerful degreasing cleaner to make love aphrodisiacs. Poppy will definitely be the first to come to protest against him because there are not enough beds in the hospital room. However, it is clear that today is definitely not Snape's day. First, he forced the bad teacher and the old bee to eat a stomach-grinding breakfast, and then he had to endure a brainless idiot's undercutting remarks. Although these are very gritted teeth, they can barely endure, but just as his colleagues who should go to hell are already going crazy, and there are the guys who don't know whether they are alive or dead coming to join in the fun, that's really too much. However, even if he had already realized from the gifts he was forced to accept, which one owed him, the ghost was still up to Snape had to clean up the hall that had been blown up by himself before arresting people to settle the score. Please don't get me wrong, although a certain potion master is indeed quite responsible, but the reason why he helped house elves clean up the mess this time was purely to calm down the restlessness of the magic through this label, so as not to accidentally strangle a certain little beast whose skin was itchy by the poison for too long. Damn Potter. Snape once again cursed this hateful surname that occupied most of his life and caused him countless troubles, especially when he thought that he had seen the little black fox wandering around in the middle of the night countless times in the past year or so. It was most likely the bastard kid who was more chaotic than his father. A minor wizard who was only in the first grade could turn into a beast may be unprecedented, but if he could become the savior of the prophecy, he would design simple compound magic jewelry at a young age. Even being a metempsychosiser, so becoming an animagus doesn't seem too incredible, does it? Just when Snape had finally managed to somewhat control his temper and caught Potter early in the morning, who had almost angered him enough to summon Dementors himself, before he could even resort to severe interrogation, another student had already been petrified. Seeing the boys back, whose face instantly changed and moved more nimbly than he did upon hearing the news, Snape felt that not only were his veins bulging, but he was also once again on the verge of a blood vessel rupture. Really, mayhem doesn't give a moment's peace. After catching that small body, who had fainted from the confrontation, along with the aftermath of the outburst, besides the anger clogging his chest, there was also a trace of helplessness that even Snape himself hadn't noticed, quietly sliding across the bottom of his heart. You care too much about that boy, Severus. The garden at the old Prince estate had become overgrown due to years of neglect, but that didn't prevent a simple setup of table and chairs and some tea brewing. Lucius Malfoy was currently sitting by the tea table, enjoying fragrant black tea made by a house elf borrowed from Hogwarts Castle, while indifferently watching Snape, whose face had turned icy after receiving a certain letter. After all these years, you still can't forget that mudblood, huh? Don't you dare call her that. Snape accidentally shattered the letter in his hand with a wave of magical energy and steadied his breathing. Sorry, his tone now much more even and calm than just a moment ago, but Lucius, I don't want. I know, your goddess, she's been the same since school. I got used to it a long time ago. Malfoy's tone was lazy as he gently swirled the tea in his cup. I just never understood, if you liked her so much, why didn't you openly go with Dumbledore back then? There's Poppy anyway, no one would dare mess with you. Snape didn't answer, only asked another question that had caught his attention. Do you know that something happened to Potter? Not having received the answer that had puzzled him for years, Malfoy didn't care much. After all, given how long it had been, he could guess some of Snape's thoughts. Perhaps the main reason was to protect that pure lily from the secretly surging filth, but wasn't the other reason also for him and Narcissa? The scheming within the Dark Lord's ranks, apart from having less gunpowder smell, was actually even more ruthless than their struggles with the Order of the Phoenix. Although several generations of lesser nobles attached to his own family, like Crabbe and Goyle, were not few in number, who could guarantee their loyalty, in the Dark World, there are no friends, only alliances based on interests. If it weren't out of consideration for them both being Poppy's students, Severus wouldn't always help him and Narcissa like that. Malfoy understood very clearly that although they had severed their student-teacher relationship with Poppy Pomfrey when they joined the Dark Lord years ago, Snape had consistently held great respect for the witch who had guided them to see another beautiful dimension of potions, and that Poppy, known as a Slytherin witch, was an anomaly. Malfoy had to say. After all, what snake would worship a lion? So, Yet they happened to meet her, and she even became their teacher, though on opposing sides, and after severing relations, she still genuinely cared for them. Seeing a student, whom she had selflessly guided and cared for, end up on the opposing side had already saddened Poppy significantly. Without achieving some accomplishments and protecting themselves well, she would likely be even more disappointed. That's why Severus Snape always stood by him, a knight devotee who valued loyalty and sentiment as much as Snape, even more of an anomaly than that which Poppy, the irony being that this anomaly understood the darkness more deeply than any dark wizard, and thus earned the Dark Lord's immense favor, giving him and Narcissa greater space to display and exercise their skills, while saving much effort in guarding against treachery. The only thing my family lost was the house, not our network or connections. He smoothly changed the topic, but that didn't mean Malfoy would miss the chance to tease a friend. A fake smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just a child throwing a tantrum and running away from home, yet it managed to alarm the entire Ministry of Magic. Your boy really has quite the ego, Severus. Snape's expression grew even darker. His last name is Potter, Snape said gloomily, and you know perfectly well why the idiots at the Ministry are so on edge. Yeah, I even know why you're just as tense. Malfoy looked a bit helplessly at the teapot on the table, which had exploded completely. This house elf's tea-making skills were far better than the one they used to have. A pity for this fine royal tea. I'm just joking, Severus, you really are too serious. Still have the mood to joke around. It seems you're really quite relaxed, Snape said coldly. Perhaps Narcissa would be pleased to know that most of the matters you're handling are under control, so you could help her with some things? These past few days, she's been rather upset about not having time to guide and accompany Draco with his magical studies, and she's complained to me several times. Speaking of which, I want to complain too. What exactly have you been up to the past few days holed up in your study with Draco? Malfoy's leisurely hand holding the teacup paused slightly, barely noticeable if one didn't look closely. I can understand why Narcissa and I aren't allowed in, but aren't we even allowed to have Draco tell us anything? Snape let out a light hum. Because Draco's discretion is much tighter than both of yours. And, he glanced at Malfoy, what I choose to teach my ward isn't really any of your business. Oh, really? I thought you had already decided to make Potter your heir. Lucius, what exactly are you dissatisfied with? Snape interrupted Malfoy's laser-toned sarcasm, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. All summer, you've repeatedly reminded me about my relationship with that boy. I thought after you learned about it last year, we had reached an understanding. Malfoy was silent for a moment, staring into Snape's calm yet deathly obsidian eyes. You're playing with fire, Severus, Malfoy said lightly. As your friend, I feel it's my duty to warn you. Slytherin has no friends, Snape said coldly. I thought the noble Malfoy would know that best. Exactly. The very existence of friends is a stain for a Slytherin, so having even one is shameful enough. Malfoy gave him a sharp look and said in annoyance, and don't change the subject, we're here to discuss your trouble. Personally, I think your trouble is greater than mine, Snape reminded him. I'm not the one without a home right now. But at least our family isn't currently on the Dark Lord's radar. Malfoy frowned. Do you even realize your situation? Many allies are already suspicious of you, Severus. Narcissa and I can control our followers, but we can't control everyone's mouths. So you should keep your distance from that boy, at least don't show too much concern. Malfoy's expression was one of helpless frustration. You've always been the smartest among us, but why, whenever something involves Lily Potter, do you insist on doing something foolish? That girl, that woman has been dead for so many years. Her son has nothing to do with you, and he's even a target the Dark Lord wants dead. We've already discussed this, Lucius. Snape stood up. I don't care how you or others feel, all I know is that the Dark Lord's final task to me was to stay close to Dumbledore, obey, and observe and record that old man's commands. That's all I've been doing, as simply as it is. The Dark Lord will return sooner or later, you know that as well as I do. Seeing Snape get up, clearly unwilling to discuss further, Malfoy almost wanted to use an unforgivable curse on that stubborn back right then and there. But in the end, he chose to vent by finishing his tea and, as Snape stepped onto the lower stairs of the back balcony, said, once he returns, I won't hide anything he wants to know, including about you, Severus. You know my choice. Snape's footsteps faltered. I know. He calmly turned to glance at Malfoy. So your advice is completely unnecessary, Lucius. As long as he is still my master, he will naturally understand how important my actions are for his future. Snape wasn't unaware of Malfoy's concerns, but for someone who had long come to terms with life and death, such worries were completely redundant. After all, his goal had always been only one, so the scheming of others mattered little. Besides, with his current strength, it would take the Dark Lord's actual return to pose a real threat. Any other Death Eater would not find it so simple to do anything to him. Moreover, compared to matters to be considered in the future, the current situation demanded his attention more urgently. Sirius Black. If there was anyone in this world who, to Snape, deserved to go to hell more than James Potter, it had to be this guy. This scoundrel who betrayed Potter and caused Lily's death. Of course, the grudge between Sirius Black and Snape was about more than just this. He was the one who had originally caused James Potter to rush to Snape's rescue, well, and also Remus Lupin, that accomplice werewolf. Though he might be innocent, anyone constantly hanging around James Potter couldn't be a good person. He had assumed Black would die in Azkaban, yet over 10 years later, he not only lived but even had the strength to escape, perhaps even targeting the boy. When Snape first learned the news, he rarely felt the urge to hunt Black down. Indeed, had he not immediately received Dumbledore's notification that Remus Lupin would take over as defense against the dark arts professor and become his colleague, he might have actually acted on that impulse. Don't try to talk me out of it, Poppy. Snape glared darkly at the witch standing outside his laboratory. He deserves every bit of it. That's that old man's doing. Don't think I'll brew the antidote. I didn't ask you to participate anyway. It's just a kind of improved truth serum that can't tell lies. It'll wear off in at most 3 days. Besides, Pomona and Phileas both think it's fun. It's rare to hear Albus's honest thoughts. If I really asked you to help me with the potion, they'd probably resent me. Poppy shoved a densely written piece of parchment at Snape. I didn't come to see you for that. This is the list of ingredients for you. The items will arrive gradually in a few days, so make sure to handle them properly. Snape stared at Poppy speechlessly, then started looking over the list in his hands. His expression grew even darker. What does this mean? His question squeezed out through clenched teeth. It's Albus's idea. You know this potion is too troublesome to brew, and I still have a whole school of teachers and students' potions to prepare, so I don't have that much time to babysit a cauldron just to make one potion. Poppy said with a smile, so I'm counting on you for the Wolfsbane potion. Poppy's reasoning made Snape's temple throb with veins. Could it be that he, a potions professor, has more free time than her, the head nurse? I know you've always been displeased with Lupin, but he really is a good kid, and I believe he will make an excellent defense against the dark arts professor. Even if you don't want to help him, just do it as a favor for me, okay? Poppy patted Snape's arm reassuringly. If you're really unwilling, just let Madame Rosmatar keep hanging on to Albus's sweet wine. Anyway, he already eats plenty of desserts like lemon sherbet, so he shouldn't be drinking so much, but remember to save a few bottles for Minerva and me. You know, a cup of camellia honey before bed is great for skincare. So, women really are the most mysterious creatures in the world. Frustration aside, resentment aside, things that need doing must still be done. Who asked the old busybody to let a werewolf teach at the school? But even though it's not the first time the cursed mad headmaster has ignored student safety, and the staff have long been used to covering up the trouble, Snape couldn't help cursing. Yet sadly, heaven is blind. Despite carrying so much collective resentment, that old fart is still lively and annoyingly healthy. No matter what that scheming, sweet-toothed old lunatic was plotting, Snape only knew that he still had to keep an eye on little Potter this year, not just for his safety, but also to track his movements. Black is Potter's godfather and has even betrayed their family, so with the boy's detective skills, it's almost impossible to keep anything hidden. And it's not just Black, practically all dark wizards have their eyes on the boy. The remnants of Voldemort's followers would love for the boy to find out about these things, then recklessly run off to hunt Black, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. Far worse than those is that werewolf who disappeared for over a decade and suddenly reappeared. Snape was certain that Lupin's sudden appearance at such a sensitive time had a purpose, and that approaching little Potter was definitely one of his objectives. Why can't he just behave? For the boy to, as expected, discover the past friendship between Remus Lupin and James Potter and then approach that werewolf without caution, Snape couldn't help but see red. Of course, a series of mishaps and only bad news from the summer until the start of term, as well as the frequent trouble caused by the students, had also contributed to his unusually irritable mood this year. But no matter how angry he was, when he saw the boy collapse suddenly and unexpectedly after leaving Lupin's office, that pent-up rage in his chest finally erupted in a truly tangible way. Remus Lupin. Snape bared his teeth and glared at the werewolf standing by the door, his anger unhidden. What did you do to him? Don't get so worked up, okay, Severus. I've told you I wouldn't do anything to Harry. Lupin gave a wry smile, looking at the furious man in front of him who was holding his wand aimed at his chest. I just miscalculated the dosage of the sleeping potion I gave him because Madame Pomfrey insisted that Harry must go to the hospital wing for a checkup, but he refused, so I had no choice. You think I'll believe your nonsense? You have to believe me, because Professor Dumbledore might already be looking for you, asking you to deal with the nickering flames still burning atop the astronomy tower, Lupin said seriously. Harry just encountered a Dementor floating in the castle sky up there, and it was only with great effort that he managed to escape on his own. Since I was closer to my office when I ran into him, I brought him here first to have some hot cocoa. Snape still glared darkly at Lupin. Severus, even if you still don't believe me, at least send Harry to the hospital wing first, okay? Lupin sighed. Madame Pomfrey must have been waiting for a long time. Lupin abruptly stopped because his feet were suddenly forced together, throwing off his balance and forcing him to grab the doorway. Almost at the same time, the wand that flew out of his robe pocket was thrown high into the air, landing directly into the aquarium at the far end of his office, full of aquatic plants. I've told you, the wrath of hell is not something you can bear, Lupin. Snape couldn't even spare a glance for his own creation. After retrieving his wand, he turned and bent down to lift the pale, unconscious boy. You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, even if I overlook what you've done this time, Harry will not let you off. Consider yourself warned. Chapter 96. Fat Lady, the Portrait Guardian of Gryffindor. Rita Skeeter, reporter for the Daily Prophet. The Fat Lady's attack incident. Strictly speaking, the Time Turner is indeed a great thing, but it's also not exactly a thing. The rules of time and space are rightfully defined as the most mysterious of laws. For one, even in a world filled with transformative magic, there are very few principles that wizards and special abilities users can actually grasp. Even if one masters the most basic fundamentals, the cost of using these two types of magic is always extremely high. Not to mention the very low success rates, the consequences of failure are extremely severe, even in a school curriculum. It's not without reason that magic of these two types can only be chosen by 7th-year students. Therefore, even though I have gone through all the banned books in the library about the two schools of magic, time and space, I still have to admit that these two types of magic, which are most relevant to my cultivation goals, are still too difficult for me given that my divine contract is sealed. Space magic is somewhat easier, although I haven't used disappearing and appearing yet. Xua has roughly assessed my current precision in controlling mana, and using it over a distance of 5 kilometers shouldn't be a problem. I am also already familiar with practical space magic for expanding the internal volume of objects, which means I've roughly reached the threshold in terms of defensive applications of space magic. As for time magic, aside from theoretical knowledge, I currently have neither the opportunity nor the ability to experiment with or practice it. This is also another reason why, besides being able to extend study and cultivation time, I'm so eager about time devices, though, since they are made by the Ministry of Magic specifically for a few students, they are limited to rewinding only 12 hours in a day. Currently, due to limitations in strength and materials, I still can't make one. However, as long as I use my mental power, copying all the runic principles and materials of a time device isn't too difficult. But this time device isn't that convenient. After deducting the time spent on overlapping classes, I have at least 6 hours of free time every day, perfect for cultivation and secret experiments. Yet, I also have to be careful about the sequence of time flow to avoid accidentally arriving at the same place at the same time and causing trouble for others. To prevent myself from getting confused, I even carry a small notebook to record my schedule and double-check it before using the time device. However, since using the time device gives me so much extra time for planning each day, by bedtime I am utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed like a dog. Even though I have always found using a notebook for scheduling cumbersome since my previous life, I have still stuck with it. In addition to studying and experiments, extracurricular activities for the new semester had also started. Putting aside the Potions Club for now, as for Quidditch, since Wood is now in 7th year, meaning this is his final year at school, whether our Gryffindor team can finally break free from years of being at the bottom and turn the table to claim the championship cup has become his biggest hope for his last year. Ever since Wood got me, a golden seeker with top-tier flying skills in the whole school, he had been dreaming of engraving every team member's name on that championship cup for 2 whole years. Unfortunately, even though I've lived up to expectations by catching the golden snitch every time I played, I have also been ordered by Madame Pomfrey not to attend the matches for 2 consecutive years due to severe injuries, causing our team to be brutally defeated by other teams because no one could substitute for me. I won't dwell on those miserable past experiences, but under someone's extremely fierce and resentful mindset of "I don't care, it's my last year, and if you can't win the championship for me, you all die with me," the intensity of our Quidditch practice skyrocketed to a terrifying new level. Even when I practiced with inner energy, I still had to use the time turner to add an extra hour the next morning to summon Tua to give me a massage with medicinal wine. Otherwise my muscles, though not painfully sore, would tighten enough to reduce my agility. With the time turner, my schedule actually became even more packed than before. Besides being busy, I couldn't really find another word to describe it. Unknowingly, over a month passed, and when I noticed, the school had already begun Halloween decorations. "Is there a problem, Harry? Who sent it?" On Halloween, which fortunately fell on a weekend for Hogsmeade Visit Day, I went together with Ron and the others to have breakfast. As I was listening to them plan which places to visit today while eating milk porridge with cereal, Hedwig delivered a scroll of parchment to me. Sharp-eyed Neville noticed my slight frown of thought after opening the letter, stopped his discussion with Ron and Hermione, and turned to ask me. "It's Professor Lupin. He asked me to go see him after breakfast." There were too many people around, so I didn't mention that he had said in the letter that he wanted to talk to me about practicing the Patronus charm. I just handed the letter to Neville and said, "So I'm considering whether to visit Hagrid a bit later. You know he's been really upset about Buckbeak accidentally injuring Malfoy, and he's worried about whether it might reach the Ministry. So I arranged to see him this morning to chat and see if there's any way I can help. Ever since Malfoy cut the Hippogriff's wing, our Care of Magical Creatures class has turned into incubating and feeding flobberworms, although I can't say that the class has to involve dangerously risky creatures. Taking care of creatures that simply eat, drink, sleep, excrete, are full of strange slime, and can't be eaten but are only used as basic potion ingredients is incredibly boring. Compared to that, I'd rather deal with the creatures Hagrid originally planned for us, even if they are more exciting. As long as I follow his instructions carefully and use my brain, there's still little risk of major accidents. Speaking of which, in my memory, I should have had a chance to ride a hippogriff around the lake, but unfortunately, my unexpected hospital stay made me miss the first Care of Magical Creatures lesson, and I lost that opportunity to compare it with broom flying. Ron wasn't surprised when he saw me take out a quill, ink bottle, and parchment from the small pouch hanging at the back of my robe as I began replying to the letter. During the summer, I had promised to help them modify the oversized trunks, which haven't been finished yet, but I had already made 3 similar large-capacity waste pouches for them, so now they aren't at all surprised when I happened to pull out a tool from my robe. Ron leaned over to see what I was writing to Remus and noticed I was asking to move our meeting to the afternoon, looking a bit puzzled. "So you've decided to see Hagrid first after all?" After all, it was Hagrid I arranged to see first, and there's the Halloween feast tonight. Hagrid mentioned before that he'll be helping Professor Flitwick decorate the hall in the afternoon, so it wouldn't be right to delay him. I said as I wrote, "Besides, I haven't forgiven Professor Lupin yet for drugging me last time, so he can wait a bit longer." "That's right, he drugged me." Remus, my dad's best friend, the polite and gentle Remus, actually drugged me, although it was just a harmless sleeping potion that makes you drowsy. Last month when I escaped from the Dementor at the Astronomy Tower and ran into him, I rested and chatted with him in his office for a while. He actually took advantage of me being inattentive, slipped the potion into my hot chocolate, and sent me to the hospital wing. Heaven knows how long Madame Pomfrey lectured me when I woke up, and I was forced to stay hospitalized until Sunday night before they reluctantly agreed to let me leave. Not only did it ruin my entire Sunday plans, but Professor Snape also tracked me down in the hospital wing, mocking me and piling on a huge stack of extra extended assignments for the post-summer potions essays. Gaia. Even if I love reading and doing research, that assumes I have the time. During the summer, I barely managed to gather the items from Borgin's shop, which allowed me to start practical research on cracking curses, so naturally, my secret experiment focus is on that. Yet Professor Snape's extra assignments always demand a very high standard, requiring me to read several additional books and present my own experimental data, which means I have to spend more than twice the amount of time on them compared to other work. What does it mean to suffer and enjoy it at the same time? I really felt it when I saw those 6 thick, brick-like books Snape gave me, all of which were banned books. So, you really can't blame me for holding a grudge against Remus. If he hadn't drugged me and gotten Snape involved, I wouldn't have ended up venting my frustration on the big bat again. Burying myself in replying to letters, I didn't notice how passive-aggressive my previous response was. Even Ron, who had already heard about this, couldn't help but laugh and cry at my occasional stubbornness over trivial things when he heard I was still holding a grudge and reacting so childishly. Hermione exchanged a glance with the two boys and smiled helplessly. "Well then, please also say hello to Hagrid for us, and tell us about what happened after you met the two of them tonight," Hermione said, lowering her voice. "And don't forget to ask Professor Lupin about your father and his friends." I know Hermione meant it in reference to Sirius Black. At the start of the school year on the train, we decided to re-investigate the records and deeds of Dad and the others while at school, but since Hermione and I had particularly heavy coursework, this task was almost entirely left to Ron and Neville to handle. As I had previously told them, the result was pretty much what I expected, no extra information or gains, except that they became much clearer on and even more impressed by the great achievements of my dad and his friend's school results that were not inferior to the Weasley twins. If Hermione hadn't directly reminded the two of them, our accomplishments of guarding the Philosopher's Stone and unlocking the Chamber of Secrets in the past 2 years would have been even more astonishing, finally causing these two boys to awkwardly stop praising my dad and his friends. Heaven knows how long I'll have to endure their nagging complaints about why they didn't know these things before. After finishing the reply, I waited for Hedwig to finish the breakfast I had prepared for it, handed the folded parchment to her, and instructed her to deliver the letter to Remus in half an hour. Only then did I finish my remaining porridge and ham with fried egg, and sent Hermione and the others to the hall entrance to wait for departure. I didn't look at Remus at all while he was dining at the teacher's table, from checking and writing the reply to leaving the hall, instead heading straight out of the hall through the opposite corridor and crossing the lawn towards Hagrid's hut. Hagrid has always been very welcoming to my visits, and this time he didn't fail to serve me his specialty, rock cakes. But just as I expected, he became very gloomy and worried as soon as Buckbeak was mentioned, especially since last night he had received notice from the Ministry of Magic ordering him to release all hippogriffs from the school back into the forest, except for Buckbeak, who was to be kept under strict supervision until further notice. This made Hagrid even more concerned that Buckbeak might have already entered the Magical Creature Control Department's investigative procedures. Mind you, that department has always been very harsh on magical creatures known to have harmed humans. Once a creature enters their judicial investigation, describing the outcome as barely surviving is actually putting it mildly. Even though I knew that given the current situation, Buckbeak would indeed face a trial, even without knowing the future, knowing Slytherin pride, if Lucius Malfoy didn't stand up for his son and perhaps also seek revenge for my exposing his plot to frame Ginny and open the Chamber of Secrets in February, while putting pressure on the magical creature control officials, then that would really be unbelievable. Until we received official notice, I couldn't say much. Privately reassuring and encouraging Hagrid while also heading with him to the cabin's backyard to see Buckbeak, who was now chained there and restrained, I bowed to Buckbeak according to the proper protocol for interacting with hippogriffs. The entire morning was spent chatting with Hagrid about the habits and care of such creatures while playing with Buckbeak at the same time. It wasn't until noon, when I accepted Hagrid's invitation to share the stew he had cooked, that I, with a full stomach, patted the now familiar and lively Buckbeak's wings and finally said goodbye to both of them before returning to the castle. So, once you've had contact with them and are aware of their likely near-death fate, your heart really does soften easily. Walking back to the castle, I thought about how Buckbeak's future fate was likely tied to Sirius's. Now, because of my intervention, their paths probably wouldn't cross, and if I ignored it, he could really end up being executed, which made my chest feel heavy. Clearly, I had already decided not to interfere, and I also knew I couldn't take care of everyone. This war in the wizarding world, whether before or after, would definitely have people sacrificing themselves. How many people could I actually protect? My abilities: Buckbeak, Sirius, Diggory, Remus and his future wife, Fred, even Harry. I looked up at the person calling me, coming back to my senses. Remus was walking around the corner in the corridor. "Sorry, I thought you were still over at Hagrid's. Have you been here long?" "No, I just got here." More precisely, I had just come to my senses and only then noticed I had already walked up to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. "Good afternoon, Remus." Remus came over to me, and his hand, which was about to open the door, paused slightly. "Good afternoon, Harry. I didn't see you in the hall earlier. Have you had lunch?" I nodded lightly. Hagrid, Buckbeak, Hagrid's hippogriff, and I had lunch together. "Good to hear. Please come in," he said, leading me into the office to the long sofa by the desk, while he walked to the other side of the office toward a cabinet. I don't have many drink options: tea bags, cocoa, and milk. What would you like? Milk. I was eyeing the office, which was much cleaner and tidier than last time, and answered without thinking. Then, feeling a bit rude, I added, actually, just a tea bag is fine, no need to trouble yourself. No trouble at all. You don't need to be so formal, Harry, Remus said gently, already taking a jar and a mug from the corner cabinet to start making a drink. Or, do you think I'm scarier than Severus? I paused. I think you two aren't really comparable. One is action-oriented but unaware of it, a hidden dark type, and the other is a brooding, lurking, cranky bat. How could their natures even be compared? The only certainty is that neither should be provoked casually. Remus chuckled lightly, carrying the brewed milk over to me. In a way, you're much more honest than James. He sat in the empty seat next to me and handed me the milk. About the last time I had you take that sleeping potion, are you willing to forgive me? I stared at Remus for a moment. He clearly already knew the reason why I hadn't sought him out privately since the astronomy tower incident last time, and why I even ignored him in class. To be honest, not really. I spoke slowly. I don't like being defensively cautious with people I respect, and I especially don't like being drugged. Even though I know you meant well, I still don't like it. I understand, so I apologize, Remus said sincerely, but if a similar situation arises again, you'll still do it, won't you? I asked, unsurprised to receive only his silent smile. I took a melancholy sip of my milk. That's why I said I didn't want to forgive you. Your kind of behavior is so infuriating, yet I can't lash out at you. It's really annoying. My blunt words clearly didn't faze Remus. Then, what is it that made you willing to forgive me? He asked. I don't think it's just because I know James or because you simply wanted me to help you practice the Patronus charm that made you change your mind. I didn't answer immediately but turned my gaze toward the aquarium a short distance away. Besides aquatic plants, there was a water-dwelling creature peeking around inside. Is that a grindylow? Yes, a fairly strong aquatic creature. Once it latches on, it's troublesome. Not only are its teeth and claws sharp, its fingers are strong enough to easily strangle the prey it chooses. I nodded. So last month, the aquarium didn't have one yet. We were really lucky, weren't we? Especially after Professor Snape cast the leglocker curse on you and threw your wand in there. Remus paused. I believe Severus probably wouldn't tell you. Other than teaching potions and ancient magic, Professor Snape and I never talked about anything. If you don't want students to know that you have a conflict, you should pay attention to whether there are any ghost paintings nearby before you do it, I said frankly, looking back at Remus, who was slightly surprised. Professor Dumbledore didn't remind him that my plant talent also includes communicating with plants, and I didn't intend to say it directly, but since someone has already helped me first, I don't bother to care about it. And like you said, I do care about your relationship with my father, so I don't want to be too stiff with you. Remus looked at me thoughtfully for a while. You seem to be better than. I care more about Severus than I thought. No matter how bad his personality is, he is still my teacher. Respecting teachers and valuing the way is one of the basic rituals that the East attaches the most importance to. I took another sip of milk, a little wondering who Remus meant by that brief temporary change of words, and apart from his bad temper, he is indeed an excellent scholar in potions and ancient magic that is difficult for anyone to surpass, and I admire him. Admire? A hint of nostalgia flashed in Remus' eyes. I wonder what they would think if they heard you say that. No matter who they include, it must be a jump. I was furious. For these professors, every time they talk to me, at the end of the conversation, they will involuntarily start to miss their father's actions. I drank the rest of the milk in one gulp. So, how does Remus plan to arrange my Dharma Protector mantra to study? I put the cup back on the low table in front of the sofa and turned to the topic and asked, is it starting today? Remus looked at me in a retrospective manner. I'm almost ready. Let's talk as we walk. Let's go to the next classroom. I followed Remus out of the office and came to an empty classroom a few steps down the same aisle. It wouldn't be correct to say it was an empty classroom, because when the classroom door slid open and the only furniture cabinet in the classroom was quite conspicuous. Your Patronus charm is actually already very well mastered at the basic level. I think with a bit more practice, you should be able to reach a truly versatile biological form, Remus said as he waited for me to walk into the classroom. Then he closed the classroom door again. Even if you're just one step away, in reality, you can already assume a shield form. In theory, if there's only one or two isolated Dementors, they shouldn't be able to pose a threat to you. So the problem right now is that Dementors affect you more than other wizards, at least by a multiple, so your mind and body collapse much faster. Remus looked down at me, his tone calm and instructional. Experience has made you especially vulnerable to this kind of creature. There's nothing I can do about it, and no one can. I nodded. I understand, which is why I hope you can help me. Give me the opportunity to practice the Patronus charm against Dementors, I replied calmly. Only by facing them directly can I overcome my weakness the fastest. Most of the time, that may truly be the case, but given your situation, it's exceptionally hard and dangerous. Remus sighed softly. I simply cannot capture a Dementor for you to practice on, so I found something else instead. The cabinet in the middle of the classroom space happened to shake on its own, making a rather strange noise. Is it a boggart? There are still quite a few rooms in the school castle with old cabinets, so this isn't hard to get. I followed Remus toward the cabinet. Perhaps sensing our approach, the cabinet's shaking intensified. When a boggart transforms into the thing its victim fears most, its aggressiveness might be slightly lower, but the form it takes is very accurate. If what you fear genuinely is a Dementor, then when the boggart becomes a Dementor, you will feel the same way as if a real Dementor were approaching you. So what I need to do is, when you release the boggart, try to use the Patronus charm to resist its transformation into a Dementor. I nodded in understanding and stopped less than 5 steps from the cupboard. Can I start now? And how soon can I come to practice this with you? This kind of practice is likely to make you very uncomfortable. We'll see about the actual timing after we try it once. Remus stopped by the cupboard. The whole cupboard was shaking constantly now. It seemed that the boggart inside was either extremely restless or overly excited. Are you sure you want to start now? Yes. I took a deep breath, relaxed my body, and assumed the most casual stance. Let's start. But Remus didn't move. Instead, he frowned at me. Your wand. When an enemy attacks, there's no chance to get your wand ready. I shook my head lightly. The first time I encountered a Dementor on the train, I still fainted even though I had my wand in hand. Last time in the astronomy tower, I didn't even have time to draw my wand. So I want to try it first in the lowest defensive state. A complex look flashed in Remus' eyes. All right then. He placed his hand on the cupboard handle. Pay attention, Harry. I'll count to 3, then release the boggart. Be careful. I nodded lightly, but my gaze stayed on the cupboard about to be opened. Gift. In the common room in front of the fireplace, I leaned back on the soft single armchair and dozed lightly. Although I had already sensed a familiar presence approaching, I still didn't feel like moving. Only when a bunch of scattered items fell at my feet did I open my eyes. You're back. I covered my mouth to yawn and greeted Ron, who looked flushed, along with the others. Only then did I notice a pile of all kinds of sweets at my feet. Whoa, did you bring all of Honeyduke's back? By so much. It's Halloween today, Hermione said happily, seeing that I just calmly picked up one of the Honeyduke's honey-flavored feather pens to fidget with, without immediately unwrapping and eating it like usual. She noticed my still slightly pale face under the glow of the fireplace. What's wrong? You look a bit off. Even normally cheerful Ron and Neville noticed that I didn't seem quite myself, and their faces, like Hermione's, darkened. It's nothing. I forced a reassuring smile and explained to them, as you know, I went to see Professor Lupin this afternoon. So, I started practicing the Patronus charm while I was there. I told them about practicing with a boggart transformed into a Dementor, and that I had cast the Patronus charm 3 times this afternoon, though in fact, I only succeeded on the last attempt, when I managed to repel the fake Dementor back into the cupboard with the shield charm. During the first 2 attempts, I passed out before finishing the spell after barely raising my wand. Even with the successful final attempt, I lost consciousness at the moment I succeeded. Most importantly, for all 3 attempts, casting the Patronus was almost entirely instinctive. I had no memory of it. In other words, except for short periods when I woke up to eat some chocolate and started practicing again, I spent nearly the entire afternoon in a daze. No wonder you look so bad. Hermione touched my forehead to check the temperature and found it normal, but when she felt my still cold hands, her worry showed. You didn't go see Madame Pomfrey about this. There's the Halloween feast soon. If I go to her, I wouldn't be able to attend the feast, and she certainly wouldn't discharge me before Monday. I'd end up missing more classes. Seeing Hermione frown in disagreement, I quickly added, okay, I know you're worried, but trust me, I really am fine. I know my body well, and if there were a real problem, I wouldn't push myself. Trust Harry. Hermione, from what I see, is actually quite alert now. At most, we don't stay out too late at the feast tonight and make sure he gets back to rest. Neville patted Hermione's shoulder and helped me gather the pile of candy at my feet. Looks like it's almost time. Once we clean up here, we'll head to the Great Hall for the feast. Seeing even Ron joining in to help gather my candy, Hermione pressed her lips together. Fine, whatever you guys want. I'm going to put my things away and change. Wait for me at the entrance to the common room and don't leave without me. Change clothes. I looked at Hermione's back disappearing toward the girls' dormitory stairs, feeling a bit puzzled. Change into what clothes? Hermione bought a few new robes in Hogsmeade today and made us wait for her in the store. Ron rolled his eyes. We wasted over an hour. I finally understand how terrifying it is to accompany girls on a shopping trip. Seeing Neville's equally distressed but agreeing expression, I quickly stifled the laugh that almost burst out, picked up the candy I had packed, and hurried toward the boys' dormitory stairs. All right, let's quickly put away the candy and get downstairs. I can't wait for the big feast. However, Ron, Neville, and I still waited at the entrance of the common room for over half an hour. After all, changing into new clothes also meant we had to get properly ready. So when Hermione appeared with her hair in a princess style, wearing a light blue robe trimmed with gold embroidery, we arrived at the hall just in the nick of time to take our seats. Speaking of which, it was already our third year at Hogwarts, yet it was the first time Hermione and I attended the school's Halloween feast 2 years ago. She had hidden away crying when Ron upset her and I had a hard time finding her, plus we ran into a mountain troll. Last year we attended nearly headless Nick's deathly party and encountered the first basilisk attack, so not only had we never truly enjoyed it, we've actually had a string of disasters. To be stricter, it seems like I really have some kind of bad luck with Halloween. Excluding the 10 years I spent at the Gislays where I didn't even have the right to celebrate, Voldemort originally came to kill my family on Halloween night. Ever since returning to the wizarding world, something always goes wrong with Halloween, though nothing has happened so far today. But earlier I was notified by Xua that Sirius has been missing for a day, and the magical plants at school told me that a big black dog has snuck onto the grounds as well. If nothing unexpected happens, Sirius will probably try to break into the Gryffindor Tower. I just hope my godfather doesn't get too rough with the fat lady. After all, she was once the portrait guardian of his dormitory during his own school years. Aside from secretly feeling a bit uneasy and somewhat guilty about what might befall the fat lady, I really enjoyed this Halloween feast. There were not only exquisite foods that delighted the eyes, nose, and taste buds, but the ghosts' aerial singing and dancing performances, as well as the later intrusion of the mischievous headless hunt, made everything lively and entertaining. Perhaps feeling the excitement around me lifted my spirits, and having eaten my fill, my slightly wan complexion improved and even showed a bit of color. However, the fatigue from the afternoon's exertion eventually surfaced. Throughout the feast, Ron, who kept an eye on me, naturally noticed my occasional little yawns. But before Hermione could say anything, Neville quietly pulled me out of the Great Hall while everyone's attention was focused on the ghosts bickering and their decision to stage a courtly duel. Of course, Ron and Hermione followed right behind. Hey, next time you sneak out of a feast, can you at least give a heads up? Ron muttered as we stepped onto the stairs leading to the Gryffindor Tower. There was so much good food tonight, and I hadn't even finished my plate of Yorkshire pudding. You've already had 2 plates, and it's still not enough. Hermione, walking beside Ron, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Your appetite is really starting to resemble Harry's more and more. Honestly, I don't understand what your stomachs are made of. One of you is bigger than the other, and I have no idea where it all goes. At least I know the nutrients I eat go toward my height, unlike someone who still doesn't know which alternate dimension they are in. Ron shrugged indifferently, making me almost want to smack him with a vine. Hey! Don't make me sound like some kind of monster, some alternate dimension. I slowed my pace in amusement and anger. Walking one step higher than Ron, I reached back and playfully slapped the back of his head. Height really is one of my regrets. I'm still growing, and I'll definitely surpass you someday. Right now, I'm laying the foundation for the future. Do you understand? So I won't end up wasting my height growth on silly stuff like someone else. You little brat, who are you calling someone who focuses on height but not the brain? Of course, I'm talking about you, the idiot who keeps using my head as a pillow. Ron looped his arm around my neck, putting half his weight on me. This guy always resorts to using his size when he can't win an argument. It's infuriating. Let go of me. Ron and I were horseplaying and running up the stairs, while Hermione and Neville paid no attention, treating us as if we were doing some post-meal exercise, even giving us amused, spectator-like looks. After all, they knew my abilities better than anyone, and as for Ron, with just his limited skill, how could he possibly restrain me if I decided to use my inner strength? but seeing that I still had the mood and energy to tease Ron indicated that the weakness I felt earlier in the afternoon hadn't really put any burden on my body, so they relaxed and joined in our play more easily. However, our carefree horseplay disappeared the moment we turned a corner and arrived at the Gryffindor Tower. The first glimpse of the portrait guarding the entrance, which had clearly been attacked, made Neville's formerly smiling face freeze instantly, and he stopped in his tracks. "Is that? Oh my!" Hermione also noticed, covering her mouth, her exclamation still loud. How could this happen? The entrance to Gryffindor Tower was still closed, but the guarding portrait had now been shredded into tattered pieces, with several fabric scraps scattered on the ground. "What's going on?" Ron had let go of me and, like Neville and Hermione, walked up to the portrait. How could it end up like this? Where's the fat lady? At this rate, could someone have tried to break into Gryffindor Tower? Hermione stood beside me, though she seemed relatively calm. A slightly trembling body and voice betrayed her true feelings. She grabbed my sleeve. "Harry." Standing in front of the utterly destroyed portrait, I stared at the deep knife slashes on it, silent. "What do we do now?" Neville nervously looked at me and the others. "Should we go find a professor?" "No need," I said calmly, my eyes still fixed on the damaged portrait. "Peeves has already made a big scene about this, drawing the headmaster, professors, and students over here." Ron and the others were momentarily stunned when they heard me say this. Then, just like me, they heard the chaotic sound of many footsteps approaching from behind. "All this has already happened, and you're still defending him." "It's not that I'm defending him, but you're being way too judgmental. Have you forgotten everything we've discussed? Ron, we can't even be sure his target is Harry. The whole world knows he's a mad murderer. And now he's even sneaked into the school and attacked the fat lady. Besides going after Harry, what other reason would he have to try to break into Gryffindor Tower?" "But, Harry..." Neville looked around at his two friends, watching their heated argument escalate with both sides insisting they were right, and he felt completely overwhelmed. Then he turned to me, one of the centers of this stormy topic, who was still reading today's Daily Prophet, showing no intention of intervening or commenting, and he leaned close to quietly ask, "What do you think?" Since last night, I and Ron were among the first humans to arrive at the scene where the fat lady was attacked. Peeves was actually the first to notice, so we had to go through a session of questioning by Dumbledore and other teachers before being allowed to return to the castle and join the students gathered in the Great Hall for a coordinated search, spending a quiet but long night there. Since today was Sunday when no one had classes, and after enduring a second round of concern from Seamus and Parvati at the breakfast table, I didn't want to head back to the dorm and face another wave of concern from the older students. So after casually drinking a glass of pumpkin juice, I quickly piled a plate full of fried eggs, toast, and sausages, grabbed a whole basket of French bread, and sneaked out of the hall with Ron and the others to have a picnic under a birch tree in the rarely visited professor's courtyard. Once there, I focused entirely on reading the newspaper, completely ignoring their discussion. "Trash," I replied to Neville instinctively, my eyes still glued to the article with Rita Skeeter's byline, clearly showing my disgust. "What?" Neville paused in surprise. I, on the other hand, decisively shoved the newspaper at him, took a piece of French bread, and bit into it. "See for yourself." I mumbled slurred words, biting my bread with a hint of frustration. That reporter named Rita Skeeter really seems to thrive on chaos. Originally, I thought Sirius only knew about my godfather and secret-keeping matters. Even if it wasn't leaked by Hagrid or the teachers like in the memories, it should have come out through other students, or even been used by Malfoy to blackmail me. But I never expected that after just one night since the fat lady was attacked, that reporter, who should only appear next year to stir the pot, already knew and even reported it. On top of that, not only did she turn my godfather's family and past into a full feature, but she also exaggerated things from over 10 years ago about my family, and even detailed the reasons behind my letting Aunt Marge fly 3 months ago, making me out to be a tragic child abused by the Gisleys. Damn it. I bit my bread irritably. I noticed Neville gasp after reading the newspaper, and Ron and Hermione stopped arguing and leaned over to look. Naturally, they were also dumbfounded and shouted in astonishment. "What? Godfather?" "Sure." Hermione immediately put her hand over Ron's mouth. "Quiet. We're near the teacher's dormitory. Do you want to attract a professor who might be passing by?" Ron pulled Hermione's hand away, still in disbelief, though quieter now. "But it says here." "I know, I'm reading it too." Hermione's tone was a bit impatient, clearly surprised, but she still tried to stay composed and continued reading. "Don't disturb me, I'll finish reading the newspaper first." Ron opened his mouth but said nothing, glanced at me, but couldn't read anything from my dazed, bread-biting face, then turned back to continue reading with Hermione. Neville, having looked over the main articles himself, handed the Daily Prophet to them and moved to sit beside me. Harry, if you believe the story about my aunt's house and want to comfort me, then it is avoided. I take the last bite of the baguette and pat the crumbs off my hand. If you want to ask me what I think of Sirius Black, I can tell you directly, my thoughts are still the same as I did on the train. Harry. My confession brought Ron and Hermione back to the newspaper. Ron's eyes even widened bigger than Hermione's. Are you crazy? This kind of thing. It was written in the newspaper. I said, if it's a report from another journalist, maybe the reliability is not low. But if this is Rita Skeeter's. I shook my head and leaned directly on the tree trunk to change to a more comfortable sitting position. You mean, what Rita Skeeter wrote on this is a lie? No, what I want to say should be a nonsense based on a certain level of facts. I replied lightly to Neville, in the journalism industry, whether it is a muggle or a wizard, even if most reporters are still honest, there are still some reporters who exaggerate the content of their reports for the so-called mass entertainment effect. For this kind of reporter, as long as what he writes can satisfy everyone's gossip and catch the public's attention, it is natural even if the facts are distorted. Obviously, Rita Skeeter is this kind of journalist, so just look at what she writes, and if you believe it all, you are really a fool. But according to your statement, some of what this reporter writes is still true, isn't it? Hermione hit the point. Sirius Black was your family's keeper, and even your godfather. These 2 points shouldn't be a lie. After all, this kind of thing is related to the original criminal law and your custody, and the records of the Ministry of Magic are not easy to cover up and tamper with, and if you want to know, you can still find out. That's right. So I also believe that these 2 things are probably not false. I nodded in agreement, and this also explains many parts of the reasoning I made. For example, why Sirius Black could get to my house first on the night Voldemort failed, and why he could openly ask Hagrid to take me away in the first place. Ron shook his head, as if trying to shake off the stubbornness of mind that gave him a headache. So you still believe in Sirius Black? He really couldn't understand. He's your family's secret keeper. That kind of protection magic, the secret keeper, is absolutely crucial. If it wasn't for him betraying, the premise is that the person who betrayed me truly was him. I lifted my head and looked up at the trees above us, completely covering the treetops. The playful sunlight sparkled through the moving leaves, shining but not hurting the eyes. Ron, if one day I were being hunted and injured by a group of terrible dark wizards, temporarily losing the ability to protect myself, the safest way would be to hide me using this kind of sheltering spell, and I chose you as my secret keeper. Would you be willing? Of course. Even though he didn't quite understand why I suddenly asked this, Ron answered without a second thought, not just me, Hermione and Neville too. Any one of us would do it. Even if it made you the target of every dark wizard. I turned my head and looked into Ron's eyes, speaking slowly and clearly. Listen carefully, every dark wizard, because I'm being hunted by an organized group, so to dig me out of hiding, they will definitely track down my secret keeper. That means they would spare no effort to capture you, and once they caught you, they would use every means to torture you. The best case scenario is first using Veritaserum. If you resist it successfully, next would come endless tortures like the Cruciatus Curse, forcing you until you reveal my whereabouts. Then, after making sure they find me, they would kill you. Even if that's what would happen, would you still be willing to be my secret keeper? It wasn't just Ron. Even though I was calmly asking hypothetically, Neville and Hermione also fell silent, their faces even slightly pale. If it really came to that, Ron looked away from my gaze and turned his head. I guess I wouldn't be able to be your secret keeper. Ron. I'm not that kind of person with that strong will. Without looking at the surprised Neville and Hermione, Ron stared at a patch of grass not far away and stammered. I've only heard from my dad a little about the effects of Veritaserum or the Cruciatus Curse, but even so, I can tell that would be an incredibly terrifying punishment. I think if I were facing that kind of torture, I'd probably tell them everything. So, if that really happened, I don't think I could be your secret keeper. I smiled slightly, feeling no disappointment at all. Because I knew this was Ron. Maybe he liked showing off and getting attention in everyday life and often found excuses to be lazy, but when it really mattered, he absolutely wouldn't recklessly promise to do something he couldn't handle. I also think that if something like that happened, you definitely wouldn't agree. But I can spread a rumor, make everyone think I'm your secret keeper. Ron clenched his fist. I can't guarantee I won't spill the secret, but I can divert their attention, find someone else trustworthy enough. but who wouldn't be the first person black witches and wizards think of to be your actual secret keeper. That way, even if they catch me in the end, they won't get any information, and the time the Death Eaters spend on me is enough for the real secret keeper to hide. Is that it? Ron finally turned to look at me, his face showing a relaxed understanding and also a hint of exasperation at my always teasing way of making him think. You're asking that because you think that the fact Sirius Black was your family's secret keeper at the time was just smoke to cover your real secret keeper. You could put it that way, Ron, I said with an even brighter smile, summoning an apple and tossing it casually to him. And Neville, if even you could think of such a plan, there's no reason my dad and the others wouldn't do it. The way I found out, the relationship between Sirius and my dad back then was even stronger than ours. Hey, what do you mean by even I could think of such a plan? Ron, catching the apple, complained awkwardly, his ears slightly reddening. If you weren't paying attention, you might not even notice. Maybe I'm not big on thinking things through, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid, okay? But the fact is, coming up with a plan like that is just plain foolish. Hermione took the apple I handed her and wiped it with a tissue. Impulsive, sacrificial heroism. Forget about Harry's parents for a moment. If one day we face that kind of situation, and you recklessly charge out thinking you're the bait, we wouldn't even need a dark wizard to do anything. The rest of us would probably curse you first. Hermione's right, doing that is reckless. Neville spoke up before Ron could protest. Given the four of us, Harry has always been the strongest among us. If we're facing an enemy that even he can't handle, then splitting up to act individually or using ourselves as bait will only give the enemy a chance to pick us off one by one. It's far safer to stick together and hide. Even normally slow-moving Neville sounded almost sermonic in his certainty, making it easy to imagine Ron's face of disappointment, almost as if he were about to go sulk in a corner. Hermione, Neville, and I exchanged glances, unable to help but laugh at Ron's pitifully frustrated expression, and Ron's unhappiness lasted less than 10 seconds before he too started laughing with us. All right, I get it. In such a hypothetical situation, my plan really doesn't suit us, Ron said, taking a bite of his apple. But even if my idea is dumb, according to what you guessed, Harry, Sirius Black and your parents still chose to use protective enchantments, and maybe even secretly swap the secret keeper at the end, right? I let out a soft sigh. I do think so. At that time, I was newly born, a tiny baby. Whoever you are, you can't have a newborn surviving out in the open long term. Finding a secret keeper and using protective enchantments to hide my whole house, that's the most stable method. Hermione reached out and held my hand, and I felt the warmth from her palm silently comforting me. I gave her a reassuring smile and softly said, I can't say my guess is definitely correct, but isn't this possibility also quite likely? At the very least, it explains a lot of things, because Sirius is my godfather, the third official guardian besides my parents. He was the one who asked Hagrid to take me away at that time, because he never betrayed anyone from the beginning. It was while he held me that the protective curse left on me by my parents didn't get triggered and harm him. And the reason he had a conflict with Peter Pettigrew a few hours after the incident at your house is that Peter Pettigrew was the one who truly betrayed the secret keeper of your house. Hermione took over my words, calmly explaining, creating a stark contrast with Ron and Neville, who were stunned and visibly shocked. Moreover, this also explains why, after the explosion on the street, Sirius Black didn't escape but instead allowed the Eras to arrest him without resistance. Perhaps, just like Ron's reaction earlier, changing the secret keeper was Sirius Black's own suggestion. He felt responsible for your parents' death and therefore didn't even try to defend himself. A silence enveloped us. Bastard! Ron suddenly shouted, punching the grass hard. How shameless! The Ministry even posthumously awarded that guy a Knight of Merlin. Ron. Hermione had to interrupt him, because his words were starting to turn into very unpleasant curses. No matter what rewards Peter Pettigrew got from the Ministry, that's all in the past, I said calmly. The main point now is, if our guess is correct, what should we do to prove Sirius Black's innocence? The clues we have can piece together a rough outline of the possible truth, but so far, they are only guesses, lacking solid evidence. And we also don't know why Sirius Black escaped from prison. Neville's worried frown was unmistakable. Remember? Right now, everyone thinks that Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban to kill Harry. But if, as we suspect, he's innocent, then why did he only escape after 12 years, and why did he appear so close to Harry? Unless he doesn't want to do anything to Harry at all. On the contrary, he came to warn him because he found out someone was trying to hurt him. Hermione's face, which wasn't looking good to begin with, turned even paler. He was in Azkaban before. Aside from prisoners, the most frequent visitors there are Aurors. If he overheard an Auror say that a certain dark wizard might threaten Harry, it's not impossible. Maybe even worse, it could be related to the mystery man. If it's really Voldemort, that's easy. Out of all the dark wizards in the world, he's the one I fear the least. Harry, I'm joking. I squeezed Hermione's hand, which she hadn't let go of, and smiled at her. Don't worry, Voldemort hasn't fully regained his strength. The attacks targeting me over the past 2 years didn't give him any advantage. In fact, they drained most of the power he accumulated over the past few years. In this situation, if Voldemort still dares to come after me, I can only say he's completely foolish, and I don't mind at all making him utterly destroyed. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that the most troublesome thing about that guy is that he has a bunch of Horcruxes and hides in various rat holes, I would have already had to devour that formless wraith. There's no need for me to act myself. But Voldemort is careful and smart, so I don't think he'll come to bother me in the near future. At least until he finds an opportunity and regains some strength, he won't act recklessly against me. It's actually his zealous, impatient followers we need to watch out for. But we're in Hogwarts now, with Professor Dumbledore here, and our own abilities are enough to barely protect ourselves outside school. Even if a fool of a dark wizard really comes into the school to attack, we can handle it safely. But, compared to worrying about that dark wizard whose very existence is still uncertain, I'm more concerned about Sirius right now. I interrupted Hermione. The clues we have allow us to piece together an answer completely different from what the outside world thinks. But we still lack decisive evidence to prove our theories, evidence that could prove Peter Pettigrew betrayed my family and that Sirius is innocent. This is very difficult because, clearly, if my dad and Sirius secretly swapped the secret keeper, nobody else would know about it, not even Remus. Otherwise, he would have had no reason not to come forward as a witness for Sirius. But there's another question, Harry, Neville said hesitantly. If, like Hermione just said, Sirius Black came to warn you, why did he, after sneaking into the school, not wait for a chance when you were alone, but instead attack the fat lady last night trying to get into the Gryffindor Tower? He should have known it was Halloween yesterday, and by school tradition, there was a feast. At that time you should have been with us in the Great Hall. Maybe he was so disoriented from being on the run that he didn't even notice the date. Stop being foolish, Ron. With all the Halloween decorations around our school, everyone knows it was Halloween yesterday. Sirius Black has enough intelligence and power to escape from Azkaban. How could he make such a basic mistake? Hermione said impatiently, and then began thinking, maybe it's precisely because there was no one in the Gryffindor Tower at that time that he chose that moment to sneak in. But the Gryffindor Tower is so small, apart from the common room and the dormitories, and those empty rooms are usually hidden automatically. Aside from the professors, no one knows how to open them. Where could he hide? If he came to our room, even hiding under the bed, he would be found quickly, and the commotion would be even worse, right? Or could it be that he wasn't looking for Harry? Neville asked cautiously. Maybe there's something more important inside the Gryffindor Tower. What could possibly be more important than Harry's safety? Lost in thought, Hermione asked rhetorically, then her expression suddenly changed. Could it be that, just like last semester, another student has been controlled by dark magic? The two boys also looked very grim, especially Ron, who seemed extremely sullen. After all, they were aware of the truth about the basilisk incident last semester, and Ginny was one of the puppets under control. No wonder Ron is particularly sensitive. It seems the psychological impact on them was significant, and the shadow still lingers. I don't think the same trick would work twice in a row. The teachers aren't stupid, and neither are we. To successfully manipulate someone without leaving a trace, it's necessary to perform the spell again after a period of time. In our boarding school setting, controlling a student is highly impractical unless the dark wizard is actually one of our teachers, or possesses a very dangerous and advanced dark magical object. But the teachers at our school are all Dumbledore's trusted staff, and such objects aren't simply lying around for anyone to pick up, so I think we can safely rule out that possibility for now. I do want the three of them to, like me, always maintain vigilance and observation habits, but being overly suspicious and constantly doubting every classmate is going too far. However, I do think Sirius' actions are problematic. He certainly had a very important purpose for breaking into the Gryffindor Tower, important enough that he avoided harming the entrance portrait. From the extent of the damage to the fat lady's portrait yesterday, I could sense the anger and resentment reflected in the slash marks. Without an extremely strong obsession, it wouldn't be possible to leave such deep scars and aura on a magical portrait. I suspect that his purpose for breaking into our dormitory is connected in some way to his escape from Azkaban. Moreover, the method Sirius used to get past the Dementors is also an issue. Around Hogwarts now, there are at least hundreds of these creatures. Even the most powerful wizard would struggle against so many Dementors, yet he somehow moved freely without drawing any attention from them. Also, I think Professor Lupin might be a problem too. Neville reminded in a cautionary tone. Think about it, if it's like we guessed, that Harry's parents suddenly decided to change the secret keeper, why didn't they tell Professor Lupin? I mean, isn't he one of your parents' best friends? Even if fewer people knowing is safer, hiding such an important action from your closest friend seems a bit unreasonable. So you see, while improving reasoning and observation skills is beneficial, sometimes it also makes hiding things more troublesome. Neville is right. Since Professor Lupin is your dad's best friend, there's no reason to keep this from him. Ron frowned, unless our deductions about Sirius Black are wrong, or there's something wrong with Lupin himself. But Professor Dumbledore trusts him, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed him to teach us defense against the dark arts, right? Hermione objected. I think he's a good teacher, at least his teaching style and personality are the best we've encountered among the defense against the dark arts professors so far. Come on, in your teacher saint theory, there's not a single bad professor at school. You've even praised Snape. Professor Snape is a good teacher, even if a bit strict, but his potions are really excellent, and he's also helped us a lot. Besides, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Ask Harry, see if he says the same thing. Harry is an exception. Even Professor McGonagall can make him feel there's bias. The way his brain processes things is just abnormal. How can you trust him? You mean my brain is abnormal too? The know-it-all bookworm's brain was never really normal to begin with. Ronald, you big idiot. Hermione angrily drew her wand and directed the empty bread basket to hit Ron on the head. How many times have I told you not to call me a know-it-all or a bookworm? Wah, that's cheating. To dodge the bread basket, Ron had to jump towards another big tree. You're the one who keeps calling me that name. You started first. Hermione also jumped up and chased after her. Stop and don't run. I'm going to fix you. Here we go again. Neville and I saw each other's helplessness and amusement in the exchanged eyes, but we had no intention of stopping it anyway. This kind of chase is not the first time it has happened, and in the end, it always ends with Ron losing miserably and Hermione being tired enough to choke. Since this pair of enemies is happy to do it, why should we be troublesome? So, Harry, Neville said as I watched the two of them circle around the big tree, you've also had a few private contacts with Professor Lupin. Do you think something is wrong with him? I am about the same as Hermione in terms of my opinion of Professor Lupin. I think he is a trustworthy person, but, of course, I know that the question you just asked makes sense, but I know some of Remus' situation. I patted Neville on the shoulder. I can't explain in detail, but I can only say that my dad and Sirius may have exchanged keepers privately but didn't tell Remus. I can only say that it has something to do with prejudice. More importantly, in the era when my dad and the others lived, Voldemort brought too much shadow to everyone, making it impossible for many people to trust the closest people around them. Even sisters betray each other and sons kill their fathers, and in that case, it is not impossible to be wary of best friends. Neville was silent. It is difficult to imagine the dangers faced by our parents in their lives at that time, if they were not personally experienced, just by hearing about it, but Neville may be the one we know the most, because his parents are still alive. But he is just alive. We'll face those too, right? Neville asked softly. What if the mysterious man comes back? My gaze fell on the shadow of the embossed stone pillar corridor some distance away on my left. No one can be certain about the future, the only thing we can grasp is the present, I said calmly, answering Neville, but more so telling myself, as long as Voldemort hasn't vanished, there will never be true peace in my life. Walking this path against the Dark Wizard has never been a choice, but I don't see any reason to regret it. Since Voldemort won't let me go, of course, the only thing I can do is prepare as best as I can before he returns. You feel the same way, don't you? Before Ron, exhausted from Hermione's reprimand, collapsed onto the picnic blanket we had laid out, Neville and I didn't say another word. Chapter 97. Xua Harry's magic fire vine in the text. Ripples spreading. Once November arrived, temperatures dropped sharply, and it was normal for the sky to remain overcast all day with the sun hiding behind clouds, sometimes even bringing rain. It didn't, however, dampen Wood's boundless training enthusiasm. Thanks to my inner strength, the intense training didn't wear me out like it did the other players, who needed each other's support to get back to Gryffindor Tower. Yet, with 12 extra hours of activity each day and such intense Quidditch training, my body felt unusually heavy when I returned to the common room. If the weather hadn't been so miserable, with rain soaking us and mud caking our clothes every practice, I might not have even bothered taking a shower and just collapsed straight into bed. Our training is 4 matches and honor, so as tough as it is, there's really nothing to complain about, and even if we did complain, no one would dare when Wood's around, unless it was about feeling undertrained. But Madam Hooch was different. She had to remain at the Quidditch pitch supervising our practice until it was done before accompanying us back to the castle, even if she had nothing else to do. If the weather was fine, it wouldn't be such a problem, but when wind and rain struck, even sitting under an umbrella in the stands, she would soon be soaked, so it's easy to understand why she often wore a stern expression during this time. But this was unavoidable. She had been entrusted with watching over the team during our evening practices, officially as the team supervisor and, in reality, as my secret bodyguard. The incident where Sirius Black broke into the school and attacked the fat lady didn't just leave the teachers, students, and even sentient magical objects all on edge. Because of Rita Skeeter's report, now everyone knows that Sirius Black escaped from prison to kill me. So not only did I have to relive the experience of my first year, with everyone pointing fingers and whispering wherever I went, the school also announced a new rule that all students must return to the castle after 6 in the evening and are forbidden from going out or acting alone. Everyone understands that this rule is mainly for my own safety. These things I could tolerate. But then, when Professor McGonagall called me to her office to tell me that she intended to stop my evening Quidditch team practices, I, who have already been feeling down these past few days from seeing everyone look at me with pity and concern, almost lost it. What a joke. Others don't know the actual situation, but I am very well aware that one of the least threatening people to me in this world is Sirius. I can tolerate external gossip under certain circumstances, but in a school with high security measures, taking away my interest in flying is just going too far, especially considering that our team still only has me as a seeker. This year, Wood's obsession with winning the House Quidditch Cup is unusually intense. If I don't participate in practices, or even can't play in the matches, the chances of our captain not being furious with me are as slim as Sirius really losing his mind and trying to kill me. So, when I finally managed to convince Professor McGonagall to drop the idea of stopping my Quidditch practice, I let out a sigh of relief and politely left. But once I stepped out of her office, I saw Wood, who somehow had gotten the news and was glaring at me with bloodshot eyes, demanding an answer. I couldn't help but thank heaven that Professor McGonagall's enthusiasm for us winning the Quidditch championship is just as strong as Wood's. Meow. Bad weather, what of it? Madam Hooch monitoring, what of it? As long as Wood's tangible wrath doesn't get me, I wouldn't even frown if I had to immediately face Voldemort in a duel. I admit that I was intimidated by Wood's presence, so I also followed that same determined spirit of nothing can stop me regarding this year's Quidditch Championship trophy. But no matter how exhausting practice was or how busy I got with my studies, I still maintained the routine of sending Hagrid an email every 2 days to check on Buckbeak's condition. Though there hadn't been any official notice yet, the rumor Hagrid had heard made it almost certain that Buckbeak was entering the magical creature's trial process. Lately, I've been so swamped that I wasn't able to help directly, so I had to borrow a few books about the related laws from the library and asked Hedwig to deliver them for me. It's really unsettling to be aware of how things will turn out yet feel powerless to change them. The influence of Rita Skeeter over public opinion has already begun to show signs of its strength, and combined with the Buckbeak situation, it made me deeply feel the sorrow of having little power throughout past lives. I never liked getting involved in politics or news, but that doesn't mean I didn't understand their influence. In the past, after confirming the heir to my grandfather's house, I would usually leave these matters for my senior brothers and sisters to worry about, while I focused almost entirely on improving medical skills and studying potions. But now I'm young, although I hold a noble title and even have the hollow fame of being the boy who lived after defeating the Dark Lord, in reality I have no real power behind me. In such a situation, I'm often forced into a passive position, which feels truly frustrating and restraining. Although I can't help much in the ministry, Your Highness, when it comes to public opinion, couldn't you ask Miss Luna's father for assistance? The morning after team practice, I woke up and, yawning, dragged my somewhat stiff body to the room of requirement. Following my recent habit, I summoned Thua to give me a massage. While lying face down on the long chair and enduring the tingling caused by the herbal ointment and moderate pressure on my back, Thua reminded me, I remember Miss Luna's father seems to have a magazine company and serves as its chief editor, right? That's true, but I don't want to rely on Mr. Lovergood's influence so early. I closed my eyes and let out a comfortable low hum, then lazily buried my face in the pillow and said, although the situation caused by Rita Skeeter is upsetting, overall it is not enough to affect my plans. Besides, a few months ago, Luna went through something like that, and if I were to make such a request now, it would feel somewhat like taking advantage of kindness. There will really be more instances in the future when I need Mr. Lovergood's help, and I don't want him to form a bad impression that I approached his daughter with ulterior motives. Your Highness seems to be worrying too much. Back then, you risked life and limb to defeat the Basilisk and the Horcrux of the Dark Lord, saving Miss Ginny and Miss Luna from the Reaper's scythe. Outsiders might not understand, but now, who among those around you would doubt that you genuinely care for these two young ladies? When one wizard saves another wizard's life, a bond of intimacy that no force can sever is inevitably formed. Mr. Lovegood certainly understands this, and considering how doting he is towards his only daughter, such a minor matter is nothing in his eyes. It's precisely because I know how much Mr. Lovegood dotes on Luna that I don't want their family entangled in my troubles too early. I should have met Luna only in the 5th grade, but our unexpected early connection, which also dragged her into the Chamber of Secrets incident, already left me feeling somewhat guilty toward that clever-hearted girl. She had experienced so little happiness since childhood, and yet her nature was so content with little that I really didn't want her to lose more of the pure joys of childhood because of my issues. The Lovegoods are naturally born Ravenclaws. Their pursuit of knowledge might make them seem simple to others, but their insight is sharp and everything is understood in their hearts. Luna values her father above all. Perhaps because I saved Luna, Mr. Lovegood will not have many objections to me, but it will leave a small knot in his mind. With Luna's early maturity and intelligence, she will inevitably notice it sooner or later. I don't want anything arising from me to cause friction between father and daughter. The shadow of the Chamber of Secrets already left Luna with significant hurt, and now I only want to maintain the utmost peace and happiness for those around me before the war with Voldemort begins. Once the Dark Lord rises again, no matter how well prepared one is, harm and the loss of life are absolutely inevitable. At that time, I might be able to protect the people closest to me, but I might not be able to care for their other friends. When that time comes, life and death are dictated by fate, and I can't change the worries and sadness that will follow. So all I can do now is try to give them as many happy memories as possible. The massage behind me stopped, replaced by the warmth of Xua's body. Sorry. I was stunned for a moment before realizing that Xua was apologizing. I felt a mix of emotions I couldn't quite describe. I turned in his arms, and then, I grabbed his collar and slammed my forehead hard against his. Your Highness. Dazed from the force of my headbutt and rolling to the corner of the long chaise, Xua held his reddening forehead. He looked at me with a pitiful yet confused expression as I rubbed my own head, slightly angry, and got up. That hurts like hell. I muttered a curse, rubbing my forehead. Even with internal energy, it still hurt this much. Does Xua have a skull made of diamond? I'm asking, are you an idiot? Voldemort is causing trouble, and you're apologizing for him. But, Xua stammered, is also. Nonsense. I interrupted bluntly. You clearly said you're my magma vine. But. No buts. This is exactly why I said kids are so troublesome. Even though he inherited the Dark Lord's memories and powers, the soul led by Magma Vine's personality is still less than a 2-year-old brat. Thankfully, after dealing with one of them, I decided not to get too close to these little blood spirits, or I would have completely lost it as a counselor every day. So what if part of your soul comes from Tom Riddle? From the moment you awoke from your dormant evolution, you were already a reborn soul. And the moment you admitted that you are the magical Firevine who made a life contract with me, you also acknowledged being my partner, my other half, my brother. And now you're apologizing to me for my enemies. Is that meant to humiliate me? Xua's breath caught. I didn't mean that. Then don't think such foolish thoughts, and don't say things that make me want to hit you. I took a deep breath and stared steadily at Xua. That's right. You do have Tom Riddle's past, Voldemort's past, but now you are Xua. Just like me, I also have Snow White's past as Harry Potter. Does having memories and a past spanning another lifetime make me no longer myself? It doesn't. It's just a different past added on. I am still Harry Potter. That's who I am now. Do you understand what I mean? No matter how many wrongs Tom Riddle committed in the past, you now are Xua. You can regret past actions and feel guilty, but you shouldn't apologize. At least, you shouldn't be apologizing to me. I am already your life contract partner. Whether in life or death, in fortune or misfortune, I decided from the moment we made the contract to share everything with you for this lifetime. Are you apologizing to me because you think I am too selfish or headstrong, making you have to consume fragments of dark magical souls to evolve, bearing all those bloody sins of the past? If it weren't for me, no. Xua reached out and hugged me. I never had those thoughts. I never blamed your highness, I just wanted to always stay by your side, that's all, always. Then let's always be together. Anyway, the life contract we signed before transformed into a soul contract the moment your evolution completed. Even if one of us grows tired or weary in the days to come, neither of us can escape the other. I lifted my head in Xua's arms, reaching out to hook my hand around his neck, pressing my forehead against his and looking into his crystal-like emerald green eyes. So don't say sorry, it's impossible to change the past, but the future is in your own hands. If you truly regret it, if you truly feel guilty, then use the days ahead to repent, to atone with real actions, return the happiness you once destroyed to those you feel you owe, help them find the happiness they seek. Maybe they still won't forgive you, but time will eventually heal the pain. Both your future and mine are already destined to follow the path of eternal cultivation. Until we break the bonds of this world's laws and leave, we have ample time to make up for the happiness of those people. The complex tangle in his emerald eyes gradually settled, and the hands wrapped around my waist tightened slightly. On the condition that we first deal with the Dark Lord, only then can we focus on cultivation. Good enough. Finally dealt with this stubborn little demon. I exhaled in relief while subconsciously moving my hand to squeeze Xua's mischievous face. Only when he looked at me with eyes full of helpless plea, too resigned to resist, did I feel satisfied enough to let go of his slightly flushed face, and smiled as I asked about another matter I was concerned about. By the way, since Halloween, Sirius has been out wandering for almost half a month now. Hasn't he returned to the Snow House yet? Lord Black returned to the Snow House early this morning. He originally planned to report to you when he arrived, but forgot by accident. Xua said, rubbing the cheek I had just playfully assaulted. You know he was once spotted by Anara before. Although he managed to safely shake them off, it seems he still wasn't at ease, which is why he stayed out a little longer. So you're saying Sirius still isn't confident in the defensive ward you personally set up in the Snow House? I raised an eyebrow. Our Snow House can't possibly fail to stop a few mirrors, right? How is that possible? Even if it was the topper of the Ministry of Magic who came now, he might not be able to break through the 30-foot rattan formation outside the snow, let alone find out the actual correct location of the igloo before that. Xua snorted softly. It was clear that Master Black himself wanted to stay in Hogsmeade for a while longer and didn't want to come back, which Madara accidentally noticed, and by the way, he spent more time outside. Oh so Sirius didn't want to go back to the igloo? My eyes narrowed slightly, as if smiling at Xua, who suddenly stiffened. Do you want to explain honestly yourself, or do you want me to investigate myself? Xua's eyes were floating, and even a thin layer of sweat began to burst out from his forehead. I stared at Xua, who was uncomfortable for a moment, and I sighed. Forget it, I don't want to pursue why you and Sirius don't like each other, and I don't care what you let the little blood elves do to Sirius. I ignored Xua's stiff and suddenly wilted expression, and reminded him faintly, however, Sirius is my godfather after all, and if something goes wrong, I will definitely stand by his side more. So if I make too much trouble, don't blame me for being too heavy. Got it, I'll tell the little blood elves. I looked at Xua, who looked like a dissatisfied child who was forbidden to play with toys, and couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, don't look like I'm bullying you, it's just ruining your beautiful face. I pinched Xua's cheeks, which were even more tangled because of my words, and laughed. Haven't you always wanted to learn my internal skills and martial arts? Start teaching you how today? Xua's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? His excitement quickly subsided again, and he asked hesitantly, however, didn't your highness say before that there is still a gap between my body's meridians and humans, so I can't learn it? It's true that you can't learn my family's traditional martial arts inner skills, but as long as you adjust the sensation of chi and the flow patterns of internal energy according to your meridian system, it's still possible to learn. I smiled at Xua's increasingly bright and excited eyes, mischievously pouring cold water. However, the only martial arts I can guarantee to modify and teach you without any problem are those one level lower than my current realm. And judging by the current situation, just learning this set of martial arts until you can feel the chi might take you more than twice the time it took me, and your progress in breakthrough stages will likely be much slower than mine. Are you sure you still want to learn it? As long as your highness is willing to teach, I'll learn. I looked at Kua's unwavering answer and decided, for now, not to tell him that this modified martial arts, though hard to advance in realms, doubles your strength with each breakthrough. He should first cultivate his chi perception with perseverance, and if I remember, I'll tell him later, anyway. That will be at least 6 or 7 years from now. All right then. I slid out of Kua's embrace and jumped off the chaise lounge. Let's start now. Once I finish teaching you the basics, you can join me for morning practice too. Chapter 98. Eve of the Ball Game. I have to admit that martial arts is a skill that, beyond personal insight and mental state, requires competition and mutual sparring to make significant progress. Therefore, with my current skill level, even though it's much higher than when I was the same age in my previous life, it's mostly just the advantage of reincarnation helping me avoid detours. I know that in at most 2 more years, my body will have grown, and my skills might recover to previous levels, or perhaps slightly better. But making further progress afterward will be difficult. Comparing myself to Dugu Chubai would be ridiculous. If my grandfather knew I had such thoughts, he would crawl up from hell to give me a beating. But before resolving things here, seeking guidance from masters in the East is just a thought. I tend to become more proactive when someone nearby wants to learn my martial arts, partly out of a genuine hope to give them some self-defense skills, and partly out of my small selfish desire to have more training partners. However, let me make it clear, I am absolutely not quarrelsome. It's just that after sparring, my emotions may get a bit heightened, but I always maintain proper restraint in my attacks. Up until now, the only ones who truly have even a basic understanding of martial arts are the twins, and they still don't know internal energy, so they can't fight a prolonged battle. If it weren't for the fact that I only know the family's own internal techniques and that there are many limitations in learning them, I would have taught them a long time ago. So when I learned that Tua also wanted to learn martial arts, even though I knew that the physical conditions of a spirit like him are different from those of normal humans and he certainly couldn't learn my martial arts, I still wanted to take the risk and try. After all, apart from the difference in the flow of the meridians, the only limiting condition of my family martial arts, that is, the level of meridian formation affected by age, is basically meaningless to Tua. So I started thinking about modifying my own internal techniques, although for the later levels, I haven't reached that realm myself and don't dare to make changes casually, but for the earlier levels, I myself have learned them twice, so modifying them is troublesome, but the safety factor is still quite high. So I boldly started my little training plan for him. Bad metaphor, getting off track. I'm not some perverted fruit farmer in a dangerous parallel world. Anyway, the conclusion is that I'm quite looking forward to the day when Tua successfully masters it, especially after I discovered that his level of understanding in this aspect is even higher than mine. All my little guilt about abandoning orthodoxy and arbitrarily modifying my family's martial arts teaching vanished. After all, in the end, mastering martial arts to the utmost is about pursuing the way of heaven, and everyone ultimately follows the same path. My grandfather's wish was also for me to continue inheriting the Bai family skills, so this is my effort in martial arts. The ancestors of the Bai family probably wouldn't come back from the underworld just to scold me for such a small thing. Since my schedule was already packed with life and study, and I squeeze in extra time to teach Tua martial arts, I didn't even notice that Hermione and Ron were arguing. I'm not talking about their usual everyday communication, but real disputes. And of course, the reason they started quarreling is that Ron's fake little rat got chased around the common room by Crookshanks again, causing chaos. However, although they had quarreled, it wasn't to the point of a full-blown silent Cold War, and I, because of team practice, daily homework, secretly conducting research on the unforgivable curses, training in Tua's martial arts, and of course the extra essays assigned by Professor Snape, all these countless things together kept me overwhelmingly busy. So even when Neville privately told me that the two of them were not getting along, I really didn't have the extra energy to help resolve their issues. Besides, I had long since figured out why Crookshanks chased and tormented Scabbers. That cat was not only Hermione's pet but also an ally of Sirius, who had already made contact and was secretly working as a Hogwarts informant, helping to track Scabbers. I was doing well enough just by not getting involved to stir things up. Apart from Hermione and Ron not getting along, our other classmates had also been enveloped in gloom and despair recently because the full moon was approaching again. The last full moon happened to fall on a weekend, so no one noticed Remus acting strangely, but this time it coincided with our class schedule, naturally giving a certain werewolf an excuse to substitute for the lesson. The details aren't important, but basically, from the massive house point hourglass outside the Great Hall, nearly 50 red rubies belonging to Gryffindor were missing, and we were also assigned additional reports on werewolves. It was easy to guess just how lively our defense against the dark arts class would be that week. Luckily, with the first Gryffindor vs Slytherin Quidditch match of the weekend approaching, everyone's mood at least wasn't pushed to the absolute limit. At least 2 days before the match, before Wood received notice from Madam Hooch that our opponent had been changed to Hufflepuff, everything was still fine. If *****ing C ******, those mother ******ing Slytherins, at $. When Angelina informed me of the team's emergency meeting, I had barely finished dinner before rushing with her through the rain to the Gryffindor players' common room behind the pitch, only to hear Wood's colorful expletives even before entering. I really hadn't expected our sunny captain to have such a rich supply of vulgar language. What's going on? Why is Oliver so mad? At that time, I still didn't know that our Saturday match opponent had been suddenly switched. I only knew that when I, the last player to arrive at the meeting point, had already checked in, Wood continued to completely ignore us while performing a tirade of insults without repeating any words, even switching between German and Spanish, and I couldn't help but feel a kind of admiration. Sitting down in the space the twins had left for me between them, I quietly asked Fred on my left, "Our first match on Saturday's opponent has changed, it's now Hufflepuff." Fred answered me softly, and George joined in whispering in my ear to explain the whole situation, and I finally understood the reason behind Wood's furious outburst. Apparently, because the weather in the past few days had been so terrible with non-stop rain and frequent thunder, Slytherin used their only seeker still recovering from a hand injury as an excuse to request a postponement this morning. In Quidditch, bad weather is not a valid reason to cancel a match, and Malfoy still had his hand bandaged and hadn't removed it until now. So Madam Hooch had no choice but to agree to their request and temporarily swap the scheduled opponents for this year's match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. On the surface, it seemed like just a simple team swap, but everyone knows that each team has a different playing style and ability, and since the start of training for this season, all our practice sessions under Wood's arrangement for the first match were tactical exercises designed against Slytherin. Now, being notified only 2 days before the match that the opponent had suddenly changed, adjusting our overall game strategy and match rhythm would be an almost impossible task. So really, you can't blame Wood for losing his composure and cursing more harshly and creatively, sending greetings in multiple languages to every female member of the Slytherin team's family. If I were the captain, I probably would have even felt murderous, but since Wood is the captain, he should handle this frustrating task of getting angry. So it's just that the opponent is now Hufflepuff, not that we have to compete against international players. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? I rubbed my chin and pondered, secretly thinking that Diggory's wish had finally come true this time. We could have a fair match with him. Anyway, no matter who the opponent is, as long as they block us from winning the championship cup, just knock them off their broom. Wood, who was singing in French about Malfoy's mother, suddenly went silent, his eye shooting at me like a vicious wolf. Fortunately, he stopped in time, or else the 3 beautiful trackers in our common room would have been so furious that they'd grab their wands to deal with the team captain, who kept spouting degrading and insulting words towards women. "What did you just say?" Wood's voice was like a demon crawling out of hell, making me shiver. "Say it again?" I swallowed. I hadn't said anything wrong just now, had I? Was it really necessary to unleash such terrifying magical resentment on me? Just that the opponent has changed to Hufflepuff. Next sentence. No matter who the opponent is, as long as they block us from winning the championship cup, just knock them off their broom. I said it in one breath without a pause, then shrank behind the twins for cover. The air in the common room seemed to freeze for about 3 seconds. Then a strange humming sound broke the silence, and feeling that the magical pressure had dissipated, I peeked out from the twins' protective shield. Wood started laughing heartily. "Way ha ha, just as I expected from the seeker I chose. This is the spirit I wanted. What's it matter if the opponent changed? Those Slytherin snakes are just scared of us weaklings. Hufflepuff, my foot. The cup is ours. No matter who blocks us, we kick them off their broom. Way ha 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 ha. This guy has gone crazy." The same dark line appeared above all our heads at the same time, and we could all feel it wasn't going to be easy before the match. Sure enough, on the 2 nights leading up to the competition, although our training volume had been cut in half to supposedly conserve energy, the time spent doing tactical simulations and adjustments in the common room had more than doubled. Mind you, I would rather exhaust myself with intense training than listen to Wood's endless, theoretical rambling. It's basically a naturally occurring sleep spell. Under my 13th fit of rage at Wood's reckless intensity, being knocked awake by him with a chalk shot to the head, listening again to Hufflepuff's past strategies and the strengths and weaknesses of their players, I was almost in tears. I was so frustrated. Luckily, I wasn't alone in this misery. There were 5 other teammates who shared my fate. Well, I suppose, since this year is Wood's last chance to compete with us on the pitch, I might as well reluctantly go along with his craziness. But we still need to take back the time wasted listening to his endless chatter while enduring his surges of intensity. So for 2 consecutive nights, above the Gryffindor players' locker room behind the Quidditch pitch, waves of resentment aimed at Slytherin and Hufflepuff players were sent out, strong enough in intensity and frequency to be off the charts. The weather did not ease up for the Quidditch match. On the contrary, Saturday morning brought even harsher wind and rain than last night, with lightning and thunder joining in the fray. As usual, during breakfast on match days, all the students excitedly shared their thoughts on the upcoming game, but the excitement was for the general students. The team members, seeing the stormy weather outside through the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, all had solemn expressions, especially for us, who suddenly switched opponents, and Hufflepuff, who was unexpectedly forced into the match, at our respective tables. The atmosphere was all quiet and radiated a do not disturb vibe. "Harry, aren't you going to eat?" Seeing me lift only a bowl of milk porridge and get up, Hermione frowned at me. "You've got a match soon. You won't have any energy if you don't eat more." "I had too much for a midnight snack last night, and I'm not hungry now," I said calmly. "I'll go to the players' locker room to get ready. See you later." After nodding and greeting Ron and Neville, I strode out of the hall toward the castle gates, the gentle expression I usually showed in front of friends replaced by a thoughtful, cold composure. This kind of weather is terrible, but if it were just the climate, I wouldn't be this nervous. Yes, nervous. I haven't forgotten that in the first Quidditch match of the year in memory, it seemed that Dementor might break the rules and run onto the pitch. In other words, I could very well lose control of my body under the Dementor's influence again. And if I were flying in the sky, falling from over 100 feet is no joke. "Harry," I snapped back to reality and realized I didn't know when I had walked to the pitch entrance. Turning toward the familiar voice that had called me, I saw Diggory walking this way as well. "Hello, Cedric." I stopped my steps and greeted him as he approached. "It seems this kid came early because he was nervous, right? To know, it's still almost 2 hours until the match, and most people are still having breakfast. It's raining so hard. Did you come here without an umbrella?" As he reached me, Diggory held my tea-colored umbrella for me, frowning, and said, "You'll catch a cold." "Does it matter? Judging from the thickness of the clouds, it'll probably rain all day. Once we're on the pitch, we'll get soaked anyway." I brushed back the wet bangs sticking to my forehead, partially blocking my vision, and continued toward the pitch alongside Diggory. Besides, for wizards, drying off isn't that hard, and catching a cold isn't so easy either. I casually brushed myself off as if dusting, and faint white smoke drifted from my body, disappearing in the wind in less than 2 seconds, which also seemed to swallow back whatever Diggory might have been about to say. He stared at my instantly dried clothes with a mix of surprise and confusion, unconsciously letting out a soft sigh. "Maybe so. I've long heard that you, being first in your year, are very capable, but I didn't expect you to know some of the hardest magic, like wandless spells." He looked a bit curious. "But what spell did you use to dry your clothes?" I barely felt any magical energy. "It's just a little household magic. It's not like I could say I used internal energy externally and added a bit of fire element to instantly evaporate it, right?" I casually brushed it off and changed the topic. "Cedric, why are you at the pitch so early? Even as captain, there's no need to show up this early, right? The match isn't for more than an hour, and our captain, Wood, is still having breakfast in the dining hall." I also suggested the other team members eat, or else I'd have to force feed them. Luckily, I slipped away before he turned his attention to me. "Just a bit nervous, and today's weather conditions aren't great. Although it won't help much, it's better to check out the pitch than to wander around the castle with my mind racing." Whether he knew I didn't want to talk about the magic issue or not, Diggory cooperatively followed the topic change. "Like you said, I'm the captain, and a new captain at that. To be honest, suddenly finding out 2 days ago that I'd be competing with you all really made everyone on our team nervous. Even if I'm a lousy captain, I know I absolutely can't show panic. I'm not talking about Wood, it's just that the atmosphere in our team isn't exactly, what I mean is, well, he probably saw me step out of the dining hall while someone's already irrational brain had another outburst, joined the other senior Gryffindors, and in the chaos of to help the players be in the best physical condition, shamelessly shoving sandwiches into the twins' faces. I understand what you're trying to express. Anyway, people from Gryffindor are somewhat a bit crazy, and it's pretty much recognized. It's just that everyone's symptoms differ in degree. Honestly, Wood's behavior isn't just panic anymore, it's like his brain is on overdrive. But this isn't the first time, and us team members are already very used to having such a passionate captain. Especially before a match, if he doesn't go a little crazy, we feel something is wrong with him. I chuckled and said, before the Quidditch match ends, Wood is basically in an invincible state. Once this period is over, the Weasley twins' revenge will certainly catch his attention. I teased myself while thinking, and also spoke out to help Diggory, who was already a bit inexplicable. By the way, Cedric, you don't need to be too nervous. Both our teams played a trick on Slytherin this time. If you guys aren't fully prepared, we'll be in trouble too because previous strategies targeting Slytherin are completely useless. So, strictly speaking, everyone is in a similar position. Just focus on giving it your all when you're on the pitch, and don't regret it afterward. Don't regret it. I didn't notice Diggory muttering to himself or lost in deep thought, because we had arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor players' rest room. We're here at the common room, but I won't invite you inside. I stopped walking and looked up at Diggory beside me with a smile. Thanks for bringing me here, Cedric. See you in the match later. Harry. Just as I opened the door to the common room and stepped inside, Diggory's voice came from behind me. I turned back and met his bright blue eyes. In this match, Diggory looked at me seriously, seemingly making some kind of decision. If I catch the golden snitch, I want to tell you something privately. I was a bit confused. Was this a declaration of challenge? Why do you have to catch the golden snitch to tell me? Can't you just say it now? It's not that I can't, it's just nothing. Diggory shook his head, hesitating, his gaze on me becoming even firmer. You're a strong seeker. I don't want to lose to you. This kind of momentum, it's really like a declaration of war. Then why make such a request? I'm not going to go easy out of curiosity anyway. You're strong too, so I will definitely give it my all. That's good. Diggory smiled and reached out to pat my head. If I didn't do this, even if I got the golden snitch, telling you that thing would be meaningless. TSK. You're so confident you'll definitely catch the golden snitch. I was a bit annoyed and brushed Diggory's hand off my head. This kid had learned bad habits from the twins too, always patting my head to remind me of the height difference between us. Our captain is determined to win the championship cup this year. If I don't catch the golden snitch, he'll kill me. So if what you want to tell me is really important, you better not use the match result as an excuse. Otherwise, even if I beat you later, I won't bother asking. I won't lose, at least not this time. He said confidently, as if it were a matter of course. Just according to what you said, I feel a bit sorry for Wood. But with your skills, you should be able to escape him chasing you. What do you mean, hey? Before I could even respond, Diggory reached out and ruffled my hair roughly. Damn it, my hair already looks like a bird's nest, and he's making it worse. Why do senior people around me always do this? It's not like you're petting a puppy. All I got for my protest was Diggory's cheerful laugh. Do your best, Harry. I glared angrily at Diggory, smiling back as he turned and walked away. No polite goodbye, no rude remarks. I slammed the door to the dormitory. HMPH, no need to say more. I'll just let my skills speak for themselves later. As for the Dementor, thinking about facing those creatures now, it's indeed a bit risky. I'm even more determined to finish the match before a Dementor really comes in to cause trouble. Chapter 99. First time losing a match. My head hurts so much. He's awake. Harry. Is Harry okay? So noisy. The concern and questioning from those around me made my headache even worse. I tried to blink, struggling to figure out whose faces were swaying in front of my blurry vision. Fred, George. The two identical faces breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, are you feeling okay? Does it hurt anywhere? You fell from at least 50 feet. A whimper came from beside me. I reluctantly turned my head slightly. Ron was somewhat stiffly resting on Hermione's shoulder, comforting the little princess who was softly crying, while looking at me with Neville, full of concern. My mind was also trying hard to process 50 feet, airborne, Dementor. Match. I finally remembered the match in progress and the swarm of people that had floated into the Quidditch pitch. I propped myself up, but the sudden movement brought a sharper headache and dizziness, and I immediately collapsed back down. Harry. Fred quickly grabbed me before I hit the nightstand. Calm down, the match is over. It's over. Since I was holding on to Fred and not letting him let me lie down, he had to support me as I sat up against the headboard. I kept questioning, and the result? Did we win? The room was unexpectedly quiet. I looked at the pairs of eyes that dared not meet mine, and my body felt even colder. No matter how I tried, I couldn't bring myself to say lost. I asked hoarsely, I didn't catch the golden snitch. No, you caught the golden snitch. George's tone was just as dry, avoiding my gaze. It's just, we were a bit behind in points later. You know, Alicia's team doesn't have the stamina we males do, and today's wind and rain were especially strong, so their speed and agility advantage couldn't play out much. So, I caught the golden snitch, but we lost the match. We only lost by 20 points, the gap is really small, Fred said deliberately in a calm and optimistic tone. The Quidditch Cup champion is determined by total points, so we still have a chance. You have to know Ravenclaw is strong. Slytherin, although they have great brooms, doesn't really give them much advantage in skill. Hufflepuff's flying skills have improved a lot this year, some of them even. Anyway, no matter which team we face, Hufflepuff's situation is always unpredictable. Overall, the point differences are not huge right now, we still have a chance. The Hufflepuff players' flying techniques bear some resemblance to mine because I occasionally practiced flying with Cedric and discussed privately how to improve the handling of different brooms. Those were things we came up with together, so I didn't ask him not to share my suggestions with his teammates, and I had no right to do so, I said, knowing exactly what Fred had vaguely referenced. But my voice was hollow as I continued. I also mentioned to Oliver where everyone in our team could strengthen and improve their flying skills. You and George learned all my flying techniques, and you should know better than anyone whether Oliver kept any of my suggestions out of the training. Of course we know, the twins said in unison, and George even hurriedly explained, Harry, don't get the wrong idea. We didn't mean that, Oliver didn't either. We were just a little shocked, caught off guard. That's why he's still standing on the pitch now, wanting to drown in the rain, I said, collapsing helplessly onto the pile of pillows behind me, closing my eyes in exhaustion. Why bother carrying me to the hospital wing? Might as well let me drown there. No need to ask, I could tell that the nearby potted plants had certainly reported to me everything that happened while I was unconscious. George was about to say something else, but Madame Pomfrey had already stepped out of her office, carrying hot cocoa and a large plate of chocolates towards us. All right, since the patient is awake, you all should leave and rest easy. Harry needs rest and quiet to regain his strength. Talking to him like this in a crowd, how do you expect him to recover quickly? Mrs. Pomfrey had always been notoriously strict in her control of the patient's condition, and with the wet and tired body and the blow of the loss, even the twins did not insist on staying, but I could tell they did not seem to want to go back to the Gryffindor Tower to rest, perhaps before putting Wood back in the ballroom. You also know that Oliver is very persistent about the Champions Cup, he just can't accept the fact of losing for a while, not really blaming you. Katie and the others are enlightening him, can you give him some time? Before leaving, Fred calmly said to me, you are our best hunter, and the best one in the school in the past 100 years. No one doubted that. Harry, go back to your lodging. Mrs. Pomfrey has already handed me the hot cocoa, and the chocolate is right next to me. She frowned and looked at the three of them, who were still relying on the refusal to leave. You have just escaped from the encirclement of hundreds of Dementors, you should rest obediently. And it was raining. We're fine. Neville said nervously, we just want to spend a little more time with Harry, just a little longer, madam, we won't tire him. Mrs. Pomfrey still had a calm face, but just before she refused, Hermione, who had calmed down a little and stopped crying, had already taken out her wand and began to tidy up their appearance, and I pleaded, let them stay. You see, I still have to eat all of this to rest, right? Ron's stay with me was a bit of a distraction, at least so that I wouldn't keep remembering how cold I was until I dealt with the chocolate. Mrs. Pomfrey pursed her lips. Okay. She reluctantly agreed, obviously unhappy. Take a piece of chocolate from each plate and eat it. You can leave it for a while, but only until Harry finishes the rest of the chocolate. And then you have to go back to the dormitory to sleep, understand? Harry needs a break, and so do you. After seeing Ron and the three of them obediently taking a piece of chocolate and biting it, Mrs. Pomfrey turned around slightly, and by the way, she cleared all the mud on the ground before returning to her office. Hermione also sat on the edge of the bed, trying to stuff the warm jam jar with the blue fireball in her arms under my quilt. No need, you'll still need it before returning to the common room. The heater under my bed is warm enough. I pushed the jar of jam back into her hand, which was about as cold as mine. Here, girls tend to be a bit weaker, so be extra careful not to catch a cold. Hermione didn't speak. She held the jam jar, pouting, and her eyes began to redden again. You know, if you really care about us, Could you be a little more careful? Ron gently patted Hermione's shoulder, skillfully handing her a handkerchief, then gave me an exasperated look, but his face was quite pale too, with barely any intimidating presence. At least 50 feet. Do you know we were nearly scared to death when we saw you fall? I forced a bitter smile. Dementors can appear suddenly and cause trouble. I can't control that, it was an accident. I had intended to finish the match quickly, but I hadn't expected the weather to get so bad. The golden snitch was hiding too well, and I couldn't spot it early. Plus, the heavy rain and strong wind affected not just visibility, being small made it even harder to control my flight in the wind, which also allowed Diggory to hold me off, leaving little support for my teammates. Not to mention keeping track of Jordan's score announcements. I only knew that during one timeout would called in the middle, we were ahead by 30 points, but didn't expect that we had been overtaken afterward. And then the golden snitch appeared as the Dementor intruded onto the pitch as well. Even though I had my wand and cast a Patronus, it just shielded me long enough to catch the golden snitch before I lost consciousness. A non-corporeal Patronus really is too weak. Even so, there's no need for you to push yourself to catch the golden snitch after the Dementor appeared. Neville's tone grew much heavier. Don't think we didn't see anything just because of the storm. You barreled through 2 Dementors using a Patronus to catch the golden snitch before finally passing out. If you'd flown down immediately when the Dementor appeared, you wouldn't have nearly fallen to your death. And then Cedric would have caught the golden snitch, and we wouldn't even have had a chance to turn things around. Harry, which is more important, the Quidditch Cup or your life? Do we really have to remind you of something so obvious? Hermione sniffed, hardly believing what she was hearing. All for that damn cup. Hermione, I grabbed her hand. Listen, Hermione, as a Quidditch player, a match is like a battle. You can only be fair to your opponents by giving it your all. Besides, Quidditch is inherently risky, but for wizards, it's not usually fatal. That's under normal circumstances. Today there were at least 100 Dementors. That's why I used the Patronus charm. And clearly, I'm okay. Falling from 50 feet and you call that okay? If Professor Dumbledore hadn't cast a spell to slow your fall, and if the grass on the pitch hadn't suddenly grown into a huge soft mat, you would have broken your neck. I was stunned. Soft mat. Yes, a soft mat. It was dense and covered a huge area, even blocking half the entrance to the pitch. In other words, it was at least as thick as 2 people stacked up. Now Madam Hooch and Filch are both worried about how to restore such a massive section of the pitch. Ron said irritably, is this implying that after I get out of the hospital, I might have to help repair the Quidditch pitch? All right, whatever, at least Harry's okay, right? Neville, being softer-hearted, couldn't help but speak up for me, seeing me with my head down, and also tried to change the subject. Speaking of which, the Ministry is in trouble this time. Those Dementors broke the rules and got into the school. They almost killed students, and the school board definitely isn't going to let the Ministry off the hook. The school board? Those old geezers don't have any courage. At most, a few angry letters, and the matter would be dropped. Even Ron could see that Neville was trying to get me off the hook, but seeing as I was still pretty weak and could barely understand the stubbornness of being a Quidditch player, he went along with Neville's topic. But Dumbledore might actually go argue with Fudge. Everyone knows Dumbledore hates those Dementors. If the Ministry hadn't insisted back then, he wouldn't have allowed those creatures anywhere near Hogwarts, let alone stationed outside the school. Of course, when the Ministry decided to have Dementors guard Azkaban, Professor Dumbledore was the most opposed. Those creatures shouldn't exist at all, they are just too terrifying. Hermione wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief and squeezed my hand tighter. You don't know, a whole bunch of Dementors ran onto the pitch back then, and everyone was terrified, completely frozen. When you fell, there was nothing we could do but watch. I thought. Luckily, Professor Dumbledore slowed down your fall, but you landed on the grass mat, and the creatures still didn't want to let you go. Professor Dumbledore went berserk, just using his wand to sweep away the silver fog covering the pitch expelled more than half of the Dementors, and even the ones closest to you at the beginning that didn't escape in time were simply vaporized anyway. It was really chaotic back then. It was really chaotic and terrifying. Neville shook his head, seemingly trying to shake off the memories, not just the feeling the Dementors left. You could also feel the anger of Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape too. Anyway, the teachers were furious about the Dementors running into the school and causing you to fall off your broom. Even Professor Sprout, I've never seen her like that. Alright, in other words, the whole thing about the Dementor running into the school really ticked off all the professors. As for what exactly the teachers did in their rage afterward, it's better if I don't ask. Some things are better left unknown. It can ruin one's image, though with all the gossip among the plants, to me, there aren't many professors at our school who are truly genuine. I anxiously took a bite of chocolate. And, Harry, actually, well. Ron hesitated, especially after I gave him a questioning look. He clearly wanted to speak but held back. In the end, he even subtly nudged Neville with his foot, probably trying to get him to say it, but Neville turned his face away oddly, not wanting to respond at all. What is it? My gaze shifted from Ron to Neville and back again, yet the two of them remained silent for a long while, offering no real answer. I furrowed my brows tighter. What exactly is going on? Why are you two pushing this around instead of just saying it? It's your broom. Finally, Hermione couldn't take it anymore. Partly still a little upset with me for messing around so recklessly for the match, she stated it quite directly. It has a little problem. Broom, a problem? I had been so focused on the issue with the Dementor that it suddenly struck me that my Nimbus 2000 seemed to be in trouble according to my memory. Could it be? I took a deep breath, trying to suppress the uneasy flutter in my stomach. What kind of problem? My voice was calm, my expression should be calm too, but I knew I wasn't calm at all inside. Ron gave Hermione a resigned look. You fell from at least 50 feet. Yes, you've both been reminding me of this since I woke up. The weather outside was very bad. Neville, after Ron gave him a subtle nudge, stammered while clutching his stomach. A broom with no one controlling it can easily go haywire. I felt like my stomach was weighed down with lead. All right, so where did it fly off to? The two boys went silent again. In the center of the largest lawn on the right side of the court, there is a willow. Hermione took the paper bag I hadn't noticed before and put it at the foot of the bed, and put it on the quilt on my leg. You should know the temper of a tree. Neither living nor living things like it and don't like to be close, especially being hit directly. I stared at the paper bag that would be stuffed with up to 5 books, my face blank. If my broom can be stuffed into such a small paper bag that doesn't apply space magic, then it shouldn't be a small problem, right?